No one should know about the eSports in your pocket.
Good morning and welcome in everybody to the FISSURE Universe Ep.3, and I'm going to be Robin Roll taking you through the action today. Going to be joined by Otomo. Otomo, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing good. I'm excited that we have some different regions playing. We're doing Europe, South America, Southeast Asia. So it's cool to be able to do like different areas of the Dota 2 world.
Yeah, and we'll see how these teams are going to be playing together. We've got 4 best of 3s to come today, to see who's going to be able to make it through. We're going to be losing 4. Is it 4 teams we lose today? I think, or is it just 2? I think.
I believe two. I believe two.
2. Okay, yeah, going to be 2 teams that we might lose in the lower brackets. The teams are on the screen here. And looking at these teams, who are your favorites, do you think? Because the 2 teams will go through to qualify into the main event here from the play-ins. Who are you looking at as your favorites to go through?
PSG Quest would be one of them, and then it's, I think, either MOUZ or one win team, 1W team. I feel like two of these 3 will probably advance, but you never know, right? MOUZ has surprised before. Team Waska is probably like the best team in SA right now. We have Aurora, who has gone international in a bunch of these, so I wouldn't count anyone out. But going in, PSG Quest, MOUZ would be my favorites, and 1W, of course. And hey, look, this is how we start off the bracket.
Yeah, on this stream, we're going to have MOUZ versus the 1W team, and then it's going to be Aurora versus Team Waska coming through in the second best of 3. After that, we have I think it goes straight to the lower brackets from the, where we will see one of the teams knocked out, and then the upper bracket semi-finals between the 2 winners of this series, these 2 series coming up. So it is going to be a packed day. We're going to be taking you through the first 2 matches, which is going to be MOUZ versus 1W team, and then Aurora versus Team Waska, to see who will move through into that upper bracket semi-finals, and who is gonna be going down to the lowers at the very start of the day.
And it's important to mention, guys, that there's going to be 2 teams that qualify. So you won't actually like go up to the upper bracket if you go up. It's like you can make your run from the upper bracket all the way and make it through. And then if you go down, you also go through the lower bracket and win that way. The lower bracket finals is best of 5. Every other match is a best of 3, which is kind of a different format, but I like it.
Yeah. And we see the odds on the screen coming out now as well for both teams, as well as the schedule. So, yeah, you can see 1W going to be the favourites here for the first match, and then Aurora going to be the favourites coming through for the second match. And then if you need any more information on that, you can check the 1xBet app, and get yourself over to the website there as well to check those odds, get a little bit more information. But yeah, you look at this, I kind of agree with them here. MOUZ, I've seen them recently, and there are, the consistency of the team isn't at the highest level at the minute, where it feels like 1W team, every time I see them play, they just look very clean in their execution.
Yeah, but this is like 5 times. I don't know. MOUZ, I've always seen this team as being a very strong team, a very good team. I know the 1W has had more success overall, but I would not have imagined the odds being that much in favor. I don't know, man. I really don't see 1W coming as that big of the favorites against MOUZ. This is kind of new. This is kind of unexpected.
Yeah, maybe so. And it has been a little bit of time since 1W have played, so it's maybe going to be that kind of shaking off the rust. They get themselves into a bit of momentum going, whereas MOUZ, they have played more recently. Not too successful for them, but they have played, so maybe that's going to be the case of they have that momentum built up, that practice. They're not going to be rusty. So, yeah, we'll see how it's going to play for them.
Make sure, by the way, guys, if you follow the channel as well, if you can. And I like what you're saying about them, because 1W, they haven't played for, I think, like 2 weeks, a competitive match. So it is, like I said, a little bit of rust that they have to shake off here as we go into the match in a little bit as well. There are some interesting... we're going to be looking at the roster. This is going to be the MOUZ, Allnit, Supreme Force, Narman, as well as Bangin. And interesting enough, this team has been playing quite a bit of Marcy as in both support roles. They like it. They feel like it's still good. I'm looking forward to see what they can cook. And interestingly enough, 1W also likes the Marcy.
Yeah, Marcy does seem to be fairly popular across the board at the minute. I'm seeing it being banned out first phase. You know,
Yep.
the hero is a bit of a menace when she gets to just get free roam, get the unleash out, and do the damage that we know that hero can do. And it's kind of like you instantly build into a semi-core role because you go first item BKB, you get your basher out, you start to roam around, especially if you pair it with an IO, even as a support here. The relocates coming around the map, the actual lockdown that this hero has, just being able to get on top with the rebound dispose, as we do see the 1W roster coming out here as well. Yeah, it is very powerful as a hero, and I'm not surprised to be seeing it being banned out in that first phase. And don't forget, everybody, like Otoma said, if you want to follow along with all the Fissure action, you can follow this channel, you follow the YouTube channel there as well. Get yourself up to date and keep yourself going there as well with all the Fissure action, because I'm sure there's going to be many more events to come up for the rest of the year. So yeah, if you want to be informed of when they start, when they're going to be going on, don't forget to follow along on the Twitch and the YouTube channel.
And remember, there is also another channel right now which we're broadcasting the PSG Quest Yellow Submarine. So we're going to be using these two channels for the next couple of days while we show off all the matches. So, if you're not liking what the match here, you can check out that one as well. So the position 4s on both sides love the same heroes, which is the Marcy and the Hoodwink. It's both their most played. They're liking it a lot. Hoodwink I understand, but when I look at it, I'm like, it's very rare to find two teams that both prioritize the Marcy. And I like what you said, though. She straight away goes into basically a semi-core, where you're like, yeah, phase boots, bracers, BKB, basher. And you're like, hey, support.
Yeah, and the hero itself is just the amount of power that the hero has behind her. Just being able to run. I've seen a support Marcy.
Yeah.
Destroy cores just with the unleash.
Look at that. You can see what both sides have. MOUZ have first pick, and OneWin has the Radiant side. I mean, I've always been kind of a believer in second pick, but I also know people are like, oh, having that fourth pick, before you get to the final ban stage is very impactful. So there's a lot of ideas on the picking order going on. So I can see why teams would be like, all right, I want first pick. I want to be the one who proposes first, the first pick of the game.
Yeah, and there is so many heroes being contested here for this first pick that, like you say, maybe the second pick in past patches was a better way to do it. But at the minute, it just feels like if you get the opportunity to lock that one specific hero in, it's well worth getting that first pick on the board. So, we'll see how it's going to play here for both teams with that first pick coming out. I wonder what it's going to be. You talking about the Hoodwink as well. That's another strong hero that builds into that kind of semi-core role. We've had this discussion before, that the Maelstrom first Hoodwink coming out, as you play as a support hero, it just helps you farm up a little bit more because the map is so big that you are able to get it out. So yeah, we'll see how it is going to play here and what's going to be available. And don't forget, everybody, if you know who you think's going to win, we do have the votes in chat. So !M for MOUZ, !W for the 1W team, and we'll have the stats on that in just a bit.
Yeah, once we go into the draft. And remember, this is going to be for the entire series, so it's not just like which one. We're not going to have a vote again, although I would like it if we did, but we're going to have a vote for the whole series. We've talked about support heroes that we expect to be contested, but some of the cores are also Morphling and Windranger are both very heavily played by Allnit as well as Mankushi, so they're both going to try to get their hands out if they can. And despite the nerfs, Ember is also still the most popular mid for these two teams. And I like that. I do wish that he didn't lose the second cooldown on Sleight of Fist, because cooldown feels bad. It's like especially for when you're trying to be elusive, that 1 second makes such a big difference.
Yeah, and I think that's the big discussion that M-Spirit players have had, or the post that I saw. They're appealing to Valve, nerf the damage numbers, don't nerf the actual timings on the hero, because it makes the hero feel so sluggish, slow, so unresponsive. So yeah, maybe that's going to be something that happens in the future. But one of the heroes that I was surprised to still see the past few days being contested heavily, as in first ban potential, is the Lina.
Yeah.
The Lina is still completely being removed in the first phase of bans.
I believe one of Aurora, by the way, they haven't played a game this patch, not the letter patch, like 7.37, but 23 Savage is spamming Lina like crazy because, you have no stats on his pro matches, but he's playing Lina like crazy. So teams do feel like she's really in a strong spot. we'll find out. She's very squishy. It feels like a bit of Shadow Fiend, right? Where it's like, I know I have this
Yeah.
high damage core, and if I get Snowball, I can win, basically.
Yeah, yeah, and we'll see if that hero is going to be contested. One that is popping up that hasn't been too popular in the past is the Tusk as well. The Tusk is starting to be picked up more and more and more, and I'm not surprised. You know, I kind of like it. I kind of like seeing the Tusk back in the meta because the amount of control that it is being offered. But yeah, this hero just seems to have come out of nowhere the past few days.
More so being played by MOUZ than 1W from what I know. Both Narman and Bengen have played a bit of Tusk. Bengen is the most played. And it suits what we're talking about, right? If you have the carry Lina, you want a melee frontline 5, something like that with a bit of control. Clockwork and Tusk would be the ideal if you can get it.
Yeah, and we'll see what they do want to be picking up.
Oh man, every time these days I'm casting with a hoodie, and I can't imagine what the viewers are thinking. They're like, you're not really in space. I'm like, no, but it's cold. It's cold. You know?
Cold. It is a brisk, you know, a very comfortable 15 degrees. You know, this is nice. This is fairly warm here. I know you've just moved over to the UK, so you've got a little bit of adjusting to do. But you know what? Really is going to be the shock in November, in
Winter,
like October, November. Yeah, October, November, when it gets down to about, you know. Well, the temperature there as well. But when we get down to about 6 or 7 degrees, and you still see people walking around in shorts and t-shirt, because that really isn't that cold.
I'm telling you, but every time we go out, me and my kid were like wrapped up, and everyone's cold. Oh God, you guys are crazy. But we're waiting for the match to begin right now because we are waiting for both teams to be in the lobby. They have actually picked this side, so when they're ready to go, we're going to go in the draft and see what we're working with. I still see the odds change more in favor of 1W. More. I mean, are we so bad that when we say MOUZ is good, they're like, no. Let's add the odds even more to the other side now.
Yeah, Otomo believes in that team? Oh, well, they must be bad. Yeah, we'll increase those odds.
All right, you know what? Because of that, I'm going to go even more heavily into MOUZ's favor. I think I've seen these guys win a couple of tournaments as well, so they're good. I mean, they can go the distance. I'm just shocked at how one-sided it is. What do you think of the comic book? What do we call it? Theme we got going on.
The aesthetic, I like it. You know, it's really nice. It's something different. You know, usually it's just like a plain background and like plain green screens that we've got. This is really cool. I like this.
Yeah, I like it too. It's a little anime as well. I'm glad that I got Roshan. I got Roshan. You just got a couple of girls. Ugh, what the hell? I got the way cooler one.
I don't know, man. Dawnbreaker could probably kick your ass. So you know.
Is that the metric we're using? I mean, are we saying what Roshan can't kick yours? You know, so no, I like it. I like it that I got Roshan. You know, Roshan can't. Okay, sure.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, for the most part, I'd walk away. Have you seen how slowly he walks?
Have you seen him charging towards a twin gate?
Yeah, he's just slow. Move out
he's
the way.
fast.
I just go left. It'd be fine. But yeah, no, looking at the actual teams as well, you know, we're talking about it. 1W, like I said, they've had a little bit more time off, so we'll see if MOUZ are going to be able to take advantage of this. Looking through the heroes that they've been playing as well, MOUZ, so it's still fairly standard heroes. They did try, I saw recently, this is something that I didn't know was a thing because I've not played Dota for a couple of weeks myself, about a month myself. I've been, you know, other stuff going on. I've been watching plenty of Dota, you know, casting plenty of Dota, but not actually played it. I didn't realize with the new patch, and it might have been nerfed, Venomancer Jungle level 1 is a thing, and they did try that very recently, and it's just why is this a thing? Why are players trying this?
Dude, I've seen this go mid and win. You know, and it has become a thing. He was nerfed where I think that you don't get as many debuffs as before. I think you used to count like other heroes' debuffs, not only yours, but still insane amounts of damage. It doesn't affect your jungling speed at all with that change. It's very comfortable. I had a game with it today with a Venomancer doing this. We lost because he was bad, but that's different. Like it kind of works. It's kind of like a very greedy support. You know, I've seen mid, but I think it's more of a support thing. like Enigma jungle, the old days, it's very effective. You farm very fast, but you do sacrifice your lane a little bit.
A little
Let's
bit?
give it some time.
A little
Look,
bit?
I'll jungle near you, so just don't push towers, and I'll be able to help. We'll be in the vicinity. You know, that's where we were.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
what are your patch thoughts overall, though? Did anything happen? Any big change that you're like, oh, okay, this is something?
I mean, something bad, but you know, there's the support Tinker that is still a thing.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, no, like why bring that hero back? Why make him? And I don't know. I think it's actually worse than the Tinkers used to be, because it is. It's just like the heals, the protection coming out. Defense matrix needs completely remove it. Just take it out of the game. Get it out of there.
No. Here's what I think we should do. I think we should give him some sort of extra ability that when you're about to kill him, he can just sort of zap you away. Now that's an idea. Well, how about that? And I love his Anakin shard that the closer you are, the more it pushes you back. So you're like, when you're far away, it pushes you this much, but when you're close, it pushes you a big distance. You're like, thanks. This is how it should work. As I'm about to kill him, he throws me away.
Yeah, you know, we're already giving him free boots of travel. Just give him a free aim disc there as well. Just, you know, the blink dagger off cooldown whenever he's below 10% health. You know, yeah, let him be like the... God, I hate that hero. I hate that hero so much.
There was a professional match. It was like a competitive tournament game. The Hawk was playing, and they were like a little bit losing. He was playing against Tinker. He gets close to him 3 times, about to kill him, and he gets zapped away. And he calls GG. He's like, yeah, he dies. He's like, I'm not playing this anymore. I can't do it. So
no,
I can't blame the guy.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I kind of rage, but I don't rage quit. I never rage. You know, I'd see it out till the end. You know, because there's always a chance of. Yeah, that's what. You know, so someone summarized it recently that. Yeah, never GG out early, because you deny the opponent's team the chance to throw the game. You know, which happens a lot in Dota, but honest to God, playing against Tinker is the closest I've ever come to pressing that big red quit game button. You know, it's just. I don't know why this is. Just remove it from the game. Just it doesn't fit the style of the game. Just remove it. Just take it away.
I mean, he's had March of Machines since the dawn of time. It's coming back. It's kind of like more of the style of the game. I'm not saying it's fun, but it was nerfed. It's not as bad as before, at least. I mean, before you used to get 45 healing. Now you get 35. You know, now with Holy Locket, it heals what it used to before without
per second. Yeah, 35 per second.
Yeah, it's
and
like...
I just...
It's
no,
what... That's less than Warlock's heal. Is Warlock's heal broken?
Probably, yeah.
See, that's how it works. Now, I don't... I'm glad Tinker got nerfed. We are still waiting for people to go in. And now, other heroes that... I thought Zeus had an interesting change where the level 15 talent gives you more Thunder Gods damage. I was like, huh. That's kind of cool. You can get up to like 800 with it easily now. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. I thought they were going to change Divine Rampage a little bit, you know, because I don't think anybody picks that up. And I get the idea behind it is, you know, if you're in the middle of a fight, but go on. I see the finger. Go
on. Divine Rampage actually has a higher win rate than the other one by like a decent margin. Yeah, it is. It's surprising. And they did clarify that every time you kill, it gets stronger. So if you can get like chain 2 kills in the beginning, it does get more and more and more powerful. I love Divine Rampage way more than Livewire, but I know your point. Like, we never see it competitively. We don't see Zeus competitively. It's very different for sure. And it's avoidable. If you see someone else get zapped, you just pop a smoke and you're immune.
Yeah, or a Yule Scepter, or, you know, any of these protecting items that you've got. And yeah, it does seem to be the hero itself maybe isn't that at that competitive level it used to be, because it used to be, you know, incredibly strong. And the Frog was like, no, this is too much. This is too much. We need to take it away. And yeah, it's just it's out of there now. Zeus is gone. He's done so.
I don't like how he nerfed him so hard, because first he did the Manta, does half damage for illusions, like for the Stag Field, the Thunder Hands. Then he removed it completely. Then he nerfed the Caster Zeus, and I'm like, dude, like, what did Zeus do to you? Did you just read his lore and you're like, no, this guy doesn't deserve anymore?
Yeah, nerf the patch. You know, he got like Frog must have gone on like a 5-game losing streak against the Zeus, and
Yeah.
it's just like, you know what? No, this hero is gone. We're taking him away. Yeah, what else have I been seeing recently? The Shadow Demon, incredibly popular here as well. Whether whether it's going to be a counter or not, the Shadow Demon is still, with the demonic purge and the cleanse is still really good. Teams still want to prioritize that. It feels like the Enchantress as well. We're seeing a lot more of these kind of fighty supports than we're seeing the control supports. So like we're not seeing the Jakiro's being banned out every single game still, so just looking at the hero list, we're not seeing, even though the Snapfire got a buff, not seeing that Snapfire anymore, not seeing heroes like the, we're seeing a little bit of Nyx Assassin, but we're not seeing the Shadow Shams, we're not seeing the Silencers, we're not seeing the Scarith Mage coming out, Grimstrokes, those heroes are kind of just, they're out of there, they're gone.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about Silencer, I haven't seen Silencer. Firstly, he never felt like a big competitive presence for a long time anyway. And secondly, though, since this specific patch, since like last patch when they reworked Last Word into more of an aura, a lot of teams just don't seem to be very interested. They did get some nice buffs. Glaives of Wisdom went from 20 to 14 mana. Like, thank the God for that. That was so dumb that it was so expensive. As I like that some of the people in chat, they are telling us about their own experience, like seeing the Veno 4, with that jungle. Like, that's cool. We do read. There's a bit of delay, but we read as we are waiting for the two teams to get ready. Because why not? And this is going to be $150,000 prize pool. I believe something like 135 for the main event. The two play-in teams will win some money just for making it through the play-ins, which is about 7,500 USD. That's not bad. That's solid amount of money for a couple of days of work.
Yeah, for effectively, I don't want to call it a qualifier, but the initial stage, well, I suppose it is. You qualify into the main event. So, the qualifier to come out. Getting the 7.5 each for getting the win on this is fairly nice. It gets you, like, say, that bumper prize before you even get into the event. And then, top place is going to be 70 grand that the teams are going to be playing up for. So, again, I love these events that pop up. They're just like a few days long. They're like a week, 10 days max. And then the teams, they play it out. They play through, and you get some really high level teams because it is, they don't have to commit to traveling. It's not like it's going to be months long that you have to play over or anything like that. They just go, we've got 10 days free. We can turn up. We can play this. So in the main event, I know we've looked through the playing teams, but in the main event, Team Spirit, BetBoom, Gaimin Gladiators, Team Falcons, Tundra, and Cloud9. That is the old... God, what were they before that? It's gone. They changed teams. It's out now. They were...
Entity.
I knew it began with an E. I just couldn't... Like, when I needed to think of the name, it was gone. It was out of there. So...
I only clicked on Cloud9. I was like, wait, I know these... It's cool to see them back, but now it's like we're gonna have new memes about Cloud9, not the old Cloud9 that was like, well, will they win or lose? What's God gonna do about this one? That was kind of fun to watch in the old days. But we, like you said, we have some insanely big names going into this one, like the Falcons, Gaimin Gladiators. We have others coming in. Team Spirit. It's like we got Riyadh winners and TI winners coming into this one.
Yeah, and Gaimin Gladiators as well.
Did they? I thought I mentioned them already. Did they win? I thought they won Riyadh. What the hell?
Did they? To be honest, I didn't watch the last Riyadh because
they beat Liquid in the finals. Yep, they are the winners of Riyadh. I was like, for a second you made me doubt myself, but they beat Liquid. Shocker. No one saw that one coming. 3-0, very convincing. Also, no one saw that one coming. So, man, that must be awkward to always lose to one team every finals, every time. I don't know. It's funny though that if you come in second 6 times in a row, people are like, you're bad. You're like, are you crazy? Do you know how good you?
That was the thing that I was seeing. It was last year when it was the story that Liquid were losing every single time in the finals to Gaimin Gladiators. Yep. People going, man, I can't believe how bad Liquid are. It's like,
right.
Are you serious? I would kill to come in second place in like 6 times in a row. Like, get into a DOTA event anyway and then come in second place. That's fantastic, man. That's amazing. But no, they didn't win it, so they are first losers. It's bonkers to me some of the the attitudes people have to, yeah, if you literally don't win, it's kind of the
You're worst.
elitist attitude that, Dota players do have. If you're not the tippy top, you're just the beginning of the worst.
Which is crazy because last year they came in second 5 times to Gaimin. Sorry, no, 4 times to Gaimin. It was all 3 majors and DL, and they won. Like each one of these was either 100k or 175k. I'm like, that's not too bad to come in second to that. And take
I wouldn't tell him a nose up at that. If anyone wants to pay me that, I wouldn't say no to that. That's good money. And yeah, even just like say the competitive of it though. Like say that out of
easy.
How many, I don't know, a couple million Dota players, of that want to play the game, and then you have the pros, which is like the 1% of the 1%, and then you have these, these 5 players that are like the literally the top 10 players out of
in the world.
Couple million Dota players. And yeah, people are going, God, I can't believe how bad they are. They're just such a terrible team.
I know they've been. Oh, hey, we have a draft! Wow, and Marcy gets first pick. I love how we just get zoomed in. We talked about Marcy half an hour ago, I think, and we did say this is a very popular hero for both teams. And MOUZ, they took first pick. They wanted first pick so they can get their hands on the Marcy. It's a bold move. How much they know 1W wants it, and how much MOUZ themselves play it. But like Marcy's unusual to open with.
I don't think so. From what I've seen the past few days, it's really not that unusual now to open with the Marcy, because the hero is so highly contested. If you literally don't first pick it, you aren't getting it. So you do need to lock it in like that. And the hero, like I say, is getting more and more popular. Surprised on the Leshrac pick here for 1W team, but it does mean that you're locking in this mid. There is going to be maybe that instant response from MOUZ.
By the way, this might not be a mid. This might be a support Leshrac. More and more support Leshracs they're going for the Diabolic Edict talent, because doing all your Edict damage in 6 seconds rather than 10, you crush the laning phase. I've seen it. I've played against. I've seen competitively once or twice. Very rare, to be fair with you. Played against it in these pubs. So it's catching on, and I'll be honest, it looks good. It's very strong. If you're like melee, if you're Marcy versus Leshrac, you're gonna get slaughtered.
Yeah, and don't forget, everybody, the 1xBet are doing a skin giveaway, so you can use the exclamation mark 1xGive in chat to get the information there on the skins being given away. Some Arcana's being given out there. So, yeah, if you want more information on that, 1xGive in the chat, and we'll see, you could be the winner. But yeah, looking about the Enigma, again, another hero that's kind of popping up. I saw it over the past few days as a 5, but mainly being played as the 3. And going for the build that I've seen most of all is drums into Blink Dagger into these engagement tools here for the Enigma. So going back to that kind of classic build that we used to see, so not going your Greaves into Pipe being that Aura builder, purely wants to be the engage hero again.
Yeah. Or blink first, right? Where it's like, no, I want to be consistently useful. They do go. Look at that. I think that's going to be Respect Hero coming out here as the Treant. It's pretty solid against the Marcy because you do give insane amounts of armor. So, it's like you go boom, 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 but then it's like, oh crap, 10 armor adds a lot. And that is going to be Narman's here, I believe, the Hoodwink. So is Benkin going to be playing the Marcy? I'm fairly sure they want to try to make the Marcy away from the Leshrac. That's I think that banging, but Leshrac is often played as a 4. So if it's a 5 Marcy, it's more likely you're going to go up against the Leshrac. On
the other side, though, if you do get a carry with a bit of burst damage here, they're going to go for the Ender Spirit as well, like you were talking about. Yeah, still really popular as a hero. Have to watch out for that Huskar pick now. I've seen it more than once over the past few days. But if you get a hero with a bit of burst, like the CK coming out here, the Morphlin's ban out, but your heroes that can get that quick damage over the dispos, you can make quick work of that Leshrac, because not going to be the biggest health pool on the hero. So, it might be the case of they want to try and win the safe lane so fast, so quickly, and just go for those quick damage. The sidekick on the Marcy +1, just be able to burst down if it is a low health hero.
Sidekick or bodyguard. Remember, it's the new facet.
I don't see that much bodyguard. It's a bit of a bait, really, because you put it on a hero, and both the Marcy and the hero need to be in range for the Marcy to get those extra attacks off. So, you know, in theory, I get it, but for the most part, yeah, I'm not seeing too much of the bodyguard. It is most of the time the sidekick.
Whenever I see bodyguard, I always think sidekick's better as well. When I'm looking at it, they show you the circle. I'm like, well, don't stand in the circle. There you go. You're good.
Yeah.
That's all you have to do. That's going to be the Monkey King coming out, as well as the Sand King. Who plays Sand King more here for 1W? It's well, actually, I think this might be one of the first Sand Kings that they've picked this patch. So, not sure where it's gonna go. It could go mid, could go off. Same thing with the Monkey King, who can go 1 or 2. And of course, we have Leshrac, who is, I'm leaning towards the support, but it is still a bit of flex there.
Yeah, and I'm seeing the Dust Devil being picked up again by the Sand King. You know, I think it got parity in terms of the AoE of the actual Sandstorm with the Sand Shroud. And that was kind of the thing, right? The Sand Shroud was being picked up because the AoE increased, and then the Bloodstone pickup made it like a full screen Sandstorm. And now you can do that with the Dust Devil as well, and the Dust Devil will follow you around. So, yeah, that is going to be probably the facet that comes out here for the Sand King.
Now we have to see what MOUZ wants to take. You could probably take, I imagine, would you want to take a carry and flex the Marcy a little bit? I don't think Force has played Marcy off lane, so may not be worth it. Where like, are we really gonna flex it? Or are they gonna just go for the off lane, leave you Olnit's hero for last?
Yeah, good question here.
Primal Beast is already gone. You know, I wouldn't mind.
Go on.
I was gonna say, I wonder if they'll take something like a Tide Hunter here. No, they're taking the Shadow Fiend. All right, carry it is then.
Yeah, and the Marcy offers some good protection here, and again, Burst Hero comes out, those raises. I've seen this combination very, very effective here, because it's dispose with the, well, the literal dispose, you know, you move the hero around. It means that you can throw the first 2 raises out and then get that dispose in. Point blank raise on the Shadow Fiend with the right clicks as well. Yeah, it is, you know, as long as the communication's right, the placement on those raises should be perfect, and you can blow heroes up very, very quickly. So yeah, with the Lesh not being a hyper-mobile hero in the lane, maybe it is going to be the Sand King that can get in with the bow strikes, you know, try and interrupt. But if you are on that Lesh position 4, you need to be so careful with the amount of damage that's going to come out with this Marcy Shadow Fiend combo.
It's interesting. They believe that it's going to be, you know, maybe Monkey King mid, Sand King off lane. They're banning out carries here for MOUZ. And I like your points about Shadow. I want to also add that you're up against 3 melee heroes and a semi-melee Leshrac. So Requiem is going to be really good, especially when you can push people. You know, Epicenter's coming at you, you're pushed away. You're inside the Wukongs, you're going to walk out of it. So there's a lot of value to the Requiem. At the same time, it's very high risk, high reward. You can be caught by the Treant, you can be caught by a Blink Sand King. Monkey King naturally catches you. Shafin is very easy to bring down. It really goes both ways.
Yeah, and we'll see what they're going to be able to get as their offlaner here on the side of MOUZ to be able to protect themselves. And yeah, I kind of, you going back to the mid lane, I think this Monkey King up against the Ember Spirit would be a very good matchup here for 1W team, because the Ember Spirit, you get the extra attack range on the Monkey King just purely because the Monkey King has some bonk. Again, the attack range is just daft on the hero. Yeah, he is a ranged hero here with the melee modifier on his attacks. And the Ember Spirit doesn't really do too well in that lane once there's a couple of levels, once the Jingu mastery starts to come out for the Monkey King, once the damage starts to stack up. Ember Spirit, really, I'm not expecting MOUZ to have a good time in this mid lane at all.
Me, same here. What you want from MOUZ is a big, meaty, beefy boy. Who doesn't? And I imagine Tide Hunter would be the one they want to go for. Good team fight, solid in the front line. They've been playing it quite a bit for Force. Something like a Tide Hunter and an Aura builder. Like,
yeah, I'd like to see an Underlord here. Just the control that you get, stops the Monkey King from being able to go away. The Sand King bow striking out. You set up for that Requiem here as well. Bushwhack into the Pit of Malice or vice versa, really good. And it is the hero. I get the Tide, the Ravage, great setup, big tanky boy, like you say. But I'm seeing the Underlord a little bit more, or the Brewmaster as well, than I'm seeing the Tide over the past few days.
No, I definitely wouldn't mind the Underlord also. The only reason I didn't suggest it was because I didn't think of it. But now, But And Force, he has, to be fair, the Force has been playing a bunch of Tide onto this patch. He hasn't played Underlord as much, so that's why I'm leaning towards the Tide a little bit more. And the ultimate's big. What is it going to be? It's going to be the Timbersaw. Neither. Very different. Not an aura builder. I guess they think we should be killing them instead of, bulking up.
Yeah, area denial as well, and with heroes that want to be taking up space, with the Monkey King's Wukong command, with the Sandstorm coming up from the Sand King as well, that you throw that Charkham in, you deny an area, you don't even really need to be engaging point blank, you can take a lot of the damage that comes out from the Monkey King here as well. Have to watch out for the Lesh, even the damage that comes out of the Sand King with the Epicenter, the Bow Strike King, you do need to be careful with that, but yeah, I do like this as a kind of area denial hero here coming out from the side of MOUZ.
And I think already 1W was going to put Chia Jr. on the MK, but now it's like you're even more incentivized. He's good against the Emperor.
Yeah.
He's not great against the Timbersaw. So it is probably going to be a carry here. Nice ban on the Ursa. Wind Ranger is not in the pool. Morphling is not in the pool. Troll is not. Ursa's not. CK is, though.
Munkushi, big Weaver player as well. Your mobile hero. Go on.
I was gonna say I don't think he plays it much this patch. It's a bit fragile. I'd rather see the CK over the Weaver, but yeah, I don't know. I veto the Weaver. I don't see the Weaver.
Okay. Yeah, for me, I'd be looking at maybe say the Weaver or the Slark here come out for 1W because that is something the heroes that Munkushi likes to play. I get your idea. Do you like the CK though with the amount of like?
There you go. It's gonna be the Monkey King carry. All right, so yep, it is Monkey King carry as Chiro Jr. takes the Huskar. You said way earlier. It's not as bad as it used to be, but it's still very, very, very bad matchup for the Ember. It's going to be the position for Leshrac. All right, we did see that one very early on. We're like, this is probably gonna be a support Leshrac. And is it going to be... Oh, wait, I was about to say in the lobby what it was, but we're not actually in the lobby. We're going to have to wait till the game starts to see the facets.
Yeah, we'll see what the facets are going to be. You say it's not as bad for the Ember Spirit.
It's very bad.
It's very, very bad. One of the recent matches that I watched, I saw a mid-Ember going jungle level 4. Because he just couldn't stand in the lane anymore. When the Ember Spirit was level 5, the Huskar was level 8. And things kind of just snowballed downhill from there for the Ember Spirit. It really was not a good match. And yeah, the mid lane just got absolutely wrecked. So yeah, I don't have high hopes for this Ember Spirit in this game at all.
I mean, he might be able to rotate, but yeah, mid's going to get crushed. However, I am surprised they put the Monkey King versus the Timbersaw. Now, this matchup, yes, it can go two ways, but Monkey King's general is like a low health hero up against a Timbersaw, and I think it was Hoodwink. So they have the control, they have the burst. I'm not liking the 1W their safe lane. Like, I think that's actually a safe lane that they're gonna be losing.
Yeah, and maybe that's going to be the thing, right? They're going to be able to get these early rotations. Once the Huskar has the armlet out, he has that level 6, he's going to be able to make the rotations. And he does melt through the Timbersaw. That's another one that I've seen.
That's fair.
The hero itself, once he starts to get the right clicks off onto the Timbersaw, unless the Timbersaw can get with the Timber Chains, the Timbersaw will melt down fairly. Ooh. And I wonder if it's going to be the max health facet that comes out for the Huskar as well with the... is it the Incendiary? It is. It is going to be the Incendiary. Yeah. So that's going to be... Burning Spears also burns enemies for a percentage of their max health. Costs max health instead of current health, reduces burn duration. But so 4% max health cost, 0.75% max health burn.
And by the way, Shadow Fiend did not take the slow. He took the minus armor ability.
Yeah, and odds are on the screen there. Don't forget, if you want to get involved, you can head over to the 1xBet app or the 1xBet website and get involved. You see the odds on the screen, so if you've got your own opinions... I like this. I love this. This is something that other events have been missing. This is really great. So, yeah, the Shredder is something I'm seeing for the Timbersaw more and more.
Sidekick picked up, as we mentioned.
Yeah.
Leshrac did take the reduced cooldown on reduced duration on Edict, but same damage, which is great. Respect. Oh, yeah, I think he
get himself away. Dispose comes in here. Yeah, he's going to be able to drop the Leech Seed. So he did go for the Sapling. Supreme gets that first blood. Going to be the good start here for the side of MOUZ. But yeah, the Tree Protector did go for the Sapling. Leech Seed can be ground targeted to plant a tree, which
Oof. 1W
Don't
gets
mind that.
4 bounty runs. That's pretty good. I think you give up first blood for that. You'd be happy.
Yeah, yeah, you'd be happy with that. You'd be fairly good with that.
I'm interested to see what Sweden Strong can do. This top lane is gonna be pretty damn interesting. You have Sand King and Leshrac versus Shadow Fiend and Marcy. That's a lot of damage. Oh, there you go. Cheer Junior. Couple of spears. Supreme taking it from behind. Can't be fun.
Nope, it is going to be a lot of damage onto Supreme. He's just going to be zoned away from these creeps. This is not a lane that the Emissary wants to be in. I'm surprised he didn't maybe try and, I don't know, swap it off, make him the 4 put. You can't really put anyone else mid. They all kind of burned down early on. That's kind of the power of the Huskar, getting that early snowball going here. Respect. It's going to be taking more damage as well inside the trees for the tree. And
whoa! Junior!
Yeah.
It's like, I'm just, no, you're not for you. Okay. So that's going to be a very nice lane for 1W here in the mid. Actually, it takes a bit of damage here on Cheer Junior. These spears do cost you quite a bit of life.
Yeah, but the actual, the health damage that comes out from those, the burn damage, it more than makes up for it. And obviously, once you get a couple of levels, once you start to get the points into the passive coming out from the Huskar, that Berserker's Blood, it's going to more than make up for the damage that you're taking.
For sure. The bottom lane, so far, Force is not having a very good time. I thought this lane would be better for him as a Timbersaw, but as the levels roll in, maybe it'll look better. At the moment, though, top 3 in terms of CS, all on 1 win. That's good for them.
Yeah, for now.
Well,
yeah, 1W gonna be, in terms of last, it's like you say, gonna be the top here on this lane. Force is taking a lot of damage here as well. So I know they got the first blood on Respect. Respect did go down for 1W, but it looks like the Monkey King having a good time here, just putting the pressure onto Force. And Chira Jr. again, slide of fist farming here for Supreme, and every time he comes forward, is that gonna be? He has to commit the Furry Fire. I don't think it's enough to. Is it enough to take him down? It's gonna be. It's gonna be more than enough. Chira Jr. gets his first kill on the board.
Yeah, I looked at him. I was like, he's got 5 spears and 150 health. There's no way he's gonna live through this. Because the reminder that we talk about percentage damage, but still the spear itself does damage. The percentage added on top of it. So, wow, the Supreme had first blood. Top lane.
Good double bow strike to come through as well, Cloud. Trying to get himself away through us, though, from Olnet. Olnet's just going to go for the right clicks onto Cloud. Cloud needs to move himself back here. And if you're looking at this lane with the Lesh Sand King up against the... Okay, Supreme comes back into the lane here. He's got that active flame. This is kind of the thing that I see, the active flame guard coming out. It's all you can do to try and do the damage back onto the Huskar.
Yep.
But yeah, if you look at this top lane, the safe lane, who are you expecting to come out on top here between these two teams?
Honestly, I think MOUZ should be winning both side lanes,
Yeah.
As an Armin, Snow Spear comes out. Oh, he's coming! Oh!
The Bushwhack, is he going to be able to take the kill? He does, so... Does he still burn down here, Supreme? The time it might just be enough. You have 40 health left, though. No regen. Top lane. It's going to be a lot of damage to dispose. The drive back of the Split Earth. It connects into both of them. Can they get the kill off now as well? They get the raises. Cloud will go down. Bengen will fall to the Lesh. But look at this one. Olnit wants to chase here. Does he carry on going? No, it's just going to go back to the lane. So Strong going to be able to back himself out. But that's still going to be the first kill going away the Shadow Fiend on that lane.
That two very impressive things happened for MOUZ. First was that kill mid. Secondly, they trade 1 for 1. But did you see that they actually used the Fortify to keep the range creep alive so it can absorb more edicts? That was insane. Yeah, he died, but it's still like doing the right thing and failing is still a very impressive thing to watch.
Yeah, if you look at the ability here from the side of 1W. Oh, okay, Munkushi could be a little bit dangerous. There is going to be the Acorn Shot coming through as well as the Timber Chain. I like the Splinter as well from Force. I am seeing this more and more for the Timbersaw. Balance Strike comes out here just onto Norman, just try and get some damage back and maybe get that last hit onto the range creep. But yeah, 1W, 2 to 3, they are going to be leading on the net worth. With this Huskar, once the armlet comes out, I expect the rotations come through to really try to win both side lanes here for the side of 1W.
We say that the big difference is Bengen actually being super behind. The rest of them, if you look at the numbers, it's only 300 gold disadvantage for the Ember. It's not that bad for Supreme. Like, it's not great, but it's not that bad. For now.
You always have to, stipulate the for now with that. As Force going to be able to take down Munkushi's courier.
Good courier kill. Supreme is 5 and 5, so we're not seeing the 5 and 8 Huskar versus Ember advantage. For now.
Yeah. This is a lot more even than I thought it was going to be.
They saw respect. A lot of it goes down to the first blood. You take away the first blood gold, suddenly he's staying at like 1.7. Then it looks bad. I know they saw him come in, but looks like they're just gonna sacrifice Bangin or maybe bait.
Yeah, all that's going to be level 4. There's going to be the TP in now from Narman. Great bushwhack coming through. Can they get the kill? Swinstrong going to try and get himself away from this one. Gets the kill onto Bangan first, but he will go down. Allnit gets the kill. Now respect. But the Monkey King going to get involved as well. Another Burrow Strike comes out here. Allnit. It's a lot of damage coming through. The Shadow Fiend, but the Shadow Fiend, he gets the raise off. So he's going to be on the double kill. Will eventually be taken down. Now this looks like it's going to be Narman's turn to fall as well. So it looks like they're going to be able to even this one up in terms of kills. Narman, one more right click. Respect. Gonna give it over. It's actually gonna be the creeps to split that one out here. Yeah, Bengen. Not sure what the TP back in was gonna be able to achieve here, but as he has to back himself away because Munkushi, he was on the chase.
At the same time, you are getting free farm on Force for MOUZ, so I guess they feel like that's okay. They traded 2 for 3. Not ideal, I'd say. I think overall maybe they could have rotated someone top, but MOUZ, they made that decision. They saw people coming to the Twin Gate. They wanted this to happen.
Yeah, as Supreme going to be under pressure again. Swinstrong rotates into the mid just to push him back. And yeah, no, you are right. That first blood gold going the way of Supreme, so he was able to get that early bottle out up against the Huskar, meant that he had a lot more sustain. And yeah, this is going to be massive for him in terms of the... It's not going to be the Snowball Ember Spirit that we used to see him, but it isn't going to be him having to go into the jungle level 3, level 4 and just avoid the mid lane because he was being killed off more and more. This really has kind of, not in his favor, but evened it out a little bit for the mid lane.
For sure. Munkushi has an Orb of Corrosion on the Monkey King. So one, it shows me that he wants to be a bit active, and secondly, he's also prioritizing reducing the heal from the sidekick, from the Timber Saw. Like, he's quite committed to having a very good start. What was the ruin? 1-1. Nothing crazy there. Supreme? Yeah, there you go. Supreme's level 6.
Okay. That's actually really big that he got it in such a good time here in the mid lane, and yeah, not really died 4 or 5 times like I was expecting. So this might just put him on, in terms of rotations as well, be able to go to side lanes, get pickoffs. He'll be able to even it up a little bit for him, and yeah, put himself into a position I didn't think he was going to be in this game. I really thought he was generally going to be one of the worst net worths in the game. He's still not great compared to the Huskar, but Allnit. The dive comes out from the Master. What are they going to be able to do here? Wukong's command gets used again. Allnit will fall. And now Bengen going to try and get himself away from this one, but the chase is on once again. Respect. He's going to be able to tail out Bengen. Bengen not going to be able to get himself away from this one, it feels like, as the chase down from the Monkey King. One balance strike probably will be enough to get the kill. In fact, he doesn't need it. Tree Dance will be used thanks to that Simeon stride. And they do get another kill onto Bengen. So, yeah, Norman again TP'd up here, but he might just be at risk of going down if he gets caught out. Respect going to go and try and go for the chase. Yeah, they've got the Nature's Grasp. But the Monkey King actually went the wrong way. But the Huskar gets that dive in. Should be able to get the kill. Norman will fall. Respect gets the credit for it.
They're putting so much pressure on Allnit right now. That's multiple times they're bringing 4 people top to make sure they get the kill. And he is starting to feel it. If you're MOUZ, I would imagine you want to start playing around either Supreme or Force. Because
Supreme takes down again here. Chira Jr. with those 6 spear stacks. No way the Ember Spirit was going to live through
that. You're in a lot of trouble if you're MOUZ, but you can turn it around. A reminder that the odds are favoring one win by quite a lot. Nice, Force gets the tower down at least. A bit of map control coming in for them.
Yeah, and it wasn't denied either, so it means that you get the full gold from that here as well. As Cloud, you can see that Allnit, he feels so nervous to come into the lane. He's hiding in the trees, making sure that, he doesn't peek out too soon, making sure it's only the Sand King here as well. Shira Jr., how's he looking? He's got that armlet, going to be going into the phase boots here as well for the extra chase. And then I would expect it to be the BKB for the Huskar into a Blink Dagger. Okay, Monkey King. Kill. A really good response, and yeah, 1W going to lose the Monkey King.
I'm wondering if MOUZ has anyone who wants to build a Vessel or a Orb of Corrosion. Because you are up against, Monkey King and Huskar. And of course you have the heal coming out from a little bit from the tree end. So Vessel does a lot. An Orb of Corrosion as well, but I'm not sure if Supreme's going to get an Orb of Corrosion.
Yeah.
Would be nice if he does.
Let's see, it's 20%, right, on the reduction for the Orb of Corrosion?
It's pretty good, yeah. 20. I mean, 20%, it does add up, right? Like, a double bounty runes goes for MOUZ, a nice bit of gold, 450 for the whole team, so it does cut into that net worth deficit.
Yeah, and Chira might be trying to make a look make a rotation here onto Benga, but Benga's not going to be playing too out of position. Supreme, he is in the jungle. Got that invis rune now as well. Going to go towards the Mage Slayer here for the Ember Spirit. Again, standard build coming out for the Ember, but the smoke coming through here from the side of 1W. They want to try and make a move. They're going to be able to see Force now as well. The balance strike, it will connect into the life break. Do they have the damage to get the kill? Silly question. Of course they do here. And Sweden Strong going to be able to get the credit for another kill.
And I'm interested to see what Sweden Strong does on the Leshrac. I haven't seen too many of these, but so it's like, what, you know, is there a certain flavor to it? Okushi taking a couple of hits, but Narman, he knows he doesn't have enough damage for it.
Yeah, and don't forget, everybody, if you want to join in, get involved in the game, you can use the 1xbet. There's a pinned message in the chat, so you can check that out. Get involved with 1xbet in the chat on the Twitch page and the YouTube page probably too. I don't know. I don't stream and I don't watch on YouTube, so I don't know if they do they do pin messages? Do they?
I think they must have. But if you're on YouTube, come join us on Twitch. There you go. Then you can find there. What's Train going for? Looks like Sand King wants to go for the first item, Blink Dagger, and in general, looks like Pipe would be sort of the standard item of choice for both offlaners. A lot of magic damage for both sides. Narman, he can just go away if he wants to.
No, it's going to be some damage coming out of Respect, though. Did he want to try and turn this one around? Twin Gate here. Supreme's going to try and catch up as well. So, going to try and catch up with the Sleight of Fist. But Respect, he is in the tree. Sharpshooter going to whistle past Respect and not real connected. So, Respect going to be able to move himself away through these trees. And I'm surprised that he didn't fully commit to a kill there. Drove that Remnant onto the tree and just fully chase him down through the trees. Supreme
had no mana when that began, though. That's the thing. He came in. He had like just a tiny bit. I don't think the chains latched. So, they're like, yeah, it's not worth our time. Ola's gonna have to do something pretty impressive with this, you know, physical build, Shadow Fiend. Force? He's okay. He's okay.
He's okay for now as Chira Jr. opts to the tower and not the hero itself. But Force, yeah, could be in danger. There's going to be an AD rune here in the river too if Chira Jr. wants to go and pick that one up. The toggling just keep himself back. I'm surprised, maybe with this AD rune we do see the attempt, but I'm surprised to see 1W, or at least the Huskar himself, hasn't moved towards the Roshan pit just yet. Maybe with that tier 1 tower going down and the tier 1 tower still being up for MOUZ, maybe feels a little bit unsafe when it's on the Radiant side.
Yes, but I mean, I think maybe just taking it top would be better. Bottom lane, though, you do have the outpost to TP in if you want to. Man, Bangin is so poor. A poor Marcy is kind of one of the worst heroes of the game.
Yeah, like, that's kind of the thing, right? You want that early BKB, don't you?
Yep.
Well, early, but you know, on time. As Cloud's going to try and channel that Epicenter now, trying to turn it around. There's going to be the ultimate coming through as well. Do they get the damage to get the kill into Force? Force will go down. Bushwhack, it's not enough Respect. He will be taken down eventually, but not before Force falls to Sweden Strong.
Yeah, I can't feel too happy about that, losing Force like this. You need him to be the guy who's, you know, making space. And Sweden Strong, he's going for the Aura build. Looks like he's going to be mech into Greaves. I like this a lot. You know, you generally just want to stay alive to do damage with your Edict. Greaves is one of the best ways to do that. So I'm a big fan of this.
Yeah, and it does free up, like you were talking about, your offlaner to go for that early pipe as well.
Yep. I mean, then you get such a good timing, right? Mech and pipe at the same time. Suddenly, it's like for the next few minutes, you're unkillable on the whole squad.
Yeah. So, yeah, I do like that. And, like, yeah, it does free up, and it means that the Sand King, he's going to have a fairly good timing on the Bloodstone, too. You know, if he wants to go towards that, it's not going to be the, you know, the 40, 50-minute Bloodstone, because he has to build Greaves, and then he has to build Pipe, and the Blink Dagger there, too. So, he can just go Pipe into that, the Blink into the Pipe, into the Bloodstone if he wants to. As Force, going to try and get himself away, slowed down by the Lightning, but no follow-up here from Sweden Strong.
Man, Sweden Strong's got so much gold on him. I mean, yeah, it's half of what the Huskar has, but that's still almost core net worth. Huskar, of course, you know, he just absolutely had a free lane, so that's a very fun guy. I don't like that Timbersaw's getting pipe. I know that he needs to, and it's not a bad decision. I thought it would come later, but now your damage, it's more of an issue. You know, you already have damage problems.
Are you're kind of putting all your eggs in the Shadow Fiend basket in terms of damage here for your MOUZ. Yeah, maybe. I mean, you're going to have some from the rest of your team as well. The diving the Unleash for the Marcy's not too bad. You've got the Sharpshooter that comes out from the Hoodwink as well. So, I kind of get it. But, yeah.
I like your point where you're like, maybe we'll put our eggs a little bit in the Marcy basket. I'm like, Marcy? This Marcy? I don't know. I mean, again, it's not against Bengen. It's against the game he's having, because he's having a really rough time. I don't know if I
Yeah.
can look to him and be like, I need to do some damage, bro. Well,
Yeah, I
either way.
feel like the early rotations that came out from 1-win to the top lane
Ooh.
slowed the roll
Ooh.
of the Shadow Fiend and the Marcy so bad here. Own it. Do they get chased down? Respect is going to be in those trees, though. He is one with the trees. They go the wrong way. Respect will be able to get himself out with a TP.
A lot of time wasted by MOUZ because of that, by the way. They smoked up. They find nothing. Now they're 5,000 gold behind. Roshan is on their side. They might be looking at this saying, yo, this is our Rosh timer. And 1-W, they smell this in the air. They're like, yo, what are they doing? Where are they hiding?
Yeah, both teams, I think that's a BKB up for the Husker now as well, so both teams want to be playing around this Roach timing, so we'll see if 1W want to try and contest this one. Chira Jr. going to be the first one forward here. Again, Smoke's going to break inside the Roach pit. All net, light break comes out, it's going to be the BKB instantly here for Chira Jr. Trying to get the burst down as well.
Nice
Great double
stun.
burrow strike in that little gap here, and it looks like Benga's going to fall next. Chira Jr. gets the credit for that kill, and now Force, is he going to be able to get away? He's trapped, he's in a corner, but they don't have the vision on him, and okay, now they do. Was that burrow strike to follow up? It's going to be coming through. Chira Jr., yeah, the life break. TP in time. The damage, no. Chira Jr. will get the kill. Roshan's on half health here. Chira Jr. is just going to go into the pit and finish this one up. This. Thank you very much for starting this. We'll take it from here. And 1W, they're going to be able to secure this first Roshan.
Can we look at the win percentage? Because at this point, I'm feeling like it's 80. Oh, okay, that's fine. Supreme should just walk out there. Bit of a waste by Mankushi, but you know these things happen. Yep, you are in the scariest point of the game possible for MOUZ. Mech, Pipe, and an Aegis.
Yeah,
you can't.
this is...
You can't fight. You can't fight.
But you can't play keep away here because it's not like you've got the map control to be able to say, okay, we've got half a map where we can farm out. We'll be able to play around this. This is 1W fully taking over this map, and now Supreme going to be the Aurora to get himself away with the run now, jumping himself out, but respect, he is going to be waiting on the other side. So Supreme silenced. Ow! Sweden Strong gets the credit for the kill, but that was a really good jump. Supreme, absolutely no way away from that.
You still can't fight, no matter what. Like, so what? You give them what they want. You know, I see Narman going for the Maelstrom. 86%, that's what I was looking at. You see Narman going for the Maelstrom, like, this is what he should do. Just have the Hoodwink in the lane, pushing out, have, I don't know, the Ember and the Timber in different lanes and try it out, because you cannot fight 5 versus 5.
No, not at all here. Force, he's going to see Sweden Strong. Do they want to try and make a move here onto the Lesh? Okay, so he's trying to cut the wave. This is, I suppose, something that MOUZ are good at with the Timbersaw. They can keep the pressure off the towers purely by cutting the wave, purely by making sure that the backdoor protection does kick in. But yeah, in terms of fights, like you said, they need to be fully avoiding these. And Force, well, he's got a TP, but he does need to be careful himself. If he overextends with a rotation like this, he is going to get caught out. Norman might be seen first. Burrow Strike comes through, and they might be able to get the kill onto the Hoodwink. Hoodwink, double Burrow Strike, but it doesn't matter. Cloud will get that kill. At least this might be the early warning system to get Force away here, as he does start to look to leave with that Timber Chain, get himself out of danger.
You know, as bad as like losing kills here and there goes, you are still doing the right thing on MOUZ. So, you know, sometimes when you're doing the right thing, but the situation doesn't improve, and you're like, is it really the right thing? You know, they know they can't take fights, but the net worth is getting worse for them. So, MOUZ, they have to find some way to solve this. A pickoffs would be great. That would be ideal. Mankushi looks like he's hunting.
Yeah, they're going to try and go on to the Ember again. Ember's going to show the Epi said it's going to be channeled here. Did he get the blink in? No! Oh, he was sleight of fist just at the right time here. They're going to get the kill onto Sweden Strong. This is going to be a really nice pick of you talking about it. Yeah, exactly what you said. They just need to get those picks. Just relieve this pressure a little bit. But Chira Jr. is still taking objectives around the map.
Let him. It's fine. It's you can only solve so many problems at once. And MOUZ, they're doing great in recovering. Although Force dies here.
Okay, Klepny's going to be here now as well. Chira Jr. is going to be on the backup force, though. He's got that Timber Chain away. Looking to hide himself in the trees. He even breaks the trees that the Monkey King is on.
Well done.
Trying to bait this one out. The TP. It's going to be enough. He will be able to get himself away. Yeah, really well played there. Just to get the stun. If the Monkey King wasn't stunned up there, he was always going to chase him to the ends of the earth, just purely because the no cooldown on the tree dance, thanks to that Simeon stride. That's just, it's amazing how quickly that hero can move around the map. Oh, Supreme. Sonic Fist, though. So the Gleipnir doesn't connect, and he will be able to remnant himself out.
This is one of the best cat and mouse games we've seen in such a long time. The way MOUZ has been leading 1-win by the nose, And again, both teams are doing the right thing, but MOUZ is the one who's succeeding. Where it's like, follow us, we don't want to fight. And one was like, we want to fight. We just let us engage. But they're not letting them. Really well done by MOUZ.
I hate that, it fits so well as well, the cat and mouse game. Yeah, 1W, they're going to try and punish here. MOUZ, just take away the tormentor. They say, okay, you don't want to fight us. Like I say, we're going to take your objectives. We're going to pressure out the tier 1, the tier 2 towers in this lane. And we're either going to force a fight or we're going to take so much more map control away from you. And you can see that MOUZ are smoked up. So 1W, actually TP and Respect back here, Force. I mean, the rest of the team is behind him, and Respect not going to be able to do it solo. So Respect just stays invis. He respects the ability to fight here from MOUZ. Ah, you like that
Well
one?
done, sir.
Yeah, you're not the only one that can wordplay here in this game.
Sure. I mean, you use the guy's name. It's why I don't know.
You used the team name. Okay, Respect.
I didn't
Nature's
know
Grass
I was
comes out
doing
here. The
that.
TPs are going to be here now as well. Bengen's going to try and bounce himself around, but Chira Jr., he has the damage. Respect will get the credit for the kill. Narman's going to be able to get the TP out in the trees.
Oh, I didn't realize the cat and mouse was actually cat and... Oh! I'm much cleverer than I thought.
Yeah. And don't forget, everybody, you can follow along here on everything that's going to be happening with Fissure. Follow along on the YouTube and the Twitch channels to make sure you're up to date and follow along with every time Fissure goes live. Just hit the follow button here as we're going to see the follow button being hit on Supreme. Respect wants to follow him around. Was the damage going to come through, though, as the overgrowth? He's not going to be able to jump away to a remnant, but is there a teammate? Yes, the balance strike comes in. It looks like they might be able to go with the lockdown that they've got. The Glimmer comes through now as well. Slider Fist onto the TP away. Is it enough? One more right click, though. Oh, it's not. It's not going to be able to get the kill.
By the way, I think they got double wisdom runes on MOUZ, but again, the net worth is causing issues.
Yeah.
Did you hear a rocket sound just now?
It's Cloud's Torn, I think.
Oh, okay. I was like, what? I was like, oh, that's new to me. Yeah, it's still 13,000 ahead for 1W. It's not ideal, but they weathered the worst part of the game without losing barracks.
Yeah, they did. Epicenter. Do you want to channel it here? Cloud, he does have the haste. So it looks like they're just going to try and push the lane here. Chira Jr. gets a heal from the Greaves as well. So yeah, they want to take it down another tier 2 tower, just protecting that creep wave. Chira is going to be the only one to show has backup from his teammates, but I don't know MOUZ. Do they want to try and go even with the Aegis down? That's going to be a tough ask. Chira Jr. going to be going into Satanic next now as well. So the creep wave going to be dealt with by the Ember Spirit, by the Hoodwink as well. But that backdoor protection not going to kick in just yet. I think they might just be able to get this tier 2 tower.
It's very scary how farmed Sweden Strong is, ahead of Supreme actually, and starting to catch up to Force as well. This early Ember pick has so not paid off for them, but he has been cutting decently. We'll see if 1W will go for high ground. They're gonna wait for Roche. It's a bit risky to go high ground. I think they should recognize that they can still lose the game if they go for a bad high ground push.
Yeah, if they over-engage here, they might be able to get some damage onto the tier 3 tower, but like you say, they maybe just putting Chira Jr. the first one forward, because he can, with the BKB, try and walk himself out. The armlet toggles as well. But yeah, Chira Jr. is still going to be careful. Sweden Strong, he's going to be the backup. It looks like, do they want to try and engage? Smoke, it's not going to be effective. Yeah, Chira Jr. is going to back himself away. Not overcommitted here, like you say. Just realizing that one bad fight might throw... I mean, there's still tier 1 towers up in every lane but the bottom lane here for 1W, so they wouldn't lose too much if they lost a fight on the dire base, but it's still, you don't want to give away that net worthly that you've started to build up here for 1W.
Exactly. I mean, I don't think that if they lose a fight, they're going to be losing buildings, but if they lose a fight, the momentum that they have, it's going to disappear. As, oh, okay. Alright. Pokes.
Yeah, Epicenter's going to come through now. They get themselves on top of the Ember Spirit now. The damage coming out. But the Requiem, it pushes everybody back. They've got the reveal onto the Sand King. With the Sand King, he's fairly down healthy. Chira Jr. going to be able to make the dive, and the Life Break comes out. But the Yule Scepter here, they get the kill onto Bengen. Respect will fall in the back line. Can they get the kill? Chira Jr. goes down. Force, he takes him down, and now 1W. They need to be on the retreat. BKB out Munkushi. Does he want to try and turn onto this one? The BKB's only going to last so long. They've got the Burrow Strike coming in once again. Yule Scepter, though, onto the Sand King. Sand King, can he get himself away? He's going to be in the middle of the mosh pit. Inside the damage from 4 heroes own it. They take everybody down, and you spoke about it. 1W, they overextend, they get jumped on. We take a look at the fight recap here as well. Damage not too different between the two, but the deaths are a big difference.
I mean, I love how Bengen just jumps into the Wukong onto the Huskar. He's like, oh yeah, I'll do it. And he did pretty impressive damage considering everything that was happening, but Oh man, like the 1W, they did the thing. They did the thing they shouldn't do. They hung around, not going for Roshan, not sort of committing. Like eventually there's gonna be an opening, and MOUZ after 10 minutes of perfect gameplay, they like the 1 second that they spot weakness, they take it. Amazing. I did not believe in the 5-1 odds. I did not believe.
I thought you did in the draft. That's what you were saying. Oh, I can't believe MOUZ. The odds are so big. Oh, MOUZ, they deserve a little bit more respect. Time Tomo.
That's what I mean. They should have done more. Like, it should have been like, I don't know, 1-2 or something. This is too much.
Force, he's going to be able to get those creeps off, so he's going to be able to purge off the Gaimin now as well. Chira Jr. makes a dive here. Can he get the damage out onto Force? Force is going to try and run himself away. Chira Jr. has to back himself out. All its solutions going to chase him down. The Wukong command does come through, but no one's going to be locked down inside of it, so no deaths on either side here. 1W, you have just respawned. Do you want to try and fight this out now? A couple of spells being used on the side of 1W. So MOUZ, it might be a good timing for them to try and re-engage onto this, but you look at Force, his health, his mana. He's going to be down really darn low here, so maybe... Oh no, they are going to try and re-engage. Sand King, Yule Scepter comes through. Do they have the control? Burst Strike away here. Cloud, he might just be on the retreat. Yeah, 1W, they back up the teammates, but there's not going to be an over-engage from either side.
I don't even believe that they really want to commit too heavily. Look at Force's health. He was not in a good spot. He's actually back in the fountain healing. There's an AD rune top. 50 seconds for Roshan. So you have time to pick it up and join Rosh if you want to. Force, rough spot.
Oh yeah, this is not where you want to be here, but the Burst Strike comes out. He's going to be taking a lot of damage from this, and Sandstorm's up now as well. He's going to be able to live through this one. He is not. Force goes down. They've got the lockdown coming through on the overgrowth on the rest of MOUZ now as well. Requiem, it gets used, but doesn't actually connect to anyone. MOUZ, they're just going to try and use this to disengage. It does look like it being a hero down. They don't want to overextend into a fight. Roshan, going to be 20 seconds on that respawn. 1W controlling this area, so the 1W team, they might just be able to get themselves a second Rosh on the board.
MOUZ, if they can, without Force and without the AD ruin, I don't know if this is the fight you want to take.
Okay, Bushwhack comes out here onto Chira Jr., but yeah, they are going to be wasting some time. Wait for Force to respawn. 16 seconds on him, Roshan. It's going to be coming back alive. Does he want to TP himself to the outpost to join his teammates? Or is it going to be, Roshan just respawns. You see him on the screen now as well. It's going to be a big lockdown. The Wukong man comes out now as well. Norman as well. Benger's going to be able to get the dive away. Norman, can he get himself out of this one? The sharpshooter, he is able to create the gap. Nobody's going to go down. Sweet and strong. He's going to be the one to fall. Cloud falls now as well. Mega kill spree coming out for Allnet. Chase down Chira Jr. Do they have the damage to get the kill? Chira Jr. is going to try and back himself away. He's going to be the rebound in from Bengen. They've got the control with the Yule Scepter out once again onto the Huskar. Chira Jr. life breaks onto Allnet, but Allnet, they have the damage, they have the separation. They get the kill onto the Huskar. He can't live through 4 heroes engaging on him. And now, MOUZ, they turn the tide of the fight, even with Force only just coming back in. It's going to be the heroes backing out. It looks at MOUZ trying to heal themselves up. But yeah, the 3 heroes that are left from MOUZ making a beeline towards the Rosh pit.
Dude, this is... Oh, man, I think MOUZ is going to be able to take Rosh. Allnet takes the AD, puts Sidekick on, puts Solar Crest on, and he turns up. He's like, yo, what do you guys want? Slaps himself one bitch after the other, and... I mean, like, I cannot believe how well MOUZ has played this one. And maybe it's rust. 1W, they haven't... Oh, sorry, 1W hasn't played a game like two weeks now, so...
Yeah.
That could be it. But really well done by MOUZ. Really well done.
And yeah, just be able to turn that, because it was, before these last 2 fights, it was a 14k net worth lead here for 1W. And MOUZ, they've hit the stride, they've hit the timings, they've got their items up on the board here as well. And they've brought it back in their favor. In only less than 10 minutes, they've made that swing cap. And after 1W spent 20 minutes building up a 14k net worth lead, it's erased in 2 big fights.
Exactly. And what's that going to be? Vlad's on banging. I like this. I think he's recognizing, listen, guys, I can't be the BKB basher killer, but Solar Crest into Vlad. And he is position 5, Mark, to be fair. Like, this is nice. He's giving so much value to the rest of the team. Alright, now, all this time, I've been saying what MOUZ needs to do to come back. Now I have to switch gears and be like, well, alright, let's look at the 1W situation.
Yeah, and... buyback-wise, only the Monkey King and the Tree, and out of everybody in the game, there is the Aegis for the Shadow Fiend here. You see the Sweet and Strong trying to... Well, all 3 heroes from the side of 1W trying to take the creepy Equilibrium, put it back in their favor, but Burst Strike comes out here. Do they want to engage? Because it's going to be all 5 heroes from MOUZ. So they're looking. Backdoor protection. Is it going to kick in? You do have the living armor, though. Roshan Banner is down, but Chiri Jr. should be able to come forward and clean that up.
Yeah, they did some amazing cut in. Sweet and Strong was doing top, and now there's no creeps, which means that once the creep died and the banner was gone, there's nothing that MOUZ can do. Still, they have 3 minutes and a half for them to come back. All right, we'll switch gears. Now we have to look at the other side for one win to take this one back. Oh, that's not how you do it.
Respect. They're going to get the reveal here now as well. Norman is going to try and go for the chase down. Respect's going to try and go for that TP. Bushwhack not going to be on cooldown. Gleipnir already got used here as well. And this is where it starts to get scary up against the Hoodwink, because the Hoodwink has that Gleipnir up. Wouldn't be surprised to see the pure damage build. You go into a Chrysalis next for the Hoodwink. Yeah, you start to build up your damage, and yeah, it's going to be the Greaves. Norman, did I see that right? Greaves on the Hoodwink?
Yeah, he's got mech. I think he's going to go for Greaves. It's solid, right? So you can get out of the Treant overgrowth. It's not much of an upgrade. It's pretty solid. And remind you guys that we do have a giveaway. You write !1x give for an Arcana giveaway for you guys here at Twitch. I don't know. I imagine it's also on YouTube, but just type it and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see how it's going to go there. 1x give, !1x give in the chat to get the information on that one. And the chase down now as well. We'll see if they're going to be able to get down the damage onto this tier 2 tower in the mid lane. 1W really, again, they're doing the same thing. They're make sure they don't take a fight at all costs. Because this Aegis, did they get the reveal here? Respect. Bushwhack, Gleipnir, do they have the lockdown to get the kill? Respecting the trees, Bushwhack will come through. It's going to be a lot of damage. In fact, did they give the kill over to Supreme? Respect, he just has to stand there and take it. The damage, it just stacks up and up and up. And yet, Supreme coming in onto that one. He might even be able to get another tier 2 tower out of this.
Now, this is a problem. Because 1W lost the fight when they were 13k ahead. Now they're even. And the enemies, they're at the gate, they are pushing in. You've got to find some way to come back. All it is the problem.
Yeah, Olna is, with the Daedalus coming out, he's got the Hurricane Pike there as well. Age is still up for another minute and 40 seconds, so he's not going to be in any risk. He's got his BKB Manta style as well for his protection if he needs to. And once that Aegis does get reclaimed, it looks like he's going to go for a Butterfly here as well. And the Monkey King, I don't think went for the Orchid this time around, so there's no Bloodthorn to try and counter that one out. And if there is, again, Manta style BKB easily deals with it.
But they've got something to help them out now. They've got the shard on the left right. This is one of the best shards for defending, along with the Sandstorm. So, yes, they lost the bottom racks, but their defenses, they're significantly more potent in the upcoming clashes. And I don't know if MOUZ is actually going to try too hard to get a second set of barracks. You only got 50 seconds left on the Aegis.
I mean, they could at least apply the pressure to lane, and yeah, I thought I was in a fire. Yeah, the Axe Shard upgrade here for Chiri Jr. I thought I was going a little bit crazy because the Timbersaw already has the Grief, so I was wondering why the Hoodwink was going back for the second per.
Yeah, another mission. That's right. I forgot he had it. I mean, he had the mech. I saw a mech right there in my eye as well.
No, he's completed out the Greaves. The second pair of Greaves comes out from Norman. Now, did he pop this Aegis? 28 seconds before that Aegis gets reclaimed. So you see the Onus back on the second life. Are they going to be able to time this one right? Wukong's command comes out now as well. Do they have the control to get the kill? It looks like Bangan might go down. Supreme's going to be careful now as well. Supreme, the Bow Strike, they have the control. And now MOUZ. Oh, is it going to be the shoe on the other foot here with the overextension coming out from MOUZ? They tried to do what they can to just use the last of this Aegis. But the catch out from 1W, it is enough to get 2 kills. And now they can march themselves up the mid lane, try and get a lane of racks of their own.
Ooh, Norman.
He's coming out, Munkushi again, the Gleipnir. It will connect now, but the Gleipnir right back, Burrow Strike won't connect. There's going to be Yule Scepter to come out onto Norman. Norman's going to try and scurry himself away from this wall. The Battle Strike connects, and Norman will go down. Munkushi gets the credit for the kill.
No buyback. Norman kind of did one of the worst things you could do. As you die next to your own barracks. It's like if he had died on the enemy side, you'd be like, it's alright, he made some space. But that is an unfortunate way to die. However, Bangan is back and they have a glyph. I don't think that's going to be enough. You're probably going to be losing the mid-racks here.
Yeah, they have to wait for everybody to respawn. That Supreme's down for 12 seconds. The Hoodwink, like you say, down for 24 seconds. So it is going to be a lane of racks. Do they get any more? Because there is no tier 3 tower on the top lane. And again, 19 seconds. Are they going to go for more here? 1W team. Looks like they might do. Munkushi's already go for the tree dance into the balance strike to be able to clean off that creep wave.
No. 1W, they have to be more disciplined and not... Oh, nice. 69% to win. They cannot afford to make that mistake again. MOUZ, they stayed too long. It was like 50 seconds. I was like, I don't think most teams commit to a 50-second Aegis push. But they did. They lost a couple people without buybacks. And MOUZ, they secede control of their advantage. Or, well, control of the game, mostly.
AD Rune on the Shadow Fiend. We'll see what they're able to do here. Silver Edge is queued up here for the Shadow Fiend too. So, can swap that bot. Did you swap the bottle out? You swap the boots out, right? I suppose you swap the bottle out. And then if you do need the other item, you're the butterfly, you maybe swap the boots. Okay, there's a blink away. Just in time here for Cloud. He is away. The living armor just in case. But the timing on that one was absolutely perfect there for Cloud.
Is Cloud the MVP for the 1W? Oh, Supreme.
Maybe here they're going to try and re-engage us. This one, Chira Jr. gets a life break coming out onto Norman. Norman can get himself away from this one. There's no going to be a taunt coming out, but Norman will fall anyway. You've got that Wukong Smack coming over the top. BKB from Munkushi. What damage can they do? They've got an Ulnet locked down inside of this one. Ulnet with a BKB though. Going to be able to walk himself away. Requiem is going to be channeled. It's going to be the dodge off though. Move themselves away. You'll Scepter for Cloud. Do they want to re-engage here? Right-click from the Ulnet Illusions. And it looks like MOUZ, yeah, they do want to leave from this one. Supreme, he's going to be able to get the TP out there too.
This is unlikely to be too heavily punished. You only lost your supports and you lost on the enemy side of the map, so it's pretty good. Unfortunately, that shield ruin, it does, if you take it, you might be like, yo guys, let's go. We got shield ruin. Roshan's unlikely to be up anyway. Let's just go for a push and see what we can get.
Yeah,
you first.
I was just going to say, even the AD in there, Ulnet, he didn't look like he did in the last few fights. He was controlled through it, had to pop the BKB, run himself to the high ground to get the Requiem, and nobody was standing in range of that Requiem Cloud. But he got the Yule Scepter off to dodge it off, and yeah, that was a rough fight after the past couple of wins here for Team MOUZ. That the Shadow Fiend really didn't do as much as I expected.
No, I mean, he was in the middle of the Wukong. He was taking a lot of damage here left and right, so I can understand why he did it. But when the more I think about it, the more I'm like, damn, double Greaves. Ouch.
Yeah, it's a big use of boulder to get them out. Great triple bushwhack to come out here. Cloud could be in trouble. He's going to be taking down Force. Does get the credit for the kill. Roshan, there's a really quick respawn. It was 20 seconds on the second clock here for Roshan. So this might be the time that MOUZ need. With no respawn on the Sand King for another 60, no buyback here for 1W, they might just have to give up this Roshan respect. He does scout it out, so do they want to try and fight around this?
Oh, no, they're pinging out if... by the way, 1W has a shard on everyone. That's pretty insane. I love some of the graphics that FISSURE puts out for us. The beginning with the facets, the way Roshan respawns every time. That's really cool. And this one does come with a Rosh Blessing. The Roar's out. They want to go in here, the 1W. But without Sand King, very risky.
Yeah. Oh, the Monkey King, he dives himself in. Who gets the Aegis? So the Wukong Sword comes down. Ulnet still gets it, but it's going to be popped almost immediately here, and it's going to be respawning. I think he used his BKB there on the Shadow Fiend here as well. So he's going to try and do what he can with Shadow Play. Do they have any reveal? He's going to be hiding himself in the back of the Roshan pit. Got that Requiem Assault to come through as well. He's going to go for the Force Staff. He didn't use the BKB. We'll be able to get the Force Staff out.
Ooh. Okay, alright. By the way, I don't think they picked up the Aghanim's
Munkushi got it.
Yep, Munkushi got it. So, that is overall not bad for 1W. They're like, oh, so what? We just took the Aegis straight out of your hands, and we got the Axe. They actually got more from that fight than MOUZ.
Did he get the Roshan banner as well? I think he might have done. Gladiator gets the lockdown onto Sweden Strong. Sweden Strong going to be the furthest one forward now. But the return Gladiator comes out from Munkushi. Balance strike onto Supreme. Supreme's going to be silenced out here. Killed off. Can they go for more? Norman, the reveal comes out. They might try and move on to Norman. And yeah, you are right. No buyback on the Emissary here. So 68 seconds on the sideline. And all 5 heroes up for the side of 1W. They might just be able to take down a second lane of racks. And I don't know, MOUZ. Can he defend against this one? They have the Requiem to come through, but no BKB onto Ulnet. Ulnet's going to be walking himself forward. Tries to go for the right clicks onto Chira Jr. They get that break, but Chira Jr., okay, they get another break with the sharpshooter coming out. Chira Jr. just has to wait this out.
Supreme. I mean, to be fair though, Chira Jr. is like, let me just hit the buildings. There's only one set of barracks left for MOUZ. Very unfortunate situation to be in after that, losing that Roche fight. And,
and now
dude, that was without Cloud, without their... sorry, not the Mech, the Pipe and the Crimson. Things are going to get harder now.
Yeah, and again, 4v5 coming through. They're going to be able to balance strike. The bonus strike comes through again onto Olnit. He's going to get so low without that BKB. Force next. He's going to be taking a lot of damage here. He's going to be able to get the Timber Chain outside of that Wukong command. Swing Strong gets a kill into Bang, and the Chase Hound comes out into Force. Force not going to be able to give himself away. Chira Jr. gets the credit for the kill. And 1W, they earn the GG in game number 1.
Well done. Well done by both teams, honestly. Like, MOUZ, they had this insanely bad mid-laning phase, and Supreme was like, oh man, he's completely shut down. Sweden Strong had more gold, and they lose the first Aegis, and you're like, you know, for a lot of people, they'd be like, oh, OneWill's got this. But no, MOUZ, great cat and mouse game. Loved it. And then they take advantage, but then 50 seconds on the Aegis, they decide to push, and they lose it all. And then 1W, takes a nice fight in the third Roshan, wins that one, gets everything, takes the game. Very impressive from both teams. Like both of them were on bad time, were on bad, you know, on the losing net worth streak at different times that they came back.
Yeah, the back and forth was really amazing here. 1W said it. They took some great fights. It didn't feel too bad for the Ember Spirit in the lane purely because he got that first blood, so he was able to pick up the early bottle. But some rotation as well from the Hoodwink. He got I think it was when the Huskar was 1 kill up, you know, the rotation Norman was able to even it out. So yeah, so it really did create space for the Ember Spirit. So he didn't have a bad as time I thought he was going to have. But yeah, 1W, they took that net worth lead, like you say, maybe just an overextension for them. And then on the other side, MOUZ, it's just the consistency issues that we see with these teams that it's like, okay, maybe they misjudge the timings, how powerful they really are, and when the other team comes back, you get the catch out like that. It does really feel bad, but swings and roundabouts here for both teams. 1W able to take it in the end after a good 10-minute period for MOUZ. 1W were able to pull it back.
I'm not sure what we just said, but I like what you talk about when we talk about sort of itemization. There's a giveaway, by the way, guys, for an Arcana. Write !1xgive so you can join in. Because if you look at it, there was some, like a bit of decision making from MOUZ that all cost them. Double Greaves.
Yeah,
that was weird.
Yeah,
that could exactly right. Like the Greaves is not cheap, because I remember I was like praising it, but then you mentioned you're like, well, Force has one. I was like, all right, that's not good. There it is. Double. They're right next to each other, on top. Yeah. That's bad, because on the other side, Sweden Strong as well as the Sand King, Cloud, sorry, they had great timing. I get the mech, you get the pipe. It was such a power spike for the team. And on the other side, they get double Greaves, and you're like, oh, baby, not like that.
Yeah, and again, it could have been, you could have got a Hex out of that. You could have got, again, the Daedalus for more attack. You could have, or the Hurricane Pack would have come out a little bit earlier here too, because it was only the 4-star for the Hoodwink. And yeah, you look at the difference between the two supports here, the 11-3-10 for Sweden Strong up against the 3-5-12 here for the Hoodwink, and that was perfect timing. When they were on the comeback, if there was a Daedalus there for the Hoodwink, they maybe win more fights and continue through and push into the base and take that game. And I'm not putting it all on Hoodwink. I'm not. You know, it's one of those things that stands out in the itemization for the two teams.
Yeah, when we say like this is something that's done that's not optimal, that does not mean the player played badly. But you look at it and you're like, that is a clear issue that should not really be there. Remember when they fought Chira Jr. and Olnit was in the Wukong, and Chira Jr. goes with a sliver? You have crit, he's dead. Like one of those Akon bounces, he's dead, and suddenly the whole thing is different. So there's a game of inches like that.
Yeah, but that is going to be it for the first game, and it is a best of 3, so we see if MOUZ can pull it back, get themselves into a 3-game series to make sure they don't go down to the loser's bracket, or 1W. Will they be able to take it in 2? We'll find out after this break. Welcome back in, everybody, to the FISSURE Universe Episode 3. And Otomo, you look surprised that we're back in. Are you not happy to see the DOTA again?
Hello. Sorry about that. I had the thing muted for a second. Holy crap. My bad. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I'm looking forward to this second match here between MOUZ and 1W. If we get into this series once again, I'm looking for that last game. It was a little bit, again, swings, roundabouts, coming through some snakes and ladders for both sides. And we'll see how they adapt coming into this one. And the odds going to be even more in the favor of 1W now, as they are going to be one game up. So we'll see if MOUZ are going to be able to pull it back. We're going to go straight into this draft now as well. So we'll see how it's going to break down for them. Again, MOUZ, they had a good time for about 10 minutes, 20 minutes to the 30-minute mark. But apart from that here, 1W were in control of this game. So we'll see what the draft change-up is going to be to get MOUZ back into a better position.
Yeah, I mean, of course, these odds are for the entire series, so that's why it's so favoring 1W right now. As the bats, they're a little different right now. They get rid of the Monkey King and the Weaver, and the 1W, they start off with the Lina. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's Monkushi's most played hero this patch. Let me check. No, it's not. It's a bunch of others. But for their side, MOUZ, they say, we want, the Marcy. He did have impact with it banging, but it wasn't quite that BKB. Oh my god, he's killing carries. It was just kind of like, oh, Solar Crest, Vlad's, couple of good punches. Okay.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference between the position 4 Marcy and the position 5 Marcy. That
Yep.
the position 4 Marcy is allowed to roam to go for those ganks here to get the kills off on the heroes. Where the position 5 Marcy, especially with the pressure that 1W were putting on in the lane, where they were making the rotation to the top tier 1, putting all net as well as banging under pressure. So we'll see this time if it is going to be the 4 or the 5 Marcy.
And it was tough, right? Because we mentioned, like, Leshrac is so strong in the lane, right? You pair it up with a Sand King, so you have that double stun. And your Marcy 5, you're squishy. You're not. You can't take it, especially with the new Leshrac facet coming in. Something I'm looking forward to trying after today's games are over.
Yeah, and how does it feel to be on a good time zone for once while you're casting, so you still have the rest of your day ahead of you?
Well, it's cool because I mean, once I start doing events in Asia, that's gonna be different. But it's so nice that you wake up, you cast within an hour or two, and then you're like, oh, it's 3 p.m. and I'm done. This is lovely. I have the rest of the day. Whereas when I was casting in Asia, a lot of times the matches are like at 11. You're like, just end already so I can sleep. I don't care anymore.
Yeah, I'm done. Just go next. I want to go to bed. Yeah.
Yeah, and at that point, it's like I always support the team that wins game 1 because I'm like, just make it 2-0, buddy. Just make it 2-0.
Can we have the quickest game? Please make it a 15-minute stomp. We just want to, To be honest, the amount of times I've cast Southeast Asian events, and it's not bad times there. It starts at like 8ish in the morning, so it's okay. It's it's a little bit earlier. But yeah, for the most part, it's good times. And don't forget, everybody, if you want to get involved, there is the 1xBet mobile app here as well. You can get yourself involved in that. Yeah, click the description below the stream and you get the odds, the stats, all the promos there as well over on the app. So not only on the website, there is more ways to get involved as we get back involved in this draft. So the Pangolier comes out here for MOUZ. We're expecting this mid?
Let's see. Let me look at Pangolier for MOUZ. It's definitely more played as a mid for them. So we'll see. Leshrac comes out. They're like sweet and strong. It's good. We want it. It's by the way, it is pure damage with the edict. So you can, if you follow the Pango, you are able to like shred him as he's spinning around, which is pretty nice. And you also have Treant, which is pretty good against the Pango. Huh. Okay.
And yeah, something I learned the other day because I literally never seen it in a pro game before. I know the Lina is here, but so it's not going to be the hero that I'm talking about. But the Faceless Void, that time square, it does actually trap the rolling Pangolier. So that's it leashes him. It keeps him rolling in the same spot. It's one of those that because you never see that facet because it's a bad facet, and you should always go for Chronosphere. It was a surprise to me that he doesn't just roll out of it.
You know that 3 people in chat are going to go, well, actually, it's a good facet if you don't play Faceless Void like Faceless Void. And you go, that's our mistake. We're the idiots here that didn't get that. I mean, Okay, Time Zone is a good ability. It's just
Tactical.
way shittier than Chrono. Then that's always going to be the problem, you know? It's like when Magnus has RP and reverse RP, and you're like, well, why would I take that when I have RP? RP is good. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see. All right, Clinks gets picked up here for MOUZ. Who is gonna play this? Allnet, of course. It is his third most played hero. So we have the Pango mid. We have Allnet's Clinks. I think we're gonna pick a support right now for either Narman or Bengen. Maybe Tusk actually. Would they take Tusk?
Yeah, I would like to see this Marcy 40 maybe play as a 5 again with the Clinks in the lane to offer that protection here. If they don't take the Tusk, I'd like one... I know, because they've already got the Lash and the tree, so the tree kind of does the same job here. So yeah, I wouldn't mind the Tusk, but maybe they're going to go for something in the off lane here, play that position 5 Marcy again.
Nope, they go for the Jakiro. Okay. It's gonna be the Bengen Jakiro. Strong lane of the Clinks and Jakiro. That's a lot of range damage. If you are 1W, this sorry for a second. This support, let's strike all off times your damage. I'm gonna have to come close and do damage with my edict. That's not really gonna be happening here. So tough one here. I'm liking the MOUZ. That safe lane duo is very scary.
Yeah, but you look at this. You've already committed onto the Clinks, the Jakiro coming out. If I'm 1W, I'm looking at maybe they go for the MOUZ. Yeah, to get on top, you've got the lockdown. You're good at, because I mean, Clinks, how's he gonna run himself away if he's caught in an arena? Yeah, you just get on top of the hero, you keep him locked down, you keep him inside your range. You're gonna be able to get the block chance, another screen of the block chance, but you're gonna have the what's it called? The shield thingy.
The Mars has the bulwark.
Bulwark, yeah.
There you go.
So you're always going to be walking towards the Clinks as well. So, and you're not really going to be too bothered if it's going to be the mischance facet coming out for the Clinks. So, because you're going to be doing the damage from the God's Rebuke, from the Spear as well. I really like this pickup here from the side of 1W.
In general, I always think that Mars is also a hero that's always good. There's never a time when you pick Mars, like Arena's always good, relatively strong laning. I like I believe it's his innate abilities that is it the one where if there's more people in the lane, you heal more? Is that Legion Commander?
If
one of the other,
yeah, so Mars and any of his allies, I'll read it out here because I've got it right up here. Mars and any of his allied heroes within 2,000 units get more HP regen the more they are outnumbered by the enemy heroes in that area. So within that 2,000 area, if you're 3, therefore, you get 30% extra health regen here for your entire team.
It applies to your allies. I did not know that. And it should be a very good also anti-gank ability, right? Like if you're walking around, suddenly your healing goes from 10 to 13 and you're like, Spider says tingling.
Yeah, the alarms start to go off. Yeah.
It was just like in the old days when you Spirit Breaker used to charge, and if you approach within 2,000 units, they get that buzzing on top of their head. You're like, oh, time to go back, everyone.
Yeah, time to leave. Pull the ripcord and get yourself out. Yeah.
Well, mid laners are being banned out here. Puck is a good ban when you have Mars on the team because you can easily break the coil. It's pretty annoying. So mid laners, what are we looking at? It's going to be 1W first. Pango's taken. I don't know if I want to put
Invoker. Because Jira Jr. does play the Invoker. He's a really good Invoker, actually.
I'm kind of surprised because I expected Supreme to play Pango more than Force, but 1W is banning mid, so they assume it's going to be a Pango off lane. Okay, I'm fine. I guess I'm fine-ish with that. I don't know.
Yeah, and looking at the mid laners to the left, because we've already been out the Primal Beast, the Dazzle's gone here.
Wind Ranger.
Wind Ranger's taken out, the Queen of Pain, the perk, like you say. Tiny being taken out, so they ban out the Dark.
No, there you go.
Yeah,
there
so just keeping it open on the flex, you're covering some bases, but
Dragon
is it going to be
Ooh.
Void? Okay.
All right, other side. I'm expecting an off laner, something kind of like the Doom more than anything else here for MOUZ. Doom would be solid. You mentioned Underlord in the previous one. I want something like that. Something big, tanky, hard to kill. Especially because when the arena comes out, your team's going to be in there. You want to help them out. So Underlord would be the best, as well as the Tidehunter, as we mentioned before.
Maybe a Dawnbreaker? You know, you get the Solar Guardian over the
Ooh.
arena.
I don't know if you can ulti allies in the arena if they have that thing, that facet that you
Oh
can't
yeah,
see
if
them.
you can't see
Yeah.
them. Yeah,
But
yeah, that is.
I've always felt that facet half the time it works and half the time doesn't. They go with the Dragon Knight. Okay, I'm fine with this. Have you ever, you see the person, he has the facet, the arena comes out, then you can see everyone, and you're like, what the hell is going on? Why is this happening?
No, because nobody plays MOUZ in my pubs.
Good one.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
how it should be. And as we expected, it's going to be the mid DK. Okay, a little bit odd. I thought it was going to be the off DK. Mid DK. Carrick Links is going to be off lane Pango and 4 Marcy, which I think is way better than the 5 Marcy.
Yeah, the offlane, or excuse me, the position 4 Marcy in the lane, because if you get on top of Munkushi with a rebound in, you get that drag back with the dispose as well. What's Alina really going to be able to do? That control that damage that you're going to output onto Lina. You might be able to get some good kills in this lane early on. And the Dragon Knight up against the Void Spirit. What's the Void Spirit really going to do up against the Dragon Knight? Genuinely, that hero is just an absolute beast in the lanes, and yeah, really hard to take down if you don't have the rotations from your supports early. Okay, the Remnant comes through, it controls him a little bit, and then Dragon Knight just goes, yeah, fine, I'm good. Shrugged it off.
Oh, speaking of that, I am seeing way more Void Spirits picking up the Remnant facet, which is when you use your Dissimulate. When you come out, there'll be like 3 Remnants coming out. All of them will be pointing towards the middle. I like that one a lot. I think that's a very nice facet. A little bit more than the other one. So, yeah, guys, we're going to go to game 2. 1W has the advantage. The odds heavily in favor of them taking the series. So, if you want to put some money on it, I guess you can click on the banner down below. Oh, yeah, by the way, you have like some sort of like crystal thing on your mic. Do you see that? It's purple. It's cool. What is that?
That?
Yeah.
That's where it's reflecting off the Void Spirit on my screen. So if I come out of it, it's going to change color.
There you go.
I can make it
Cool.
blue with the lash, It's just reflecting off the main screen. Yeah.
I sometimes I feel like I'm such a child where these small things are so interesting to me. All right, the game begins. But the odds for this map are a bit different, though. They are not that one-sided. So decent chance for actually much better than in the first game. Huh. Cool.
Yeah. One expert obviously believing in the draft a little bit here for the side of MOUZ. Obviously not enough to put them as the favorites, but 1W still going to be there. It's not a big gap between the two, but 1W do have that momentum going in their favor here.
Okay. I'm waiting for the facets for all of them to show up. I do think it looks like it's going to be double jump for the Pango. It's going to be the
sidekick for Marcy.
Sidekick, Diabolic Edict facets for Leshrac, Corrosive Dragon for the DK. And
I'll let you
what
do
is
it
that
when you
one?
run through them.
Yeah, there's the bow and arrow.
Clinks one, that's the engulfing step. Death Pact teleports Clinks towards his victim, reduces Death Pact cooldown here. Well, we'll see if he's going to be able to use that, as there's going to be the damage coming out to Chira Jr. But can they get the out of this as well? Yeah, look at the damage coming through from Sweet and Strong already. And everybody's going to disengage. Bouncy Runes. How are we looking? Is that a 2 for 2? I think it might be a 2 for 2.
By the way, did you see that? 7 people buy tangos. They actually go into the lane without tangos and they buy them later. And that's actually smart, because early stats you're going to use them, but tangos, like, you're not going to be like eating tangos from 0 seconds of the game.
Yeah, as long as somebody in the lane can share a tango with you, that's going to be the full duration while you wait for the courier to come out. And they do have a Marcy on the side of MOUZ as well, so that's going to be the level 4 courier coming out, the flying courier coming out straight away.
Of course. The flying courier that takes 2 hits no matter what, even for melee heroes to kill.
3 hits. Sweet and Strong gets the counter bang, it has 3 health bars, so it takes 2 hits for melee, 3 for ranged.
Yep. Bottom lane, they actually get a kill. That is unusual. Clinks and Jakiro giving away first blood. I know Sweet and Strong does a ton of damage with the Edict, but very surprising to see that. I thought Cloud would be just like, suffering, that's it.
Yeah, I suppose it's a case of the burst damage that comes out early on from the God's Rebuke into the, just being able to keep, if Sweet and Strong plays this right, and of course, you do, if you are outnumbered, you're going to have that regen coming in here for the Mars as well. So good. It is so nice. It does allow your supports to rotate from the lane, and you don't really get put under. See, that's what I want to see. So I saw over the past few days, I saw the Venomancer, the position 4 move into the jungle straight away, but it was like the Primal Beast or the Dragon Knight that was still taking a lot of damage in the lane, even though they are tanky boys. Go for the MOUZ that gets this HP regen from the get-go.
Yeah, it's like, if you leave me, that's not bad. I will either get extra regen, or it'll be 1 versus 1, and I'll know because of the regen. Like, there's a benefit there. Mid lane, this is gonna be Supreme's lane generally. Like, Void Spirit, maybe he can try and contest him in CS, but that's about it. Breathe Fire is
big mana spend that comes out from the Breathe Fire. You saw it there, as our observers pointed that out. The Dragon Knight, it's going to be a big mana investment early on. Okay, respect. It's going to be the LSA, though. It connects onto the Mars, and Gaimin has to back himself away. But once you get the... you can pick up the water runes once you start to get the ball rolling as well. Once you've got a few points of that Worm's Wrath, you really are going to take over that lane up against the Void Spirit mid.
Yep. I mean, every time he comes, you take a hit to Breathe Fire, there's damage over time and burst damage. And the Void Spirit, he's not going to like it.
No, he did go for the all-purpose barrier here from the...
Which is good.
So he's not going to be going for, like, say... Oh, Cloud will go down. Bengen picks up the kill. Olnet's going to take a lot of damage for this one. Swedenstrong, can he back himself away? Olnet's just going to pop a tango. Go for the right-click damage onto Swedenstrong now as well. Top. Did he get himself out? He did. Swashbuckle not under the LSA here, and you see Chira Jr. already starting to take the pressure with that 1 point in the Worm's Wrath, 2 points in the Breathe Fire. Chira Jr. not having a good time in this lane, so a little bit of revenge for the last game here when the Huskar was picked up against the Ember.
The problem that's gonna exist is that if Chira Jr. does rotate, you could lose a tower, right? Because there's that Corrosive Dragon, so it's like Supreme's like, I win no matter what. If you are in the lane, I'll crush you, and if you rotate, you better get kills. Otherwise, you're losing towers for nothing.
Yeah. And if you look at the way you want to play this one, okay, Cloud, he's going to be able to get the spear off onto the Dragon, onto the Jakiro. Jakiro is going to fall. Swedenstrong, Marcy TP's in, he's going to be able to get disposed back onto Swedenstrong. Swedenstrong taking tower shots, so it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but you do force out the TP from Narman. Is he going to try and, I guess, secure the bounty rune, and then maybe go back for the Twin Gate? But look at how far this lane's pushed in, and the Pangolier really just does not care.
Now, that is not ideal at all for MOUZ. It's like, yeah, sure, you get the kill, but you're forced to rotate like that. It's fine. At least you get something out of it, though. Double water ruins. Nothing going out here for Chira Jr. Not Chira Jr.'s game right now.
No, we'll see if he catches up in a little bit, but for the most part, he's not having a good time. And Norman's going to stick down here, maybe trying to get another surprise kill onto Cloud. And I mean, like I say, he had the lane pulled all the way back, so it's not like there was any pressure being applied to the Pangolier here as well, because the 2 creep waves have been pulled through on either side, so the Lina wasn't there to apply the pressure. So this isn't really going to impact the Pangolier with this Marcy rotating off the lane.
Yeah, that's a fair point as well. Meanwhile, but top lane, how's Munkushi doing? He is top of that net worth, along with, of course, the Klink as well. So it's very even carry to carry. Mids after that, then the off laners. Well, actually, no, not that one specific mid for Chira Jr.
Can we feel sorry for Chira after the game that he had last game? With the good start that he had. Is that allowed?
I think you always feel bad for the underdog. I felt bad when 1W was losing.
They're going to try and go to Cloud here, but the Respected rotates in. What damage can they do from this one? Cloud is going to get pretty darn low, but Bengen's going to be chased down by Swedenstrong with the Edict going, but it looks like Cloud is going to be the one. No, the stick charges. It does keep him going here. Respect trying to move away from the Jakiro. Can this Jakiro set fire to Respect? You've got the burning arrows coming through from Olnet as well. Respect, they get the pullback in Respect. He will go down. Narman gets the kill. Do we just see a tri-lane versus tri-lane? Are we going back a few years? Are we in the time capsule here? Going back about 5 or 6 years?
That would favor MOUZ quite a bit, though, because that would be pretty tough. Oh, man. They actually did the trick again where they glyph the creeps to dodge the Edict damage. Like, this is very impressive. Swedenstrong looking to secure that water ruin.
But there is going to be 2 supports here. Okay, Edict comes out. Bengen going to try and move himself away. A lot of damage. The line is going to slow him down, so he just picks up the bounty rune. Is it enough to get the kill, though? Norman rotates in. Might be able to get the slowdown here. Still with the lightning, but disposed. It pulls Swedenstrong away, and he didn't have the mana to continue on there. So Bengen loses a lot of life, but he isn't going to lose his life in general.
I don't know how I feel about this facet for oh, Twin Strong. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, he just
I
continues
like it.
going all in it. The bouncing now as well. Can he get himself away here? The Clinks, he's going to try and do what he can. The damage coming through. Norman does get low as well. Olnet will live, but the Marcy won't now. Chira Jr. pops that haste. Going to try and get the chase down. Can he get himself on top of Olnet? The chase down onto the Clinks. Clinks.
Whoa.
He is so low, but he's not dead just yet. He will finally go down thanks to that engulfing step with that TP. It does. He's able to close the gap. Excuse me, create a gap and try and get himself away. Banging. He's going to go down one more right click. Yeah, Chira Jr. They take down 3, I think, with the Marcy going down there as well. And the double kill for Chira Jr.
And look at that. He's barely... I mean, 200 gold behind the DK now. It doesn't really feel like much. Sure. And Monkushi goes mid to try to keep the tower alive. Looks like he will be successful. Barely. Barely keeps it alive. So,
Yeah, so
1W. Just overall good, good moves from across the map.
And Supreme, yeah, he did get, I mean, he used his Dragon Form for it. Now Chiro Jr. comes in, he gets a little bit harassed off onto Supreme, but you look at the net worth after those kills, it is evened up just a little bit, about 200 gold behind for the Void Spirit.
Only Cloud's a little behind on the Mars, but I don't think you need that many items to be very useful as well. Oh, respect. Look at that double jump.
And this is, I mean, Cloud's going to be left alone. The Ice Path comes out now as well. Dual Breath into the Blood Grenade. Cloud, he just has to go for that.
He's got the
There's
regen.
been so much damage as well as lockdown coming through to the Mars. He has to go all the way back to base here. The damage is going to be more than enough to force the Mars out of the lane.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. A Marcy jumping at you along with the Mars. So like, oh, that's new. Narman, that's a lot of damage. And yeah, this Edict, I kind of wish it was like 7 seconds or something, but damage is buildings. Because not having the building damage on Leshrac is like, really?
Yeah, I suppose. Oh, Laguna Blade comes out here. I think about to try and go into Force. Force going to try and get himself away. The Rolling Thunder does come out. It's not going to split Earth there in time. And there's the AD rune coming out. The Void Spirit wants to try and chase down, but the double shield crash jump, he will be able to get himself away with the Rolling Thunder. So it was close, but maybe Monkushi playing his hand a little bit too early with that Laguna Blade.
Right? It was like, it barely did any damage. As Children, he still has the AD rune. And this is a smoke up. If they lose Monkushi here for the 1W, not ideal. Not ideal at all.
No. Supreme. Well, like I say, everybody is here on the top to try and force this one out. And surely Monkushi. Surely the Spidey senses are going to be going. There's nobody showing on the map here, but no. Monkushi, he is going to be taken care of. Supreme gets the kill, even takes down his courier, and now they will be able to take down his tier 1 tower with what's left of the Dragonfall.
I mean, he's a care player, man. He's like, I see creep, I hit. And you're like, alright. Narman, he is going for Solar Crest. So very similar to the previous game build, but you can go from Solar into the BKB if you want. As Cloud, I imagine, suddenly he gets a big boost to his reach, and he's like, oh yeah, they're all here. Yeah, they're all here.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna be anywhere else. As speaking about wanting to be anywhere else here, Norman, he might want to be somewhere else. The rebound, it's gonna give him somewhere else, but it's not gonna be somewhere else far enough here. Let's now go on to, is he gonna go down this time? Force, trying to get himself away. He looks at the damage, it might be enough for the lightning slowdown now as well. Yeah, he's got the shield crash, so he's gonna have those shields coming through, but the damage, is it gonna be off? Chiro Jr., the remnant drag back, they should be able to. Sweden Strong gets the credit. It took a long time, but they will be able to finally take down the Pango.
Yeah, the roll was available, but he's like, I don't have the time to roll for it and lose my life. And now, on the other side, they feel like we need to get something going. As Cloud, good juking. Very good juking. They know where he is, but he's making them work for it. No ulti, by the way.
Actually, yeah, he always uses spells being used. No, there's going to be the rebound in now. It's going to be Cloud. He's going to be able to get the spear off, but I don't think he lives through this one. The damage is going to be way too much. Cloud. Yeah, it's just who gets the kill there, and it will be Olnet to secure that one.
Doing this whole time, Supreme is free farming away. And by the way, guys, if you'd like to join in on the fun and action, you can... what's our code again for this one? You can find it on the link down below, as it is a 50-50 game, so a bit of a risky one.
The code for one expert is going to be UNVRS3. Get yourself a bonus on that one for the One Expert website or the app.
There's going to be another tower.
Yeah.
They're going to go for that. Oh, Supreme, he's got the Blink Dagger. So he wants to just be active, jump in, get a stun, probably have Bengen follow up with the jump, and then, Cher Jr. Might be the reveal. There you go.
Yeah,
That's
they're
the
looking for
jump.
the Dragon Tail to come in. Does he get himself out with the Astral Step? He's going to dispose back here, but they do get the kill. Chiro Jr. will fall. Should even be able to get the tier 1 tower from this one. And like you were saying, who really does the tower damage on the side of 1W? Because MOUZ, they've got the Dragon Knight, they've got the... Oh, I don't know, the Jakiro, does he have... I think he has the Liquid Ice. I didn't actually... I haven't been paying attention to it to pass it. But they have the Clinks and they have the Dragon Knight, both great tower takers here for the side of MOUZ.
Yeah, they didn't show us the fast at the beginning, so it's like, come on, we want that. But it was exactly the reveal we thought, right? Blink in with a Dragon Tail, followed by the Marcy right after. As Sweden strong. Oh, Sweden dead maybe.
Sweden is taken care of, so Ice Path will, yeah, Allnote gets another kill, and this is where it looks like MOUZ, they did go for a fairly early aggressive draft, and they are making it count here. 1W being put on the back foot. You can see 4k net worth coming out, even though the kills are fairly even. 1W just not able to keep up here, and you can see, I mean, respect, he's having to protect the lead. They're going to be able to go once again. Do they have the damage this
lucky.
time? Chiro Jr. will be able to get the Astral Step away.
Good for him. But you look at it, it's like everyone's got 5,000 gold on the MOUZ side. On 1W, it's 5 and 4. That's not ideal.
Yeah, in fact, the MOUZ at level 7 still didn't have a point in the arena. He's not gone for a big rotation on him as well. He was going Soul Ring Blink Dagger. And I don't know where he is up to with that Blink Dagger here for the MOUZ. But yeah, he's not made the rotations to help his teammates get these kills.
So they might try to rotate bomb to get a kill on Cloud again. Oh, yeah, this could be
Chiro
nice.
Jr. though. Oh, Edicts, did he want to try and go here? Noman's not going to be able to get himself away. He was trying to dodge off, but Sweden strong with all of that damage. Oh, yeah, MOUZ once again here. Cloud, nowhere near that Blink Dagger, and Supreme will be able to get the kill. So 1W, they are suffering in this game so far.
Not ideal at all for them in terms of that trade. And I didn't get a chance to see how close he is to the Blink Dagger on Mars. They at least, Mankushi's got a Maelstrom, so his farm is going to be good. If we can get a team fight with a good arena, I'm not counting one win out yet at all.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. This game is still very, very up in the air. We saw it in the last time. What was it? Like, it was, I don't want to say
13?
the throws, but the back and forth that came out here between the two teams. It is still very much as the overgrowth. He's going to be able to get the shield crash on the spot here. Laguna Blade gets used again, but he's going to be able to heal himself out. And yeah, if he really needs to, now he's got that Rolling Thunder after the overgrowth got used.
Oh, Allnet is here. And will they be able to spot someone? Maybe Respect is going to be losing his life. Alright. Not so bad considering what they could have lost. So it's not ideal, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's not the best, but like you said, those supports, if you are losing your life like this, speaking about support losing his life, Sweden Strong's going to go down. Norman gets the credit for the kill, so MOUZ, did they get any more from this one? There's going to be the Astral Step coming in now. They do get the Remnant out onto Norman. Norman looking to try and run himself away. Another Astral Step comes out for Chiro Jr., and he does have the barrier now, so does he get himself out of this one? There's going to be the dive. Oh, he keeps banging. Looked inside the arena, excuse me, but the Marcy will get away. Bengen might just be the sacrificial lamb here between the two supports. It looks like he might go down. He does. Chiro Jr. gets the credit for the kill, but now Onit rotates in. They wasted enough time to get the Clinks in, and the Clinks, he takes down Cloud like it was just a piece of paper.
Oh my, and Respect is in a tough spot. They found him. They're going to get him.
Everything's falling apart.
I mean, I don't think he is. Does he have the shard even? Without the shard, I think you don't get invis, do you?
No, you don't. You're right,
yeah.
I was just thinking 15 minutes. He might have been going straight towards that shard, but you might not even have the gold to pick it up.
Now we'd have the shard icon underneath him, I think, if they had it.
Yeah, true.
Oh. That, man, they almost get Narman, but they don't. Then they keep chasing. Then Bengen loses his life, but he's fine because he baited them for so long. Stun comes out, but he should be okay.
Chiro Jr., yep. He's got one Astral Step to get himself out there, so he will be fine.
You've got to get something out of Cloud. You've got to get a big blink into an arena with like 3 people trapped in and Makushi damaging them. I don't think. Otherwise, it has to be the pick-off style gameplay for you to come back, which is good.
Who do you think? I mean, I know MOUZ have the lead here up against 1W, but Who do you think has the late game coming out in this game? Do you think the Lina is going to be enough firepower to kind of force MOUZ back into the base if they can get a few items out on it? Because Lina, I mean, okay, 7.5k net worth, going to be about 600 behind the Clinks, but is finding the farm uninterrupted now. The Gladmere will be coming out on the courier.
Now, Lina definitely can dish out the damage. Even up against, like, somewhat durable heroes in the Pango and the DK, she's still going to be enough. So, ultra late game, one win has a chance for sure. Like, it's fine. Just the others, but the thing is, it's like Void Spirit and Mars tend to not scale that well damage-wise, right? Like, they tend to go for more utility, Axe Scepter on, like, Void Spirit, things like that. So, my worry is that the team overall is going to have damage issues, not the Lina.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll see how it continues to go here. Swing Strong, Dragon Tail comes out, 3 heroes around. He is gone. And he stood right next to...
Yes.
He walked in, stood right next to the Penguin in the trees. How did he not just leave? Just back up. Leave that tier 2 tower.
I was also very surprised. I'm like, I guess he wants to die, right? That's
yeah,
the
comes
only
out.
way. Oh.
LSA comes through now as well. We'll be able to break the tree, and now the Laguna Blade. It will be able to get the kill. Munkushi, though, stunned up from the Dragon Tail here. Can he get himself away? It looks like it's going to be enough damage, but the arena does come through. They get the kill on Munkushi. It looks like Marcy will be the next one to fall. Supreme
They need to
get
get
himself
out,
away
though.
from this one. Going to be bounced out of the arena wall, and now the Rolling Thunder comes out here. Chiro Jr. trying to move himself away from this one. He's trying to hide himself in the cliff, so he does get the bounce out from the Pangolier, but still, Chiro Jr. No, the spear. They take down the DK, and now they might be able to go on Ulnet now. So the split earth, it does connect onto the Ulnet. Ulnet is straight up dead, and with the Rolling Thunder already been used, Pangolier, he looks like he might be the next one to go down. The Aegis comes back in. They get the spear out onto the Clinks, and the Clinks going to be controlled through this one. He's going to try and get himself away with the walk coming out here, that jump with the consumer creep, but the damage is going to be way too much. The Pangolier, he still lives through all of this one, but surely now he will go down.
Was the fight, dude? I was in the fight recap. Sweden Strong did insane amounts of damage in that fight. The moment he shows up, you're like, wait, he's like, this guy is melting them one by one. And this is the Leshrac support with that facet. It started off kind of okay. Oh, yeah, of course, the wars was pretty good. Observer's like, don't forget the wars, boys. And where, look at that, nearly 3,000, and he joined the fight pretty late. Remember, he had to TP in after dying the top, and he shows up, and you're like, holy crap.
And yeah, the actual damage, the fact that they were able to do that damage while the Rolling Thunder was going through, the target prioritized, the waiting for the Aegis to come back up. That was a perfect spear here. Only it wasn't allowed to leave. Yeah, the target priority coming out from the side of 1W was just absolutely perfect. And all of a sudden, 15 to 14, 2k net worth leads now for MOUZ. So that has been cut down quite a lot. And they even got the Aegis out of that. So the safety blanket for MOUZ, it is gone.
And we can see Munkushi, he does do good damage, but he was focused down, so he's like, alright, I'm gonna solve that with a BKB. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. It's the Sweden Strong, though. 2 games in a row, I felt he's been kind of the most impactful support in the game.
Do you fully build into right click after the BKB, do you think, for Lina? You go back for the Chrysalis. He might actually be caught out, Munkushi. There is going to be the smoke coming through. MOUZ. Do they get the chase down? He is away. He doesn't have that BKB. He needs to find a place to hide out. Here, Munkushi will be able to get a TP out.
Woo! That guy. Now it finds the closest place between trees and gets out.
I think they did smoke underneath the dire ward there. Yeah, you can see the scribbles on the map saying there's going to be some vision here. That was just perfect, absolutely perfect timing from Munkushi to be like, okay, they've smoked, I need to leave.
You see that? 3 people by dusts on MOUZ's side. They're like, yeah. Well, it wasn't really the... That was quick.
Free Tormentor, though, as it spawns.
What's the new shards for not new shard, but I think they changed it so that you reduce the rebound cooldown and something else, I think. That's like, it's got more than that. And then you're going to go for double shards. Woo-wee.
Rebound decreases the cooldown of rebound. It can be cast on enemies and causes Marcy to also get the speed boost when she casts it.
Pretty good shards, honestly. So who's gonna get it? Narman gets this. Sorry, Bengen gets this one. What is it? More? It's more. I think it's like 2.5 damage per second of Liquid Frost. Not bad.
The shard is, it gives Jakiro Liquid Frost attacks. It also deals 2.5% of the enemy unit's max health as damage per second. You are right. And don't forget, everybody, if you are enjoying the event, you can subscribe on both the Twitch channel and the YouTube page to see whenever FISSURE Universe goes live. There's going to be more and more coming up for the rest of the year, so don't forget to follow along to see whenever the games are happening.
MOUZ is going. Do you see that? He's going for the Crimson. Pretty solid against like the high number of hits coming out from you know, the Marcy, the Clinks, even the Pangoing Swashbucklers. Who are they going for?
They're going to try and make a dive here onto the Dragon Knight. They have the Overgrowth if they need to now, so the BKB comes out for the
There you
Dragon
go.
Knight. Now the Overgrowth will be used, but they
That's
didn't want to
damage.
own it. The rest of the team is going to be here as well. Supreme taking a lot of damage. Split Earth comes out. Norman dodges it off. Sweden Strong's going to get low. Supreme does get the credit for the kill, but Olnit doing a lot of this, and now the Rolling Thunder. Chiro Jr. getting himself away. Dissimulate will be used. Respect not going to be as lucky here. Chiro Jr. in the trees looking to get himself into the Arsenal trap and get himself out of this, because this is a big pick if they can find it. 3 heroes for free. Yeah, MOUZ going to be absolutely loving life. Where's that next? Dissimulate will be away in the trees though, so not going to be able to pick up the vision here, MOUZ, and Chiro Jr. won't be picked off.
It's a bit of a weird situation for 1W to take a fight like that. They only had their supports and Chiro Jr. They're supposed to lose their life. It's overall not too punishing, you know. When you look at it, like, could have been a lot worse for us.
Yeah.
Ooh,
And once
like
we,
that.
okay, they're going to be able to go. Supreme, he gets that Dragon form out. It's going to be the Dragon Tail with the spear. Both heroes stun up and say, you know what? Okay, we'll just back it. Gentleman's agreement just to back themselves out.
Well, from one shield bro to another, right? They're like, yeah. Do you think, how heavy do you think Morris's shield is? Like that looks like a very big. Well, looks like they're gonna go for a fight. We'll talk about that later.
The Simulate comes out, they're trying to dodge off that ice path, so do they want to try and get the chase down? As it looks like Force backs himself up to the high ground. Supreme, again, that Dragon form, about halfway through. He did have the Arcane Rune, so, you know, cooldown's going to be a little bit shorter. But, yeah, that Dragon form's still going to be probably, down for about 20 seconds once he turns back into the actual Knight of the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, what do you think? What do you think of that shield from the Mars? Do you think you'd fight like that, shield and spear? Like, what do you think of that combat style?
Gun?
Good. Alright.
No,
Yeah.
Gun. G-U-N.
Oh, you're one of those people, aren't you? Would you like a sword or a spear? No, I'd like a rocket.
Well, no, if you're talking like, I don't know, man. I didn't take history in high school, so I don't know how effective it is.
Is it? I mean, where you're from, I would have thought that history and warfare was kind of like your thing, you know?
I don't know what you're implying, and I won't hear it.
Sure, alright, we'll go with that. Click, so he's got BKB Deso and Hurricane Pike. Alright, so he's got a bit of range for him. I love this facet from Chiro Jr. Should be okay.
TP away,
there you
yeah.
go.
Supreme doesn't get the reveal out for the Dragon Tail. And we'll see. Actually, the Pango's going to be spotted here from the tree, and they just say, yep, this hero's moving your way. Olnit is in, so there's going to be somebody, you know, among us is Sweden Strong. Oh, this damage coming through. The spear, though, the lockdown.
Oh,
Can
is
they
it?
kill, turn this around onto Olnit? And again, no arena from the MOUZ. If he went for that, maybe they could get the kill without, you know, zoning out the Dragonite here. But Olnit gets the BKB off, and now Cloud needs to run himself away. Cloud, you don't have a finite supply of those arenas, mate. You can build them wherever and whenever you want, as long as it's off cooldown. They get the kill onto the Jakiro, and
There
now
it
the
comes.
arena comes through, but Cloud is going to use it to get himself away, and the damage, is it going to be off? No, it's not.
Narvin tries to jump into him, and there's like the arena wall's like, no, you stay there. Yeah, it's very conservative. He didn't even take it level 6 or 7, I think. By level 8 he had it. Very interesting sort of playstyle by Cloud. Roche is up. Second Roche will come with a banner.
How do you like that
Wallet.
change to Roshan?
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I feel like half the time I can't even keep up. I just click on Roche and I'm like, what's he got now? Then I judge. Oh, good spear.
Oh, the spear! It stops the Rolling Thunder now as well. Do they have the damage with the LSA coming out onto the Pangolier? Pangolier's going to still be able to get himself into that roll-up. Now Norman on the back line, so taking a lot of damage from this one, trying to get himself
Oy.
away. They do get the kill onto Force and Norman. BKB comes out Supreme though.
No
How's that
cancel.
BKB going TP out, and no way to cancel that one. I'd say no bashes. The Gladman not going to be effective though. He will be able to get himself out of the damage coming through from 1W team.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm telling you, every couple of patches, Roshan gets something new. And you're like, oh, okay. It's like, well, now when you die, you get this item. But now if you're on this side, you get this items. And now it's like this, and you're like, all right. Let me just click on him and see what he's got, and I'm interested.
Yeah, but how do you like the Roshanna spawning every single Roshan after the first Roshan? Are you...
Has the banner?
Do you think that's a good change?
Yeah. Ice Frog, I think he's trying to get the game to go faster, and the banner does do a lot. Like, it's a better banner, and now you get more often. But it's the high ground that needs to be nerfed, not Roshan that needs to be buffed.
Yeah, I mean, he made some changes as well, to the fortification, so you only get it on the melee racks once that goes down, which, did speed it up a little bit, because teams, they take down tier 3s, they take down the range racks, and then they move on to other tier 3s, and they can go back to the melee racks a little bit later on.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how he does that by nerfing high ground, right? Like, what do you do exactly? Do you put them all further behind, closer? I don't know. All right, we have an engagement here. Narman.
I know there's going to be a fight breaking out here. Yeah, Narman's going to be the first one to take the damage here. Is he going to be the first one to go down? He will be. Sweden Strong gets the kill. And now the Jakiro, he's going to be targeted out. So both supports dead on the side of MOUZ. Can they go for a little bit more? It looks like they might try and make a move. But can they go for this Roshan after it? It looks like they can. There's no contest from the side of MOUZ.
You see the smiles on the W side? One Monkushi is looking at his... I'm not sure who it was, but he was just smiling at him. And Monkushi did exactly what he needs to. He stays behind, does all the damage. Like,
yeah.
All he's got is a Gleipnir.
He has a BKB and a Dragonlance too. Oh, BKB comes out from Olnet. Olnet's going to have to go for the TP. This is really big though, forcing this down from the the BKB. Not only forcing the charge out, but putting it onto the next tier down. And if they want with this Aegis, they can look towards the tier 2 and the top lane. Maybe looking to poke out high ground here too.
Nemesis Curse on Klink, so that'll go a long way to sort of solving their, I won't say damage issues, but just so you can burst someone down instantly and be like, all right, he's dead, let's go on. Oh, okay, all right. Chira Jr. Ooh.
See him here, Dragon Tail comes through, damage to the Ice Path on the lockdown onto Sweden Strong as well. Do they have the damage to get the kill? Narman, again, he's got that Unleash going, but it looks like it might be Narman to go down first here, yeah. And now the spear onto the DK. Does he have that BKB to come? He does it once he gets unstunned, but there is going to be that remnant pullback as well. Did he get the kill onto the MOUZ? Or MOUZ is going to get really darn low. Looks like they might just be leaving MOUZ alone. MOUZ will fall. LSA won't connect. They're going to try and go into Force 4, so drag himself out with that roll up. It looks like they have the damage to get out onto Jakiro at least. Jakiro, chased down. No, Rolling Thunder is going to be teased, but not actually thrown out from Force just yet.
They have a ward right there on MOUZ if they want to take the fight here. Looks like they do. They spot them out. They're going.
Yeah, there's some big spells being used. The MOUZ is dead here. The Master's going to be coming up in the next 10 seconds as well on the Radiant side of the map. But they get the Gleipnir lockdown onto Olnet. Olnet's going to be able to get himself away from this one. He is not. He falls. And it looks like they might be able to go for even more. Respect might be taken down by the side of MOUZ, but they're going to lose Force for that now as well. They might even lose Bengen. Was that chase? Was the Gleipnir? The Gleipnir's going to be coming up in a few seconds, but it's going to be the actual step forward into the Dissimulate. Chira Jr. gets the kill. 3 heroes dead. Narman did just respawn. But so 4 for 2 coming out here for the side of MOUZ. Excuse me, for the side of 1W as MOUZ lose 4. And they might even lose a tier 3 from this as well.
Did you read the recent Reddit post about a forced fight and a free fight?
I did not. Enlighten me, Otoma.
Oh, basically a free fight is when you have a massive advantage, right? Like the enemy, one guy's walking under your ward and you have 5 people nearby. It's a free fight for you. A forced fight is like, I'm going to Roshan and you're coming to Roshan also, and we're forcing a fight by taking objectives. And MOUZ, they thought they had a free fight because they could see them under the ward, which we mentioned. But by the time the roll comes out, they're so far away that no one could actually get on top and do the damage once we saw a force land there. And that's what cost them.
Yeah, and looking at the hero damage being done all game, it is fairly even between the two teams. It's just, it feels like, 1W, they're hitting these times a little bit more. They're hitting these, the fights. They are bringing it to MOUZ now. So with the 16k net worth lead, Olnet, do they have it in real? He's going to see the Dragon Slave just immediately turns around and goes, nope. But they do see him. Chira Jr. has the gem. They have the lockdown. The Laguna Blade from Mankushi will secure the kill.
I love the gem on Chira Jr., the most mobile person on the map. They give it to him and they're like, all right, you do what you can. Supreme, he's got the BKB Blink and he's got the Hurricane Pike. These are all nice items, but none of them translates to big damage. However, if you write 1x give, exclamation mark, in the chat, that could translate to a free Arcana. I like Arcanas. They're pretty good.
I like Arcanas. I loved it when Valve gave one away for free in the very last Battle Pass, and I like it when 1x, give away Arcanas too. So yes, 1x giveaway in the chat. Let's make a dive here onto Chira Jr. Chira Jr. Ice Path comes through. Do they have the damage to get the kill with the Dispose? They do. Keeping him down, locked lock down just enough here. As Force, just going to waste Force's time, it looks like, Respect. He's just, just forcing Force to maybe go for that TP out. Or, he might even try and go for the Overgrowth. Stop that TP from coming in.
He's got Greaves, though. He wants it to. He doesn't want to Overgrowth until the Greaves is used. And something like that.
Earth, Spear, and, well, you might not want to use those Greaves until the Overgrowth came out, but everything else came out to get the kill. And the tips will fly. I like how Swingstrong tips Force, and then everybody else tips Chira Jr.
Do you think that that's like a sort of like a tip for Force, but not directly? You know, it's like, yeah, we Force knows what's going on. Because Chira Jr. died a long time ago. Maybe?
Maybe.
Alright. I have not seen the strong Marcy in this game. You know, the powerful anime Marcy. She's kind of been like a very supportive one here. Either Vlad's, Crimson, then Solar Crest.
Lina is 100 gold away. Now this creep wave is going to pick it up. She's going to have the full Daedalus coming in on the courier. This is going to be a really big pickup, and then the Satanic to come out next. We're even going to be able to take away the enemy Tormentor. So MOUZ going to be losing away this one, and the shard goes away with Swingstrong.
It's a good one. There's a very good one. Whether you're pushing or defending, it's very nice shard to have. And of course, and look at his net worth on Sweet Star. Another game where he's basically a core. And this is one I love supports like this, where you can just farm and do a lot of damage, and you just get your own gold. It's so much fun to play these kind of guys.
And you see that. I mean, I think it's going to be passed over to the Clinks. Okay, so Clinks has Respect's gem. It was on Narman, so we might see 1W have to buy up another gem here to be able to get the ganks out onto Olnet. But Olnet, I think you're at the point of the game where you need to be hand-holding. You need to be using the buddy system with either one of your supports or, just somebody on your team to make sure you don't get caught out and killed off like that. Exactly
right. It's a scary situation, but MOUZ has weathered this before in game 1. Now they just have to. It's hard to say exactly split pushing is risky because Respect finds them and gets pickoffs.
Yeah, and you're losing the map to the side of 1W because 1W they have two of the tier 2 towers still standing in the mid and the bottom lane as well. No Aegis, but Roshan back up in at least 2 minutes. So we'll see if that's going to be the next big fight here between the two teams.
Another thing is also split pushing is tough because if you do split push, a lot of times the tree is just going to heal those towers back up to full. And that's always oh, great.
Yeah.
Well, big smoke. Let's see what they can find. They're coming from behind. And as Jericho would say, they came from behind. There you go.
Yeah, they're going to be able to make the move here onto the Lina, but the Lina's going to be bounced outside of the arena here. The Dragon Knight's trying to keep him on top of him, but he does have that force staff to get the kill onto Norman. Can he go anymore with this arena still going here? Trying to get the right clicks out. Look at Clinks, his health just disappear. Rolling Thunder comes through. Munkusi's going to try and keep himself alive through this one. The Dragon Tail, it will connect onto the Lina, but they've already lost 3 heroes on the side of MOUZ. They're going to have to buy back to get in this fight. And Norman, that might be the dieback coming through from the Marcy. He's getting so darn low, and the Pav is only going to do so much for the protection, so he has to bounce himself out of this fight now. And 1W, they've got 4 heroes still left alive. MOUZ, they bought back on 2. Can they get anything from this one? I think it's going to be both supports, the Jakiro and the Marcy. Buy him back just to make sure that they don't lose any more cores, because he already lost all that. They might lose force here now, so the spear comes out. They get the kill. Does he want to buy back here? They have the buyback onto the Pangolin, but he doesn't have that Rolling Thunder anymore. There's going to be the dive into the back lines coming out from Chira Jr. Chira Jr. on top of that. Jakiro going to be healed up from the Greaves. He's going to be speared away now as well. Ice Path, it connects onto 2. Do they have the damage to go into this one? While this is going on, you've got Swingstrong just playing it on the back lines. Look, try and get engaged where he can. Push down this creep wave now as well, but still, you're forced out 3 buybacks from the side of MOUZ and nothing from the side of 1W. You might even be able to get some pressure. Well, maybe not with the Lina, because the Lina is the tower hitter in this team, but still, they force out 3 buybacks on the side of MOUZ.
Oh man, they put all in on Munkusi, and it's like good arena. He gets forced after the low ground. He has the BKB active, so it takes them so much time to kill Munkusi. And again, by the way, I know that it's like Chira Jr. did most of the damage, but Sweden Strong continues to just throw out these edicts, throws out Pulse Nova. I love that they're pairing it up with the Treant. He's putting living armor on him with the Greaves, and you don't want to kill the Leshrac. He's just a support. But you can't ignore him because he's doing damage. 5,000 a fight.
Yeah, Chira Jr. does get the gem back now as well. Has that AD rune in his bottle, so he's going to be able to do a lot this next fight whenever it breaks out. And Roshan, it's going to be a bit of a longer one here before the big man respawns back in his cave,
Yeah.
but what can MOUZ do? Are they just going to protect this area? In fact, it will be that nighttime Roshan. So you look at it here, Chira Jr. says, okay, you're not in your base, I'm going to pop the AD rune, we're going to use these creep waves, and we're going to push it in. Double catapult wave and illusions here for Chira Jr.
Smoke up here from 1W. Looks like MOUZ, they're saying... Are they no, they're going back. Okay. I was wondering if they're going to commit to staying in Roche, because when you don't know what's coming up, it's a very tough decision. You're like, do I want to go back? I could go back and respawn instantly, or I could stay here. It takes forever, and that's always tough.
Yeah, it is.
Honestly,
it is pretty rough.
I don't know if I want that. Sometimes I think maybe it's better if we have a set timer for Roche, so the teams can play and make better decisions around it. Because it's almost unfair sometimes how it's fast or slow.
Sure, but it's like that's another part of the game, right? Where if there was a set timer, like they used to be, I do, you know, before the second Roshan timer came out, there was just a set timer for Roshan, and it's kind of like, yeah, it was
predictable.
Yeah, kind of. Where this is, you know, it's like, oh, okay, if you contest Roshan and he's not respawning, but you lose that fight, it just makes the game go a little bit quicker, you know, because that was kind of the complaint that everybody's saying, okay, games lasting 60, 70 minutes, the slowed down to a crawl, and they play there's 2 minutes till Roshan respawns, nobody's going to take a fight. They're going to play super, super defensively, whereas this,
Fair point.
You know, makes teams engaged now around the Roshan pit.
No, that is a very good point. Like you mentioned, it's like sometimes, hey, we're not gonna fight because we know Roche is gonna be up soon, and the other team's like, we'll just stay in our base and defend. There you go. And I did not know that Leshrax's innate gives him AoE per intelligence. That's not bad actually.
Yeah.
Although it's not much AoE. 0.4 per intelligence. That's 4 AoE every 10. That's 40 every 100. It's kind of tiny actually.
Gotta think that Leshrac is really, really smart. You know, he gets 3.5 per level.
What if you die a lot to Silencer and you actually have smaller AoE than when you started? You're like, oh, that's not good.
Yeah, can you imagine that? The Split Earth is literally the size of like a penny, like an in-universe penny. As the fight might break out here. They're going to go really strong, seem to want to show here, but does he go down? Dispose. He's going to be bounced around to the arena. It's going to be trapped in 3, and Olnit's on the outside of the arena now, so he's not going to be able to put his damage into this one. They get both supports once again, and don't forget they bought back in that last fight, so it's going to be a dieback here for the 2 supports, or excuse me, they're not going to be able to buy back. They take down 3 on the side of 1W. Can they go? They're just going to go straight to this Roche pit, and this might be where we see, I mean, the lane's already pushing in the favor of 1W here as well. They might just look for the Megas.
And another fight where Sweden Strong, highest damage in the fight. They jump on him. They put that arena on 3 people. And look at that. Olnit can't do anything.
Yeah.
And if you are 1W, you can be like, yo, guys, we got 50 seconds. We can just book it.
How far away is the Lena from the... I think he's about 1,000 gold away from the Satanic there as well. I mean, obviously has the Aegis for the next 4 minutes 45 seconds, but that's a fairly big pickup. And yet Lesh gets the Nihilism now as well.
Nihilism? I also pronounce it as nihilism.
Nihilism, you know, whatever.
Potato, right.
Yeah. Nihilists don't care. They don't care about anything. So you can say it however you want.
Can you imagine one of those like, I'm a nihilist? That's not how it's like, dude, isn't your philosophy kind of not that?
Nothing matters and everyone's gonna die anyway. Yeah, that's kind of... So, they don't care how it's said.
So that's like the attitude of most mid laners, right? Go end, don't care. You're like, there you go.
Yeah.
Hello, nihilist man. Jump in.
Okay, they made the jump happen, but it is going to be onto the Lina with this Aegis now as well. Do they have the damage to get the kill onto this one? The good blade flies through. Can they get the kill onto the Dragonite? Narman still hasn't respawned here. Supreme, he pops his BKB. The brightness coming through though from the Lina. Do they have enough to get the kill? No, Supreme just barely survives through this one. Olnit will fall though. No buyback here for the Clinks. Bengen's trying to get himself out of this one as well. The Rolling Thunder on the back lines, but Mankushi, GG is going to be called. MOUZ, they have absolutely nothing left in the tank.
And this puts 1W within 2 wins of making it to the playoffs. As MOUZ, they go to the lower bracket. Very tough series for them. As I felt like game 1 was a lot closer, you know, where they were like, they had good moves, they had good ways to come back. In game 2, they fell behind and they felt a bit lost once those rotations came. Like Supreme, he got the first, tier 1 mid. We were like, oh, that's pretty good. But after that, don't see the DK doing much. Don't see the Marcy's able to do anything. Sweden Strong, this duo of Lesh and Treant, it gives you so much damage, BKB piercing abilities, tower push, tower defend. Not so much tower push, but tower defend. It's very tough. It's a very tough duo.
Yeah, you don't get the tower push because obviously you take that facet, like you say, that does the damage in, was it 6 seconds, but it doesn't do damage to towers. So yeah, like you say, they are going to be able to move themselves through into the upper bracket run here. 1W having a really good time. MOUZ, they aren't out just yet. They will drop down into the lower bracket, and that's going to mean that they're going to have another game, today that is going to put them at risk of going down. Don't forget, everybody, if you want to get involved, if you think MOUZ can take it in the next series, or you can get involved, you can head over to the 1xBet website. View that pin message that is there in the chat, and you can have your say over on 1xBet. But yeah, it is going to put 1W in a really comfortable position here, and we've seen them in other events. I think they were one of the surprises, the upsets that they qualified to TI. Nobody was expecting that. They were thinking maybe Yellow Submarine, Na'Vi was going to go through, Namiga, a big team that you look towards, and they just didn't get it because 1W were just way better than everyone else.
I mean, Sweden Strong had the highest damage in that game, by the way, 36,000. Chiro Jr. 31, Mankushi 27. So it's like there is, and to be fair, when you're Leshrak, the damage racks up pretty easily, right? You press the R and you're just getting thousands of damage in the team fight. But this was very impressive by him. I also loved how Cloud was able to come back. He went for the early point in Crimson, and you look at the other side, it's like all our physical damage really pales when we're up against the Crimson Guard.
Yeah, and this felt like it was a game of two halves here because early on, MOUZ were in control. We saw the Dragon Knight taking the lane away from the Void Spirit here. MOUZ got nothing in the lane. He was being killed off, 5 deaths for him over the entire game, but a lot of those came in the first 15 minutes of the game, and it just felt like say, MOUZ, they were ahead, and then all of a sudden, 1W, the Lina got ignored because he did put some early pressure onto the Lina, but the Lina got ignored. They rotated around, they put the pressure on the heroes, and Lina got free farm out, and then all of a sudden comes in with the right-click damage on the Lina and just goes, okay, time for me to win this game.
And he had really good, and he had so many good arenas where he's locking 3 people in. Sweden Strong inside, Mankushi outside, and there's like physical, magical, pure damage. There's no way to itemize against that you're not gonna, you're gonna solve it. So it's a very good draft. 1W in game 2 looked so much better than game 1. But I mean, that's the first series. We have more coming through, and I'll be honest, starting the day, I was more excited for the second series than the first.
Are you an Aurora fan, a Team Waska fan?
Can I be a hater of both? Is that also like no? The truth
that's
is
also acceptable.
That's fair. No, the truth is I'm actually excited because we have different regions coming in. It's not just going to be like European teams. We have South American C, and coming in, I was like, I want to see what these 2 regions can do on the big stage here.
Yeah, and we'll find out how that one's going to go. But first, we are going to be taking a break. So it will be 1W moving through into the upper bracket. I think it's going to be about a half an hour break here because the next, I think we're on a fixed schedule. The next game is scheduled to start at, on the hour. So yeah, about a 30-minute break, I'm being told here. So thank you very much for tuning in, everybody. Hang around 30 minutes, get yourself some food, go for it, get yourself a drink, and then come back in about 30 minutes for the second series. We'll see you right after this.
everyone should know about the esports in your pocket.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the FISSURE Universe Episode 3. We are both raring to go here for the second series of the day. It is going to be Aurora coming up against Team Waska. Team Waska, they used to be Team Boom, but they get Boom. But the Boom has gone away. There is no more Boom. It's just Team Waska now. So Team Waska, it's still the same roster here. Parker, Dark Mago, Sacred, Matthew, and Yudomi. I'm going to be playing this one out. And you were talking about here, the different regions crossing over. Do you have... preference, are you leaning one way or the other here between these two regions, between Aura and Waska?
I don't know, man. On one side, it's like, see, my boys, my home. And then, but the SA scene is special because that's how you kind of, climb up the ladder through the DPC while doing them. So it's like, I like, like is a strong word. I know Parker. I've seen him play with TA. He's very impressive. Dark Mago has been a really good mid. You have Matthew, who's always playing funky fours. That's cool. And on the other side, you have 23 Savage, who's kind of like the face of C. You have Lorinov coming in. Q, Ollie, and Jabs are all really good players. It's like my heart, I can't. What about you, Mr. Rob? Do you have a favorite coming into this one?
Between the two teams, no. I mean, I'm kind of solely on the European teams, like the European region. That's kind of like, obviously that's where I'm going to be taking a look, and we are going to be taking a look at the rosters here too. So yeah, maybe with Lorinov playing for Aurora, maybe there's the slight thing there, but between the like when it's not a region, when it's not the European teams playing up, I just like to see how the Dota goes. I don't really have a fancy between the two of them. I don't really follow the two scenes too much because obviously Southeast Asia can start fairly early on in the morning, South America can start fairly late at night, so it's a little bit hard to follow along. You know what's not hard to follow along though? It's the Twitch and the YouTube channels here for FISSURE, so don't forget to hit those follow buttons so you can see whenever we go live here with any esports on the FISSURE channels. And yeah, so I'm just looking at these two teams and I don't even know who I'd say is stronger than the other as well, because both teams play a different style, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this one goes because I genuinely could not call it between these two.
One thing that's important to mention is that Aurora, this is going to be their first match of this number patch, not just the letter patch. This is their first game of 7.37 overall. And Team Waska, they played 6 official games just a few hours ago. I believe one of us here may have even casted some of their games. So I don't know if I'd call it fatigue. I thought it was you. I thought it was you. Were you doing some of that? But wasn't you? Okay, wasn't me either. But Team Waska, they're coming in like they've been playing a lot. I don't know if it's like maybe burnout could be a factor. And oh, look at that! Those are interesting jerseys they've got. But it is Parker, Dark Magoo, Sacred, Matthew, and Yudomi. And because all of our rosters are arranged from the carry to the position 5, we always have the offlaner in the middle. And I feel like, I don't know, man, that's a little bit too much love we're giving to offlaners.
It's about time offlaners got some, got to stand in the front. They all, the offlaners are the drummers of the pro team, and everybody always forgets about the drummer. The drummer though, he keeps the rhythm, he keeps that beat going, because otherwise you just wouldn't keep those timing rights. And it's so important to analyze, to be able to point out the offlaners for all the good work they do.
Oh yeah, he bought back 30 seconds faster than the other guy. Woo! Is he gonna go for Pipe or Crimson after? Oh, do we know?
I'm a support. Is it a Glimmer Cape? Is it a Force Staff? Who knows? Oh, the support's dead again. I guess the fight is over.
Hey, sometimes we buy drums. By the way, guys, if we don't have favorites, but maybe you guys have favorites. Maybe you guys come in there, maybe you support C or SA. If you want to show that love, you can write !A for Aurora or !W for Waska, or Waska, sorry, I'm not quite sure how it's pronounced. Whichever team you feel like is going to win the series, not just game 1 or game 2, but the entire series. I'll go and write my vote, I'll hide it so no one can see it.
Okay, and yeah, in about 5 minutes, people are gonna be going, why is Otama doing that? It's purely for the vote, So when they catch
Of
up in about
course.
5 minutes, it's all gonna make sense. Yeah, when they do see it. So yeah, looking at these two teams, I couldn't call it. I think the odds are fairly even between the two as well. Not a massive difference between the two from one expert. So yeah, it is going to be, you see, Aurora are going to be coming in as the slight favourites, but not a massive gap between the two teams.
I can never really tell what are big odds and what aren't. Like, at what point does it become bigger? Because 2.7 feels like it's kind of like, oh, that's, not a long shot, but not that high. It's like, what is that, 1 out of 3, something like that? I would be a bit hard to tell. But yeah, Aurora comes in, according to the stats of the app, as the favorites. We'll go with that. And oh, look at that. And the odds actually just changed. They just improved even more for Aurora. And this is going to be, of course, the whole match.
Yeah, and we'll see just how this match is going to play out. Like I say, Aurora coming through as the favourites here on the 1xBet odds. So we'll see how it does actually play out. And maybe that's going to be a case of, again, the regions not being... Because, I mean, I don't know when the last time Waska made it to a bigger event that Aurora, playing it up against Southeast Asian team, excuse me. So, is there going to be that lack of knowledge coming up here for Waska? They might not be able to jump on that. Aurora might, because Aurora have been playing the regional events, might just have that little bit of a higher knowledge threshold coming in up against Team Waska.
Yeah, I feel Aurora does come with a little bit more experience in that department. However, I've always felt that the two areas, C and as well as SA, come in with a very talented group that doesn't play the aura meta too much. Of the two, I honestly feel like South America has been more impressive when I watched them. Obviously, I was going to be like, well, in this tournament they didn't do so well. But individual mechanical talent, I think the competition is getting more and more impressive in South America rather than Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia, everyone wants to collect 10K salary and call it a day. It's like, yes, 10K, come on, man. Do I really need to win?
Yeah, that is a good, good point here. Are the Southeast Asian, are they kind of resting on the laurels a bit? Are they kind of do they need that swift kick to get themselves into the fighting position before things like TI is going to be happening in a less than a month's time before we get to that. So they do need to improve their game and get in shape.
I think that TI is like 3 weeks. But yeah, let's see. Aurora, what have they had this year? They've had some, not like top 8. Oh yeah, the coin toss. Aurora wants first pick. Waska has the dire side. Interesting. Oftentimes Radiance is picked up, but maybe they just like playing from the northern side. But yeah, in terms of international presence, they've won a lot of open qualifiers and close qualifiers for Aurora. But in the international events, they are top 8 is best. That's the best thing they've got. Couple of top 8s and a bunch of top 12s. Is that? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how much I would sort of put that in. Whereas we look at the other side, Dark Mago, as well as that's Dark Mago. What's he done so far? Oh, actually did pretty decently recently against Liquid in a certain tournament. Yeah, overall some of the results coming out from the other side look a little bit better for me.
Okay, well, we'll see if that's going to translate here. Yeah, like I say, for Aurora, they need to get themselves going here, because again, there's a definite, like I say, maybe a lack of ambition coming up from them. They need to show it, need to climb some tables, get themselves in good position. And yeah, here in the FISSURE Universe show would be a great place to do it. Get yourself up there, up against some really quality teams in the main event too, and just get the ball rolling again for Aurora. So we'll see how they're going to do here as. Coin-wise, the flip has happened, so we're just waiting on the draft to get started here. Should be up in the next few minutes or so. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how, like you say, because it's not every day we get to see the cross-region team plays. So let's see how the two styles are going to play off against each other.
I wonder which server they're playing in. Where there's like on different corners of the world, and you have to pick one in the middle.
Yeah, everybody's over in Europe now. For boot camps and such.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. True. All right, but let's go through some of the heroes that the two teams are playing. We'll start with Aurora. As they mentioned, they have not played an official tournament game. Maybe they. Oh well, we don't have much time. They do ban out the Tiny. This is Dark Mago's most well-known hero, very famous. They also get rid of Jakiro, which ironically Waska plays as a position 4 more than position 5 by a lot as well.
Yeah.
I think it's Waska.
Oh, Nature's Prophet. Okay, that's gonna be the first pick coming out from Aurora. I've seen it over the past few days.
Spicy.
Can be played
Oh.
mid, off, and the 2 support roles. I've even seen, I think I saw 1 carry, but for the most part, it is playing in that kind of like 5 role. But the mid lane that I did see it in wasn't too bad because you go for the, is it the Ironwood Treant, I think it's called, just the one big Treant. And yeah, you start to push lanes with that, you take towers. It does do a fair decent amount of building damage though.
And I also see a lot of teams, if they play it as a support, they go Solar Crest, and you buff up the Treant itself. And then you're like, charge, and he goes into like, boom, boom, boom. Pretty strong. Not bad. For the other side, it is going to be the Primal Beast. I expect a very down and dirty kind of game from these guys. And that they're just going to be, bashing heads against each other. And that's going to be the idea. It's not going to be super like, let's avoid fights. Let's time Roshan to the milliseconds. Like, no, it's going to be like, I'm in the mud and you're in the mud, and let's wrestle.
Okay, so we're gonna get some fairly fast Davai Dota coming out. Davai just run it, you run it, but you'll bang our heads against each other.
Blood.
And see who cracks first. Yeah, as Aurora looking for the next set of bans. What else are you looking to take out here up against Waska, do you think?
I'm surprised the TA isn't banned. That's like Parker's his hero. You know what I mean? Like he played like in a whatever you want to say about the player, his skills are without doubt, and his TA is insane. If not, I've seen him play a lot of Medusa and Gyro recently, and I think those are heroes you might want to get rid of. Which one more than the other, though? Probably the Gyro is more scary overall. Medusa, there are like sort of counters to it with the Anti-Mage and the Nyx, if you can get your hands on them. There you go.
Yeah. And they do ban out Jericho, so we'll see, like you say, if the TA gets through here too. With the Ember Spirit, with the Sand King being banned out as well, that could be a line in here for the side of Waska if they want to pick that hero up and get it in. And 2 of the nice heroes to play up against the Refraction Charges do get dealt with here already from Waska. So we'll see what the next ban's going to be. They're going to be banning out the Lina. Surprised it got this far through the draft, but obviously both teams have better priorities, higher priorities in terms of what they want to be banning out. So yeah, the Lina will be taken away here eventually.
I'm guessing they feel like, I mean, it's odd because 23 Savage has been spamming Lina in his pub games. My guess is they feel like it's not going to be enough to go through. Oh, Nyx Assassin gets banned out. All right, and Enchantress gets picked up. I'm wondering if right now if Team Waska is waiting for Aurora to pick a carry. Because you can't really pick Medusa on this stage, right? You have 2 picks left, then there will be a response from Aurora. So maybe they're hoping that the carry is going to get picked up. And by the way, guys, you can write 1x give or GIVE for potential to win a free Arcana. What's your favorite Arcana, Rob? Which one do you like?
What is my favorite Arcana? Let's take a look through my collection. Let me,
here we go. Rich man coming in, boys.
Into the library of. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. Maybe. See, I got the Terrorblade one when the gems were still a thing. So I have a nice purple Terrorblade. It looks really sweet. It's on theme as well.
Good stuff.
So yeah, maybe that one, or maybe LC is my favorite hero. So maybe the Legion Commander. With the 2 swords, that's probably between the 2 of them. I'm not sure who I'd pick.
I never like the Legion Commander 2 swords more than the spear. I feel like the 2 swords is way cooler. When she runs, she also runs at you like this with her swords coming. She's like, I'm gonna butcher you. I'm like, damn. Plus strong, tall, scary woman. I'm like, I'm all for that too.
Plus.
She has a little bit of.
I have the immortal wings. That you can't get anymore. So it's like it just adds to it. Yeah, it's that's probably my favorite as we do get ourselves back to the draft. The Clockwork and the Shadow Demon. So both heroes are going to be a counter to that Primal Beast. The Disruption, the Cogs, Hookshot, Battery Shot coming through. All ways to deal with the Onslaught, the Pulverize coming out, even stopping the Trample in its tracks. Both heroes here are going to be committed to deal with that Primal Beast.
And it also means the Medusa is just less viable, right? Because the Disruption is so good against her anyway. This also means that we're probably going to be seeing some sort of core Nature's Prophet. Not sure where, but no matter what, like this is going to be a very active team from Aurora with hook shot from a
Yeah.
mile away and the Nature's Prophet on top. The damage though is not bursty. We'll see. We'll have to see what Nature's Prophet can build.
Which
Like-
with the recent buff to the Clockwork as well, are you still on the expanded armature for the Clockwork? Still on that? Or do you like the hookup facet coming out for the Clockwork now?
I like the hookup facet. I've always felt like expand armature. It changes the way the heroes played quite a bit. Maybe the hookup will be easier, but we'll see what they want to go with here. Mars comes out. Okay,
Mid primal.
not bad. Mid.
It's got to be right, unless you want to run this as a 4 now.
No. Dark Magoo plays Mars. It's the second most played hero after the tiny mid. It's most likely to be a. I mean, you're right. It could be very flexible, but I'm strongly believe that it's going to be a mid Mars.
Okay. Well,
You know me, when I have strong feelings, they're usually wrong.
they're usually wrong. Yeah, I was just about to say that, but I didn't want to be the one. It sounded a little bit mean in my head. Yeah, I'm just thinking, because if you've got this primal with the 2 counters coming out, do you shift this away from a core role? Are you going to put that as maybe like a 5 on? Well, the Lash comes out actually, so maybe not. Maybe it is still going to be. I mean, again, the Lash can be flex. You don't know where this primal with the Lash is going to land here, because the Lash is still a really good mid lane hero.
I can't help but feel like Matthew's more likely to play this 4 Lash, and it's going to be Primal 3, and he's just going to have this very mobile damage dealing group, right? Like Primal and Diabolic Edict. You can't really run away from it. We'll see what Aurora wants to go with. All right, now that they have last pick, they can take Medusa if they choose to. It's not actually bad, because Lash gives a lot of damage, but like that's something that you don't mind when you have mana absorption. You know what I mean? It's like, damage is damage. I don't care. Absorb it. Pure. I mean, I don't mind if it's pure. I don't care. It's all the same to me.
Yeah, and it's gonna be.
There we go.
It's gonna be the
Morphling.
Okay,
Alright.
okie dokie. You don't have a Spirit Vessel builder on the team of Waska, so early on. Does this, I mean, ban-wise, were you looking to take away the Anti-Mage or maybe the Slark here? Scotty builders, so like a Terrorblade maybe? Because the Terrorblade's in my mind after talking about them.
You know, I know, right? It's like he talks about the Arcana, suddenly it's like he has to be picked. Now, take away the mid. I wouldn't have thought Naga Siren at all would be one of the bans for Aurora. But let's look at it. Aurora. Their last pick is either going to be a mid or an off, because we don't know where the Nature's Prophet's going. And for the other side, it's a little bit easier. They definitely need a carry for Parker. Reminder, TA is in the pool, but I'm guessing, maybe they don't want it? That's very odd to me.
Up against a Morphlin, is it enough?
Man, what is enough against the Morphling, right?
I'd probably still say the Anti-Mage here for the side of Waska.
Really? Anti-Mage on Parker? I feel like Parker's always been a really good farming carry that comes. That's my impression of South American carries. That generally they farm among the best in the world, honestly.
Yeah.
Then they join fights a bit with a couple of items, not really. Oh, I'm fighting now. Not exactly the Yotoro style. So, I feel like Parker would take something like the Sven or the Medusa or the TA or a Luna, something like that.
Yeah. Okay. There is one more. I'm just thinking that the game is probably gonna go. This isn't going to be a 15-20 minute game. This is going to be a longer, 35-minute, 40 game. And the Morphlin, you get to that 35-minute, 40-minute mark as a Morphlin. The hero is an absolute monster. And the Anti-Mage is only one of maybe 2 or 3 heroes that can kind of deal with the hero once it gets to that, the peak power point 40 minutes in.
I can't help but feel like maybe Sven is the answer, but I don't know if he is. He's not great against the Shadow Demon. I don't like Luna too much because I think she gets not good against Shadow Demon and not good against the Morphling either.
Yeah.
Lena's banned. Gyro's banned. Medusa's kind of like... Man, Team Waska's last pick is a tough one. It's a very tough one, this carry pick. Oh, there's always Ursa, right? Ursa's always good.
Yeah, there is always the Ursa. I mean, the issue with the Ursa I'm looking at, there's a Sprout, there's a hook shot into the cogs coming through, there's disruption here as well. Even the Morphin adaptive strike. So the hero itself is going to be not even with the BKB coming through. The Sprout on the area, the hook shot coming through the BKB as well. The Purge from the Shadow Demon. There's so much that keeps this Ursa just. It's going to be a sad little burr. Going to be caught in place and just have nowhere to really go.
I love the way you say it. I just love the way you say it. All right. Hey, look at that.
They
We
do
just
still
talked
ban it
about.
out. Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad. What are they gonna go with? They go with the Timber Saw for Aurora. So as we mentioned, we're not seeing like the Aura build. Nature's Prophet? Yeah, it was gonna be mid.
Yeah.
All right, other side, you still need to carry. I don't want Slark or Monkey King. CK is odd, by the way, because the disruption. Oh, they go for T. All right, of course.
Okay.
Parker. It's Parker.
Yes,
Come on.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? By the way, yeah, I was gonna say the CK, but you know that the facet your innate that you produce extra illusions does work with Shadow Demon's disruption. So you do give him extra illusions. It's kind of fun to see that.
Okay. Yeah. It's a 50% chance, right, to be able to spawn up another illusion. So yeah. So either it happens or it doesn't. But yeah, you really don't want that happening. So they're not going to go with the CK at all, as Parker will be going towards that TA that we've talked about. And yeah, like you say, he's probably his favorite, his most played, his most known hero here as well. Look at these two lineups. Do you have a preference between the two? Do you think that South America here, Waska, have they done enough to counter onto the picks of Southeast Asia or Southeast Asia with Aurora? Is it a good enough lineup to take this win?
Man, the last pick of the TA really gives me like more hope for the Waska draft, because I was like, there's so many different options. The TA comes out like that's perfectly good, but Aurora, it's a very run at you draft. It's something that they won't give time for Waska to come online. So I think I'm gonna go with my SCA boys on this one. I'm kind of rooting for them here.
Okay, well, that is your opinion, and we'll see if it is going to be coming true. As, like you said, sometimes you are known to be wrong. I think, like you said, that it is going to be a very run-at-you style fight kind of game here. And I think, we take a look at the voting results as well. 70% in favor of Waska, 30% for Aurora. And to be honest, looking at this draft, if it is going to be that very aggressive game, I think the South Americans play that a little bit better than the Southeast Asians. I know there used to be this kind of, this idea that Southeast Asia was a very aggressive run at you, but it feels like that was how Southeast Asia used to play, but it's kind of outdated now. If anyone calls that, you can look at them and go, I don't think so. When was the last time you watched Southeast Asia? And but it does feel like they're a little bit more methodical on the play. A little bit more. They want this farming priority. So South America, with this draft here on Team Waska, they might be able to go for that little bit more aggressive and take the play up against Aurora.
I was doing like the team analysis for TI 1011. So this is a bit of outdated information. So take it how we will. And there was this big spreadsheet that shows everything for the teams. Team GPM, team XP by the end. And of course, average time to play a game. And and guess what? The 3 teams that were the slowest to end games were all Southeast Asian teams. So the idea that C is a faster, it is like you said, it's very outdated. It's been outdated for a while. Years ago, they were the slowest region. I don't think they've gone much faster. That's not a dig against it. It's just the way that the things have aligned, where they are cautious not to throw the game.
Yeah, I think during the DPC, there was someone that did like the average game time, and Southeast Asia was the only region to constantly go over 60 minutes game time here. Ooh, we get the facets. Let's take a look. Anything? It is the expandometer, so not the hookup.
I don't like Shadow Servant much on in SD, but whatever. On the other side, it is going to, of course, be Misanthropy. What does Misanthropy actually mean? Do you know? All right.
I did right up until you asked me.
Yeah.
Let's Google it. Let's do a quick Google.
Meantime, I love overprotective wisps on Enchantress. I think this is the facet winning ability. Although the other one did get buffed, so I think your illusions attack, not your illusions, your creeps attack faster, which is kind of cool. By the way, guys, those are the odds on the screen. If you, they are actually a little bit more even as the game progresses. Slight, still in favor of Aurora, but getting a bit more and more even. So yeah, what does misanthropy mean? If I'm even pronouncing it right.
Misanthropy is a general hatred, distrust, or dislike towards the human species and human behavior. So I got it wrong. I thought it was like a kind of disinterest and not a hate, but it says no. It's like it's a very strong general hate towards humans.
I feel like the, words that start with have a miss sound at the end usually means you don't like it, like misogynist and misanthropist, and I think there's another miss as well somewhere, but I'm not sure. Oh, that's cool.
Dragon's even gonna rob. Yeah, I did. So we're both watching the same feed. As yeah. So don't forget, everybody, you can use the One Expert app or the One Expert website. The odds were on the screen there. Like I say, get yourself involved. And the smoke's going to be coming through from Waska. Are they actually going to be rotating, looking for a first blood? Do you think they have the stronger level 1, or do you think that's just a little bit of a pie in the sky thing for Waska, getting a little bit ahead of themselves with this smoke out?
I definitely feel like I'd back up Aurora if we're gonna go for man-on-man fight. You have that big treant that you can summon. If you don't kill Shadow Demon, those Shadow Poison stacks or something. Clockwork's pretty good. Timbersaw's pretty good. The other side's like Mars is solid, but Leshrax's damage gets very spread out. It's not that great. No, I favor Aurora if it's a skirmish.
Okay, well, we can see that Dark Mago is going to be chased away here by the massive tree, and that's going to be something he's going to have to deal with in the lane as well, and it's not easy as that melee hero, because you are constantly going to be taking the harass from that. In terms of the laning stage as well, do you think there's a particular lane we should be looking out for in terms of what kills coming through, or very aggressive lanes, or is it just a case of just keeping an eye on everything?
I think we're gonna have to keep an eye on everything, but bottom lane will be interesting. Also, I'm excited to see every lane. Like, how is this mid Mars versus Nature's Prophet, the classic mid matchup, of course, with a treant on his ass gonna handle it? Like, what is this? Where did this came up? Top lane's 2 melee versus 2 range, but the 2 melee are well-known lane winners, and so it's like, well, which one's it gonna go? It's gonna be a tough one.
Yeah, but I mean, I suppose you look at the range heroes as well. They are fairly good in the lane themselves here.
Yes.
You probably don't see the early impetus come out for the Enchantress anymore, but it means that he is able to sustain out. And I've seen this over the past few days. You get the heals out, you get the passive heals from your Facet, you get the active heals, you get a Holy Locket. I've genuinely seen a Enchantress 1v4 a team and not die, just able to walk away because the heals are just that big on the hero.
1v4, you say? So, well, hey man, I only like it when it's 1 versus 5. I'm sorry, anything less than 1 versus 5 doesn't impress me. Yeah. So you're telling me the position 5 could withstand harass from 4 people and live? 8-5,
Well, maybe we're gonna see that this game. Maybe prepare to be impressed.
I'm very prepared. Mid lane is going pretty damn in favor of Lornoff so far. 7-3 to the 4-3, and this treant just on him, and he cannot get rid of it. It is like a clingy ex-girlfriend. Not that I have any.
It's like another clingy person I know here. Is Matthew going to be chased down? Is this going to be the first blood coming through? Shadow Poison's going to be off the mark here. So Matthew, is that enough to live? The Creepso will still see him, and you can see that he's still going to be chased down by the Shadow Demon. He popped the salve. Oh, he's going to be dead. I think that's enough. No, it's not. It's going to be a refresh here on the Shadow Poisons.
Yeah.
So Matthew,
he only cancelled the salve. That's all it did. And,
I thought it was going to be a third stack and not a refresh on the 1 stack. Oh, he still gives the credit over to the Shadow Demon though.
But he didn't get any XP. He was too far from it, I think. So, the thing is, Leshrax had no way. I feel like he could have actually juked a bit longer. He has 30 MS over the Shadow Demon, so I guess he felt like he wasted too much time or something.
I suppose it's a case of he's wasted too much, and he wants to get back into the lane. as much,
Yep.
as quickly as possible with his full health, full mana now. Looking at the last hits in the mid lane, the MOUZ is going to be 3 behind here. Yeah, you see the Nature's Prophet start to pick up those last hits as well as the denies, so MOUZ having a little bit of a harder time securing those creeps. Meanwhile, the top lane,
Yep.
the TA is at the very top of the table here, so having a really good time up against this Timbersaw. The Timbersaw, not the lane winner we were expecting up against the two ranged heroes who can just harass him from the distance.
And by the way, the mid going so well is actually a pretty impressive testament to Lornoff. Reminder, you're up against God's Rebuke and Spear, and a melee hero. So, like, in many cases, you'd be like, the advantage would go to the melee in last hitting, but just the treant, this Iron Treant.
Yeah, you can see the MOUZ there. It's going, I don't want to say poorly, but it's not going his way. He's gone for an early point in the bulwark for protection because it's just the pressure being applied from this Nature's Prophet as well as the Ironwood Treant.
But overall, both teams, maybe I was hyping it up too much. Both teams kind of like, yeah, we'll farm, not looking too much. I expect Aurora will get more active though once Lornoff has a couple more levels and he shows up around the map and things like that.
Yeah, I like this from the two supports on Aurora here as well. They both rotate in, take a water rune each because Nature's Prophet doesn't need it. He's going to have a TP, he's going to have the teleportation as well as in terms of a skill. So if he really needs to heal back up, he can go back to base. On the waveform, it came out from 23 Savage, but Sacred doesn't want to dive underneath the tier 1 tower.
Smart decision. He knows it's not worth it for him. As the carries at the top, and we have the Primal Beast also doing fairly well. Waska, their comeback will have to be through these two, not comeback, sorry, but their aggression is going to come from Dark Margot as well as Sacred, right? You have these very high damage heroes, cores. They're relatively low cooldown with their spells, especially the Primal Beast. That's the one, and they're tanky. So I think they kind of will do well. Man, I look at them thinking, why did I back Aurora now? I think I should have backed Waska.
Well, it's too late to change your mind. You've locked it in, and we'll see if you are going to be right or wrong on that. As we see Sacred, I like this, the Primal Beast, you can just get the pull onto the creeps, pull it into the neutral camps, and yeah, the trample is going to be giving you extra gold. And I like that it's a strength hero that gets a lot of its damage from his spells. It's not the right-click strength heroes that you used to see, and there's not a lot of those. The only other one I'd really call out is probably going to be the Snapfire.
Yeah. I kind of like these heroes that do damage as they move, like which is the Edict and the Trample. It's like all I have to do is just move. It's so much fun. I don't even have to sit and hit. Yeah, strength heroes that do damage from spells. I mean, little Shredder's kind of like right-click, isn't it? It doesn't really count.
Yeah, but you have your Scatter Blast and your Multi-Kisses and your Cookie, so okay, yeah. I suppose Tiny with the old crash landing there.
That was good. Someone's telling us that Team Waska means drunk. We're like, okay. As Parker, he might be in a lot of trouble here. Nice!
Yeah. Is he going to be able to get himself away from this one? Back underneath his tier 1 tower. There is going to be the Nature's Prophet throwing that ultimate out here, but it looks like they back themselves away. And Matthew, they do both survive.
Did you see that? Using the Centaur to stop the Clockwork from charging in. Very nicely done by Yamado over there. Like, that was very impressive. No, I don't think it would have made too much of a difference, but doing the right things always looks good.
Yeah, it's just the little things that, like you say, that maybe if he doesn't do that, that they do lose Parker here. Has Parker still got his name backwards and upside down in that? Is that something he's still doing? Oh, it's just boxes now. He's changed his name again. He's changed it? Oh, man. He registered it as Parker for this tournament. Come on, man. No, he is under Parker, but he's just actual game name. It's a little bit of damage. Pulverize comes through onto it, but the Strength Morph was out here. So the trample damage onto 23 Savage. He's going to be able to back himself away. Underneath the tier 1 tower, though, the Morphling. Does he want to try and turn onto this one? I guess Sacred, he's already used the trample, so there's no real risk for 23 Savage here. No rotations for the Twin Gate or anything, so yeah, he's going to be able to live. Good attempt, though, at least. I've seen that succeed sometimes. So Sacred, he did the right thing. It's like, if just because it didn't work, you're like, oh, that's bad. And it's like, no, it's good. Good try. As Yadomi. Oh, there you go. Nice cut. He's going to be able to. The expanded armature does come through now as well. So they're going to be able to trap Yadomi in. And Larnoff gets it with the Nature's Wrath bounce. What is Larnoff going to be building? Is it... I've seen some Dagons. I've seen some Orchids. I've seen some people go for the first item Ags, and Matthew, he's making gigantic... I believe this will be
7 stacks total here. That is a they're so big, they take for look at that, they barely make it out in time just because they're all like in a party.
So do you split this out? Do you give there is gonna be stacks on the other side, but just in the ancients here, which the Shadow Demon, I mean the Shadow Demon's just as good, if not maybe better, than creating these stacks.
I mean, yeah, Matthew's got like the movement speed advantage, but you're right. You can just like Shadow Poison one, hit the other one, move out. As so far, it is, I think, Jabs who's the big victim of the way this is going. Level 5 on the Timbersaw. There we go. Now you gotta do something.
Sacred's already here for the trample now as well. You just have to get the creeps back in one position. The arena even going to be spent for this. Disruption though, the rocket flare. They actually got a lot from this one. They forced out an arena. They got, the Shadow Poison, so Sacred had to come in to farm those. I even think the rocket flare picked up a few creeps there as well.
I saw. Yeah. I saw it as well. I was like, that's something. And meanwhile, on the other side, Yadomi, he's trying to do something like that, but it's not nearly as successful.
It isn't going to be here. He does get taken care of. And this stack should be farmed up by the Timbersaw. I think he's got the levels to do it here.
I was about to say that the Aurora's ability to take stacks, not as impressive as Waska, but, it gets the job done for sure. Oh, man.
Was it this game where it was the mid lane? Let me just take a look. I think it was, yeah. So it was the middle. So the last Nature's Prophet I saw that went mid goes Power Treads into the Gleipnir, straight Ags, then BKB.
I think that's good. He's already got Power Treads. He's already going for Maelstrom. So that looks like to be on par for the course right now. By the way, Matthew's playing this Leshrac very different than Sweden Strong. No points in Lightning, 2 points in Stun.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That's Sweden Strong also went Greaves into Blink, which is something I haven't seen before from the Leshrac. So this is what I like, right? Everyone's playing.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Go on.
Yeah, it was like everyone's playing it very differently, whatever they think is best. And if you think you know best, you can click on the link down below, guys, and you get a 100% bonus on your first deposit here.
Yeah, that is available to everybody through the 1xBet app or website. And the change to the Wrath of Nature now, it bounces across. There's no limit on the bounces, right? If it just adds damage up.
What? Really? Huh.
Yeah, so it goes to a maximum of damage. So damage bounces on the map. Yeah, so it doesn't have the limit on the bounces anymore. Does not. Yeah. Now hits all visible targets. Does not increase damage past the 16th bounce.
So that's how it works out. Okay. Yep, it doesn't mention that there's any okay. Wow, so you can really do a lot with this ability now.
Oh yes, with the Aghanim Scepter as well, it's a 3-second root at max root.
I am surprised by how much these two teams are just. Everyone thinks they're winning the farm war. So far, it is. Waska's cores are better, but Aurora's supports are getting a decent amount of gold themselves.
Yeah. So, how much do you like this new Wrath of Nature? Are you, because obviously it does infinite bounces as long as they're visible. Are you thinking this is a little bit strong? Is it still, is it still balanced on the Nature's Prophet? Okay.
I don't know. I like stuff that are a bit infinite, like Chain Frost. Remember that they had infinite bounces at one point. That was kind of cool. Oh man, they're being active
now as well.
Now.
Sacred. It's a lot of damage coming through onto them, but do they have enough to take them down? They do. 23 Savage could be able to get the kill. Sacred, no, he is gone. Can they get Yadomi too? He's trying to prompt himself away from this, but there's nothing to catch up. He's got those passive heals coming through as well. Yeah, he's going to be able to get back to the tier 1. Had his support waiting there as well on that Lesh, just to be able to throw out a Split Earth just in case, as Parker just continues to farm. He's already got the Dragon Lance up. Not going to do the Blink Dagger. It looks like he's going to be the Desolator first here for the TA.
What? They want to take a fight bottom lane. They're bringing everyone here, but so is Aurora. Good arena.
Good arena, but the cogs are out here. They're going to be separating half of that arena out from the MOUZ as well. Do they have the damage to get the kill? Maybe onto Lauranoff backlines now as well. They're trying to go onto Yadomi. Lauranoff will fall. Parker gets the kill. His name is upside down. Yadomi's going to fall in return, though, and it's going to be enough to get the kill onto just the Shadow Demon. Is there going to be more in this? Because there is a pulverize if they can get on top of 23 Savage. But 23 Savage, you might just be able to get the strength morph out
Nice
spear
stun.
onto the clockwork, and now the waveform in. So you can steal that Mars form now as well. So there is going to be the second spear to come through. Was that pulverize? He might change targets hook shot, but it's still going to be Cube going down. The pulverize onto Matthew actually goes down to the Timbersaw on the back lines, but 23 Savage, yeah, that strength attribute shift not going to save his life.
Not when all 3 cores are bashing him down. And in the end, well, that's not the full fight recap. It is Waska coming out ahead. Despite, like, the arena comes out, catches 3, but it was like, oh, someone's got disrupted. Didn't look like it was going to be so good, but Waska, they clean out very nicely at the end.
Yeah, and again, it was good work from the clockwork inside that arena to drop the cogs. He with the expanded armature, he denied half of the AoE of that arena, but still, his 2 teammates weren't trapped inside those cogs with him, or saved inside those cogs with him. As a TA, we're looking at this one, 13 and a half minutes in, has the Dragonlance and the Desolator up already.
Yeah. It's Parker Dota, man. You give this guy his best hero. Sometimes I keep thinking, I'm like, could you really not have spared 1 ban for his TA? Where you're like, no, okay. Oh, well.
You know,
and he's going
the amount of times I've watched, like, Parker, you know, for his farming pattern or Tomato's farming pattern, and like I memorize it, I go, oh, this is awesome, I'm going to take it into my pubs, and then I realize my position 4s and 5 don't stack the ancients, so they don't stack camps, and I don't get to get like a 3,000 gold boost off 8 8th stacked camps. So it's just kind of like, yeah, my hopes and dreams have been a really farmed carry fade away.
No, it's always fun, right? Where you pick Sven, Gyro, and TA, and you're like, oh, I'm having a bad lane, guys. But I'm sure I'm getting good stacks. They're really looking like, nope.
Yeah. Yeah. My teammates don't do that in this level of Dota. As I'm going to think the Pulverize off should be able to get the kill disruption. Only going to keep the Shadow Demon alive for so long. And it's going to be enough, to take down the Shadow Demon with, I guess he wasted a little bit of time there. So, you know, and they got the information of where these 2 heroes are. So not awful.
Barker's going to have his blink very soon, so suddenly he'll be able to actually catch up to people. He was thinking of the shard. Definitely wants to get the shard at some point in this game. In fact, though, if he going the blink before the shard means that he's not going to have it before 23 Savage has the Manta. So, that science does get countered quite a bit.
Yeah, but I suppose you have it for... I mean, the Nature's Prophet's not really going to be building up... He might go for BKB, actually. You know, you're going to be able to get the silence out into the Timbersaw, because the Timber doesn't really build Manta. The BKB is a bit of an afterthought, though. You might go Greaves. So, okay, the cores may have ways... I'm talking my way out of this one, you know, I can feel myself doing it. The cores may have ways to deal with that after a little bit.
It's still good, though. You still want to get this. It's like, it's such a good shard. Morphlink... he's going to go for Manta. Lorinov is very close to the Gleipnir, as if you're Aurora, your timing, I'm not saying it's slipping, but I thought you'd be way more aggressive with the Clockwork Nature's Prophet combo. This feels quite passive for what you have.
Oh, do you see? 23 Savage is going to wait for himself in here with the spear into the arena. Do get it off now as well. He might just have that strength morph going, but the damage coming through, is it enough to take him down? He steals the Marz's form, but there's going to be the interrupts on the TP now as well into that pulverize. He is being cleaned up the waveform away though. He's only about halfway through that strength morph. Can he carry on going into him? He's still going to be in that Mars form. So the spear on spear, it does come through as Jab's going to be able to get a kill on Yodomi off screen here, but it's going to take a while. 23 Savage will still fall.
You're very happy though. If you are Weska, trading your position 5 for the enemy carry like that. 23 Savage, yes, he did. Oh, okay, the fight's not over.
No, not yet. They might be able to go into Sacred here. Sacred, he was being just gunked up a little bit by the battery soul. He's going to take a lot of damage as well. Jabs gets the kill. Do you want to go into more? Matthew's going to be spotted out. Yeah, the Chakram coming through, breaking those streaks. Matthew trying to run himself away. He's serpentining, trying to get away from this Timbersaw, but the Jabs is on the chase here. Q will fall to Dark Mago. TP away. Matthew, do they have the damage? They don't. He is just barely out.
He serpentined himself out of that.
Yes. It's like, you know, you're watching Games of Thrones, you know, you had the Stark running away in the straight line, well, it's just a single arrow coming down, and that's what, you know, everyone was screaming, Serpentine, Serpentine, and you just ran in a straight line, you know, so at least Matthew's learned from that.
Did you call it Games of Thrones?
Game of Thrones?
There you go. Don't worry, my mom calls it the Games of the Thrones, and I'm like, all right, mom, it's fine. Well, however, you know, I give up. You're good.
Well, yeah, your mum's trying her best. It's, I assume, second language in English?
True.
So,
Yeah, it is.
you know,
Hey,
he
don't
speaks.
make no mistake. She teaches PhD students in English. Don't worry about her. You know,
Oh, right,
she's
okay.
got that.
Yeah, that's a little bit different than just your mum. Yeah, okay. If she's an
She's a
actual, okay, yeah,
professor. You know.
okay. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. That guy, he doesn't have a PhD because he's dead.
He's straight up gone Q. Yeah, he just gets cleaned up. And this is what I was talking about here, Waska. They're prepared to run Aurora a little bit earlier on. They're applying this early pressure, especially with the Morphin that wants to farm up into the Manta style. You're going to like maybe a Skadi here after the Vlads. But the Vlads, by the way, do you like that onto the... Because it can be disassembled, right? You can go into the Satanic later on. Good sustain, good survivability early for the Morphin.
I don't play carries much. Definitely don't play Morphling. Sometimes I feel like it's slightly gimmicky and delays your other items, but clearly the best players in the world are doing it, so they know more than me. I defer to their judgment. In my eyes, I'm meh to it though. I don't think it's that great. What I do think is different though is that Jabs, he doesn't have any aura items, and Sacred's got mech as well as pipe, and this creates such a big difference in power between these offlaners. You know, fight starts, you're able to sustain your team. Waska, they can play like this because of item differences, more so than anything.
Yeah,
hey, look,
the Timbersaw did go for the Shivas and not the full Greaves here, so he does have the mana boots, and I don't know, because I don't think the Clockwork would have gone for the Greaves here either. It might have been the... Yeah, the drums are up there as well, so he might go back for well, it's going to be the Solar Crest first, and then maybe back into the Boots of Burren. As Jabsy does see Parker. Parker going to slow down, the hookshot comes in. This is going to be a great bait mate here for Parker. The Arena will be here as well, the right click's coming through. Parker, though, he's going to get really down low. He gets killed off first, so he does get caught out, and the Arena not going to be doing enough. The rest of the team from Waska, they weren't here, so he's just relying on his two cores here. Matthew, he just might say, yo, look, later, nerds, you have to deal with this yourself here. Well, Sacred just on the edge of that Twisted Chakram, but it's not enough to get the damage on the kill. That hitbox is very deceiving on the Primal Beast, and it doesn't connect onto his tail.
I was about to say, I was like, twice it almost hit him. Once on both turns, but that is a lot of gold to get from Parker. Parker's still number one net worth, but that was just a nice jump in on Parker. They hesitate for a second on Aurora, and they're like, all right, let's just go for it. And Waska was not ready. They relied on their hesitation.
Okay, Morphin's going to go in towards a BKB, it looks like. So not going to be the... So usually what I see is the Vlads into the Manta, then into a Butterfly, or a Kanda for the Morphin. But it's going to be the BKB, it looks like. And yeah, okay, that's going to be his choice. And don't forget, everybody, if you want to follow along, you can hit the follow button on Twitch, the subscribe button on YouTube to follow along to the Fisher channel to see whenever we go live with any more Pro Dota. So it's not just going to be this event. I'm sure there's going to be more coming up for the rest of the year. So don't forget to follow along on those channels.
Two great shards picked up. Leshrac with that free split earth, but at the same time, Shadow Demon's cleanse, I mean, as good if not better. You know, so both teams were happy with what they got. Oh, and both teams get the kill as well.
Yeah, Matthew's going to go down here to 23 Savage with Sacred. It looks like he got a fairly good kill. So you take that trade all day long. The support for the mid laner.
And thanks to that, Greaves is finished up on Primal Beast. What is Lornoff building? I'll be honest, I haven't, like, he's got net worth. I don't know what he's actually got equipped, what he's actually been doing this game.
Yeah, we haven't checked in with the Nature's Prophet in quite a while, so we'll see item-wise what it's going to be for him. Waska, they look like they might be grouping up to maybe take a Roshan fight here. Parker, they're hanging around the bottom part of the map. Roshan going to be down here for about 4 minutes. If he can get a quick pick, well, the respawn for the Nature's Prophet will be here. Yeah, there's going to be a jump in. Does he get the arena off? He's going to be able to trap out onto that Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon. Oh, Jab's just outside of the arena here as well. Yeah, the spear will come through. One more right click. They take down Ollie. And it is going to be Lornoff here. It looks like with the Gaimin to get that root out. MOUZ, he wants to carry on going. Not a lot of life left, but he's got that BKB here. The heals from Yudomi. But Diamond not going to be sticking through. Did he get the kill out onto the Clockwork? Clockwork's going to get low. He's not going to be killed off just yet. Pulverized through the BKB of the Morphlin. 23 Savage is going to go down. Parker gets the kill onto Q. And now Lornoff, they don't have an interrupt for the BKB. The damage, it's not going to be enough. But they have all 5 heroes left. This is perfect for them to march into the Roshan pick. Gannon ages for Parker.
Oh man, the BKB from the Mars keeps him alive. Yeah. Domi tries to keeps him up with a heal. And 23, I think he walked in kind of like full agi mostly. And and that's an Agimorph. That's not like a strength morph. I think the strength morph is red. So, youch.
Oh, yes. And you can see now
That's
they are going to start letting Yudomi tank it here as well with the untouchable 3 heroes inside the pit. And we'll see what damage, how quickly they're going to be able to do this one, because Aurora are respawning. But it looks like they're not trying to contest this Roshan. Rocket Flow will come through, so they know it's happening, just won't be doing anything about it.
I mean, look at them. They got one guy near their Tormentor or 2 guys mid. No, they might... I was thinking like maybe someone will hook shot in, but no, they're not even going to do that. I'm not happy to see that for Aurora, but maybe this is the safe option.
That was cheeky. That could have been a snipe there. Really good synergy play as well. The Rocket Flow comes in, so you get the vision and you throw the Nature's Wrath down when you see the Roshan being one little tick away from being taken out. It was just a bounce too early to get the kill onto Roshan and steal the well, not obviously got the Aegis, but you steal the gold away from the Roshan take, and you deny the experience there as well for Waska.
Primal Beast now he's got the BKB. You know, one of my issues with do you remember Raven from I forgot which team he was. He was a C player, he was a C carry. Do you remember him?
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of C carries, they start off super awesome. They like, I play PL, I play Monkey King, I'm dancing in and out of fights, I'm super active. Then later on, for some reason, they sort of devolve into being more farming carries, which is like a waste of their mechanical skill, if you ask me.
Yeah, Raven, what would he be? Probably Fnatic would be his most known stint.
Raven, yeah, because he did a lot. Yeah, he was a part of Blacklist a little while ago.
Yeah,
he was.
Yeah,
he was with Fnatic. They had some interesting success here and there.
Yeah, it's just for me. I don't know why, but whenever you say Raven, my mind just goes to Fnatic instead of Blacklist, even though Blacklist is his most recent team for the last couple of years.
I mean, to be fair, when you say Dendi, people think of Navi, not Bait most of the time, right?
Yeah.
You say Arteezy, people think of like 7 teams. Like EG, Secret, that...
Streamer? Yeah.
Kick?
See,
Strike? Whatever?
I don't think of a team. Whenever you say Arteezy, I just think Cliffs.
Ah, there you go. That's it. How about Clips of Cliffs also?
Yeah, Clips of Cliffs from Cliff Teasy.
There you go. We nailed that dismount, didn't we?
Yes, Cliff Teasy and Cliffy B hanging out on cliffs as Aurora, they're taking some pressure onto the tier 3 tower. And again, the Aegis is here. 2.5 minutes left and 2 minutes 40 seconds here for Parker. This tier 3 tower won't go down just yet, but it's not for trying.
It's super difficult for Aurora to go in. Look at that, those stuns coming out from the ledge track. Yeah. You see this and you're like, that's not great. Lornoff, he's got the BKB now with the Dragon Lance. Again, I don't feel like they've played the teleporting Nature's Prophet much, although this could be good.
Yudomi, he's not going to live through that one. Didn't get the heals off there in time, it looks like, and now, well, they're going to be able to get the arena out, but he's still trapped inside those cogs. Will be able to walk himself up with the BKB. Right clicks, though, from 23 Savage. One more up the cliff. He just needs to get one more, and he does get it off. The MOUZ will fall. 23. Does he want to carry on going here? And again, Waska, did they overextend just a little bit and aren't able to retreat in time?
It's a good punish by Aurora, you know. They got they catch the #1 person you want to catch, the Enchantress, and then they go for more. Although Parker,
enough. Yeah, there's gonna be the traps coming through now. The right clicks, one more BKB comes up, and the physical damage. Parker just deletes Larinoff, and then we'll be able to get the Hurricane Pike away. And now the Primal's gonna be able to get involved now as well. Larinoff is down. 23 Savage took the form of the TA now as well. The cogs come through. Do they have the protection? Give me the blink away here from Parker. He wasn't affected by the battery, so they do still get the kill into Sacred, and now Parker's health is gonna disappear. He has that Aegis though. The right clicks from 23 Savage not going to be enough, so Parker will still live. But he got another bonus kill from that one, taking down Sacred on that Primal Beast.
Matthew, that blink and gets the damage as well. Very nicely done here by the 2 supports. And looks like they're going to be out on Aurora. Did you see? I think he crit with a meld strike, and because I remember the first time I lowered off, I was like, okay. Then he gets the second in, I was like, holy crap, that's like 1,000 damage at least.
Yeah, and it was yeah, I thought he was going to get out of there long enough, and then half of his health just disappeared in one right click. I was like, oh, yeah, this is a TA.
Same. And, well, that's a Timber. Will he fare any better?
That might have been a Timber. Now it's just a smoking crater of where the machine once was after it disappears into a fiery ball.
That's very graphic. Someone watched Terminator recently, didn't he?
Oh, I am booked in for tickets for Terminator at I think it's the 3rd of September. It's going to be... the 4th, 5th of September? It's early September.
There's a new Terminator movie?
No, it's the... So, the Cinema Near Us put all films, on to... classic films, not all films, classic films. So, where I'm going to be staying for the first couple of weeks of September, the cinema's going to be showing it, and, I'm going to go watch Terminator.
Cool. Well, I hope you enjoy it. I saw the second one maybe a decade ago. Like, the last time I watched it, I was like, wow, this movie's so great. It really holds up.
Yeah, all the Terminator films, by all of them, I mean the first two, no other Terminator films were made, just Terminator 1 and 2, they both do hold up. It's a shame they never really expanded on that franchise, but Arnie is fairly old now, and, they probably would just be a bit of a cash-in if they tried to go back to the Terminators now.
I agree, right? Like, thank God they didn't make some sort of TV series about one of the side characters or something. I was like,
actually,
oh my God.
that TV series... That was pretty damn good. I was sad it got cancelled.
Well, speaking of cancelling, Yadomi might be able to cancel a few heroes. He's got the shard as well as the boots of bearing. So pretty good healing, lots of damage. But it's Matthew who, as a support, is really scaling up. Yules, Blink. Yes. What else does he got? He's got Yules and Blink and something else.
Yeah, there's a clear divide there. You can see that Matthew's kind of like that line, that the supports are below, the cores are above, and he's just kind of, I mean, he is going to be closer, it looks like, to the Timbersaw than to the Enchantress. So, it is a big, like you say, this Lesh, we might be seeing this more and more and more, because this support Lesh feels incredibly strong in the game.
So far, I've seen it in all 3 games of the day. And, we call these supports like jumbo supports,
Yeah, and how long do you think this is going to be? Because, the hookshot comes in, do they get the kill here? Sacred will fall, they do. How long, because it feels like whenever a core jumps over to a support role, it gets nerfed fairly quickly as,
yes.
Do they get the damage out? Q's going to be disrupted now as well, trying to save his life. Do they get the arena out just onto the Shadow Demon now? But the Molfin's going to be able to come in with the BKB, and the Shadow Demon, he's being kept alive here. The MOUZ has to run himself out. Has the worm turned just a little bit? Aurora, it looks like they might be able to get the kill onto the MOUZ. Can they get the kill onto Yadomi now as well? Yadomi will fall. They might be able to go for a little bit more. And 23 Savage, they've got the power spike under the belt. Might just be able to overpower the TA now in the fights.
Great. That was a greater healing Lotus. They had it and they gave it to with the Shadow Demon. Honestly, that was a massive throw by Weska. And pro teams, blah blah blah. But there was no reason to take that fight 4 versus 5.
Yeah.
You lost your Primal Beast right in the beginning. Why were you forcing the fight? And I don't get it. And now
maybe thinking they could get a pick when they separated out with the arena. But yeah, like you say, I mean, 23 Savage now they come in. They get, is that the first? It is. It's the first racks of the game being taken down. And don't forget, everybody, you can use that promo code in chat to get more information. Exclamation mark 1x give, because there are going to be some Arcanas being given away over the event here. It looks like Shadow Demon, he might be giving his life away here. Sacrificial Lampark is going to be able to get the credit for the kill, but it does mean that he gets the security for the rest of his team to get out alive, even though he doesn't.
Sphere on 23 Savage. BKB finished up on jabs. They're going to be a little bit harder to bring down right now. I see some people in chat, they write 1x giveaway. It's not 1x giveaway. It's exclamation mark 1x give. There you go.
Yeah, it's the 1x give to get the giveaway.
There you go, baby. That's how you join in. As Clockwork, he wants to go for a Crimson Guard. In a game like this, I wouldn't say Crimson Guard's that... Oh, that's a good kill, though.
This is going to be really big if they can get it, though. Parker's going to be able to get that BKB, so he's going to be able to walk himself through those cogs. Force Staff comes out now as well. The Sacred has jumped in, so Parker's going to have to re-engage here. They get the kill onto Q to start this one off. BKB comes out for the Morphlin. It is going to be a lot of wasted time, though, thanks to the Pulverize here for Sacred. Can they carry on going to this one? Look at the damage for Yudomi. Going to be spun up into the air as well. Yule Scepter comes through onto the control to 23 Savage. Where's Parker gone? Parker actually might be chasing onto the Timbersaw, or he might be being chased away by the Timbersaw. Morphlin has that Primal Beast form, but there's going to be the Boulder Toss coming through. Do they have the control? The trample damage coming out now as well. They have the heals on the side of Waska, so they're going to be able to get the kill into 23 Savage and then go for a little bit more. Blinks up to the high grounds. Right, there's coming through though. Timber chin away from Jabs. Yet Jabs, can he leave here? Trap gets popped on the back lines. There's going to be the disruption coming through. Shadow Demon trying to keep himself alive on the high ground. Not going to be able to get here. No interrupts. So Jabs is going to be away, and it looks like the Enchantress might still want to get this kill with the help of Parker. Takes down Ollie.
AD ruin on Parker when that fight began. Dude, did not want to play against it. And this is the difference, right? They show up with the Primal Beast 5-on-5, and Aurora can't take the fight. Like, that is just the big difference that they had in this current one. Roshan's still down for 30 seconds. Oh.
I'm glad we get to see the happiness on all the Waska players' faces from that one. But yeah, look at Parker. He's absolutely ecstatic there. He just he can't contain himself.
Did you see that's one of my favorite tweets of all time was T Governor saying how to set up a webcam like a pro player. And it was like one of them was this. One of them was when you can see sort of like
on the monitor there. Yeah, he's got that setup going himself. Yeah, you can just barely see him. The monitor is the main part of the picture for Matthew.
One of them is that you're in the dark where you can see nothing. You know, I love that one. Like Sacred, this is too good. Come on, Sacred, get on the level, bro. Come on.
Yeah, and gonna be another Aegis take here.
Like, is it Parker? Is it his dad playing? I have no idea. I want to keep guessing.
Well, we might see, Dharma go as well. It's too in frame though. Your face is, you're giving away that you're actually there. You'll have to comes out to the clockwork now. So do they have the control to get the kill? It looks like they might be able to. They delete Q. Now going to be able to go. Jabs pops up PKB, trying to get himself away from this one, but the chase is on. TP out, nothing to interrupt. Yes, Sacred wasn't there to get the Pulverize off, and it will be the TP away from the Timbersaw. But once again, Waska feel like they are in control of this game. 6k net worth lead. Again, the Aegis for another 4.5 minutes. We'll see if they want to try and take and pressure lane of Rax here, because they have already lost one themselves. They need to try and even it up.
Maybe the worse your camera is, the better you are as a player. Look at Lornoff. That's
Lornoff has it. Yeah, Lornoff has that European experience. Yeah, he's taken to the SCI.
You know that. Yeah, there you go. The knee with the chin. That should be our Tinder page, honestly. You know what I mean?
As they step up now, tier 3 tower is going to be aggressed on. So let's see, back to protection does kick in. Yeah, the split earth, like you say. So yeah, we always talk about high ground defense, but the high ground offense coming through, the long attack range for Parker,
really good.
Like you say, the split earth coming through from Matthew here as well. Just be able to throw that onto the tier 3 tower. It looks like Waska should be able to take this tier 3. Parker the furthest one forward. Did you want to go for more here now as well? Try and go for that regen. Excuse me, to go for the range rack to stop the backdoor protection kicking in now as well. So yeah, looks like Parker hide himself behind the trees. He's saying, you can't see me.
Savage.
Okay, fortification comes through. Yeah, 23 Savage get the TP close. Won't be caught out here. The spear though on the arena. Does he get himself out of this one? The disruption. It's going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. Did he want to do anything inside this arena? They're going to be blowing up. Darkman go inside this arena. He tries to get the second one off, but there's going to be the BKB for 23 Savage. Another chase down into Sacred. Sacred trying to get himself away from this. But once again, 23 Savage, he takes that Primal Beast form. Will be able to get the blow up. There's going to be 2 calls and Matthew going down. So again, they take a tier 3. They take, I think that was a range Rex, but it cost them another 3 heroes every time they go high ground. It's so costly here for Waska.
Yeah, because this time they moved forward a little bit. They didn't have that split earth set up. Like they were super disciplined to take the tier 3, but not the same when it came to the barracks. I think they got the melee barracks as well, actually. So overall,
yeah, they did. Yeah.
If you're Waska, you still walk away fairly happy. You can push top. There's the exposed barracks there. You still have 2 minutes left of the Aegis. And yes, you died, but you died on literally the furthest place from your own objectives. It's not that bad.
Yeah, the respawn's not going to be too far away. Matthew will be up in the next 8 seconds, but It's
You
going to
have
be no
the-
buybacks in 20 seconds here for the two cores. They do have the glyph, like you said. There's going to be the hook shot coming in onto the Enchantress. Enchantress going to be able to get the force staff away now, and the damage coming through. Well, they're going to be able to go for that glyph. And that was the second glyph. They'd already used a tier 3 tower glyph. So that was going to be the
doesn't
glyph.
refresh.
Yeah,
Remember,
yeah.
tier 3s don't refresh. So
No,
they didn't actually.
That's
glyph.
what, so they did glyph from it because the melee racks went down in the bottom lane. So they got that refresh on the glyph. That was the refresh glyph.
Yeah, cool. Well, either way, now you have an Aghanim Scepter on Mr. Shadow Demon. Okay. You know, sometimes you feel like one ulti is just not enough. You need two. And this game, you put on the Primal Beast and like the TA. Very difficult for them to do anything these fights. This game is living up to what I thought. It's a lot of two teams taking advantage of each other.
Yeah, and like I say, we're getting into 40 minutes now. We're getting into that prime time for the Morphlin, and I don't know, is the TA going to be enough to counter that? Look at him. Scotty's out. Daedalus is out. He's got the Lincolns as 2. Still holding that Vlad's for now, but he is going to be going back for that Satanic next.
Oh. And we're seeing a bunch of Crimson Guards coming out here. With probability favoring the Waska a little bit. Man. I'm surprised Heaven's Halberd is not a thing. I think Primal Beast is going for it. You need it. You have 23 Savage on the Morphling. 1, it's a great way to break Lincolns for Pulverize. And 2, it's just like, he doesn't do damage. It's that useful.
Would you go Halberd, or would you go for a Hex? Because I've seen a couple of... I mean, in fact, Matthew is going to be... He's got that Hex queued up.
Yeah. I like Halberd. I mean, Halberd is a good item. You know, it's just... teams don't like it as much as they used to because, you know, now it doesn't apply on BKB like before.
Yeah, whereas, you know, if they get hexed, they can't BKB because they're a sheep. Pig. It's a pig stick now, isn't it? It's not a sheep stick.
I miss it more. It was a sheep stick, honestly. But, you know, pigs are the thing, especially when you come to Europe.
Yeah, you're finding that out, right? Yeah, we put bacon and sausage
yeah.
on absolutely everything.
It's like anywhere you go, you're like, can I have a burger? They're like, would you like it? Would you like it with bacon, wrapped in bacon, and topped with bacon? And you're like, no, I want kosher. They're like, would you like some kosher bacon? I'm like, that is so not the point, but you guys could pull it off, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, you just get bacon instead.
Yes, that's the one. That's what I like actually. Parker is pushing. He is farmed with 7,000 gold in the pocket. That is what does he want to buy at this point?
Ag's Blessing. No, did he pick it up from... No, he doesn't have the Ag's Blessing. Yeah, Ag's Blessing. Moonshot. Yeah.
Telescope picked up on each side. This item is so good. I remember it used to be a tier 3 item, and I was like, man, this is so good. And then he moved to tier 4. I'm like, all right, it's still an amazing item though. And Mars has double arena, but
he did use the double arena in the last fight here. They might be able to make a move. Do they want to get the interrupt? They do. There's going to be the onslaught coming through here, but jabs. He pops that Shiva's Heal Scepter, comes out onto the Timsaw. Are they going to try and bait out some spells? As they've already got the Nature's Wrath coming out, and the heals here for Udomi should be able to get everybody back to a good amount of health if this fight is about to kick off.
the thing is, the refresher is good on the Mars, but without the healing, it's nice, but you want it for the double healing. That's the best part about it.
Yeah, and that's kind of thing, right? Unless you bait out the BKBs on the Morphlin first, then what really is that? Because every time he's jumped in, he's jumped onto the 23 Savage. And even if he jumps onto 23 Savage, if you don't catch the Shadow Demon too, the Shadow Demon just disrupts the Morphlin, and the Morphlin lives anyway.
Yeah. So it's like, at least if you have the healing, you still have a benefit, right? You can throw it in, they BKB and walk out, whatever, I don't care, I'm healing. Meanwhile, I think Sacred does have the Heaven's Halberds. So, like we mentioned, good way to break the Lincolns, and just overall great item against ranged right clickers. Oh,
yeah, so let's see.
All right, it happened. Satanic comes out as well as the Hex, by the way. So Matthew, he's got Blink, so you blink in Hex, you can win a fight just like that.
You can, but again, you kind of have to get the stances off on, like I said, because if you still don't lock down the Shadow Demon, he is just going to be able to save whoever's being gone on. And then you like
Hex the Shadow Demon.
You get the purges off. Actually, it wouldn't be the worst idea. You get the arena off onto the Morphin. If you can hex that Shadow Demon here, there is going to be the jump in here from Jabs. Or does he get on top of Yudomi? Yudomi, the arena will be here, and Jabs is going to be pinned down, but you can see that the MOUZ has to back himself away. Yulscepter once again on the Timber Saw. There's going to be the hook shot coming through. Q trying to move himself back. The pull
Like an arena.
look at how quickly, the arena comes out once again. They might be able to get the kill onto the Clockwork, though. 23 Savage, he takes down Sacred, and Dark Mago has to run himself away. Pops his refresh BKB, and now Yudomi, can he move away from this one? The right click's coming through to the Morphin. He really isn't going to care about the Untouchable. Just look at the damage that comes through from this one. Timber Chain, Scotty, excuse me, not Scotty, the Shivas. It does connect, and Larnoff gets a kill. Yudomi will fall. I think Waska, they've missed out on their timings here. They have 2 heroes dead, and they're going to lose a full Megas, it looks like now, too.
Oh, there's still the save here from the Shadow Demon if they absolutely... Yeah, the cleanse comes out. 23 Savage is like, I'm willing to go man to... Well, Water Man to Temple Girl. And, oh, look at Matthew.
The jump comes in. Yeah, Matthew just straight up disappears. Another spear onto the Rax. Do they lose him? No, he's still alive. The Shadow Demon, he saves him again. They're going to be able to chase down onto the TA. The TA being ripped apart here.
And that's the second set of Rax. Parker, yeah, sure, he buys back. But guess what? So is everyone on your team is still dead. As,
This is going to be, it looks like another MOUZ kill to come out as well. And again, this is what I was saying, that the Morphlin, there's only a handful of heroes that can contest the Morphlin once you get past that 35-minute, 40-minute mark. And it feels like the TA, as good as the fights have been back and forth, it's really not the best here. As it looks like, are they going to get another kill? They do. They take down Sacred once again. Hookshot comes in the MOUZ. Is it going to be another death for the MOUZ? Look at the damage coming through once again. And the Yulscepter is only to keep him alive a little bit longer. 23 Savage, they want to try and end this one. Tier 4s are exposed. It's not completely Megas, because there's still that 1 Rax on the bottom lane. But they constantly, I don't even know if they need Megas, because they just constantly take these fights. Okay.
Divine Rapier is available now on the TA. Looks like it's coming. And there you go. He's got... Okay. That is a big damage injection. What is it? 350 now when it's on the physical form? That's a lot. Especially if you can crit with it. What a Hail Mary by Waska. Needs to be careful not to lose his life.
The Hex comes in. I think he'll be able to get the kill. The spear, it was off the mark now. Shadow Demon's going to be able to save out the Timbersaw now as well. And there's going to be the push onto the high ground for the TA. But look at the damage coming through. Yeah, that is going to be the Rapier on the deck. I think this is going to be the game being called. GG comes out from Parker. They say enough is enough. 45 minutes in, we're going to give up game number 1.
Ollie's a god, man. The saves from Ollie were insane. Okay. There was a couple, like that was an insane move because remember, if he didn't save just then, someone could die, they could have snowballed. Waska was not as out of it as it looked when they called it. You know, that fight could have been for them if it wasn't for Ollie. Then you go back, the jump on 23 Savage, he BKB through the first arena, then the second one he wasn't caught. That's huge, like a big win for them. And third point that I thought was bad was when Waska jumped in without Primal Beast and they threw away their entire lead. They were 6k ahead. Yeah. They threw everything away in that moment. So Aurora showing that they are definitely the more disciplined team.
Yeah, and you can see that they've played that one really well. They waited out the timings here from Waska. Waska looked incredibly good early, but every time they went high ground, they got punished for it on the, backing themselves away. They lost at least 2 heroes every single time. And then Aurora, they just took that momentum, marched themselves down the lane, and were able to find the, find the racks, find the kills, and bring that game right back in their favor.
I mean, Q as well, right? A couple of times, like, they kill on the Enchantress when they were retreating. A lot of times that hook shot, even Parker, when he caught him in the mid lane, it all starts from a good hook shot, then they bring them down. So the support staff on on Aurora was really good. On the other side, what the hell did Matthew do at the end when he comes as Leshrac from behind? He's like Ride of the Rohirrim, but it's like one guy coming down, hexes and dies. You're like, okay.
I don't know, it didn't really look too good here, and you can see that maybe there was a bit of a disconnect, but we'll see if they're going to be able to pull it back in game number 2. And don't forget, guys, if you want to look good, you can enter the 1x giveaway here, and you can look good in game with exclamation mark 1x give, and get yourself that free Arcana that is being given away by Fissure. And if you look at the game itself, like you said, I just think the pick on the TA, it was nice. Again, early, it felt like they were set up for that early game momentum with the MOUZ coming out, the Primal Beast as well. But once that started to turn, do you think there was any way back into it for the side of Waska?
There was, man. Remember the bottom lane when they were pushing and then they were getting a tier 3 and it was really well done. But then they started pushing further without the split earth to protect them. So honestly, I look at Waska, I'm like, you guys seem a bit impatient. You guys are like, like it's a lot of raw talent with a bit of youth, and it's like that's not the best combination to win this game sometimes.
Yeah, it might be a case of them, just sitting down, looking over the VODs, looking at the replays, sitting down with whoever the coach is as well. Because I think they kept the coach right, who is... I know this one. It's... I don't know this one. I know they have a manager, they have a head coach. Oh, Vintage is the head coach here for... moving through for Waska, and you look at the difference between it, 14-4 and 8 on the Morphin. Again, on the other side, it was a good early start, but that's, I mean, we talked about this before, in other events or the series, that the TA does fall off compared to other carries. The later the game goes, the hero really does fall off. You hit your power spike early, but you do drop off a little bit earlier. And the Morphin, it was perfect time for the Morphin to come online, and the TA just again couldn't trade out with 23 Savage.
You need to pair up a TA with someone else who does significant, like imagine something like TA OD or mid TA with a CK, something like that. Something not too slow but can also fight later on, because TA with Mars and Primal Beast, like Mars and Primal Beast, they're like, we're gonna hold them down. And you're like, that's awesome. Yeah. But then the saves from Ollie make it tough, and your damage is it's not great. It's just not great.
Yeah, well, that is going to be it for the first game, but it is a best of 3 in the series, so we'll see if Waska can get a bit of a better draft here in the second one, come back, force it to a three-game series of Aurora. I'm going to take it in 2. We'll find out after this break. Welcome back in,
Hello.
everybody, to FISSURE Universe Episode 3. And if you're having fun like we are, I know Otomo is. Look at his face. Look at how much fun he's having. Don't forget to follow along here on the channels, both on YouTube and Twitch, to see whenever we are going to be going live. And there's the other channel there as well with more games going along. So, Otomo, you were right. Southeast Asia take game number 1 here in the form of Aurora, 1-0 up on Waska. We're going to go straight into this draft. What are you expecting here? Game number 2, Waska. Did he ban out? They've actually banned out similar heroes to last time. The TA from Aurora being banned out this time too. Sure, you ban the Morphlin in this next phase.
Probably, right? I mean, you pick a Sand King. It's a great hero for the Morphling to transform into as well. 23 Savage looks really good. I know that there are some interesting ideas about how he plays, and some people think he's not that amazing, but he showed that he's pretty good with it. And yeah, we are having fun. Smile. There you go. All right. As Aurora Gaming, they pick up the Omni. Honestly, I am glad to see Omni a little, make a little bit of comeback in the pool. His shards finally makes sense. Thank God we have a good shard for Omni Knight, because that was actually one of the barriers to him being a good support. Was that a lot of times you think, if we get a shard from a Tormentor, it goes to Omni, we're gonna feel like crap. But now we have an actual good shard for him.
And for the people at home, what does his shard do?
Alright, so when you use Purification, after 3 seconds, you get another Purification cast on you, which does 75% of the heal and the damage. So it's very good.
Good work, top
I mean,
marks, you know.
some of these people at home, though, they're not like you and me, Rob, where they're up to date with these sort of stuff, are they?
I actually watched an Omni Knight a few days ago, so I knew what the hero did. What does his facets do? I'm quizzing now. You're saying Omni Knight's great. So go on. Without looking at the client.
Hey, hands here. One of them is that you heal for like a percentage of the damage that you deal. And the other one I think is that the longer you're in Degen Aura, the more damage or something you take. Like Degen Aura becomes more effective around you. I'm not sure about the second one.
Yes, so Degen Aura, it's every 0.3 seconds you're inside of it, you take more damage, up to 20% max bonus damage, and then like I say, the other one, it's 25% of the healing done, as the damage done returns to you as healing.
Aha! There you go, I got it. To be honest, though, the Degen Aura seems pretty crappy because it's not big and it's like
Degen Aura, it's like it's
like it's very small. It's very small. Someone out there is like taking a screenshot with us doing like this, and they're like, there you go. So, meanwhile, Team Waska, they show off their support duo and the Sand King. Who plays Sand King more for this team? It's actually Dark Mongo who plays it quite a bit. So I'm thinking it's more like to be a mid Sand King than an offlane one.
Did Dark Mongo used to be an offlaner? Is that why we're seeing all these offlane heroes in his like top picks?
No, it's more because he's one of the best Tinies in the world. Let's just play. So what teams are doing is that they just ban out Tiny, and then he's not looking as hot on other heroes. He's still an amazing mid, obviously, but it's kind of like, I am, best of the best in this hero. With the rest, I'm pretty good, but I'm just not that level. And Doom, as well as the Snap, comes out. So that's going to be Q and Jabs getting their heroes. Doom, not really seen as a giant lane-winning hero, but the Snapfire elevates him quite a bit. You're always landing an Inferno Blade, easier to keep people in the fire. It's a very nice combination.
Yeah, this does dissuade a Morphlin pick on the side of Waska here too. It's going to be nice up against the Sand King. If the Sand King goes for a Bloodstone build here, like you say, if it is going to be that mid Sand King that goes Blink Bloodstone that comes out, but the Bloodstone usually comes out first, that he's not going to be able to get the lifesteal because he will be doomed and he won't be able to cast any of his spells or regen any health. Yeah.
By the way, I like that you have Rubik in this game because you can steal everything from Omni is good and everything from Doom is also pretty solid. Well, mostly the Doom is very easy to steal. I also think that this is going to be a 23 Savage Wind Ranger, so it's going to be Lornoff's last pick. As well, there she is.
Okay. Shift the Wind Ranger mid. Okay, they ban out the anti-mage. No, still shift the Wind Ranger mid. Go Slark here.
I mean, Wind Ranger is actually not bad buying Diffusal at all, right? Like, she actually doesn't mind it.
True.
Hits like 1,000 times a second. Lornov has not played Windranger in his pubs, so feels less likely.
Okay, well, we'll see how it is going to go. And
Wow.
don't forget, everybody, if you want to hit up the 1xBet website, well, you can also do it over the 1xBet app there as well. So all these promo codes that we're giving you, all these, the codes and the offers and the stats that you need to access to be making an educated guess who you think's going to win here, you can get through both the app and the 1xBet website.
I'm using a new filter for the background stuff. So sometimes when you go back long enough, you start going. Oh, it does not have.
Have you
to
seen
do-
it
it doesn't
disappear
matter.
like that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I've seen that before.
See-
All right. Uh-huh.
Mine's an actual physical, it's an actual physical green screen. It's not a filter. It's literally just a piece of green material that's stuck up behind me.
But I don't think that there's a big difference in quality in how we both look. Right? I mean, the face, obviously, big difference there. But in terms of like the background and things like that, it looks relatively like we could both be
Yeah, it's
using the
fairly
same
even.
setup. That's really
Sure. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Well, unfortunately, Aurora's gaming solutions to the Medusa are going to be rather rough right now. I like your idea of the Slark and putting the Windranger. You need to get some sort of diffusal builders if you can. But Anti-Mage's gone. You can't build, you can't get Nyx Assassin. You can't, force it in at this point of the game because you have your supports. Your options
play
are
Nyx
limited.
Tomo was about to implode over that suggestion.
Lornov has played Ursa mid and Sniper mid, and both of these can get they can build diffuse. I don't know about a Sniper, I'll be honest with you, but Ursa mid, it's not too bad. You're up against a Sand King anyway.
What else?
All right. Well, let's look at Team
OD?
Moscow. They have the last OD. No. All right, Team Moscow. What are you going to go with?
No.
They might. Brewmaster's in the pool. I feel like Brewmaster would be the pick if you can get it. What else? Sacred's played Death Prophet 4 times this patch, and he hasn't lost with it.
Yeah. See, like I say, that's a big thing though. The last pick does go the way of Aurora, so it's a little bit harder to lock in your off laner. Beastmaster's still available too.
Beastmaster. No, because he'll be another great Aghanims, a good person for the Doom to aim for. So, once you get the Ags, you get Doom. No, I'd rather see a Brewmaster.
Give me the Primal Beast.
Sure, fine. That's fine.
Brewmaster not also have been a good person to Doom out? You stop
Same.
that split, and you stop a lot of what he could have done in the fights here. So it is going to be the Primal Beast to come out. So, yeah, I think this Doom, it is going to be squarely focused onto the Sand King here, maybe.
All right, Aurora Gaming, what do you want right now? By the way, the enemy team, ultra durable. So damn hard to shoot through. I actually like the idea of a Slark just because you're like, yeah, I'm going to be, taking a while. I might as well get some benefits out of it.
Yeah, I would like the Slark here.
Or an Ursa. Slark or an Ursa. Come on.
Or an Ursa.
Or an Ursa, Slark or Ursa. What else is there?
Do we see the Phantom Lancer? Maybe not with the Sand King in there. I've had a friend that's just desperate to see the Phantom Lancer back in pro matches. He suggests it every time it comes up, and it is going to be
the Windranger.
Okay, they're going to put the Windranger as a carry. Yeah, Storm Spirit mid.
Oh, okay. I think I go in favoring Team Waska with this draft quite a bit more, actually. I'm just not feeling this. Feels a bit easier to kill this Aurora draft.
Yeah.
They're too tanky. It's Doom versus Medusa. No, I'm with Waska. I think we're going to go to a game 3.
Okay, well, see how it's going to break out. And yeah, you're going to have, I assume, Greaves to come up on Sacred again. Either Matthew or Yudomi probably go for the mana boots as well as the Medusa himself. So you're going to have plenty of sources of that mana regen refresh coming through. The Doom isn't going to do anything up against the Medusa anyway because you don't take health damage, you take mana damage, which you can refresh. I'm surprised that wasn't a change that came out specifically for Medusa in the recent patch, because it is just or maybe it's just that the Frog likes it to be that answer to the Doom. You say, okay, you've got this, but how do you kind of deal with this hero? Yeah, it is fairly strong, and yeah, the Medusa, I think think might be the winning pick coming out for Wesker.
I think so too. I was looking at it, I'm like, my god, you get Sand King, Medusa, Primal Beast, but yeah, the Medusa is the thing that holds it all together. The odds heavily in favor of Aurora to take the series. That's all series odds, by the way. So yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm just feeling like Wesker comes out looking really good. The other side does have things I like. You know, they've got Omni.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I like seeing Omni getting picked up a little bit, getting some love. He needs it. He deserves it.
Do you think that you do go for the diffusal blade on the Wind Ranger, because it's not an item that she usually builds in the current meta, but do you think it has to now be the default build?
Later on, right? I still think you want to go for the male, like the Gleipnir, but at some point you need it, because I don't think you deal very well with the Medusa. You know what they could actually do? They could go for the diffusal on the Snapfire, and that will just blow everyone's mind. We're like, what?
Yeah,
it'll be a top
maybe.
moment. Yeah.
I think the big issue is the Wind Ranger build wise, you have to go. Like you say, you have to go Gleipnir first. You have to get a BKB, probably second item coming through, and then by the time you've got those two items, the Medusa has a Manta style butterfly up, and it's like, okay, well I need the diffusal blade, but I also need the MKB, and it's this issue of, because the Bloodthorn wouldn't work there because obviously Manta style comes out early for the Medusa. Yeah, it is a big issue here, and I'm interested to see how Aurora are going to deal with it, whether they look towards the item prioritization, and how they're going to try and play around this one.
As we were saying from the draft, because we were like, how do you deal with this Medusa with one pick when the best counter's already gone? You can't pick a support as well. And it's like, what are you going to do? They go for the Storm Spirit, which is... I don't know in what universe you can see that as being good against the Medusa, honestly.
Yeah, I would have maybe been happy if they'd have gone for... Was it Naga Siren ban? Because I know the build is for the Bloodthorn on the Naga Siren, but you can always go back to that Diff Blade build on the Naga.
Diff Blade. I guess so. I'm not sure if she was banned or not. Alright, let's see. What do we have? Venomous Volley. That's cool. Sand Shroud, Frugal Felch. Don't like Frugal Fidge as much as the other one. Wow! Omnipresent on the Omni Knight. I didn't think that was going to be picked up at all. Oh, Lord.
No, okay. Oh, they're going to be able to get the cogs down here as well. We do see the odds on the screen coming up from 1xBet. So again, guys, if you think you know which way this one's going to go, the odds are there. You can head over to 1xBet and take a look. But yeah, Omnipresent going to be the pickup here for the Omni Knight.
It's Omni Knight's damage, not the team damage. So it's not even that. Like, if you're Omni Knight, how much damage are you really dealing in these? That you want. Like, yeah, I want it.
To be fair,
yes,
with the shard, with the Hammer of Purity and the Purification, it does add up. It's not a case of it doesn't do nothing. It does a decent amount.
Okay, now I'll counter that with another point. It takes a full minute to reach maximum damage. How good is that?
No, it doesn't. It's every 0.3 of a second you get 1%.
Oh, I thought for some reason I thought it was the other way around. Every second you get 0.3. Okay, my bad. All right, you're right. So it takes what, 10 seconds? Less than that, actually. It's not that bad. Okay, it scales faster than I thought. That's definitely a point in his favor.
6 seconds.
I was like, it's not 10. It's much faster than that. Okay, 3%. Oh, there's a courier. Oh, sacred. Bad courier management. Full bore is picked up on Q. Can we look at it again? Can we look at the Omni Knight's
it's 1%. Yeah, 1% every 0.3 seconds. So 3 seconds would be 10%, and then 6 seconds should be the max 20%.
Every second is 3%. So yeah, it doesn't
maths.
take long. Quick maths for sure. Oh my, oh my. Well, in the meantime though, bottom lane, it's looking like it's just it's pretty easy for 23 Savage. Everyone when you come close. I love the Hammer of Purity, by the way, on the Omni. I love that he has an offensive option that makes it annoying for people to approach.
Yeah, I think that's what we were seeing when it first got changed. We were seeing a lot of core Omni Knights, the off-lane Omni Knights going for that straight into the harpoon. You Hammer Purity in, you harpoon to close the gap, and then you just purify people to death. Not seeing that too much anymore. Not seeing a whole lot of Omni Knight anymore. But yeah, it's not going to be too far off. The same kind of thing. You probably don't go for the harpoon. Oh, okay. Well, we see the lockdown coming through here. The cogs come out now as well. Jabs. Actually, Aurora, they get the first blood. They take down Sacred. Can they go for more, though? Aurora, Q's trying to get himself in. Just get out of vision. And it looks like he might survive through this one, as on the bottom lane, they do get the kill onto the Primal Beast.
Yeah, that 20% extra damage. It ain't no joke. You know, it doesn't work. What luck is that?
Oh, he gets involved here. Little Shredder comes out onto Yudomi. He's going to try and do what he can with the Bash Shot as well. The Medusa trying to get involved here. But Q is going to be able to survive for a little bit longer. Jabs, does he go down to this one? The Doom's going to get really down low. The Blood Grenade comes out onto Yudomi in the end. Scatter Blast there as well. And it looks like everybody's going to go home with a little bit of health, apart from the Medusa that took literally no damage.
I like how you can see that Q's got 9 CS because he just farms up those cogs. Every time they drop, he gets 2 of them. And it's like, what, 40 gold? I think he can even get the third one, although I haven't seen him do it yet. Matthew's in trouble. Power shot!
Oh, the power shot. It was so close here. The wind run comes out. One more right click. Hammer of Purity and anything. You might just be leaving it to Ollie to chase down here.
I've seen this before, man. It was Lesharak in the previous one and Chad even out. There you go.
Yeah, Ollie this time will get the full kill, which entails the gold and the XP this time as Dark Go. TP's going to be cancelled. Did he send the Omni Knight over onto this one? Dark Go might try and walk himself away. Sandstorm is up in the next few seconds here, but yeah, there's going to be the Hammer of Purity, surely. Does he want to throw this one out onto Dark Go? Dark Go is going to try and get himself away.
For damage
and Ollie's just going to... He is. He's waiting for that degen aura to kick in, but he's going to be blocked by his own creep. Okay, Dark Go needs to get back to his side of the map.
It's still good though. Ollie does a bit of damage, it forces him away, and this Amma is working wonders for them right now. What do you think the Hammer of Purity feels like? Do you think it hurts or it heals? You know, I mean, like
burning, I guess. Holy damage is always described as like a burning sensation.
So like when I go to the bathroom, I got it.
Sure.
Alright. Well, Ollie's going for triple bracers. Yeah.
There is this thing of too much information in the Rotoma. And,
well, I mean, I didn't want to say anything, Rob, but you do talk too much sometimes. I don't want to.
Okay, I'll shut up. You can cast for the rest of the game, then.
No. Well, it would be unfair. You wouldn't get paid for it, as we are paid by the words. And look at that. Q just farms up 3 nice cogs. I think one of them went to Jabs. And looks like we might have a follow here for Yudomi. He's taking a bit of damage, but he should be okay.
Yeah, both. I mean, Damago gets himself back there as well. This mid lane, do you think it is the Sand King favor? Does it slide in favor of the Storm Spirit once there's a few levels under the belt? Because it looks like Laranov is level 5 to the level 4 of Damago. But early on, the Sand King was trying to take the farm. He was taking control of that mid lane.
I'll be honest and I say I'm not quite familiar with this matchup to the point where I can like really say it. I kind of like the Storm Spirit more though, just in case you know your melee, stack slide already made it pretty difficult, but being melee against it's tough. Sacred taking some damage, roars, but he knows he can't actually do anything to Ollie.
Yeah, and Parker gets the kill onto Q in the top lane here as well. This is yeah, he waited for that uproar, for the just the roar to come out from the Primal Beast. Is it uproar? Is that the official name? Because I just call it the roar.
Uproar, yeah.
It is, right? Uproar is the actual like official name. Yeah, so he waited for the uproar to come out and then he dropped the repel on himself, so he gets the bonus. Obviously, with that uproar debuff coming through, you get the bonus from that as the Omni Knight when you pop the repel. So you do get the extras from the spell in terms of the strength, in terms of the other benefits. But okay, do they have enough time to get the kill here? Little Shredder. Laranov will get the kill onto Damago. They might be able to go for more into this with the cookie. It comes out onto the Rubik, and you've got great power shot. Just snipes him from downtown. 23 Savage picking up that kill. He's just like, yeah, that was nothing. You should see me playing pool.
Aurora, man, they are really firing on all cylinders in the teamwork department in this series. Game 1, I already felt like they were ahead of Waska, but this game is even better. Like, that was such a good cookie from wee far, and then they also get the power shot. Very impressive.
And I think that's we talked about it, right? That you need this from the side of Aurora. You need to get yourself fighting shape because your past few events haven't been too good. So being able to start off an event like this, it is going to be, even if it is just like the qualifiers to the main event, it's still a really nice way to set the tone.
Yep. And to be fair though, while we did mention that Waska had some better results, they didn't attend the biggest events that Aurora attended. You know.
Yeah.
So it's like
yeah.
the different pedigree of teams that they're playing against. As Yadome, he's coming from behind. I think he's coming to his death, honestly.
Yeah, Laronoff's going to be able to jump in there. He's going to be able to get himself another stack as well. So, obviously, the stacks did get nerfed a little bit. And, oh, look at this. The Focus Fire coming through as well. 23 Savage. He takes down the Primal Beast.
That is... that's a tough one. And, alright, okay, to be fair, though, Parker's farming like a boss. So, Parker's still having a good game, but Wesker, you're fighting guys. They don't look like they're in fighting shape.
No. Maybe it is a case of, you know, a bit of jet lag for them if they've been coming over to EU2 bootcamp, you know, if they're playing like that. If or maybe even playing on ping, because, you know, that could just be, you know, they're playing from South America. They will be playing on ping here. And it's going to be a little bit harder for them. Dark Mago's going to be taken down in the mid lane. And it looks like Laronoff, again, another stack to his name. Whereas I think Aurora would be over here boot camping. Yeah, Waska could still be playing from South America, playing on about 120, 130 ping.
Yep, I'm gonna make sure. Yeah, because Aurora, they are attending, you know, TI, so obviously they want to be there on time, getting set up. Like the teams don't arrive, you know, a week before. They're arriving months before for the big tournaments.
Yeah.
Well, a month. That sounds go like months, but a month at least to get fully settled into the time zone, the scrims, and everything.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing, right? That you, like I say, you want to be over here because you're going to be playing all the. It's kind of like the self-fulfilling prophecy. The teams come over here to boot camp because the teams come over here to boot camp because the teams are coming over here to boot camp. So yeah, all the big TI teams will be over here playing up in the European servers.
Yep.
As it looks like, do they want to go for more here, Laronoff? Trying to try and get onto Dark Mago. It's going to be a lot of damage come through. This Sand King, he's going to try and get himself with the Sandstorm coming up in 1 second, but the damage, is it going to be enough with the ball lining forwards here? They do have the reveal. Q gets the kill.
Man, dude, Sacred, his net worth is well, it was behind Q for a second. Dark Mago as well is having a really tough time. You expect these guys to sort of get early blink daggers and jump and kill. And that's not happening. And all the dude, there's 3 bracer builds. You know, a bracer gives you something like 300 health now. When it doubles, of course, but it's insane amount of life.
That felt like false advertising. You know, the bracer gives you 300 health when it doubles up. You know.
Hey, okay, it's 160. 160 is not a little bit for. It's a very cost-efficient item. And it's like, how are you going to be killing these guys? The supports are having multiple bracers.
Yeah, it is. I mean, not even the supports. Like, the Wind Ranger is going to go for him for, I assume, at least one bracer to come out as well. Yudomi's going to be slowed down.
There's the big kisses from Grandma.
He drops the cogs. Yeah, the damage, though. Oh, the kiss is enough. It looks like just barely not to get the kill onto that clockwork. But now they might have a bigger target in mind here. Dark Mago, power shot's going to be off the market. Does that connect onto Matthew? Backlines, do you want to try and go for a little bit more? It's going to be Laronoff who gets himself another kill. How the Gorgon's grasp, it locks them down. And now Q trying to get himself away. Ollie will fall, but the focus fire again. The clockwork going to live through this. Now pulverized out onto the Snapfire. Snapfire will fall. You have Laronoff with his AD rune coming down. How much money does he have left? Might try and make him dive to the backline here. 23 Savage, though. You've got to get yourself out. Rocket Flare comes through. Laronoff, yeah, he's got those bottle charges used up now, so he's going to have to back himself away.
Waska won that fight, taking down 2 of the enemy supports, losing only the Dark Mago. Yeah, you're like, trading mid would be even, but he's not having much of a game, so you kind of walk away fairly happy. Especially with Storm having AD ruin, you don't lose anything. Alright, and by the way, guys, if you think you have an idea of who's going to win, you can click on the banner down below. You can have 100% on your first free deposit. You know, okay, here's the thing. As good as the game is going for Aurora, there is still no counter to the Medusa. Unless this happens.
They're going to make the dive in. The Doom actually does get thrown to the Medusa now as well. Do they have that mana regen coming through here? The Medusa's going to try and use those mana boots. The cookie comes out, though. Do they have the chase down? He's going to be half mana once again. Yeah, he is going to get all of that mana replenished from his teammates, and this is kind of the issue that we talked about. Yes, the Doom comes out. It is nice up against most heroes, but it doesn't count to mana regen. You can just carry on using those mana boots, and you just don't die from the Doom.
Exactly. There's no real solution to the Medusa right now. Even when you look at it, you're like, wow, they're jumping. If this was someone else, they'd be dead 2 times over. But Medusa's just like, you know, a couple of arcane boots, and I'm healthy, boys. What do you want? Very
So-
worrisome. And however, if you're Aurora, you can be like, all right, Medusa's not a problem right now, so we'll just get map control and we'll be fine.
Okay, they're going to be able to get the pulverize once again. 23 Savage with the wind run, trying to get himself away from this one. He drops the shackle as well as the focus fire, and now Ollie's going to try and get involved as well with this degen aura coming up, but the cogs will be dropped, trying to keep this primal beast alive. He's not going to go around the cogs, just trying to farm those up, take them away. I was going to ask you as well before that fight kicked off, how much do you like the change for the Medusa with this Gorgon's Grasp?
It's cool. I mean, it's cool, I guess. I don't know. I haven't seen. I like that it has different shapes. Can that be my opinion? I'm like, oh look, square and circle. That's cool. But yeah,
I suppose.
It definitely gives the hero some utility that she needs, but I don't know if that means that's a good thing.
Yeah,
like.
Okay.
I
Because
don't know.
they are rooted and they can't turn, right? So yeah, you do get the extra benefit from the Stormgaze here, as it's not going to hit this time. There's going to be the Guardian Angel coming out now as well. Do they get the kill?
Here comes
Give
the
me the multi kisses
kisses.
raining down this time. Do they get the kill as well as that
think
power
so.
shot? He's going to be down to health. They do get the kill. Hugh's going to be on a double kill. Can you get any more from this now as well? Yudomi's going to try and get himself out. So it's not going to be working that way. They do finally get the kill onto the Medusa. And 23 Savage on the other side, though, he's, what was that, like 302, 502 here for the Windrunner?
And a lot of them just power shot kills from a mile away. I think at least 2 of them were like that. That's devastating. Every other kill on Wask, every other death on Wask, I'm like, it's fine. But if every time Parker dies, you're like, this is not ideal. Okay.
Yeah, they might be able to get another one. Focus fire coming out here. You got the Windrunner to try and chase down. Sacred, can he get himself out? It's going to be silenced up. They do, and the power shot actually connects a little bit. I think that was onto the Medusa, maybe just onto the Medusa illusions, as they were trying to come in to help out the Primal Beast. Couldn't get there in time. Laura went for that early Orchid. I really like that here for the sometimes you see the Witchblade coming out. Sometimes you see the build up into like a Kaya. Yeah, but here going straight for the Orchid, I really like this for the Storm Spirit.
I do too. It is a bit of the high risk, high reward thing where you're like, yo, this, if I get kills, I really snowball. If I don't, it's not that great, but still good. But I like this in this game as well. Looks like it's going to be the Solar Crest for the Omni. Just 1 bracer. Boo. Now that's false advertising. Promising us 3, then buying only 1.
Oh,
That's
How
not
well
cool.
will he survive?
I won't. And anytime he dies, I'll say he'll live if he had 3 bracers every time.
Okay.
By the way, Q is farmed as hell on the Snapfire.
And yeah, this is kind of the thing that again, it goes back to the supports now. And again, I saw a post about this. It's been a while since we've had a true support hero in the patch, because you look at the Snapfire that you build up into, even as a support, you still get to level 20. You get the build up onto the little shredder, and then you start to transition into damage. The Hoodwink does the same thing as well. So it has been a while since we've seen any really, just dedicated position 5s, but that's how the game plays at the minute. You have to kind of get damage on all of your heroes, including your supports.
Yeah, but let's be fair. Let's be honest here. If Omni-Knight came out today, people would play him mid, right? And the patch code, they'd be like, he's a mid laner. Like, what are you talking about? Yudomi?
They're going to try and make another dive here. The Storm Spirit going to be able to get over the cog stance. Comes down to the Clockwork. Going to be dragged back by the Vortex once again. The damage, it is going to be enough. They get the kill. And Yudomi now,
Nice
but
jump
there's
by
going to be
Dark
the jump in
Margo.
from the Sand King. And again, is the damage going to be enough to get the kill? They do. They take down the Storm Spirit. And now the Doom comes out onto the Medusa. But the Medusa's just still going to be able to run them down. Backlines, 23 Savage. He doesn't want to come into this one. The Savage, the Morty Kids are going to rain down point blank here. Doom, focus fire out now onto Sacred. Sacred, can he escape from this one? The damage, it might just be enough. It will be. Even uphill. The shackles don't latch to anything. He's inside the Sandstorm, but he will still die to jabs and that Scorched Earth. And now Parker again. Well, the cookie, it doesn't really matter with that Gorgon's Grasp coming out. Yeah, 23 Savage, he wants to get the kill onto the support, and now it's only Parker left alive. It's going to... Okay, never mind. Yudomi comes in. The hookshot, it connects. Can he get the kill? 23 Savage, he does get low. He is going to be bled and killed off. And jabs, sure you don't carry on coming into this one. Well, the Omni-Knight is close here, and Parker, he's out of mana. Those mana boots on cooldown for another 10 seconds as well. They do get the kill. They technically get absolutely everybody here, even though the Clockworks come back alive. That was a full 5-man wipe. Aurora, they did lose, was that 4 themselves? 3 themselves? But still.
I'm pretty. Yeah, Storm died very early. I think he was the first to fall. And even though Aldi did his best to keep it alive, it started off very well for Weska. Remember, they killed 2 people, and then 23 Savage comes in, starts cleaning one by one. Amazing! I know I've seen this guy get flamed for some of his plays, but this series he's been on fire, absolutely on fire. The kill on, getting a kill on Sacred. He sort of keeps Parker there for a long time until the rest of the team comes back and they are able to kill him. So huge, maybe the MVP of the series.
Yeah, maybe. And
maybe
we're looking as well. I missed the Wind Ranger's items there, what he was building into, but the Medusa.
I think he's going to Hurricane. He's going into Dragonlance, into Lincoln's. He's not. He doesn't have Diffusal Blade queued up.
Oh, Storm! They get another kill. Dartmouth go. He's gonna go down again. Larnoff, with that death, he did miss out on a few of his stacks here. They do get taken away upon death. Does he lose a third of them, or did he lose 3 of them?
No, I'm pretty sure you lose a third. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. His Lincoln Spear into. Sorry, no, it wasn't Dragonlance. It was the Manta. My bad.
Right. Okay.
And he does. I knew he had a Dragonlance. It just arrived. No wonder. I was like, I know he's got a Dragonlance somewhere. I was not.
Give
I did
Lauren
not
off the
lie
Aegis. I think
I did
that's
not lie
a
to
lie in
you.
itself.
See that? I never lie to you, Rob. I only speak truths.
Who are you? One of the 2 gods?
Yeah, well, we would be one of us would have to be one, and the other one has to be the other. As Lornoff farming, are you? He gets 3 of them. Are you? No way.
Sure.
He just farms 4 cogs. All right, why not? It's currently Aurora.
Okay, loses 3 charges per death, not a third of the charges per death. Could you imagine losing a third of the charges per death?
I mean, yeah, can you imagine balancing the hero for once?
No. That's why we see the Storm Spirit in every single meta.
Diffusal Blade's picked up on Medusa, so Parker, he is going to be able to, ironically counter himself, I guess, with that. But it's a good item against the Storm and the Wind Ranger as well.
Yeah, just a shame that Aurora don't have a Grimstroke with a Dark Portrait to answer that back here. As Chabs going to be picked up. The hookshot will miss though, thanks to the Burrow Strike, keeping him in place. They get the lockdown with the Gaimin. It's going to be focus fire coming through as well as the Doom. Can they take this Medusa down? The Medusa's going to get fairly down low from this one with the Pulverize. It's going to stop 23 Savage in his tracks. He must be able to chase down. That Doom is actually taking the Medusa down there in terms of the damage. Is it enough to get the kill? We'll find out in a few seconds. It looks like not. And 23 Savage is hunting onto this one. Meanwhile, the Primal Beast will go down. The Multi Kisses gets rained down. It looks like the Medusa going to be called up once again. That's clever, keeping him low. And yeah, the right clicks one more. It will be enough. The Mana Boots were on cooldown. And 23 Savage will be able to run Parker and just run him to his death.
All 3 cores on the Weska side are out. And we are approaching the point where it's like, oh, we don't have mana burn, but we just kill everyone and get 23 Savage, and sorry, get Parker last. And this comes down from them dominating Dark Mago and Sacred in the lane. Like, those guys not have.
They're just superior lane stage, like you say, from Aurora. They've just they've been in control of all of it here. And don't forget, everybody, you know, you can follow along here on this Twitch channel, on the YouTube channel. There's another Twitch channel as well. You take the 2 out of the website link and you can go over to the other channel as well. So there is going to be, you know, multiple ways for you to follow along the action here as we get through in the play-ins into the main event in a few days here too. Going to be some amazing teams, so you do want to follow along to see how it is going to break down here. As everybody's back alive on the side of Weska. But no Aegis on the Wind Ranger. It is going to be onto the Storm Spirit, so 23 Savage going to be very careful when he's hitting the tower like this.
Well, and they just back out in time. No, don't want to take any risk, anything unnecessary. And there goes Laura.
Does he get another kill from this one now? So the Clockwork is going to get low. The damage of the Purification Storm from the Rubik. It's going to keep the Clockwork alive a little bit longer here. Storm Spirit, the Shackles, it connects to the tree, and the Cogs are going to be out now as well. So they get the kill onto Yudomi. The Medusa, do you want to carry on going to this one? Medusa, he pops that Manta Style, gonna walk himself away.
You know, once Parker has Butterfly, things might get... Oh, wait, Dark Mago. Oh, man.
He's dead once again. The Storm Spirit going to be able to make quick work of the Sand King.
It's really, I mean, again, it's not Parker's fault. He's doing what he can, but he's not getting the support he needs. But if you guys think of, want to support the channel, just subscribe. Stay with us here. And there's another channel, but I believe that there might not be another match because one of the teams actually forfeited the tournament.
Yeah, I think Yellow Submarines, they got knocked down to lower brackets and then for some reason dropped out here as we'll see. Yodomi, does he go down? The Gladiator comes out. It's going to be the defensive hookshot here for Yodomi. He's still going to be... No, he's not. Oh, he is. 23 Savage gets it in the end here. Now the chase down with the Shackles onto the Prowlies. Prowlies going to be bounced back as well. They get that kill out. Stone Gaze is going to be coming through from the Medusa, but you have that Guardian's Angel once again onto Laurenov and 23 Savage. Okay, burst strike. But do they have the reveal here onto Dartmago? Dartmago, there's going to be the buyback as well from both players on the side of Waska. Shackles doesn't latch to anything here. 23 Savage going to try and do what damage he can. What's going to be stolen? Purification. Laurenov comes back. That is going to be the Aegis, so he shouldn't lose any stacks from that one. And yeah, Aurora, also 2 buybacks, will just leave the scene now. And Waska, the next fight, it could be very, very detrimental to them if they don't come out ahead.
They are so massively behind. Look at Q's farm on the snap. I don't even know what he has. I think he's got like Guardian Greaves and maybe Hurricane Pike or something like that. But he is massively farmed. And who's gonna get this? Looks like Q already actually has a shard. There, Jabs gets it.
Okay.
It's fine. It's a solid shard. The damage you deal with Scorched Earth heals you. Pretty good.
Yeah, it's one of those, it's not bad, but you probably don't buy it up yourself, right, as the Doom, unless you, like, fully slotted up and you've still not got it.
Exactly. It's, I think the old one was better, which was Infernal Blade does more damage. I was like, oh, that was pretty good, but this one's solid. In the meantime, though, yeah, Butterfly on Parker, that could tip the scales, but again, it is so 1 versus 5. There's no other way to describe this game for him.
No, and with the damage already being done here by 23 Savage when he gets the focus fire off, I wouldn't be surprised to see him, just skip over the Diffusal Blade, just go straight for the MKB. Once you get your items out, and Storm Spirit, I've been saying Stormer for like a week now, so every time I say Stormer is just added on by default in my head. The Storm Spirit.
Dartmago, he gets caught! Oh!
No, he's away! He is away!
I mean, I thought I saw the Gleipnir latch, actually, so unless I didn't. Hold on. I mean, okay, a minor drop in the bucket that was Cadiz, so it's like, yeah, you need like 15 plays like that for it to actually add up to anything meaningful.
And now you see the Wind Ranger going to be able to focus fire. Don't quite get the tier 2 tower here, Laurenov. Does he want to back himself away? Parker's going to be the furthest one ahead here, so you've got to be careful again. Even though the Doom does mana damage here, if you expend that, the mana boots, obviously you're not going to be able to get off the Stone Gaze, not going to be able to get off the Mystic Snake there as well.
Oh, 23. I thought he was coming from behind. Sacred, are we doing it?
They might be able to get on top of Laurenov. No, the dive comes in here. The Doom once again. It looks like it might just be enough with the Gleipnir to try and focus down onto this Medusa. The Medusa, no mana left to pulverize. It's not going to be able to save the Medusa. Morty kisses rain down. And now 23 Savage. He changes targets onto Matthew. Matthew trying to run himself away. The Storm Purification not going to keep him alive. And Dartmago, he might be the next one to go down. Does get the Borrow Strike off. Bullwhip comes through. Look at this one. 23 Savage. He's running through the enemy base. They won't be able to catch that Sand King. So where can they go with this advantage with 3 heroes dead on the side of Waska?
They're just gonna push top. Dude, we haven't seen... Have you seen a single Epicenter? I know I've seen one Stone Gaze, but he wasn't able to get off. But no Epicenter either. This game, in that previous fight, it's just... Waska, they are not firing on any cylinder.
No, they're not having a good time here, and yeah, it feels like, I mean, I've heard it being channeled a couple of times, but not actually being activated here for the Sand King, so they're going to be able to take down this tier 3 tower, and again, it's only going to be once that Melee Rex goes down that they get the extra fortification, so they take down both tier 3 towers, and still no Fort. Medusa's going to be coming back alive here, so no Rax so far. Okay, they get a range Rax, might be able to take down this Melee Rex too?
Yeah, there's a little bit of time before Sacred comes out. They should be okay.
Okay, yeah, and, well, again, the Gorgon's grip, but 23 Savage can be force-staffed away from that one. So on force-staff with the Hurricane Pike here. And, yeah, they just back themselves away. They don't overstay the welcome. And speaking about overstaying, do Waska stay in their base to try and find farm? You're still the other side of the map to try and find farm? Or are they going to try and contest this Roshan that's going to be coming up in the next 20 seconds or so?
You have to contest Roche. You absolutely have to contest Roche. Oh, you don't want to wait for them to come at you with a bigger advantage than the last time they came and kicked your ass. You know?
Yeah, fair enough.
It's like
23
it's
Savage
like
down.
oh, now his boots has spike on it. Let's do that.
They saw the
Unfortunately-
Medusa. The focus fire is going to come out here. Do they have the control to get the kill? The shackle comes out. Stone Gaze will be used, but the damage is going to be more than enough. Before the Stone Gaze gets activated, Medusa's on the sideline. 50 seconds here before Parker's back up. And what damage can they do to the base here, Aurora, before that Medusa comes back alive? They might be able to get the second lane of racks from this.
I mean, I see that like Yodomi as well as Dark Mago are sort of cutting, maybe going for that tower, but I don't know if that's really going to be enough. You might lose your mega creeps before Medusa comes back. There you go.
Yeah, and 23 Savage now. They're going to go for... Well, Fortification comes out, so they're going to try and go for that last melee racks here. Again, 17 seconds. Fortification going to be wearing off. Do they get the damage out to take this racks down? It looks like they might just be able to. The Focus Fire come out from 23 Savage onto the build. Or is that a Focus Fire? It's not. It's just the attack speed
He's just
of
fast.
the Wind Ranger. Yeah, she's just really fast on the attacks.
All right, they have ranged racks and everyone's up. All right, that situation has been amended.
It does connect, but they're not going to follow up onto Sacred now. I'm hearing the epicenter. The bonus strike's going to finally come in, but the damage coming through here. You get again the focus fire coming out to Damago. This time he is going to fall, and I think that is going to be fully megged out now for the side of Waska. I don't think this game it's not going to last too much longer here. The Medusa trying to get back into the base, but the GG has been called just as they get the full team wipe. Aurora, they're going to be able to take it in 2 games.
Well done by them, honestly. Like. Game 1, it was kind of close. I was like, okay, Waska, they're making a bit of mistakes here and there, but you can see the raw talent that they have. It was just a little bit rushed. And this one, though, it's the lane. The 2 guys were saying, oh, Parker's farming pretty good. Parker's getting good farm. But Dark Mago and Sacred are getting butchered across the map. Yeah. And you need Sand King and the Primal to make the space. And that was just not happening.
No, it wasn't at all. And then once he started to get onto the Medusa, even though the Medusa had the Manta style building towards that butterfly, the damage it just stacked up. They had the control, they had the ways to deal with the Medusa, and the rest of the side of Waska just couldn't defend her, because we saw, what was it, like 3 mana boots being popped in one fight, and the Medusa still went down. Once the Medusa started to run away, you just focused on the heroes. You found her then, because she just couldn't get out of it, and yeah, it was just more than enough to be able to run the hero down. And I thought that Medusa was gonna take control of the game, but like you say, if you lose the other 2 lanes, you provide all of this pressure here from Aurora, and the Medusa doesn't stack up when you don't have the items available, because you're not finding the stacks, because your side of the map's being invaded. You don't get the split shot value from that. And yeah, Aurora, I guess they knew what they needed to do. They needed to end that one early, and congrats to them. They played that correctly, and they were able to end that one before the Medusa became a massive threat.
And I kept thinking, like, you think maybe the next item, like the butterfly. I was like thinking the butterfly could be that power spike before, but because I was like, they don't have MKB and Diffusal, she's gonna live, but it never manifested. It's one of those games though where you're looking at it like it's not really hit Parker's fault. It is on the rest of the team that just couldn't deliver, give him the space.
Yeah, so that is going to be it. And don't forget, though, if you want to get involved, you can use that pin message in the chat and go over to 1xBet, get yourself over there and get involved in the game here, like the teams are doing just now. And it is going to be another 2 series to come. I think we're going to be able to take a look at the stats first, just to see how this one broke down between the 2 teams. Because Aurora, I actually want to see the damage that the Medusa did, because it felt like in the lane, she was doing a decent amount. I think she found a couple of early kills as well. But overall, compared to the Wind Ranger, what's the damage difference going to be? It's not that big. It's just, you look at the difference between the Sand King and the Storm Spirit, and then, I mean, even the Doom didn't do that much damage, but the Snapfire did, the Storm Spirit did, and they were the big differences that made the game easy for Aurora to be able to build this momentum.
Even Ollie did damage. I'll be honest, I'm not sure that Doom damage is completely accurate, but whatever, it's like, it doesn't matter because
again, the big thing was the Dooms were coming out onto the Medusa, so it was mana damage.
Fair.
It wasn't damage.
Exactly. Very good point. Very good point that we mentioned. But yeah, and with Q and Ollie, like in the lane, Ollie on this Omni Knight, he was doing a lot.
Yeah.
you Sacred can't go in the lane. He's like, I can't be near him, and he was doing well. And then every time I felt like Mortimer's kisses were coming out there, like he gets the full channel. Every kiss lands on a couple of heroes. It was looking really good. So big difference in the support duo. Big difference in the mid and the off lane. And Parker's like, sorry, buddy, not your game, buddy. You can't do it. And for the record, I'm not saying it's difference between the teams. Just in this particular series, there was a performance difference for sure.
Yeah, and maybe, Wasco again going to be able to sort it out. I mean, they have to sort it out in the next series, because if they lose that next one, they are out of the play-ins. They don't get that chance to qualify, and it is going to be rough. I mean, who are they going to be playing against? I don't know if the other series has finished, so let's take it. It's going to be... Well, MOUZ is down there. I think they might actually be the ones to play up against Yellow Submarines. So they might get the win in that first round here. Nice. Somebody's going to be able to get the win up against Yellow Submarines. But yeah, so we'll see how that one's going to break down. But that is going to be it for the first two series. That's going to be it for me and Otomo. There's going to be, 2 more series to come. We're going to be watching, you're going to be sitting back and watching ourselves. But for now, in terms of the break, I think it's going to be another long one. Yeah. It's going to be about 50 minutes before the stream's back up. So, yeah, guys, again, go make yourself something to eat, get yourself something to drink. Go for a quick stretch, maybe a quick walk here. You stretch those legs before you come back to sit down. And we'll see you for the next series starting in about 50 minutes. We'll see you after this break.
everyone should know about the esports in your pocket.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for some more Dota action to the FISSURE Universe Ep.3. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with ZQuixotics. Very happy to be here. We got some big games lined up just here in play-ins, not even mentioning playoffs, which we have happening later down the road. But Zach, how you feeling today, man?
I'm good. I'm ready to see what the teams are bringing. The new patch. I mean, it's been like a week or two, but we haven't really gotten to see teams play with it. So I'm excited to see it. We've already gotten to see some cool games with some new heroes. Ready for more because every team's got their different styles, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Every team has their own style, but I am curious to see like how much of the patch is going to be changing things here, right? Like we've seen already a few like mid lane changes outside of the Ember Spirit. Obviously, that one's not going anywhere, but a lot of things like Shaker coming back into the meta in the mid lane thanks to the change on the Slugger facet. So I don't know. It should be interesting. Should be fun. We'll see how teams take this because this is, a really good practice for a lot of these teams. And if you make it through to the playoffs, you're going against the best teams in the world, man.
Yeah, and I think even the teams in the play-ins are all really good. So tons of great games coming up here from play-ins, playoffs, the whole time. Should be great games.
Yeah, absolutely. Excited to see as we have our first series for you and me. Our third series here of the day is going to be MOUZ taking on Waska, if I'm not mistaken. And we've actually had a decent amount of time to cast both of these teams recently, right? We've had a lot of times covering MOUZ, and for those of you who maybe are unfamiliar, like Team Waska, like what is that? Don't have any idea. This is formerly BOOM eSports from South America, right? Like this is they no longer are sponsored by BOOM. They are under the name Team Waska now. Same roster, if I'm not mistaken. So let's take a look at what Waska's players are, like what makes up this whole team. But here we are: Parker, Dark Mago, Sacred, Matthew, and Yadomi. They have looked really good. They've had like pretty solid performances recently on this roster, and I think overall excited to see how they do here in this event. They not off to the greatest start though, right?
Yeah, losing to one win. Oh no, sorry, MOUZ lost to one win. Waska lost to Aurora, but both of those are very tough opponents. I'm not too worried about them as long as they bounce back. Don't let it get to them. Like you said, this is a very strong team with their own fun picks. I actually think both these teams will get to see some different stuff to the other teams because they like what they like. Both of these teams, they follow the meta a little bit, but we might see like a Mars mid for Team Waska. Maybe that Witch Doctor is coming out for MOUZ. They are good on certain heroes that those players really like, and they'll pull them out when no other team is doing it, which I think should lead to a pretty fun draft coming up here.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that is one of the benefits of the Team Waska roster is their ability to kind of draft those obscure heroes. The main one being the Mars mid, and I think there's a decent chance we'll see it. Like Dark Mago, if given the opportunity, they'll play something a little bit greedier in the off lane and then go for like the Mars mid. And it works out pretty well, but we'll see. I think a lot of it hinges on which type of carry they want to go for. If they are feeling for something like the Gyrocopter, then we're way more likely to see things like the Mars mid. But yeah, we could talk about their opponents though, right? We got MOUZ. They're going up against a team, like I said, that you and I are fairly familiar with: Olnit, Supreme Force, Narman, and Bangan, which several of these players have had a long run playing together, and this MOUZ roster has been sticking around. So I'm very happy to see that, and definitely seems like they have been steadily improving.
Yeah, and I know we've actually talked to them before, and I know that they actually prefer when position fours are more melee oriented. It's something Narman likes a little bit more, runs really well.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to see if the patches start shifting that way, because of course you try to play your best no matter what the patch is. But sometimes certain heroes, certain patches, the styles do just fit a team better than other times. So that's something I'm curious for them, which position fours are going to end up at the top And maybe that's something that MOUZ will have an easier time with, because we've seen them kind of go through ups and downs a little bit where they do look quite impressive. They can take games off the top teams, but maintaining that consistently it's been something they've still been working on. But maybe with a
Yeah.
a little boost from the patch, maybe that's something that they could start doing.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Yeah, I'm curious to see what they're gonna do. So, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the odds for this match. I think realistically it should be fairly even. Yeah, so it is. It's actually very even. I was gonna say I feel
Yeah.
like people coming into this probably aren't super familiar with like these two teams going head to head, and I think that's pretty reasonable because I don't think they have played against each other, right? Like they've either played in regional qualifiers or like
Yeah.
when one of the teams has qualified, maybe the other one hasn't. So this might be one of the first times I've seen, former Boom, now Waska, up against MOUZ, which is kind of cool. I think it'll be fun.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure if they have played. Now that you mentioned it, I'm like thinking through it. But it should be fun. It should be it's always, I don't know. This is the fun part where the players, they'll never admit it, but you have your thoughts on the opponent's teams. I'm curious if the teams are like, guys, they'll be easy, whatever. First time, easy. But I think at this point everyone respects everyone to a degree, so I'm sure they'll be taking it full focus, completely serious.
Yeah. Looks like Waska is the ones who come away winning the coin toss. So I am going to be looking to see what they want. So they actually go Dire instead of first pick. Interesting. So that means MOUZ will have first pick for game 1. They'll be able to choose for game 2 if they want first pick again, but we'll see kind of how the draft develops. I feel like Waska is one of those teams that can get away with second pick quite often because they like to pick that Mars, and this is a hero that like benefits from having pick on 9 and pick on 18. So we'll see, or pick, I guess not 18 pick, but take a look at the draft. Marcy overall first pick. This hero has been getting a lot of attention. How do you feel about this? Like, are you okay with this Marcy now being kind of like one of the like all-star first phase picks?
I think so. She was actually kind of popular even when prior to some of the buffs she got, which has like slowly been boosting her numbers up. I think the nice thing about her is that you can play her as a core as well. If it's a really good Marcy game, it's something she has done in the past. But right now, a lot of teams just run the support Marcy, and that could be what we were saying, right? MOUZ might be more comfortable around these melee position 4s, which Marcy would be just a solid pickup to begin your draft with. It's something they've been prioritizing for a little bit now. So I'm not too surprised to see it. The Death Prophet, you and I were talking about Morning Ritual. We think that's a really good facet. Did not get nerfed in 7.37b. I don't know.
Instead, they
I
buffed
don't
the
think
other
it's
two.
totally. I don't think it's totally broken. I think there's still ways to play around it, but it is strong, and I'm excited to see more of it because actually a lot of teams have not really been prioritizing the Death Prophet too much. They tried it a bit, it's been dropped off again. So I'm ready to see more of it.
I think this is likely to be the off lane for Waska here. I know Sacred actually really likes playing the Death Prophet, and I know that is typically like I said, it works well when they want to go for things like the Mars mid as well, because now it's like, all right, we have this off laner, this kind of tanky, kind of in your face hero, but maybe not necessarily the initiator. Well, now it still opens up the ability to pick an initiator from your mid lane for Dark Mago. So I think that makes a lot of sense. Probably going to be what they end up doing with it. For those of you that don't know, there is a giveaway going on right now, so you can definitely make sure to participate in that. You can head into chat, type !1x give to participate in that giveaway, and there's a little bit more details from the link there as well.
Get yourself some cool sets. Dota's got a lot of cool ones nowadays.
True.
All right, ban wise.
Where do you think we're going after this? Yeah.
So I think you do like Death Prophet probably off lane, but you could put in multiple places. Okay, so actually they're going to grab Shadow Demon, another very popular support and disruption combos really well with Morning Ritual, because let's say you get
Yeah.
some high magic damage nuke into you, you take 50%. Before that other 50% ticks in, you get disrupted, and now you're just dodging out that damage. Really strong combo. I know it's a good combo anyways in the past, because that's kind of what you do to Death Prophet. She pops her ult before she can Spirit Siphon people. You want to try to just remove her from the fight, and Shadow Demon has always been a great hero to protect her. Now even better, could be 5 or 4. We're going to see some cool stuff. Wow, MOUZ is ready to go. Nature's Prophet and Doom. So Doom will be good to help kill off either the Death Prophet, or honestly, dooming Shadow Demon is not too bad. Especially, we'll see how the draft develops, but Shadow Demon can cause so many problems. So sometimes just being able to take him out of the fight for a really long time with Doom is pretty useful. Then this Nature's Prophet, I can't tell if I think it's good or if it's still in this meme territory or not. But clearly MOUZ has drafted it. They believe in it, and Ironwood Treant got buffed. It's pretty hard to deal with in the lane, so I imagine they're just gonna have it like run at the support. Like if it's versus Shadow Demon, he really can't deal with the Ironwood Treant very well at all. So you just run it at the heroes, send it to the camps to block, and then you go back to that global rotation you had before.
So my theory here is that's the 1-5. I think Marcy Nature's Prophet is the 1-5 potentially.
Ooh.
I think it's gonna be one position Prophet, Nature's Prophet with a 5 Marcy, or it's a 3 position Nature's Prophet with a, or I guess you have Doom. So yeah, I think it is just the 1-5. I think it's carry Nature's Prophet, but we'll have to see, because like maybe it's just the 4 and I'm overthinking it, and it's like Doom Nature's Prophet offlane, which doesn't sound super great if I'm honest. But now that you have Crystal Maiden, it sounds even worse. So Crystal Maiden and a Monkey King picked in response to the Doom. A very strong lane duo. You have a lot of kill threat into the Doom, and if it's the Nature's Prophets that's there, Crystal Maiden makes pretty quick work of the Ironwood tree. It's not the easiest, but it's doable.
Actually, I'll be honest, I'm not sure how it works anymore because of the reinforced status. I don't know how much extra damage it takes from Frostbite. I'm going to assume it works. I'm going to assume these pro players know more than me.
Maybe.
And they've already tested this and having to deal with it. But even if it's not Nature's Prophet in the lane, Monkey King, Crystal Maiden will be a really strong combo. At first, it could have been like a 4-position Monkey King, but with this kind of revealed the support duo there, and you could still you still have flex. You don't have to do the carry Monkey King. You could end up going mid, pick a different carry. They got a couple different options there, which is cool. Once you see this Morphling, do you want a different carry now? Maybe you just pick a mid or an offlaner to really shut down the Morphling, and then trust Monkey King to win that lane versus the Doom.
That's a good question, actually, because I feel like you need the Monkey King to win the Doom lane, or you're running like a mid Monkey, but
you don't know your mid matchup though.
You don't know your mid matchup, so it's like
yeah.
it is something that's like flexible. But if you're MOUZ here, you just make sure not to pick something that can get countered by a Monkey mid, right? Yeah, so they ban out the Mars. I think that one makes sense. It would definitely fit like the type of draft that they go for.
Yeah. You have strong side lanes. Potentially, Death Prophet could still go mid. The thing is, you have strong lanes, and the combos are good. So I feel like Waska should just continue focusing on a little bit more of their own draft. Like, I think as long as you take a playmaker, which is what Mars would have been, a playmaker, whatever lane, mid or off lane, or maybe carry, I don't know. Now that I'm talking through it, I hope it's a playmaker in the mid or the off lane, and that way you can just bring the tempo against this Morphling who has to farm up. Even if it's like support Morphling, like even if they do something crazy like that, it takes time before support Morphling like really gets scary. Doom, in the early game, not as scary as later. So I think you just grab a playmaker who can shut down this carry morph potentially, who can jump the natures, who can like just push the tempo. You've got Death Prophet ult, you got a Monkey King who can come online pretty early, good supports, you don't need that much. Like, I think you just go out of the laning stage, try to take control of this game.
The Invoker ban, okay.
Got some nice,
Seeing that hero
really
kind of
nice
pop up
quality
a little
life.
bit.
Yeah, quality of life buffs in the being able to use Quaswex, Exort, and Invoke while Invis and channeling. The channeling
Invis.
doesn't really matter that much. It's mainly
Yeah.
the Ghost Walk. You can show up essentially with one extra spell than you did before, which is pretty
Yeah.
big in terms of ganking, but also just nice to reorganize your spells. It's such a hassle having to set them all up before you can go Invis.
It also means that, like, in panic moments where you're like, all right, QQW, RD, you know, to try and ghost walk out, and you're not max Wex, so you don't have as much movement speed as you possibly could, but you're like, I would have loved to be max Wex, but I didn't have time because I had to panic and just invoke ghost walk
Yeah.
immediately. But now you're like, invoke ghost walk, now switch to max Wex. You know, it's like just small things that made this ghost walk so much better is so cool.
Trying to see what playmaker does not get totally wrecked by Doom, because you don't want to get doomed. Granted, there's a Death Prophet that, I mean, if you're getting doomed, then your Death Prophet's running free. So it's like, okay, that's cool. But you still kind of want to make plays without being doomed too much. And you don't want to care about Sprout too much either.
Dude, Medusa? But that, I feel like that's just too greedy and the opposite of a playmaker hero, but it would be funny.
Well, maybe you could do mid Monkey King, depending what gets picked here, and he can
Yeah.
sort of be a playmaker, and then you go carry Medusa. But it is into Morphling who could copy her. So again, like, the later you go, I don't know if he feels comfortable, but you would have a pretty early game free Medusa who could try to hit that tempo and then go from there.
Queen of Pain. All right, you're definitely not putting Monkey there anymore. Now, that being said, Death Prophet actually does fairly good against a Queen of Pain mid. So this
That could
does
work.
give you the ability to flex Death Prophet back into the mid lane and pick a new offlane hero here. Something that might be better in the lane against the Morph. Or you just, again, pick a strong mid lane hero. You could do something like the Puck.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Puck got a pretty nice buff and would be your playmaker, get active early. A lot of early burst damage versus the Morphling who, might be low health, trying to farm efficiently, and you suddenly just surprise him, nuke him down.
Yeah.
Now, of course, Doom will be a huge pain, but you're very mobile. It's pretty hard to Doom a Puck. So you wouldn't care
he's
about
gonna be doing
Sprout,
Death
easy to
Prophet,
dodge
right?
rebound. Yeah, I think so. So I'd be up for the Puck.
Trying to think of other heroes. Like, there's Sand King as well, but I feel like giving Sand King over to a
crazy to
Morphling is also
go-
not great.
Oh, wait, Enigma's
Oh,
banned. I was
Dark
going
Mago
to
Kunkka.
throw that up. Oh, okay. I thought Kunkka would become more popular when they gave him the new innate ability, the Admiral's Rum. It's very similar to when they changed Shadow Shaman with that, like, get out of jail free card pretty much every time you're trying to kill him. I thought it would make him really popular, and his win rate in pubs shot up a lot, but the pros didn't seem to do too much with it. I suppose to the pros, it didn't change that much. Like, in pubs, you get caught off guard, and then he runs away, but I guess maybe the pros would be all prepared for it. I don't know. But yeah, I think it seems like a really good innate. I want to see what he can do with it.
Yeah, it seems like it should be good. Just in general, they do have the kind of broken synergistic combo of, Death Prophet Kunkka, which if
That's
he
true.
does end up going Morning Ritual, combine that with Coco's Rum, suddenly your Death Prophet could take like 80% damage reduction, which is kind of cool. So
you get
I'm curious to
disrupted.
see. Yeah, and then you just get disrupted. So I am curious to see how it's going to play out. I think Doom has a very clear target on who he wants to remove from the game from these fights. It's likely to just be the Death Prophet, right? If you can mitigate the healing she receives, they might be able to just burst right through her. But I will say, I am curious about the build Dark Mago is going to go, because I think Aghanim Scepters, or the Aghanim Scepter on Kunkka is really strong. So, I mean,
think so too.
which is cool, because it's always been really strong, but it's very different, right? No more Water Park. It's the Ghost Ship Fleet and the Cannonballs, and I have been, like, playing with some people who have been building this Aghanim Scepter, and the cannonballs do a ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah, you could have some cool combos too with Disruption, right? That sets up the Torrent, maybe the boat and the cannonballs. Who knows? Frostbite could do it. So I really like what Waska has here. I think it should be straightforward for them. I'm trying to think for MOUZ. I think I'm looking. Did we see who picked up the Marcy in the end? Is it going to be?
I did not see. I did not see who got the Marcy.
Okay, I'll have to see that once we hop into the game, because I do feel like they have
right with the morph.
See, this is where these are the tough choices the teams have to make, because it could impact the lanes quite a lot. I feel like Marcy with Doom probably has a little bit more aggressive potential, like jump the Monkey King, throw him around. Then again, maybe you don't want to do that into the Monkey King, so maybe you do want the Natures there, just like poking away. Natures 4 could work, because then you're TPing away from the offlaner, which is usually safer than like leaving your carry alone. Yeah, man, I don't know. I guess
if there's anything
wherever
we
these
know
heroes...
about them, Narman likes the melee heroes, right? So it's like maybe he's like, I'm playing the Marcy no matter what, guys. Like, this is my hero, you know?
Yeah. I think no matter where you run these heroes, we want to see the Marcy and the Nature's Prophet succeed in whatever ganks they do. I think they need to find success. I think both these heroes will drop off a lot to the fighting potential that Waska is bringing. If you are behind on these heroes, you're going to have a rough time.
Yeah. All right.
Well,
we've made it.
We are into the game.
Oh, looks like we're having a little bit of a sound issue. We're working on that real quick, everybody, promise you. So, no worries. Should be going in just a moment. But yeah, I actually was just trying to look at the different heroes. Did you see who had the Marcy there?
No, it was also...
Dang it. I was getting situated. I was like, oh, okay, let me look at this real quick. But all right, it's fine. We'll see in just a moment.
Yeah, it'll be figured out real quick. I'm excited to see the Queen of Pain. She's dropped off as well. But I don't know. She's such a cool hero, right? She brings all that burst damage. Maybe we'll see some cool stuff like bursting the Monkey King, or like just pushing him out of his ult, stuff like that. I feel like Disruption's kind of good to save you against some of that. So that's another hero I really want to keep my eye on. Like, how well does the Shadow Demon do? Can he pick up items that helps him get really good disruptions? Can they find the Shadow Demon, kill him off before he can do much, right? I mean, you do have some heroes like that. Like if Queen of Pain goes in Orchid, you could probably just like jump the Shadow Demon, get him killed off at the start of the fight. Maybe you doom him, though. I think you really do want to doom the Death Prophet. But I don't know. Maybe if Shadow Demon's a problem.
Yeah, I think most Queen of Pains we've been seeing, right, are going the masochist facet, right? Like one of the interesting ones that was added, and honestly one of the better designs in my opinion, where it's like I do more damage but I take more damage, and I just think that's like a cool kind of implementation of this facet, and it just leads to people rushing Dagon, because they're like, well, if I'm going to do more damage with every spell cast, I might as well have a lot of spell lifesteal, right? Which Dagon provides, gives you a lot more burst, right? 20% more burst. So
yeah,
it's cool.
Though I wonder if that burst build might backfire a little into like a Death Prophet. You're trying to kill her, and like 50% of your burst it's not gone, but it's being delayed by a lot.
Oh, we are back into the game. Oh, wait. There's 2 kills on Waska already.
Who got him?
Who got the kills?
Must have been a first blood. Must have been a first blood rune fight.
Wow, Monkey King and Crystal Maiden.
Yo, and they're in the same lane, aren't they? So that is very scary for MOUZ in that lane now. Dark Mago dropping real low here. He's got a Fairy Fire to bait with if he absolutely has to. Does he have a bottle on the way? I think that's what this is. Okay, okay. He's good. He's good.
He's like, just calculating here. Know exactly how much HP I can play with.
All right, so
Wow.
Bangan
Yeah,
did
Monkey
take
King,
the
CM
Marcy.
both having kills as well. It looks like Matthew was there for both of the for both of the kills. So I'm wondering if he just started top and then maybe TP'd bottom, because Sacred's got like a slight XP lead. So that would be my guess, is maybe they went to lanes and Shadow Demon was like hiding top and they just double killed them.
Yeah.
Because I mean, Doom and Nature's Prophet are not super mobile in terms of like being able to get out, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's going to be tough for them. Crystal Maiden and Monkey King getting some extra levels. That's a scary combo. QW into the Monkey King Jingu hits. It's already a good
Currently
matchup
the
for him versus
odds.
that Doom.
Yeah. It's like odds definitely favoring Waska, and I'm like, oh, not too surprised since they started off with 2 kills now. Mid lane is going to be the big question mark for me, because Dark Mago is definitely a very good Kunkka player, but it is still a rough matchup into the Queen of Pain, and right now he's actually doing pretty dang good on CS considering, so we'll see how it ends up going. That's big for Parker here.
Yeah, it's not a fun time for Force. But he is a Doom. You know, he'll heal up. We've got a Nature's coming in bottom. But Sacred already cutting over to the left. This is the tough thing about Nature, is you got to TP in into the exact right spot for the gank.
Yeah. It's honestly just a really good call from Sacred to open boots. Like, some people would just go the double bracers right away, but he's opted for the early boots pickup. And they know Narman, he has to TP back to the top lane. He is both TPs committed here. And that is going to be another kill to the hands of Yodomi. Now, Parker needs to be a little bit careful. Gets force-fed here by the Lotus. Should be okay. The Ironwood tree is definitely annoying. Okay, it looks like Frostbite owns it.
Moves a lot.
All right. That's what I was wondering.
All right, that makes it a lot easier. I tried some Natures with this. When your Treant can be very annoying in lane, it feels good. But if they have any way to deal with it, like an Enchantress or apparently Crystal Maiden with a Frostbite, still works. It's very tough to do anything, and maybe he'll start jungling kind of early and rotating more, because playing this lane, I don't really know if you're going to get much more out of it than what you have. And Doom's got Devour, so it's not the end of the world if you're leaving him alone a little bit more than usual. Like they found Matthew.
Yeah,
Should be
that's
pretty
gonna be a
dead here.
freebie. Okay. And looks like Supreme rotates to the top lane. Okay, that's a really nice rotation. Not only because like you are winning your mid lane, but getting a kill onto Parker, who is, I mean, to be honest, kind of dominating the top lane. Not really in CS, but at least he's staying ahead. So that'll slow him down quite a bit.
Yeah, and that kill really helps recover the Doom's game. He's still technically at the bottom of the course, but he's really not that far behind, and considering it's a rough matchup, tough lane, like that's a pretty good spot for him. Especially as a hero who really, once he has 6, he's going to get kill potential anyways. Did I see that right? Just Narvin still just have 1 skill point in?
Wait, did he actually?
I think he's level 3. I thought I swear I only saw... No, I'm crazy. He's teleported and used the treants. Okay, I must have just not seen it properly.
I mean, I'm sure he's just maxing the treants, right? Yeah.
Okay, he is.
Actually, you're going to bring in some extra heroes here. Yodomi in some trouble, but Parker's coming in as well. And with Parker's rotation on in, The rune, he doesn't get it in time. And now Parker is going to be 4v1 here on the bottom side of the map without a TP.
He doesn't have Tree Dance either. I don't know if they realized that.
They actually have no idea. They canceled the TP in on the mid laner.
Okay, Dark Mago came over, saving his Monkey King, getting him out of here.
I thought Parker was going to play like more up on the rune, but maybe he was hoping that his Boundless Strike would give, you know, the Crystal Maiden just enough time to grab the rune and dip, but that ends up being a really good kill. They get themselves a D ward here in this lane. Fantastic turnaround here from MOUZ just in this top lane, which, I mean, started out 0-3.
That's true. I forgot about those first 2 kills. So the fact that it's back to essentially even, great comeback. So they've got
Looks like he
level
did
6
go
on the
Warring
Death
Ritual, by the way.
Prophet. And yeah, they're bringing in a ton of heroes. They want to commit the ult, try to take this tower early. Start trying to push the tempo. I mean, what's Morphling really going to do to stop you here? They're going to need to bring a lot of heroes to protect this. And, you know, I don't really know. You don't have safe wave clear from afar. Everyone has to come into the Exorcism to really defend the creep wave.
The Nature's Prophet is not going to stand here for very long. The Boundless Strike just cleans him up, but the Sonic Wave out from Supreme comes through. They do manage to also grab the Marcy. This Exorcism is owning, and finally Doom coming in, but the Torrent into the boat just cleans up the side of MOUZ. A 5-for-1 as Sacred full heals on the tail end of the Exorcism. What a
That's pretty
rotation
much-
from Waska.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I meant, is that if you want to defend, you're going to have to bring everyone, but you don't have spells like, I don't know, Dual Breath, Coddles, Illuminate, like things to clear the creep wave from afar, so they just have to jump into the fight, and they don't focus Sacred, so Exorcism is just going in that entire fight. And it kind of makes sense, you know, they get the Monkey King, they're trying to like get some other heroes, but it does just mean all this AoE damage was connecting on all of the heroes of MOUZ.
Yeah. And we're seeing Dark Mago, like, oh, that, okay, to be honest, I should have noticed the moving tree on my screen, but I did not, and I don't think Force did either. Just sets up a nice double ultimate here in this top lane, the Freezing Field Wukong's command. Very strong combo.
What are they gonna do? Just walk up and double ult me? Got caught off guard. Didn't expect that.
That's good stuff. You love to see that. While we have a moment here, let's talk about our sponsor, 1xBet. Don't forget to register on their website with the promo code UNIVERSE, and that's UNVRS3. Grab yourself a 100% welcome bonus deposit. There's a pinned message in chat for those of you who maybe want to make it a little bit easier to take advantage of that. So go ahead and do that while you can. Bottom lane, though, so we jump back into this. Looks like they get the tower, of course, and Parker with the rotation. That is a very early Vessel pickup. It's going to make it a little bit difficult here for Olnit to escape, and another Vessel is available if they want to commit it. Dude, what good body blocks as well. Kill goes to Parker's Monkey King as they are starting to push the pressure a little bit more.
Yeah, looks like they got a 4K lead around 11 minutes. This is pretty good, but this is also what they needed to do. So, MOUZ just needs to get through this, keep hanging on until... Let me think about that. Let me think about where they have to hold on to. But you just can't lose the game in the next about 10-15 minutes. That's where Waska's going to be really strong and looking to try to set themselves up to win. They don't have to win in that window, but you know, they want some Roshan, some towers, maybe the high ground.
Yeah, speaking of towers, they get another one in the mid lane. And this is without the commitment of the Exorcism. So, like you were just saying, you know, they want to play for objectives. Roshan is totally open if they want to try and make a play for it, since you now have Exorcism still available. And top tier 1 tower at 11 minutes is really not that big of a deal. You know, it's like you could maybe go for that closer to like the 18 to 20 minute mark. It's because you want to pressure like towards the Wisdom Rune and the Tormentor. But this early, the tower doesn't really mean a whole lot, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, if they're It would be a pretty early Roche, which these other heroes are not great at it besides the Exorcism, which I don't think is as good as it used to be. I mean, it's still great, but like just literally just solo it could be tough. So it might be easier to get the tower first and then go for Roche.
Oh,
Ooh.
well, he's
Very
gonna know they
close.
have a ward there now. He's like, okay, there's no way they saw this otherwise. A smoke onto the bottom side of the map here. This would be a huge dive if they find Olnit, and they absolutely will. The turret does silence
sick.
everything. Just perfectly placed as now Bangan's going to get found in the trees. The Shadow Demon Disruption's going to lock him down, trap him in place. And it's going to be another 2 kills for the side of Waska. Do you just commit for the tier 2 here? You committed Exorcism. I don't know if there's much time left on this, though.
I think because you're down here, you'll just chip at it. I don't think you expect to get it, but you'll just chip it down and then just occupy this area, farm things up. Maybe deward that ward earlier that Monkey King found. I think someone's on their way. Yeah, you see they're not trying to commit too hard to it. Just take what you can off those kills, which was a really nice wraparound. I think because they went on the Monkey King, they knew, hey, this is the carry Morphling down here. And like you said, he's like, yeah, maybe the tier 1 tower's not that great. Yeah, Roshan, you know, kind of early. It's like, oh yeah, here a carry kill. That's pretty good. That's pretty easy. Let's just go get that. So very nice wraparound off that information. And now you see them enter this chill farming period. No Death Prophet ult, no Kunkka ult. You're just going to see this cycle. When you have your abilities, I imagine they're just going to group up and push whatever objective they're interested. When they don't, you see here, like, it's chill time. Let's go farm. Oh, we've got 8 stacks from the Shadow Demon. How nice of him, you know. We'll come farm it as a team. Get our money before it gets stolen from us. That's actually a lot. That's like really 1,000 gold in that camp right there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe more than that. I think that was 5 stacks on the Ancient.
Yeah, this is like 1,000 gold right there. Those creeps left.
There's
okay, well, not that much, but
it's close. Like I think they're like the average gold in an Ancient camp is like 185 or something like that, right? So
a little less.
Is it less? I don't remember.
I forget. It's a little less, but there's also the shared amount from the stacking.
Yeah.
So.
Dude, Parker just walks at him thanks to this Orb of Corrosion. And Marcy, of course, like, you need an ally to play around for the rebound. It's kind of a heads-up play from Parker being like, he's in between the creep wave. Like, there's no way a new creep wave is coming, and unless there's a hero behind him, he can just get the kill. Narman does a pretty good job. Typical Nature's Prophet things, right? Steals the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, which is a great play because Waska's lineup is a little bit level dependent. These ultimates getting stronger, the supports increasing their spells. They're going to scale up a lot just by the levels they get. So you can delay that a little bit there with that Wisdom Rune steal. Oh, we got some Monkey Kings chasing after each other.
I think he saw the Crystal Maiden. But bottom lane, Narman gets found in the trees. And yeah, Parker, very quick rotation back down here. And it looks like Yadomi manages to... Dude, no way he gets out of this, right? Okay, Boundless Strike just guessing onto the high ground, being like, yeah, maybe he's over here. Nicely done.
Yeah. I was about to say, did they see him go up there? Or was that just a really heads up? You know, if someone's here, they're definitely trying to go through the Twin Gate right now. I'm just going to stun. Because they didn't have vision up there.
He saw Yadomi earlier, but lost track of him. And I think he just guessed. He's like, maybe he's going through the portal. I don't know.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's a pretty cool play. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, right? It's like no harm done. So great call to just like give it a shot.
So we haven't really seen it put to use yet, but Kunkka went for a very early Orchid, which is something Darkmago likes to do quite a bit. And when you're against heroes like Morphling and Queen of Pain, it can pay off pretty dang well. Supreme can be able to dodge the gank here as it's tanked thanks to Bangan on this Marcy.
Yeah, even Doom, actually, if Doom runs in and you can react quickly, Doom...
Yeah.
I got to see what he's building, but lately there's been a lot of like auras and blinks, and not always the Greaves aura. It's more like the pipes and the crimsons. So you don't actually have a way to deal with the silence, even if you take like a dispel creep. And yeah, it looks like phase, soul ring. Soul ring's interesting actually, but into the pipe. So he wouldn't have a way to deal with Orchid either if he tries to run in and doom someone.
Yeah, literally nobody does. The silence from the Death Prophet has already been really oppressive, and now you have the potential Orchid. So, I like it a lot. The Vlads from Olnit, something that we see quite often from Morphlings when they feel like they're having to play from behind. So, it's a little bit of a less greedy build. It gives you pretty much infinite sustain. Yadomi is going to get a D ward. Got hit by a Nature's Prophet ult, and it was like, well, I wonder where it is.
That is the double-edged sword part of the ultimate change. It now hits everything on the map, not just a limited amount of units. So you get hit by it. If you see your jungle camps are missing some of their health, you're like, I wonder what happened here.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's nice for Nature's Prophet because you're guaranteed to hit every hero in a fight, or the ones you see. If you get an Aghanims, it could increase your farm speed, push every wave. So, it kind of goes both ways depending how you use it, and if you're lucky or not.
It's a 7,000 lead here for Waska. I mean, they've been slowly pushing the advantage off of the stacks and some of those early kills, right? 15-5. But they've kind of stepped off in terms of the rotations and the ganks, and it looks like they've just been kind of farming towards their first big set of core items here. As Doom actually was smoking into the mid lane, or into the triangle there. Does not find anybody. And Parker, he's just got a Gleipnir. It holds the Morphling in place. The silence comes through and he dies. Oh my goodness, the damage. He has no way out of a Gleipnir.
Nice silence. Yeah, that Death Prophet silence came from like off screen as far away as possible. hits at the last second to get that kill. And like we were saying earlier, we still have no ways to deal with the silence on the side of MOUZ. So anytime this silence connects, you're just screwed for like 4 seconds. I forget the exact duration. Let me double check.
Parker might be getting baited bottom. They're trying to bait with the Nature's Prophet because Force is here, but they see them back off a mid. They're like, all right, never mind. They're bringing the numbers.
Oh, it's 5 seconds. Yeah, that's a long time to just not be able to waveform, blink, anything.
Yeah. It's always been like one of the strongest silences, right?
Yeah, but usually like slow. It usually had a very long cast time. Then they changed to be projectile that launched faster. They've slowly been buffing up that silence.
Top lane, there's your Orchid, the X-Torrent into the boat. Kunkka doesn't have enough damage to finish off the Doom quite yet, but Yadomi with the Freezing Field, the slowest auto attack in the world, but they've got the follow-up. You trade on the other side of the map, your support for support, but getting the Doom kill, quite nice. I mean, we can see there, he's hard to kill.
Yeah, he's tanky with that pipe, but at the same time, very much controlled up. Silences, just no spells really coming out from him. So it's not really going to get easier until BKBs come out for MOUZ, and with the way the game's going, it's going to take a little bit for that. Whereas I know Waska's already starting to work on them. Like, I think Kunkka should be pretty close to his. He has it. There you go.
Yeah, he just got it.
With this could be the time you mentioned. Like, you go get that top tier 1 off lane, you keep pushing, maybe you can get that Wisdom Rune, maybe you can steal that Tormentor, and then maybe you take that tier 2, but even if you don't, you could like back off, go to Roche. So here's the tier 1 push. Let's see how far they decide to go with this.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to have themselves a little bit of time to decide what they want to do. Just a quick reminder, everyone, you are watching the official broadcast brought to you by Fissure Studios. So if you guys would be so kind, make sure to follow these streams, not only here, but on YouTube as well. Great place to catch all of the stuff that they work on. Let's be real, dude. This has to be one of the most creative designs for a tournament I've seen in quite a while, and I'm a big fan.
Yeah, there's some really cool stuff. I love the draft screen. Very clear.
Yeah. All right. They did exactly what we were saying, right? Wait until... Oh, Matthew was just... He knows this time. He's like, yeah, you went for this before, Narman. Not letting you get away with it twice. They get their,
And
they
now you
steal
get
the
your
enemy
Tormentor.
Tormentor. They get both Wisdom Runes, and now they come back, get a Nature's Prophet kill, and their own Tormentor. That is like a series of so many things that you just can't afford to happen when you're this
Probably
far
gonna get
behind.
Roche. That's probably the
Yeah.
next thing. Like, if you just head down this bottom lane, it looks like someone wants to go mid, shove that out too.
I mean, Death Prophet's
No
Exorcism
Death
is
Prophet.
probably
Oh,
needed.
yeah, it's up. Yeah, it looks like she's
But yeah,
dealing with
Look
mid,
at the
though.
look at the shards now. You have shard for both Crystal Maiden, Shadow Demon, and now for Parker, which gives him so much mobility. Mid lane Sacred actually in a lot of trouble here. This is a Vessel out from Narman, but Kunkka was nearby, and of course Sacred just too tanky. The Orchid gonna be able to slow up the Queen of Pain for the moment. Sacred, does he have a Silence to follow it up? He does not. She actually just gets the TP out, or Blink out at the last second. The Silence will catch the Marcy as Olnit goes back to the way, tries to get really aggressive, and Force is here as well. There's going to be the Exorcism out from Sacred. Wukong's command onto the backside, takes down the Marcy, the Boundless Strike, and the Silence onto the Morphling. Oh my goodness, there is too much control from Waska.
And they just have too much of a lead. Because honestly, that was a pretty good fight for MOUZ, the way things were breaking out. Like, Sacred was on his own, and then Kunkka was there. It was just like 2 heroes, and then like a 3rd hero, because they scattered after doing their own Tormentor. But MOUZ is just, they're so behind, 12k. So it takes them ages to kill the heroes that are there. And yeah, they end up picking up the Shadow Demon, but it takes so long that the Monkey King and the Crystal Maiden reconnect. And at that point, you're taking a team fight that you're not ready for.
Immediately to the top lane, Parker is like, I'm gonna go kill more heroes. I saw someone show for a moment. There's the stat, like the big Sonic
Maybe
wave, but
Aegis?
Parker, he dodges the scream. No way. That is
You
insane.
don't even get it. Sick dodge.
That dodge
Oh,
was
no.
so good. He dodged Scream of Pain on like 3% HP and gets out. And bottom lane, it's like, Doom can't solo kill this Kunkka. He needs Olnit there, who is not in time. I cannot believe he dodged that.
That would have been a
With,
great
like,
kill too. I don't know
Spirit
why
Vessel.
I don't know why I thought he had Aegis. I'm talking about Roche. I think they have it, but they're gonna finish up all these tier 2s and then I think go get it and then push the high ground. But without that,
And
yeah, that would have been
surely.
such a nice kill.
Tier
You need
2 into
anything.
Dire Side Roche, maybe?
Let's see, was it 24 minutes? Yeah, that could work out.
You're like a minute away. You want the Exorcism to be back off cooldown, right? Like, I think Dire Side Roche just is generally better for them as well.
Yeah,
They're gonna
beelining
find
back bottom, though.
Force. Oh man, dude, getting the shard on Monkey King this early from that Tormentor actually causes so many issues. Like that top fight there, where he's able to Boundless Strike, gap close onto the Nature's Prophet. That is the first like tool he had to actually survive. The second was the Mischief dodge, right? Without both of those things happening, he dies. Forget
Yeah,
Roshan, baby.
with-
Exorcism right onto the high ground.
Yeah, with that Doom kill, he's got the auras, the actual Doom ability. Also, we mentioned very strong, but not if you're dead. So with the Exorcism coming back up just in time, it's going to be a pretty quick kill. Queen of Pain is cutting the wave, but there's still creeps here that you have no way to deal with.
Monkey
They're
King
gonna play
again,
fast.
going
They're
straight
immediately
bottom.
backing out.
They are going to be able to just get him caught in the Gleipnir. Boundless Strike is out. He's trying to finish off Olnit. He's not going to, but Bangan able to rebound away. He's caught from the silence. You get the bigger kill anyway, and now you got to run from a, Monkey King who seemingly never has to stop jumping through trees. I love how his animations are bugged right now after that Mischief dodge top, but either way, you can't survive. The Simian Stride is just way too good.
Yeah, those they killed the Shadow Demon, but he did get the illusions from Morphling, and they were doing a lot of damage there, which is another problem we never even got into, is that if you do make it to the late game as MOUZ, Morphling will be good, but you're gonna have to deal with the Morphling yourself as well because of those illusions. So this is, I'm just struggling to see a way back for MOUZ at this point. 16k behind at 26 minutes. That's gonna jump up a little bit here as Waska finishes up Roche. I imagine they're just going to walk down this lane because the others are already pushed in for them. You can just go finish that tier 2 top. I don't even know if you need bottom. They'll probably do what we saw them do earlier, which is that they're not going to let MOUZ leave their side of the map, and if you find a big kill, you can just go high ground. Do they have a ward back here? I think they do. They're looking.
They saw him. Yeah. Oh, they don't actually. It's a Radiant ward. They know he's here. They saw the tree end come through it. He's like, oh, hello. X vote. Cool guys don't look at explosions. Walks away. Supreme now caught here. Does have a Yules. Ooh, Demonic Purge comes through. Sonic Wave. They have no way to cancel this. Nice TP on out there from the Queen of Pain. I think.
See that right? Did she just pick up 2 Daggons? Or like
yeah,
2
Dagon recipes,
back to back?
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, this is the Queen of Pain build, right? Like, people are probably wondering, like, why is Queen of Pain building a Dagon? Well, this is pretty much the build. This is what every Queen of Pain does nowadays.
It is, but it's also just... I don't know if it's going to be what you need this game, because these cores are also tanky now. Crystal Maiden is very tanky nowadays. Health Talent, usually a neutral that buffs you up. Shadow Demon, like, you can start the burst, but if you can get the disruption off, he lives anyways. She might just need wave clear items or like BKBs to like get away and then just creep cut. Because I think if you're having any chance of winning, it's like 10, 15, 20 minutes down the line.
Yeah, I mean,
cooldown Dagon, you just like burst creeps. I don't know.
I mean, her Dagon's doing like 800 damage already, you know, so it's like, it's pretty good. But
True.
Oh, we've seen this one before. Oh, Narman, run! he's not getting out of it. There's a Gleipnir, buddy.
From the other side
he's
of the
trying.
trees.
He does at least take the Wisdom Rune. But it's not like it's difficult for Parker to be the one to get back across the map. And I think that's why he's the one who rotates back for this, right? Simeon Stride allows him to just zoom back into position with his team. Sacred's already got the Exorcism running. This could be a wraparound.
So
I mean, this is the best angle you can approach from.
Easy. Yeah, you're gonna have to hope you time this with the Nature's Prophet respawning.
They get the scan. They know exactly where they are, and Monkey King's gonna try and break it. He's looking through the trees, trying to get their eyes on these heroes. As they finally do, it's going to be Olnit in the trees. The Gleipnir's going to catch Bengen as well. The Doom comes in. He gets it onto the Kunkka, but the BKB is out. A big Sonic Wave, but a Freezing Field is down, just zoning this fight out. You're going to lose the Shadow Demon. Kunkka, he's going to live. He's going to be able to come back into this fight. The boat's going to be ready. There's going to be the silences, the torrent, the boat's coming through, but the Olnit Morphling's doing so much work. Balance Strike on back the other way. Wait a minute. This is the fight that MOUZ need, but can you finish off this Monkey King? Can you finish off the Death Prophet? The two big heroes, and it looks like they may get him. Sacred's going to try and TP out. He can't. That's 4 dead. You bomb back on the Shadow Demon. Now looking to go in here on Parker. He's trying to escape. Gleipnir is out. Dagger is out. Olnit with the chase, and he's just going to have to stand his ground, which he cannot do. A beautiful fight here from MOUZ. They get themselves a full team wipe, including the Aegis, and now it's going to be a dieback on the Shadow Demon, potentially. He's looking for the haste. He gets it, but it's instantly Yules, dispelled by Supreme.
That was a nice try to get away. What an amazing fight from... they just came back like 10,000 gold off of that fight. That's insane. Look how much XP they got for that. Oh, man. MOUZ is so back. MOUZ is so back. That wraparound.
The thing is, like, the whole wraparound was scouted, and Waska is like, run the Monkey King in there to try and start the fight, which I understand. But why... Like, what went wrong? How could they not kill anybody?
I think...
Is it just the BKBs, or what happened?
Is that... So, they chased for the smoke break, but MOUZ saw them back off. So, they also backed off from the initial spot that Monkey King tried to go to. And Waska was... They were committed. They were like, keep finding him. Keep going. Keep going. And it got them more and more scattered enough where these fights are determined really quickly. So I think when they did that initial jump, MOUZ was more together, and they were able to just focus heroes. The Monkey King ult came out, but heroes were already out of it. He got pushed away by the Quapple.
That silence caught the morph. Yeah, he has to BKB. That's a very rough BKB usage. So the last fight, we saw the BKBs make a huge difference, and now that it's going to be on cooldown for quite a bit.
Yeah.
Those of you who have been paying attention, you might have seen a little giveaway pop up on the bottom of the screen. Make sure to participate in this giveaway. You can type 1xgive to find out more, and maybe get yourselves on some fresh Arcanas if you're lucky enough. So shout out to 1xbet for putting that whole thing together. I like Arcanas. I don't know about you, man. I think they're pretty
There's
cool.
one on screen right now.
It's true, there is. I got that one, actually. It's a good one.
I have that one too. Here's an. Oh, actually, this is not. This is just a persona.
You
Also, really
think so?
It looks like one. Okay, Waska is still really scary, and their pick-off potential around that Monkey King is still really good. MOUZ has really brought this game back, though, off of that one fight. I wasn't sure where they needed to hold on until, but maybe that's it. I'm trying to go through their items. They are starting to pick up some very important items. I see a Shiva's in the works for Queen of Pain. That'll be really good to reduce the damage from Monkey King, reduce his healing, the Queen of Pain's healing. Narman?
Parker's
it was all
dead.
a bait.
Yeah, that was he just stuck around a little bit too long. All the heroes there. He doesn't have a BKB yet on Parker, right? Like he went full damage in this game, and as soon as he commits that boundless strike, they know they can go for him.
Yeah, they thought this whole game Narman has had to take those crazy risks just because his team was getting nothing out of the map, so he had to go and attempt all that stuff, and he kept getting killed for it. And this time it's a bait. It's like, oh yeah, I'm totally here on my own. My team's not here. You can feel free to chase me around and kill me. And actually, I think he probably planned to die for that, but the fact that he lives is just it finally worked out. Does not die in one of these. All right, they're waiting for Roche, but it's not quite up yet. 30 more seconds till it could start to spawn, and we'll see if it's a fast or long spawn.
Dark Mago is going to be the one to grab the shard. Actually, kind of good in terms of the disarm, another relocate option, in terms of, or repositioning option, right?
Yeah, you can maybe keep people in the Wukong's command.
But we'll see. I think right now you have an issue of this Morphling that it has a completed Daedalus, and he does a ton of damage. So the fight, if you manage to get the Doom on the Kunkka or the Death Prophet before the boat or the Exo comes out, I think MOUZ just steamroll the fights. So you're in this kind of situation of initiation matters so dang much, and I will pretty much always favor the team with a Monkey King when it comes to initiation, just because you typically play with vision advantage. But you now have Shiva's Blink on Doom, and that's a pretty good tool. How close are we on BKB? They're going to try and force this fight without the Monkey King BKB. Exorcism gets popped. They're just going to go through the gate. They have to know something's up. The root comes out, but they just walk through the portal instead. Oh, no. And everyone else TPs.
Cancel Twin Gate, actually.
Yeah. Only silence. It's very weird. Silence and stun.
Great call from MOUZ there. It's like, hey, it's about to be nighttime. Roche isn't even going to be down here. Let's go through the Twin Gate. And if we can get through there, they can't come through that Twin Gate. They can't all funnel into that choke point. Waska knows that. That's why they instantly just TP away, go do other things. And unfortunately, it means they've lost the position to fight for Roche, except that it was a decently long spawn. So they can actually head over there. We'll see if they realize what's going on. And they might still be able to fight for it, but they won't have Death Prophet's ult, I think. It might come up towards the end.
I mean, not having
fight might happen
exorcism in
before
one of these
then.
fights is...
Yeah, it's pretty scary.
So
Monkey
smoke
King's just
pops,
jumping
you know
around trying to
something's
scout what's
going
going
on.
on. And they find
Doom's
him.
found him.
Look at
That's
the
just
point, Doom.
BKB immediately. Can you save him is the question. I don't think you can. The damage is just overwhelming. The freezing field doing a lot of work at the moment. Narman just taking down Soul on the backside, but this Crystal Maiden actually just owned them. Oh my goodness. The damage from the Kunkka, the Crystal Maiden just running down this front side, and they spent forever running down this Monkey King, but the BKB gives them enough distance to survive.
The BKB, I think the cleanse from Shadow Demon, I think the rum hit him. He did so much helping him out. And like you said, you're just trying to focus that. You're starting to ignore the Crystal Maiden ult, the Kunkka, the Death Prophet, who maybe didn't have her Exorcism, but she still throws out a bunch of spells, Spirit Siphons. She does a good amount of damage if you're not paying attention to her.
I mean, Vessel and Siphons are a lot of damage.
So much damage so quickly.
It could have been Disseminate, yeah. But they're just saying, we'll go back for Roche after, trying to force maybe a buyback on the Monkey King. They get the last fortification. Now you go for the Roche on, I'm sure.
All right, Waska.
It's an interesting play call because obviously MOUZ is going to be up to contest this if they want, but you don't have Doom.
No Doom, and you didn't even have Exorcism in that last fight, so now you have it available. So they're feeling good about this team fight if it breaks out. Boat is pretty low cooldown.
Scythe of Ice completed.
Typically have it between fights. Who's got it?
Sacred.
Who's got the Scythe?
Nature's, yeah, Sacred on the Death Prophet picked up a Scythe of Ice. He was queued up a while ago, so just more control for them. There's going to be the Aegis. They get themselves the Roshan's banner as well. And this is similar to what we saw earlier with the Aegis, where it's just going to be Monkey King just throwing his body. I mean, he even just did it in the last fight without the Aegis, but he's just going to be throwing his body at the enemy team, trying to get vision and information on them. The Kunkka's build is kind of cracked as well. Like, he's got like a Daedalus. I'm pretty sure. Like, this guy is so farmed.
And he's hitting a lot of heroes with the Tidebringer. I actually didn't see what facet he took, but I'm guessing it's Marcy.
He's got the Marcy. Boundless Strike is out. That is when that Mindbreaker feels very good. She's like, oh, I'll just dispose him, and then is like, never mind.
I'll just die.
Oh, he'll die instead.
Finish up that already weakened tower.
All right, that's a buyback. Exorcism's going to get to work. Again, there is no fortification at all for MOUZ. It's already been committed here on the previous high ground push. That is a full lane of barracks, and they are smoked on the bottom side, and Parker actually just scouts. He walks right into him. He's going to get some eyes on Force here. He gets hexed. It's going to be so much damage. Can he actually get into the base? He needs to. If he wants to be able to pop a Doom later on the backside, they will be able to get on top of the Shadow Demon. He's going to pop here, but the Marcy diebacks and the Doom dies. He's going to be forced to buy back into this game. This is mega creeps for the side of Waska. One more tower to fall. Their Doom is out. It's onto the Kunkka. He pops the BKB, but the Wukong's command is back the other way. The Doom's going to die back. They managed to get outside of this Wukong's here, but Olnit, he's got to stand his ground up against 3 as Dark Mago. His Doom is ended. Supreme comes in, nice Yules to slow up the Monkey King, but you gotta be careful, man. The damage is so overwhelming from Parker. It's a triple kill as Narman gonna be forced to BKB and TP back himself. Oh my god, nearly dies in the process.
I think with that, Waska should have this. The Mega Creeps, even if you don't end right here, the Mega Creeps are just gonna create so much pressure. But you have no Queen of Pain for 70, no Doom for 40. Not sure if you can really fight this.
I mean, how do you kill this Monkey King now? Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to buy back, silence out onto Olnit, but the boat's coming through. He's going to be able to dodge it, waveform in, but Narman, ooh, the 100 HP will survive. I mean, the Monkey King has 4,000 HP, and one of his slots is an Aegis. Good luck.
All right, you need to morph into Kunkka, and you need to pull them into your fountain.
Aggressive, Boundless Strike, a Scythe this time. That will prevent the Manta and drag them back into the depths as Waska will take game number 1. Beautifully played from them.
That was kind of a crazy game. Like, from going from thinking Waska had it, they were in such a demanding lead, to that one crazy fight that I'll have to go back and look at to really understand how MOUZ managed to win that. But then flip it again in that top fight where I thought, okay, MOUZ held on. They've got, the late game stuff. Then they get totally wiped in a top fight, and then Waska's completely back in it. So those two fights extremely, deciding in this game. I would have to go back and look at exactly how it happened. It's really tough for teams, right? Those team fights are very chaotic, hectic moments, and teams will have to spend a lot of time discussing how to improve. But in this case, it works out for Waska. They managed to grab the first win of the series.
Yeah, and I definitely felt like they were the ones kind of in the driver's seat the whole time. Like when we were showing the win probability, even after that like big pullback fight where they take like 10,000 gold back, tons of experience, they were still favored like 75% to win, right?
Yeah.
DOTA Plus knows, right? They got that algorithm. They're like, we've seen this play out. They'll win this one.
Every team gets one throw. It's okay.
Yeah. But I mean, that was the moment where we're like, MOUZ clearly can execute. If they came out of the lanes a little bit better, maybe it's a completely different game. Getting 2 kills in a safe lane, Monkey King, probably sets you up for I would say a rough spot. But yeah, that was just a really, really solid game 1. And again, for those of you that want to participate, there is a giveaway going on right now by 1xBet. You guys can type exclamation point 1x give in chat. There's also I want to say there's a pinned message as well, but yeah, that is something you can do to maybe get your hands on some of those arcanas we were talking about. What do you think like that needs to change for game 2 if we're MOUZ here?
I think we saw that they had like some chance there. Once they came back, it like started to feel so much better, but you can't fall that far behind, right? And that was partly Waska's draft. They planned to win lanes, push early. So I think somewhere in your draft you need maybe a little bit more consistency, because Nature's Marcy, it's very sink or swim. If you're winning your lanes and you're doing things, then great. But if you're not, especially for Marcy, I would say it feels so hard to do anything as Marcy, because to initiate, you have to jump in, you have to pop your ult to like start doing damage and lifestealing, and you're like, I have no items, I do no damage, which means I don't have any lifesteal, which means I just die. So it's so difficult to actually do anything once you're behind. So if you are going to pick this Marcy, maybe need a stronger laner than Morphling, who he's okay, but typically it's not like, oh, he's going to dominate this lane. It's like, he's gonna farm. Like that's kind of how it is. And I feel like for Marcy, that's a little awkward. And I think the idea was like you reach that point and then you go rotate around with Nature's, but they didn't get to that point. And maybe that was because they got, the 2-0 first blood against them, and that made their lanes too difficult to ever reach that point. So maybe that's all it is. Maybe you play the same draft, you just change the way you execute the starting first few minutes, and the game will feel very different.
Yeah, I actually 100% agree. I think that makes a lot of sense. So for now, we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and then we're going to be back with game number 2 here of Waska versus MOUZ. Enjoy some highlights, and we'll see y'all in just a little bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are jumping into game number 2 here in just a moment of Waska versus MOUZ. A exciting game 1, I would say. A little bit back and forth, but definitely felt like Waska was in the driver's seat for the most part. So we'll see what happens. In the draft, things could change a little bit. We'll see what they do on the the coin toss in terms of who picks which side. That's a big deal, right? Is we see a lot of teams kind of favor first pick, but Waska won the coin toss and is like, we'll go Dire. And it worked like really well for them. This is exactly what they wanted, apparently.
Yeah, I kind of forgot that they picked Dire. I'll have to go back and think about why they wanted that side versus any other side. Wonder if it has anything to do with maybe knowing they wanted Monkey King. But I don't know. I think draft-wise, although MOUZ did manage to find a really good fight and kind of give themselves a way back into that, I do think the idea of Marcy Natures, but then like do Morphling, especially like Queen of Pain gets active, sure, but do Morphling feels weird. It feels like it's hard to play with them. Like maybe if Doom has Doom, you can do that. Morphling, do you ever really want to go gank with a Morphling prior to like 30 minutes? Not really. So I feel like that support duo who wants to get super active, but then having two cores who don't come near me, I'm farming, right? I think that was the part that kind of made it awkward to either commit to we avoid the enemy, we drag this out, we go late, or we're going to face the Waska aggression, we're going to take them head on. It just didn't quite come together. So I think if you want to adjust the draft, that's one way you could do it. Either change the supports or change one of those core picks to be a little more aggressive. Otherwise, maybe they disagree. Maybe they're like, that was totally fine. We just screwed up the lanes. We got first blooded and it would have been okay. You know, I'm open to see that too.
Yeah, I think we've talked to players before about how important like early gold is going into the lanes. Like it was Ace on Gaimin Gladiators when we were speaking to him last, and he was just like, we got 4 bounty runes and we won the lanes. Like that was legitimately his thought process. He's like, we got all 4 of the bounty runes and it turned into us winning all 3 lanes. And you know, first bloods are similar, right? You get first bloods, you get a second kill, maybe even a third kill, and suddenly your team has way more golden XP going in that lane than they should. And it kind of just snowballs a momentum, right? Like it's a little bit of, all right, well, we can afford to make like extra trades because we have like maybe an extra salve or an extra set of tangos. Maybe we have an early bottle and the other heroes don't, right? So you can make like effective trades. You can then turn that into like, well, let's play aggressive for the Lotus pool now because we have the ability to like force them, you know, one way or the other. So it adds up. It adds up a lot. And yeah, I'm curious to see like if anything's going to change like in future patches, right? If they're going to like maybe tweak some of the way that gold works, but I kind of like it personally. I think if you're gonna like try and make a risky play for, you know, going for first blood, you should be rewarded, right?
I think so, though. Maybe I'd be up for like a map change because right now you see a lot of like,
Yeah.
this is where you smoke. It's just you take your pick and how it interacts is how it interacts. But it's like these are the paths you go. This is where you place your wards. Yeah, there's a little bit of variation, but that could be cool. Just a way to mix it up and still keep. Like you said, I think it's fine for the first blood. It's big. Maybe there should be more of a punishment. Like if you go for it, you're missing out on something. Like lanes, runes, I don't know what. But maybe there should be more of a punishment to it. Because right now it feels like, yeah, you go for it. And if you don't get it, yeah, you know, whatever. Like back to a perfectly fine game. Maybe there should be some kind of cost.
I actually really want to see like what the Radiant to Dire win rate is, because it's actually Radiant favored. Okay, I was like, both teams chose Dire. Oh, I mean, maybe they chose, maybe Waska. Well, it's like MOUZ had the choice this time, so either they chose second pick, and then Waska chose Radiant, which I don't think they would do, but I don't know. Very bizarre. Somehow MOUZ is on second pick here, or second pick and Dire, which is exactly what Waska had last game. So we'll see how this changes the draft. A lot of the same bans, and it's gonna be the Omni Knight to open this one up. This is a hero we've seen a start to kind of get a lot of attention. Had some pretty significant changes to his kit, followed by some significant buffs, and I think he's kind of back as a pretty viable support, despite having literally a useless ability. But he's back as a support, from what I've
I
seen.
don't think it's which one's useless.
The hammer, man, hammer of purity is
It's not
useless.
No. It's okay. It's like a 1 point trading for the lane as a support, depending on the matchup.
Yeah.
Sometimes you skip it.
Yeah.
But maybe I could see
certain
Waska doing
matchups,
it as
it's
a
okay.
core. Like if there's
Yeah,
a team
Sacred
that's gonna
plays
pull
it.
out a core, there's gonna team that's gonna pull out a core Omni. That could be Waska. You max hammer of purity. Again, maybe depending on the matchup. I think Enchantress could be good. Oh, they're actually gonna go for the Morphling first pick. That's interesting.
So I think this is because they know Sacred plays Omni Knight, and they're like, yeah, what's an Omni gonna do to a Morphling in lane type of thing. But
That's true.
I am curious, like, what they're gonna do, because now I feel like you just open up the flex potential of the Omni and be like, yeah, we're way more comfortable moving this to a support than say Morphling is now after the changes, right? Morphling did get nerfed a little
Fast
bit in
hands.
terms of the support, right?
No, I think Morphling support's the same. I actually think you could still do it. So maybe that's something MOUZ
Oh,
has
it
been
didn't get
practicing,
changed.
because when it first came out, only a few players were at that point willing to try Morphling at the professional level where money's on the line. But it's been a little bit of time now. Maybe these players have practiced it a bit more. So maybe that's part of why MOUZ was willing to first pick a Morphling, which is usually very bold to do.
Yeah.
Maybe they're also willing to just move it to support. So I was thinking, like, once you see an Omni Knight, which is why I think Shadow Demon ban was so good. Like, it's a very reasonable ban, but it also protects an early Omni Knight pick. I was thinking, like, who else has some kind of aggressive purge? So I was thinking, like, Enchantress, Oracle, maybe. Those feel like weird first picks, though. We might see them later on in this draft. They're still in the pool. But maybe you're right. Maybe it's just a hard read. That's an Omni off lane. This is our Morphling carry.
Repel, I don't think Repel is dispellable anymore, is it? I know Guardian
you need a
Angel
dispel
is.
that pierces immunity, which is
Yeah, right, because it
like
gives
Doom.
debuff immunity now, so it's like, it's very weird.
Yeah. But if you don't have it, because it's a very long cooldown, so if you don't have it, your ultimate can still be dispelled. So I still think it's kind of worth having.
Yeah. Well, we can take some time as we're getting into the next set of picks here. Again, we're talking about this giveaway. Get yourself into this one. Get yourself some nice Arcanas. You can type 1x give in chat to participate in this. But there is also a cool little mobile app that 1xBet has put together. Yeah. So you guys can click, there's a download now on the banner in the description to get your hands on that. Pango, talk to me about this one.
I mean, it's just been a really good mid or off lane. Buy your auras, get roll, get active, which, going back to what I was saying last game, when you had that Morphling carry who needed space, and you had that Doom off lane who kind of gets active, kind of just farms, right? I don't love that as much. I do feel like giving a lot of space to the Morphling is really good if you're going to commit to the Morphling carry. Typically excels in that mid to late game area. Like, get him there. And so if you do run this Pango in the off lane, in the mid, I don't care, wherever, but he can be your... From the off lane, like auras and active. It's from the mid lane. You don't really see the auras, but he still gets the roll. He gets active a little earlier, builds damage. That's fine. You get an aura builder in your off laner.
Yeah, I was just saying, I was like, don't you just pick Monkey King again? Like, you follow the Pango lane with this, right? If he goes mid, you go mid Monkey King. If he goes off lane, you're like, Parker's got Monkey King 2 games in a row, and he made a pretty good case for it last game. Played well into the Morphling. So, I like this actually quite a bit. Now you can just pick...
could come out again.
Yeah, it's like, now you can just pick like a strong 5 and... Well, because... Maybe you pick a 4 here, and like another flex hero, because I think you still want to protect the flex of the Omni, or you just like reveal exactly where it's gonna go.
That's true. The flex of the Omni, but also the Monkey King. Could be Monkey King 4. So maybe you have to pick a support who can do 4 or 5 and move it around. Someone like
Yeah,
Snapfire, though I don't know if she got well, the QW buff. The QW build got buffed. Little Shredder has been getting nerfed. So I don't know if they want to do that. You don't have the greatest setup. Like, this does end up being Omni Core. It's not really the best. Okay, they're just going to full in on the flex. We're going to confuse you with what we're doing. They're going to grab
that's
the
cool.
Mars, which we've seen him go mid, seen him... I want to say you can go him off lane, but I swear every time they pick him, it's a mid Mars. So maybe that's the reveal here. It is interesting because Waveform actually does not care about the arena, and neither does Roll. But of course, if you get the surprise Initiate, because this is a mid Mars who gets a blink really early, we've seen him build hexes later on as well to still catch these heroes and then spear stun. Could be good. There's a lot of melee heroes. I feel like you go Timber or something, right? Like, who is your anti-melee hero? Because we're at currently 3 potential melee cores right now. Pango's decent against that, actually, ignoring the like one-to-one matchups in the lane where he's going to have a hard time versus Monkey King. Later on, Roll is typically very good versus these melee heroes, and you're not going to be able to Heavenly Grace everybody, or was it? We're back to Repel. You're not going to be able to put Repel on everybody, so someone is getting like Roll stunned or some other counter to melee heroes.
I would like a really strong support pick here. I don't know exactly what it would be. Oh, they go for the Lesh. That's a really good
Okay,
counter
that
to the
kinda
melee
works.
heroes. Yeah, this works a lot. So I think that's probably going to be Supreme's Leshrac mid, which means we're looking at an off-lane Pangolier. And most likely a carry Morphling. Now, could this still be support Morph? Absolutely. There's not a lot of great spells for him to steal as a support morph. Like, the ones we see it most often picked into are the things like the Jakiro and the Rubik, both of which are banned. So it makes it kind of like not a great support morphling game. There's the Doom. So that's a mid Mars for Dark Mago, and he's gonna take it into the Lesh, which is an actually perfectly fine matchup. He'll have more damage to actually CS with. You can rely on Spear to kind of just send the Leshrac back, get some easy denies. I do worry, though, because Doom into Morphling is not a super solid lane. But it is a great Doom game. Like, if you get the Lesh or the Morph...
I mean, any of these, right? Any of these Morph, Lesh, Pango. Now, Leshrac support has been popping up a little bit more. You take Misanthropy. Is that the right one? The one that speeds up reduces the time on Edict, and you just get way more explosions in that time. The total damage is the same, but the DPS, like how fast it comes out, goes up a bunch.
Way faster.
So we have been seeing some of that. Maybe they're gonna think about flexing it now that they see that Doom. We see the Timber ban we were thinking about earlier, because now we're up to 4 melee heroes. I don't know. I really feel like whoever else is the melee hero counter. Tusk is decent. Like, the Shards is very annoying for melee heroes. Snowball around, punch people with tag teams. Gonna hit like everybody. I could see some of that being good.
How in the world would they have fit a Timbersaw into this draft?
I don't know, man. Lesh 5, Tusk 4. Morph carry.
Yeah, maybe it would be Lesh 5. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I'm like, which of these 3 cores currently on the screen goes to support, you know? Because I was like, it's not a good support morph game, and then you have no carry, but yeah, Lesh
I think it
5,
could be
Lesh.
And Tusk sometimes does 4 or 5, depending on the matchup, so that could be something they shift around as well. But based on the heroes Waska has, I mean, they're again doing a very run-at-you type style. That's sort of what Omni, like the first pick Omni, reveals already. But then with the rest of these heroes, it's like, yeah, we're gonna try to win our lanes and just get going. Now, the Doom might be a little slower, but he can just build auras, he can build pipe, and do that as well. Whoa. And they're gonna grab the line. He's gonna be coming online pretty early. I'm gonna guess the 4 line with the 5 Omni, but maybe so Lina at the end here.
That's Olnit, carry Lina. So Narman's gonna take the support morph.
Okay, we're getting a little crazy here. Lina's been getting really popular. Combustion is a really good innate.
I was curious about that because they nerfed the runaway, right? So
Yeah, early levels of runaway, but it reaches the same at the end.
yeah, it reaches the same eventually, but yeah, the fact that she just has this new innate combustion, it just added a ton of damage to this hero, like out of nowhere. And you're like,
And
oh,
a
I
bunch of
don't
melee
have
heroes
like
all together.
yeah, it's like I don't have the free level 1 fiery soul, but who cares, you know? It's like that it didn't really make much of a difference to begin with. It was like a couple attack speed. But now you're just like, oh, cool. Overheat damage is amazing. It does scale with Laguna Blade, so it's not great pre-level 6, but the damage adds up for sure in terms of just her farming speed, right? You just, once you hit level 6, you just throw like a single Dragon Slave through a creep camp or the creep wave, it kills the whole wave. It's like getting slow burn almost.
Yeah, they'll have to be careful of Arena because it is kind of like Sniper. He could have a good game, but you can just Arena him off of the fight. Lena, similar, but because of the Fiery Soul, she actually is pretty fast. She could pop BKB, just run into the arena, run out, wherever, however it happens. So I don't think it's as bad as like Sniper, who's very immobile. But that could still be something they have going for them. However, I do still like this Lena pick because it's so many melee heroes. They're going to have to just dive to get to Lena, and at that point you're diving into the Leshrac, who could be just pumping out the AoE damage, get the shard so that you've got all that stun, very annoying for the melee heroes. You have Tusk, who could then just save Lena, right? Just snowball her, move her out of the fight. Curious how the Morphling is going to pay out, though. We were saying it's not the greatest Morphling 4 game, but then a Lion came out, and that actually kind of makes it a good Morphling game now.
Yeah, it does, but there is something else I want to point out as well with it in a moment. As we take a look at the odds here, Waska way more favored than last game. It was like a 1.8 to 2 last time, so quite a big shift in the odds. People watching game 1 being like, dang, this Waska team is pretty good. And let's take a look at the facets here. Simeon Stride, that's the standard. Devil's Bargain, Bloodsport. The Essence Eater, interesting, going for that on the Lion, and then the Healing Hammer, of course, for the Omni. As for MOUZ, Misanthropy, double jump tag team, the Flow Morph, of course, and the Thermal Runaway. So back onto the Morphling. One of the things, what?
Sorry to interrupt, but I gotta say, the Lion taking Essence Eater makes sense as a support, but he should have joined in on his team and take that melee facet.
That would have been very funny. Sacred in a lot of trouble. Misanthropy does a ton of damage, but a really good Earth Spike there from Matthew might just have been enough to get him away, and it looks like it is. The Morphling, right? One of these heroes that we've seen in the support role actually get a lot done with it. I think part of this is legitimately just going to be the fact that with an Omni on the board, yeah, this is why you can't fight into Misanthropy. It's just 75% of his HP. Yeah, I feel like he's just going to be trying to roleplay as an Omni Knight this game. Lower cooldown, repel, and heal, right? Like, I feel like that's pretty good.
Yeah, I think either one could be good, and it depends what his team needs in that given fight. Omni to just sit behind the Lena does sound good, and just keep healing her up, letting her be that kind of like turret hero. You just stand around her, take that fight, or save your Leshrac. Maybe you can do both because of those reduced cooldowns.
Yeah.
But otherwise, you could just get instant chain stun from line. You might even be able to get 2 heroes. Like if you Hex one, Adaptive Strike the other, Lion Spike both, you might be able to chain stun like 2 heroes at once forever with that CDR.
Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening. That's a really nice courier kill. Narman's just going to be creep dragging. I'm not entirely surprised, right? The Pango into Monkey King lane. We kind of knew this one was going to be rough, so they're going to just start dragging the wave. The other side lane, though, we've got Sacred and Matthew here on the Lion Doom. Matthew, every time they go aggressive, just has to try and control up that Lena. But it's all of his mana pool to do so. So that is costly.
Oh, wait, he took Hex, didn't he? So he'll need
he just went Earth Spike Hex, so it's going to be a moment before he has mana drain.
Yeah. He might have needed that Essence. Like, maybe he dies if he doesn't take Hex, but you might still want that Essence Eater going. Because, I mean, you took that Facet. And once you take away Tusk's mana, it's not like he can play aggressive.
It's what? How much damage per second? 20 at level 1? 20, 40, 60.
Yeah, 20, 40, 60, 80.
No, 20, 40, 60, 120. The fourth point in mana drain is insane. It literally doubles. I remember that. It's like one of the weirdest scaling abilities because you're like, all right, 20, 40, 60, that makes sense. And then you're like, wait a minute. It just doubles to 120. And that's when it's like you want the fourth point mana drain and shard because it is actually super annoying to deal with. And maybe that's his way of dealing with the Morphling as well. Morph is not a hero with a lot of mana. It's just typically the fact that like flow helps like with cooldown reductions, and you just build like mana boots and an Aether Lens or something, you know, to try and get as much mana as you can.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Burning through Morphling's mana is one of the ways you can deal with him. And I think that holds true for support Morphling. Carry Morphling kind of just kills you in that time once he's online, but support Morphling, if he can't stun you up, yeah, maybe that's a good way to prevent him from just spamming out spells forever. Especially if Lion gets the shard. Can't be stunned.
Yeah. As expected in the mid lane, the MOUZ is taking a slight CS advantage. Like every time the Lesh is going to try and play off Misanthropy now, he just spears him away. Right, it's not super easy. Top lane, Sacred taking a lot of damage, but they actually deal back quite a bit. And the Scorched Earth movement speed should get him to safety here. Matthew, though, in some trouble. LSA comes out. He's trying to hit the 2-hero Earth Spike, but he can't do it. We'll just have to use it onto Olned instead. Great dodge. The shards do break his salve, though, so that's pretty big.
Over here, laning in the river. Creep Dragon still trying to go on just because the Monkey King Omni into Pango, very rough. Even with his mobility spells, it just means you can't use them to ever CS, though, which means you lose a lot of range creeps, things like that. So lane's getting wild down there, moving it into the river.
I feel like Yadomi's actually doing really well on this Omni. I was kind of surprised. I mean, maybe his innate, I know we kind of like laugh about the innate being kind of bad, but it seems like it's actually getting a decent amount done. Top lane, Matthew might be the first blood. It is. Bangan's going to grab it. Olned with a really nice light striker right there at the end to get some space against the Doom, and he's going to be perfectly safe. This is where the Lion
Doom
pick's a little bit weird.
Courier real quick.
Yeah.
I think it's
not like a super strong lane hero, so I am curious to see how they're going to get stuff done with it. But
well, I think if you take a mana drain level 2, I think it's easier because you just keep removing mana from Tusk, and Tusk without mana really struggles to do a lot.
Parker dancing through the trees. They know he's up here. I mean, with where the wave is bottom, he's not really wasting any time. It's just at their tier 1 tower. Like, there's nothing for him to farm down there, so I get his rotation, but really good heads up from MOUZ. Like, after last game, saw how active Parker was on the Monkey King. They just put an immediate ward on the...
oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, Misanthropy is so good. I was like, yeah, they put a ward on the outpost, and... he knows, so Matthew gives him a sentry. They de-ward it now, so maybe the next time you're not going to be so lucky to get that, you know, vision of the Monkey King coming through that twin gate. A very quiet lane stage compared to last game.
Yeah, I think these melee heroes need the levels and the items to actually start these fights. Right now, MOUZ has the better heroes for it. Speaking of which, going for Sacred, but Yadomi has actually walked across the map. He's up here now.
They really want Olned here, and Yadomi, he might die for this first. Oh, he does not. Matthew ends up getting the kill, but now the TP in from Narman. Well, 2-hero Earth Spike. Matthew should be fine to walk away here, which I'm now realizing, oh my gosh, this guy is so good with these dodges. Underneath the tower they go. Matthew will end up dying. Really good chase here. And that's going to be the 7-minute wisdom. You have to TP on someone. The Mars.
Too late.
The spear
It's not too
doesn't
late.
make it
Oh,
in
is too late.
time. Oh my goodness. This is a massive win from MOUZ. Like, he has a waveform. He's going to make it out. Dude. No
Degenora.
way. Blood grenade. Sacred. Coming in here with the Scorched Earth. Does he get in range? He does.
Oh, he could have saved him.
Wait, Dark Mago has an
Oh, use it-
arena.
Use it to farm.
They're looking for any vision of this hero, but he's pretty far back. They're like, we're gonna make use of this TP. Tusk with the shards, trying to zone him out. He's just gonna slow him up. They're like, nah, man, we have our eyes on the prize. We want the Lina. He's not gonna find him. And now Supreme's coming back. Sacred is gonna go down to the misanthropy of Supreme. They chased so dang long and get nothing out of it.
Not cancel the tree dance. Yeah, Lina's a fast hero. We were saying, okay, you don't have level 1 fiery souls anymore, but you still get a point, and you're pretty fast once you have it. So they just could not catch up to her. Tusk doing a good job of slowing down. Oh, Dark Mago gonna fall now too.
Yeah.
And a regen for Supreme. That guy's about to farm up a storm. Never mind, he's gonna come kill
Farm up
people
some
up here.
heroes, baby. Repel's going to buy Yodomi a little bit of space. He's going to try and dive the tower. I mean, with the regen running, he feels fairly safe, but a lot of that reduction is reduced. Does he get the kill? He does. Quite a big pick-off here for Parker. Save from Yodomi. Again, another Earth Spike. He's just trying to heal here at the moment.
They're so low.
Bangan's going to walk back in with the tag team. There's so many heroes in this top lane, and it's going to be a punish here. As Waska do manage to get a couple big ones. Oh, he dodges the Walrus Punch! Dude, Parker is ridiculous on this Monkey King hero. As Bangan gonna get caught from a spear. One more auto attack is all he needs. Jumps over the shards.
The last game was a
And
little
now
slow
Parker's
on
top
kills.
net
They're
worth.
trying to make up for it.
Dude, this game was slow for like, it was like, what, 1 kill at like 5 or 6 minutes or something, and now suddenly everyone's dying?
Yeah, with that huge fight going to that Wisdom Rune all the way to the other side, past that tier 1, now all the way back. Things are getting wild. The Edict does so much damage, but they don't...
Omni.
So far, they have not been able to keep them still for the Edict to be able to do all of its damage.
This game gets a little bit more difficult when Narman hits level 6, right? Because...
That's
Oh.
true.
Because I was gonna say, because part of it is he just gets to choose which one of these heroes he wants to replicate, and both are very good. So we'll see how that's gonna make a difference. Bottom lane, Sacred is only level 5.
I mean, he's been running
Really
around with all these heroes,
Yeah,
and
slowing
they haven't
up
been
his
able to pick up
abilities.
enough kills. Or, like, he's dying before enough kills happen, so he does end up a
Yeah.
little under-leveled here.
Yeah. All right, everyone. Don't forget, you can go ahead and join the game today. Go ahead and check out 1xBet using the promo code Universe. That's UNVRS3, and grab yourself a 100% welcome bonus deposit. There's a pinned message in the chat for more details there. I'm surprised Monkey King is somehow on the top of the net worth, despite like how much rotating Parker has done this game. Like, he's been everywhere.
Yeah, I think it does. This is where you can get a little lucky or unlucky, depending on who dies first in fights, who actually picks up the kills. And Monkey King has been a big winner in a lot of this. He's been surviving, he's been grabbing some of the kills, and then he's just free to farm as well after things die. Because the fights have been like so weird, they've been moving around, but with the Simeon Stride, he's like, okay, straight back to the lane. Everyone else is slowly walking over there. So far in a good spot. But we haven't
bottom
quite
lane.
seen... Yeah, we haven't seen like Force join these fights yet with the roll. He is rushing a Blink, and that could be a big difference. He might be dying.
Oh, he
though,
got him.
instead.
Spears out. Matthew just got to commit the stun into the finger here. They got him. That should be the first finger stack for the Lion. See, this is where you wish you had the melee facet, because then you walk up, you punch him, and you get 2 stacks.
Be one of the boys. Do you? No, you don't.
Yeah, you get 2. Yeah, you do. Absolutely.
For punching him, really?
Yeah. So if you finger of death him, then punch him, and they're both within the window, you get 2 stacks.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's what he gets for not having a team spirit.
Yeah, that's what you don't want to like.
Melee.
Yeah. If you finish it, like if you're sniping the kill with the finger of death, you're actually like griefing yourself with the melee facet. You want to like get him low enough to where you have like the ability to kill him within the next like couple seconds.
I like this kobold creep usage. They're just dragging creeps around.
Dragging. Yeah. This is a good smoke here. Will they find the Monkey King instead? It's going to be Oh. They get onto the Omni Knight. He's trying to heal himself through this, but the pure damage from Supreme. Oh my goodness. You are not surviving that one. And that should be the tier 1 tower in the top lane here. They will fort. Maybe going to stick around as Supreme does get some vision of the Monkey King here. Has a split earth. He might try and just chop the tree. Boundless Strike comes out. He actually misses barely. Oh my goodness.
It's still level 1 split earth.
Yeah. Jumped at the perfect time. Blink in. Arena's going to catch both of the supports. Snowball to buy him some time, but the spear comes through. They've got the Morphling. Sacred, he does have the Doom, and he gets onto the backside. It catches the Lina, but there's just no follow-up. Too late on all of this as the roll comes through from Force. Now just continue to chase Dark Mego here behind the tower. And exactly what we expected.
Fine. She got the help from the stolen repel.
Yeah.
Gonna be healed up. It's like nothing even happened to her. And yeah, this is the trouble with the all melee lineup. Sometimes one melee hero gets to the target, but the others are still on the way. So nothing actually happens to the Lina. You end up losing some heroes there.
It felt a little bit forced for the Doom onto the Lina. Like, I thought they might just like settle for the heroes in the arena, right? It's like you get Tusk Morph, like you might as well just like Doom the Tusk and just walk away from the fight, you know, like get your 2 kills.
Double support kill.
Yeah, you know, I feel like that's perfectly fine, but obviously you're really wanting the bigger kills and it kind of backfires there.
Yeah. At the same time, it was a really good roll from the Pango, just disrupting that fight, which we knew would be strong once it finally joined in. That's the first one he participates in, and he has his blink, so I think they should start playing around him a lot more. They're looking for another kill right here onto Sacred. Supreme has his own blink now, and yeah, this is a very dead Doom. Big rotations. Can they get Supreme?
Ooh, he's hasted.
Haste, though.
They're going to see
They'll
Bangin,
settle
though.
for Bangin.
Well, there's a Rolling Thunder coming through. You've got to get this kill. They do in time, but Force, the Rolling Thunder, going to be forced to TP now. He'll be safe. The question is, will they find... Oh, I was like, will they find Supreme? But very quick blink out. Did not have the vision. Supreme had vision advantage anyway, so...
That was close. If that roll comes in just a little bit sooner, Tusk can maybe live long enough to get another set of spells off. And then Leshrac was thinking about running in there, another Edict, all that AoE damage on 4 heroes clumped together. That could have been an insane combo. All right, he's getting this rune. Goes top. Arcane rune. Leshrac would have loved to have that one, but Dark Mago will just use it for maybe a fast arena kill.
They're looking behind the mid tower. Oh, yep, there it is. There's your fast arena kill. It's going to be Narman. He is a big part of the fight, so I think you're okay committing the arena, especially if it's on an arcane rune.
Yeah, it's really not a big commitment. And like you said, because he's dead, you can maybe try to get something else out of it, but MOUZ is already backing off. Doesn't look like they're going to find anything up here.
They have a good ward here that's placed that will scout out some of this. And he's like, yep, I know something's up. Good D wards.
without a blink. That's pretty fast.
Gleipnir. Ooh. Matthew. Nicely done. You say the Lion has a blink?
Maybe I'm crazy. I'm pretty sure I saw him blink into that creep wave. Oh, Force actually went for the Echo first.
Ooh, they get on top of Yadomi. He's getting just beat down by Supreme again. As Olnit takes the tower. All right, 2K lead here for MOUZ as they continue to be the aggressors in this match.
Man, if Morphling gets a shard and he has the stolen purification at lower cooldown, that is an insane amount of heal coming out. Like, you have to doom whoever you want to kill. Otherwise, I don't know if you can out DPS that. Double purifications at low cooldown.
I think you're right, actually. It'll be a lot.
Plus, he's even getting, like, he's got a Solar Crest in the works. So it's like, you're throwing out barriers, purifications, repels. Okay, if you start with the Morphling, then there you go. That's how you'll do it.
They don't commit finger, and he just gets out from a 4-hero gank. I always, whenever I see Lion, I always get worried because this is the exact pitfall of this hero is like, it does kind of need to snowball. Like, you have to get finger of death kills early on. Otherwise, this hero falls off a cliff in terms of its like late game impact. They're smoking up, but their smoke breaks right on a ward. And MOUZ are free to just walk away. Well, Supreme dodges it out once again. Shards come out. Bangin is going to be just fine. Waska are really struggling this game. And it's a little bit weird because last game when we saw them make these rotations, it was Parker on the Monkey King just running in, getting the vision for his team. And this time, he's just not there.
Yeah, they're having a much harder time connecting on it. But I think he's also more scared to do that into this lineup.
The damage just not there. The Arena coming out way too late. The Doom, though, it does catch the Lina, and she's stuck inside the Wukong's command. They're going to be able to get a lot of save time there with the Pangolier, but is it enough? Boundless Strike on, Parker's got him, and he's going to clean up Force as well. The Monkey King quite strong in the moment, but so is Supreme. The heals from Yadomi come out at the last second. Narman is going to do the exact same. Going to try and waveform to safety. But Parker, he finished up the Aghanim Scepter right before this. Boundless Strike, Spear is out, but Misanthropy is crushing him. It's so much damage. You get a buyback out of Bangin, and you pay off immediately with a double kill.
Don't think they have the damage. Oh, maybe. The stolen spells? No, okay, he's out. Okay, when that fight started in the triangle, I think some of the problem is that the Arena came out first, so Morphling had to waveform to the back to copy the Omnite, but then couldn't rejoin his team, who all fell low in the Arena Monkey King ult, and that's how Waska was able to get a couple kills to just start that off, but then maybe dive a little too long. In the end, I'm not really sure who came out ahead on that, because technically you lost some heroes at the end, but it was some support buybacks. It might be okay for both teams there.
I think it is probably better for Waska because they like got a decent amount on the enemy side of the map.
That's true.
But
I think Monkey King killed Leshrac before dying.
Yeah, he did. So it's like for Parker's game, like he's doing really good. The other thing too is I think you were just generally behind at the time on Waska, so like even if it's an even trade, it's technically better for them in terms of XP gains. So I think that's good for them. What we have this moment, I just want to remind everybody, this tournament, of course, brought to you by Fissure Studios. Make sure to follow both here and on YouTube to check out their stuff. They have put together some of the coolest looking tournaments this whole year, so big shout out to them, and we appreciate you guys very much for doing so. Mech is done on Narman, looking for the Guardian Greaves. I'm a little bit surprised he's going for the Greaves. But
Versus a Doom.
yeah, versus
Or
the
just
Doom,
in
but
general?
also you have an offlane Pango, and offlane Pango a lot of the times is like a Greaves Pipe Crimson Guard builder. So I'm surprised Pango is going like all damage. He is really, really in on that. That being said, Narman is giga farmed for a support right now. He is ahead of the Doom offlane. I know he's dead, but he's still neck and neck.
Yeah. He also got the shard too, which helped his net worth.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Which
like you
was
said,
huge.
still
You
very
talked about
farmed.
the shard earlier.
Yeah, I'm ready for it. He hasn't gotten it yet. We haven't seen the combo yet. But yeah, to your point, I think it's okay if he gets the Greaves. And then I thought Force would still get like Pipe, maybe Crimson Guard. But yeah, like you said, opting for damage this time.
He's got like Blink Echo, and I think he's had an Ags queued up last time I checked. But Monkey
Yeah,
King
maybe they
has
just
the
feel-
Diffusal Ags now.
Maybe they
That's
just
so
feel
good.
into these melee heroes that Pango can do a lot of damage. And they'd rather have
Yeah, he's
that
got
than the
the Axe.
auras.
I mean, Rolling Thunder is really good this game, but I think once BKBs come out on Waska, you lose every fight at that point. You are fighting into the Roche pit where you have a bunch of Monkey King soldiers set up. Matthew's going to get popped onto the high ground. There's the Rolling Thunder out. Wukong's command is there. He's going to get repelled up. He's looking to get into this fight, but the shards actually just block them all off. Beautifully done from the Tusk, but can Delina get out now twice is the question. She's just going to throw the Light Striker away, the Laguna, everything to just take down that Omni Knight. They buy back on the Lion, trying to TP to safety on the Mars. He's not going to be able to. Parker is all alone. A massive win here from MOUZ, dude. Banging with a perfect shard block.
That was such a nice shard block. And then MOUZ actually kills Roche and takes the Aegis, which is why they don't even get a Lina kill in return. She just respawns. There's no Monkey King ult at that point. Finishes up the kill.
Oh, that
Maybe they're
damage.
actually going to grab a
Whoa.
Leshrac kill.
Okay,
All
that
right,
Boundless
that
Strike did
buyback
a
pays
ton.
off.
Does he have level 20 on the... There's no way he's level
Hurricane?
20 yet on this Monkey King, is he? I mean, this is
don't
the mana
think so.
drain, dude. It's so annoying. He's got nothing left. Speaking of Monkey King, though, he is just in by himself. Nice stun out. Matthew with the mana drain. They're going to be able to get one Force. He's got no mana. He's got to blink in a second, jumps forward, tries to predict the mana drain, again clips him, canceling the blink. Parker gets a double kill somehow, and Bangan is still trying to run away from the other two heroes. He'll snowball for the moment, but he's got no blink dagger. How do they clean this up?
Man, I don't know. Waska is great at finding these fights. So they lose the Roche fight, but off of that, MOUZ scatters a little bit. I think they were feeling a little too good that Waska was in retreat mode, but Waska was still ready to fight, so they start with that Leshrac kill. And once Leshrac's kind of dead, I mean, his DPS is what makes it really scary for a Monkey King who wants to get Jingu stacks and then heal through a fight. And if you're just being insta-killed by Leshrac, that doesn't really work. But once Leshrac gets popped by the finger, it's like, well, actually, maybe we can take these extended fights. And we were watching them jump the Tusk, so I don't know how it quite happened, but suddenly we look back and Monkey King is on top of both Lina and Force. So I don't know, they clumped up for a double stun or something.
It was 3 heroes, yeah. It was Lina,
Yeah.
Pango, and Tusk.
Yeah, I don't quite know how that happened.
But like, the thing is the Lion who was just mana draining on the side just like immediately blinks over and hits a 3-hero stun, and they're just sitting inside of like 3 Monkey King soldiers while he just wails on them, and they're getting 3-hero mana drained. Like, I didn't expect that much impact from the Lion at this point, but that's the shard, right? Making such a huge difference once he picks it up, plus the 4 points mana drain.
Monkey
Alright,
King really
see
running
MOUZ
away
here.
with this net worth.
Looking to jump in here onto the Monkey King. The jump in, the Hex comes out. The stun here as well. Matthew just gets ripped apart by Supreme on this Leshrac. Of course, the BKB getting put to really good use of the Doom. Comes in, Blink. He manages to find the Leshrac on the backside, but can they chase him? He gets the boundless strike from Parker, but in comes Narman. Amplify damage here on Dark Mago, doing a ton of work. The spear back sends the Lina right back into the hands of the Monkey King. He's going to get the Force Staff away, but an aggressive Force again used. They're just trying to chase, get vision of Olnit, and Simeon Stride quite good at finding these heroes. And now, full retreat from MOUZ. They get the big kills, right? The Lina as well as the Leshrac.
Yeah, Matthew did a great job there. Even though he gets killed first for it, as soon as they start to jump that Monkey King, and he was being chain stunned up for a while, but the Blink Hex into stun just means Lina was not able to throw in the damage while that Monkey King was still at bought enough time for the rest of the team to show up. And at that point, although you kill the Lion, the Monkey King lives and gets to rejoin with the Wukongs and all the clones. And now he's actually chasing for another kill over here. All right, he's going to think twice on that. But Lina has to be free to do damage. Leshrac has to be free to do damage. Like, one of those two heroes needs to be doing damage. And so if they're controlled up, or if you get Doom onto Leshrac before he gets like Edict out and his spells out, then you're just not killing these heroes into the Omni Knight. And I'm not sure who Morphlin copied in that fight. I don't know if he got that Omni Knight.
He did.
But the way things are going...
He did.
Okay.
Yeah.
He wants to get the Omni Knight and then stand behind the Lina. And I think these last couple fights, it's been a little hard for them to do that.
Oh my god, he just finds Force. He's going to go for the Rolling Thunder, uses it immediately, but the backside, he's found Supreme as well as Narman. He's going to have to waveform to safety. That's an arena down. They don't want to doom the Morph.
I don't think they're going to need to.
I don't think they're going to have to. He's got to waveform in a couple seconds. The Hex comes out from the Lion, and they got him. They have a deep ward in the enemy base, by the way.
Yeah, they're going to move back to the tier 2, and I think they might... Oh, actually, oh, that was close. They're thinking about just going for that insta-kill with that ward you just mentioned, but fast blink reactions, getting himself out of there. That's a huge...
I mean, that's a hard ward to get rid of right now.
Yeah, if he had died, you definitely lose this high ground tower. As it stands, I think you're still going to lose it, but maybe Morphling will be up in time for you to defend it.
He can bulwark this. Yeah, he does. Does it keep the grain? Yeah, I was like, it'll keep one creep alive, and it does, yeah. Loses the courier of Supreme there, trying to sneak that by to the secret shop. Boundless strike on him. Parker just goes super aggressive. They jump in. The Doom's out. I think he burns to this in the fountain. Oh, he's only level 2 Doom. He might survive. So with that, they are going to disengage. They still have a fortification available as the Lina does in fact survive. They get the D ward now. Oh, the blink, the arena, the spear, the finger of death ends up taking Supreme out. No way.
All right, that's your melee racks, and now you can just fall back. A courier actually got killed from the MOUZ, who had most of the refresher on it. Okay, actually, they're not going to fall back. They're going to see if they can force a buyback out from the Leshrac. They're going to go straight bottom.
They have no cooldowns here.
Yeah, let's see if this backfires.
That's a pipe. Rolling Thunder, the buyback here. There's going to be the Wukong's command, but Mars is in so deep. There's going to be the BKB. They need to get out of here. Supreme is just ripping through these heroes. Omni Knight is just super dead as well. And now Sacred, they've got all the vision that they need. If he can get the blink, no. Supreme grabs him. That's 3 dead on the high ground.
What can MOUZ get?
That's a heavy commitment for that buyback.
Yeah, you get the bottom tier 3 and that buyback, but they were a little scattered for that refresher, you know, never arrived. If you had the second arena, maybe that fight goes differently, but yeah, like you said, kind of costly. Let's see if Roche is fast, because if MOUZ can take Roche, that'll be huge for them.
if you guys want to get your hands on some sweet Arcanas, make sure to join the giveaway. Type 1xGive into chat to find out how to participate. Of course, the giveaway being hosted by 1xBet. We appreciate you guys very much. Thank
This
you
Lina
so much.
Arcana could be yours. This Monkey King
Lina.
Arcana could be yours.
Radiant are scanning.
I almost asked earlier, I was like, what do you think the next Arcana is going to be? And I like completely forgot that they just added like Skywrath and Vengeful Spirit because I just like don't play those heroes. I was like, ah, man,
Ringmaster.
Dude, TI Ringmaster, it's happening. All
We
right.
got a good ward set up here. It's a pretty fast Roche spawn. And actually, because of that, Waska's moved straight in. They might end up with the better position here. If they stick around long enough to see this, they have to hold this position for 10 seconds. Sometimes you get restless and you move on. Kind of looks like that's what's about to happen here.
I mean, they know they're down here, right? They have mid pushing straight into their base. Like, someone's going to have to back to respond to this. And there's the Roche respawn. Dude, that graphic is so sick. Of
Gonna
course,
have
the
the
change
banner.
to this latest patch, it's always banner on second Roche, right? Third Roche, depending on the side, is where you get cheese, right?
Yeah. And that refresher gets
I think this
delivered.
is a good change.
Yeah, I think so. I think the banner was not seeing enough use to help end games. I think giving it to both sides, very helpful. This game may not be the best. Lina's actually really good at killing it quite quickly. It'll be really good versus Waska, but that'll have to wait for maybe third Roche because Waska's got this one in the bag. Oh, Bloodstone finished on Leshrac. That could be really big in helping him stay alive in these fights.
Unless he gets doomed. And then
Unless he
not
gets
so much.
doomed. But you are reaching
Right.
that point of like, who do I want to doom? Because dooming Leshrac's big, but maybe it does mean Lina's just firing away for free in the back, throwing out that rotation of spells, combustion, starting to really add up here. Looks like a free kill onto Bangin potentially here. Getting some help
He's
from
just getting
Narman, but
Beat down.
yeah,
Snowball
kind of stuck
by
in
him
his
a little
own
bit of
shards
time,
this
but
time.
Yeah,
They
there's
can't
nowhere
all
to
be
go.
perfect shards.
Dark Pagoa comes in and is like, yoink, that one's mine. Thank you, everybody. Good work, team. His refresher is done, though. He does have the Soul Ring, which is something that we don't see that often on a Mars, but when you go the refresher build, you need a Soul Ring. So I'll grab that, then go back for his Scythe of Ice. That's kind of like the typical, once you have a refresher on Mars, Scythe of Ice is the absolute must-buy next item. You have like 9 seconds of crowd control with double arena. It is wild.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I like the banner placement. I think it's good to put one a little bit more defensive in this instead of kind of up on the high ground. Like you said, against the Lina, it's not fantastic, but giving these creeps a little bit more certainly. Oh, he finds
Straight
Supreme!
to the back.
The BKBs immediately come out. Sacred will hold the Doom for now, as they will disengage as Force just coming in really aggressive on this Rolling Thunder. The Doom now connects. They do get it onto the Leshrac, but you've lost 2, Lion as well as the Mars, but they're trying to get this Leshrac. It looks like they might be able to with the damage from Parker. It's gonna be close. He will fall. But you've got to get out now. Heavy costs here from Waska to get these kills, and it's going to end up being a complete team wipe. Unless Parker gets away for the moment, but you might lose the Pango or the Lion on a dieback here. Wukong's command was out. Doom coming back in, trying to get on top of Volnit. He's out of mana. Matthew with the Finger of Death out as well. He drained everyone's mana. They need to survive. Wukong, or he gets an Invis rune. Oh my goodness, he's
No
gonna be
way.
safe. Turns around with the Gleipnir. LSA onto 2. Doom's gonna die back, and Parker is all alone now. No way. He does dodge that. Boundless strike back the other way. Gets one, gets a second. Parker's back to max HP. He's got the disperser as well. Bangin', he can't get out. High five, he says. Play in my game. You shall not.
That's the
Oh
scary
my
thing about
God.
chasing a Monkey King. The illusions are coming out. If he has
Look at the
Jingu, you
smile,
know that
dude.
that stun's gonna come out. That was a total turnaround. A
18,000.
triple kill at the end.
Oh my god. I was like, there's no way this fight goes well. They just die backed on 3 heroes. Like, they're chasing a Monkey King 4v1.
You had to let him go. Let's see, can she kill him? I don't think so.
I mean,
He's got like
he's just gonna
10,000
get
more
Elena
net
Bear.
worth. He's gonna go
Dude,
for
Parker
more.
is absolutely owning in this series. That's gonna
Yeah,
be
they need to
another
buy back one hero. They know Lina cannot do it on her own.
I mean, he's got Yudomi behind him. Yeah, give him the repel, let him get to work. He really wants this. Question is, he's still 6 seconds away from his BKB, so he will respect it. Back away with the Boundless Strike. My goodness.
I mean, that was a really good fight for MOUZ up until those last 5 seconds. And it's really hard to call it off at that point, but I think it was very important for them to do, because otherwise, like, if they don't kill the Monkey King but they back off, they still made a great recovery. Now they've just lost a set of racks, the next one's open, and it feels like Waska's, again, back in control. And they're coming for that last racks right now. I think Refresh on Mars is almost back up as well.
Ooh, a little bit of
Stuck in the
miscommunication.
shorts.
One of them didn't want to fight at all, and Mars just dead on the front side. Drops the arena. That's a costly mistake here from Waska. Is now they're like, oh, we don't have our Mars, but let's see what we can find. He's just going to go in on the Monkey King. They do find Narman onto the
back on
backside. The
Mars.
Hex is out. The Mana Drain, he's dead. That's a nice find. Mars does buy back for this. He has that refresher, so he'll have second arena, second to everything to commit. They're going to buy back now on the war flank. He just goes in with his BKB. Dark Mago trying to get active as well. The Doom, it's on the front side, has actually managed to catch the Leshrac, the hero that they want more than anything, but they've just trapped the Pango instead. Force is dead. Parker continuing to chase these heroes, looking to try and finish off this Lash, and he's gonna get him. Supreme dead. A buyback from Force comes through. Dark Mago is gonna die back in this fight, but Olnit in trouble. He can't get away. No one can get away from Parker.
Narman's got to get
Save
back
for the
up.
moment, thanks to Narman. He really wants this base. Mega Creep secured. Parker just zooming around, continuing to find his targets beyond godlike now. As they buy back on the Leshrac, they buy back on the Lina as well. That is 4 or 5 buybacks potentially out from MOUZ here as they really want to get Parker on this Monkey King, but he is so hard to stay with. The Disperser plus the magic, the debuff immunity from the Omni Knight, and he just turns it around on a Supreme. Does he have a Boundless Strike in a moment? He does, gets to safety. Another Disperser. Gonna give him the hasted movement speed and into the trees if he wants. He's actually just leaving clones.
Okay, now you need
And he finishes
a
up
clean
with an Abyssal
escape.
Blade.
This is so hard. They
Look
were
at,
hoping
he's just
to
laughing, dude.
They were hoping to buy back, wipe enough heroes, and run it down mid. They lost tier 4s in that. Their Ancient is completely exposed. I'm pretty sure it took a good amount of damage too. And Monkey King can just pick off any hero in the game. For example, Narman here. He finished off.
I don't think he has the damage. He has an
It's a
Abyssal
Monkey
Blade.
King.
Olnit, you gotta be careful. Oh, he's not going for the Abyssal. Monkey King, he might just be dead
gonna
here.
lose sight of him.
Boundless Strikes away.
Uphill? Oh my goodness!
No way. One of them missed. One of the attacks missed, and he is out. I thought he would just Wukong's Abyssal the Lina, and that was it, but instead runs away. And he somehow survives.
Oh my god, that's one you're pissed about. It probably doesn't even change the game that much if you do kill him, but it gives you a little bit of a chance, a window to push out the map, get wards down. As it stands, I mean, now you can still do it because you know he probably went home off of like 1 health. But otherwise, when you don't know where that Monkey King is, it is so scary for supports to move out on the map to try to get any kind of vision down, because at any moment you could just be killed, like we saw happen to Narman. And even the cores are honestly a bit scared moving out on their own against this Monkey King. So it's very painful to not lose. He's got 86,000. He's almost the entire enemy team's hero damage.
That is absolutely absurd. Like, Parker on Monkey King is a force to be reckoned with, clearly. Two different builds, two different games, doing absolute ridiculous work. Gonna get saved here for the moment. The Arena, the Spear comes out. They've caught the big Lash. He's gonna get saved for the moment by the Snowball, but he's already dead. The Wukongs is out. That's diebacks onto 2 and Force. Has to disengage. A second Arena, a second Spear. They've got their number. You are stuck inside your base, but does it even matter? Ooh, nice stun out from Olnit. Hold on, the damage is coming through, but the throne explodes. The creeps just are the objective gamers this time. Who cares? Team Waska, man, grab themselves a 2-0 here over MOUZ to advance in this lower bracket.
Yeah, that was a wild one. There's some crazy moments in that game. I think MOUZ was pretty close to being able to pull that back. There are some very clutch moments, especially from that Monkey King, man. Parker did some crazy work that game. And it's not like his team was playing badly or anything, but they set him up to succeed, and we see exactly why they're willing to invest in Parker. He's got a couple heroes that he just goes absolutely ham with, and Monkey King is one of them. They gave him a good start. He was dodging things left and right, setting up, finding like the vision going everywhere, finding pickoffs. Just the entire game, he was a menace.
Yeah, I haven't seen a Monkey King performance quite like that in a while, if I'm honest. Like, this is probably one of the best Monkey Kings, not only in game 1, but game 2. Like, 2 games in a row, Parker absolutely crushed it on this hero. And he has been like a very consistent carry player for the last several years. He has massively improved over the last just like 6 months. And we can see it right here, man. He just single-handedly bodied MOUZ. It's not like he didn't have help, but like there was a fight. He was 1v4 and killed 3 heroes, right? So it is kind of terrifying how good he is on this.
Yeah. And I think the ease of execution for Waska, they would just go ham. They would just run in and fight. But at the same time, they were very aware of how that fight should happen. Because if Lina is free to just stand and fire, we saw her do the damage and we saw her be able to kill the heroes. But so many mid to late game fights, Waska was careful about how we engage to make sure we are not letting the Lina do that. We are keeping the Morphling far away from the Omni Knight so he can't get an easy copy, or if he does get the copy, he is super far away from the Lina, and in that time, the Monkey King is jumping at that Lina, the Doom, the Mars, run at the Lina, get her killed. If she is out of the picture, we're not so worried about the damage. Supreme's a little scary, but if you doom him while you run at the Lina, you're not so worried about that. Or if you're near enough creeps, you're not so worried about Edict. Like, there's more ways to deal with the Leshrac, especially with like BKBs and Pipe, than there is the Lina. So they're really good about that. Made great use of that Monkey King, just causing that chaos, finding the right fights. Very well done by Waska.
Yeah, I mean, that was just super well played from them, and honestly, I have to say, just a all-star performance from Parker. So big shout to him. I mean, if there was an MVP, he's gonna be mine for sure. That was absolutely insane. For those of you who maybe are unaware, you guys can take advantage of a promotion going on right now from 1xBet. You can head on over to the pinned message in chat. Get a 100% welcome bonus on that first deposit. So make sure to do that while you can. I will have to say, if I am going against Team Waska going forward in this event, you have to consider the Monkey King ban. Like, just off of those 2 game performances alone, I feel like this is an almost must-ban hero against this team.
Yeah, the hero got nerfed a little bit, but not the Simian stride. That is the facet that makes this hero crazy, which is that once he's going, could be anywhere. If he's a support, he could be anywhere. That is the part that's very hard to deal with, and it didn't really get changed. So even if your lane is like slightly weaker at the early levels because Jingu does like 10 less damage, late game it's like 5 more damage. So like, as long as you get there and you're moving around, it's very hard to deal with. I do think though, like Waska as a whole, they ran 2 run E drafts. Earlier, kind of ran similar drafts. So like, this is the team that likes to fight. They like to give Parker a good hero to carry the game, and then they're just like, go, go, go. So you need some kind of plan to deal with that. I think MOUZ game 1 didn't quite have as good of a plan for it, kind of got caught off guard. They tried to adjust in game 2, and it was going a lot better for them, but still just not quite enough to deal with the way Waska just strong lanes run at you, right? Like, I think that's what you have to plan for when you're going to play it against this team.
Yeah, really cool game, really cool series from Waska. They're going to keep themselves in this play-in stage for the time being. But for now, we are going to have to go to a little bit of a longer break. I think about 40 minutes before our next series. So we got some highlights for you to kind of just break down again what happened. But we'll see you all after the break. Like I said, in about 40 minutes. Stay tuned. We'll see you then.
everyone should know about the esports in your pocket.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the FISSURE Universe Episode 3. We are jumping into our final series of the day. It's going to be Aurora taking on 1W team, and I'm excited for this one. Both of them looking pretty good after their first series, which I don't think you and I are super surprised to see 1W doing well. This team has had a recent great performance, and Aurora, probably the strongest team out of Southeast Asia, right? So excited to see how they do head-to-head.
Yeah, I think 1W has been on the up and up. They've been pretty good, but lately they seem to be in particularly good form. Haven't gotten to see as much of Aurora, so I am excited. Like you said, these teams actually both beat the last two teams we just saw. So in theory, it should be an even better game. I don't know. All the games are really close. The teams are really close together, so there's no guarantee. But we are back in the upper bracket.
And we are going to take a look at the Aurora roster here, which I think a lot of people are pretty familiar with at this point, right? 23 Savage, Lorinov, Jams, Q, and Ollie. The introduction of Lorinov has to be like one of the funniest, like player joins a team like storylines that I've seen in a while. He like stands in for an event and they're like, that was really good. We placed better than we have previously. So how about you just stay on the team and we'll just go from there, you know?
Yeah, and I believe at the time he did that, Leshrak was really good, and Leshrak seems to be coming back. People like this misanthropy change. But their opponents, 1W, Munkushi, Chira Jr., Cloud, Sweden Strong, Respect. These guys have been playing really well, like we said, and I'm just excited to see how far they'll go because it's always cool to see new players rise up to the top.
Agreed. And I think the biggest thing for me is like Sweden Strong's 4 position pool is really diverse and he has made some amazing plays. His Marcy is probably one of the best and Marcy is top tier now. So that's something to look forward to. But also Chira Jr. had to be probably one of the most improved mid laners I've seen recently. Like he has gone from like kind of drawing a lot of lanes to like going from comfort picks and whatnot to just kind of stomping a lot of his matchups. So really excited to see what he does here. And this is probably, I would say, for a lot of people, the favorite to actually make it through these qualifiers into, you know, the not qualifiers, but through these play-ins into the main event. I think it's like most eyes are on this team as well as like PSG Quest. So excited to see if that ends up being the case or how well they end up doing.
Yeah,
looks like we got some of the
Definitely
odds here for the match. Does this surprise you at all? 1W being slightly favored here?
I don't think so. I do think 1W has been looking better. So we'll see what Aurora brings because this team is very on and off, I feel. Like they often come in very strong and then teams figure something out about them and then they start to drop off. But we're still at the beginning of this tournament, so I could see them doing quite well here and bringing some new ideas to 1W.
Looks like 1W wins the coin toss as well, and they're going to select first pick. So that's one of those things, like last game, I was a little bit surprised that, you know, they win the coin toss and then they go for dire pick. So it's just a little bit, some teams prefer one thing over the other. I think first pick is more often what teams choose. Like they kind of prioritize first pick, but try to jump into the draft, see what we've got going on here. The Enchantress, Leshrak removed, which is something that you talked about specifically. Like this is a hero that they love to play on 1W, but it leaves in a Tinker for the overall first pick. And I know you have a lot that you can say about this hero.
I love Tinker. It's so cool. It's it just got nerfed. The heal on repair bots got a little worse. The mana cost got a little worse. But I think he was broken before, extremely overtuned, and people just weren't doing it because they were scared they're gonna get griefed. Like you're scared you're doing the griefing picking Tinker, and then your team's like, I'm getting griefed, he's picking Tinker, it's not a real support. So people were afraid to try it, but it got overbuffed. Everyone's like, okay, maybe it's real. Proved to be insanely good. And I think you can now nerf it, tone it down, and now it's just a good hero. It's not super broken. I do think Omni Knight will be kind of cool. You'll have these two saving style supports who just sit behind, buff up the team. But Tinker has much better map presence through the global rotations of
farm.
Keen Conveyance. It takes more time though. So I mean, it's only the first picks. The teams can still adjust, but I do think Aurora might be looking to take a faster tempo against this Tinker, because if you can take some of his tier 1s really quickly, he has a very hard time playing the map the way he wants to, and you can start to slow him down so that he struggles to join these team fights, or he has to be there really early, and that hurts his ability to play globally. And that's something Omni Knight could help with, because really once he's 6, he doesn't need that much to just stand behind a strong hero and is like, here, Q, W, all right, easy.
I'm curious if they're going to be looking for something like a Shadow Demon for either of these teams now based on these picks, but we'll see as they go ahead and finish up these bans. There is a giveaway. We've been talking about it all day. For those of you that are unaware, you can type 1xgive in chat to get some details on that and find out how to participate. So make sure to do that. Take advantage of maybe win yourself some cool Dota skins, some Arcanas. You never know.
Everyone knows the better cosmetics you have, the better you play. I mean, Sniper's a great hero for Omni Knight to just sit behind and heal up, and you have to get to the Sniper. And that's not really what Tinker does. Tinker is the same idea. It's like, we stand back here and you come to us. So if you're not interested in picking Sniper, or you're worried that Aurora's going to take it, I could see why you might ban it out. You and I have seen some support Sniper. I don't know. I'm still not a huge believer in it, but, you know, potential flex. So I think it kind of makes sense why it's being banned out. And same as that Shadow Demon you mentioned. The ultimate is so strong versus both Tinker and Omni Knight. And I guess Aurora does not want it for themselves, because they actually do have the next pick here. But in theory, that could be your support duo, which would be extremely defensive. Maybe they don't want both on the same team. You could have run off lane Omni Knight. I could definitely see Jabs playing that, but Omni Shadow Demon does not sound like a great lane. So maybe they just don't want it for themselves.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where Shadow Demon's good for both teams, but it's also strong against both teams. So I'm fine with the ban. I kind of figured it was either going to get picked here if Aurora wanted it, or they would ban it. So I'm fine with that. Shadow Demon Omni support duo does seem kind of weak, like a little too defensive maybe. So I like that idea. I am curious where they're going to go on the next set of picks, because technically Omni is a flexible hero. Like, we can see it played as a core. It's not that common. Like, we see it mostly as a support, but we did see the idea of the support Morphling picked into the Omni Knight earlier, so we might see something go down that route. Spirit Breaker. Okay. That's pretty cool. Very good at helping find Tinker. Great hero for Omni Knight to just repel and send in. And you now have the options of going for something like a Darkseer still here in phase 2.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that could be good. A classic counter to Tinker. And I do think that's how you have to address him, as the support who sits in the back, constantly healing his teams, pressuring the map. You do want to threaten him, get to him, prevent him from just spamming spells. Looks like a similar idea to the Morphling. I'm just going to steal the Omni Knight spells, use them for myself. But I could steal other things, right? You could get the charge, you could get other stuns that come out. So you're kind of that middle ground. You could commit to extremely defensive play, stealing the Omni, just buff up whoever, because you know you're going to pick a hero like that, because that's what Tinker does. So now you're even stronger at that. Or if you end up taking more aggressive spells, then that kind of covers for the Tinker's weakness of, like, I don't really start stuff. You guys got to do all that. And so you could maybe steal charge, maybe steal the ultimate on the Rubik and make up for Tinker.
I feel like it's got to be Darkseer, right? They go for Primal Beast here as well, which probably is actually pretty good against heroes like Omni, right? Repel is great, but now you have the, Pulverize, which you can use against a repelled target. I feel like Darkseer is still pretty good. Like, it's great against eventually like diving both of these supports. Like, Spearbreaker is decent enough against a Primal Beast. That's also a really good pick.
They hate
Wow.
Tinker.
Okay.
I'm up for it. I agree with you that Darkseer could be good, but maybe you don't see your matchup, and he's not as good as he used to be. So maybe they don't feel as strongly about it, even though it's a really good combo with the Spirit Breaker. I think Storm is a solid mid pick when you don't know too much about what you're playing into. You might be playing into this Primal Beast, which is a short ranged hero, but still a ranged hero. You can keep your distance. You can take an early point in Vortex if you need to slow him down from trampling you, and you'll be able to get to the
Wow.
Tinker later on. They're now going to grab themselves a Visage, which had a very small nerf in the recent patch. I still think Death Toll is a really good facet. I think it can be really good if it pops off. This is where I have a little bit of a question mark on it. I don't know if Spirit Breaker is really the strongest hero to pair with it in the early levels. Like, if you have a good game later on, great. But in that early game, you usually want a very high damage support to get you a bunch of soul assumption stacks. Now we have the classic anti-mage into Storm Spirit. The lane might be a little tricky versus Visage, but you can use the spell block to dodge a ton of the soul assumptions. You don't reflect it anymore, but I mean, you're just not taking like insane nukes all the time. I like that.
I haven't even considered an anti-mage going into this because it's just not a hero we see all that often, but it actually owns all 4 of these heroes. So you ban the Ursa, maybe you ban the Naga Siren as well, which I thought Naga Siren might be a decent pick for them because she builds Orchid, she's really good into the Visage lane, but anti-mage is kind of sick. I feel like it's got to be the Naga, but I mean, if it is Naga, you can just run offlane Primal Beast, and that's pretty much good enough. So,
I mean,
that's a hard one, actually.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, well, stepping back,
Seconds remaining.
pretty sure that's an offlane Visage, right? So Aurora looking for a carry here.
Yeah.
And I think you have enough Tinker answers between all these cores or these other heroes you've picked. So really you're worried about this anti-mage, I think. You need a hero very good versus anti-mage. So high physical
Which
damage.
is why I thought Naga Siren maybe, but
yeah, I could see it. I think an illusion hero might be good because Tinker, like with the blind, if it's a single hero, it's easy to just keep applying that blind.
the problem is there's not many good illusion heroes, you know? But like the Primal Beast covers the Naga Siren pick pretty easily is I think the main issue.
10 seconds remaining.
What
Maybe you do something like Weaver. He's got a lot of physical damage. You could chase the anti-mage as you Shikuchi after him. Maybe find the Tinker.
Chaos Knight?
Be
Is
kind
he
of
banned?
okay with
He's not
that.
banned. Kind of a burst illusion hero in a way.
He's also, though, like, I mean, I guess you can play around the Storm Spirit, but usually Omni Knight, there's a clearer hero you just stand behind and go. And I guess it sort of works with Storm and Visage, but those are two pretty mobile heroes. It can be hard to just stand behind them because they just keep leaving you in the dirt.
The other option is Sven, actually. That's a hero that
Classic
Omni loves
combo.
playing with.
Yeah.
And it's just, it might just out tempo the anti-mage, right? With something like a Vicious Spirit Breaker and an Omni Sven, like Storm just goes for like an early Orchid or something, and you just try to end the game before anti-mage becomes a threat. I don't know. The ban here is going to be interesting to see what they come up with.
For 1W, Primal Beast can go mid or off lane. So just any active hero. Invoker got buffed. I know Cheer Jr. likes it a lot. We've seen them play a lot of Wind Ranger, but she's banned out.
I think Invoker is their most likely pick here because it is into a Storm Spirit. It's like decent enough against the Spirit Breaker, right? You can remove Bulldoze, Cold Snap Vessels, always good.
Tornado Dispel, pretty good versus Omni Knight ult. Spirit Breaker, interrupt that. And you'd have things like Pulverize to like just Sunstrike into later on.
Yeah, I
don't know if he's quite
think
active
Invoker is the
enough.
pick.
Well, I guess as long as you go
Yeah.
Quas Wex, it's active enough. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Because I know Tinker, like having played Tinker now, you want your teammates to go do things. And you know Anti-Mage isn't doing that. So it's got to be the other 3 heroes who are going to go do things that you can teleport to them, heal them up, shield them, but then also go farm somewhere. Because if they're just AFK farming, then you've got nothing to do. So you need active heroes. And Invoker, I think, with the Quas Wex change, should be able to do that. If he goes for a different build, then I don't know. And then they're going to go
PA.
for PA, which we said physical damage. I mean, she's pretty much the embodiment of that.
She's much better in lane against Primal Beast than, say, like a Sven or something. So I do like that a lot. I'm curious what the build is going to be, because you do need to kind of out tempo the Anti-Mage, because I think late game the Anti-Mage is just way too good against your lineup. Because you'll also have Tinker and stuff to actually like cause a lot of issues. Like eventually he just makes it impossible for your team to fight.
Yeah, the repair bots are a little nerfed. So it's a little easier into the fights, the mana cost, all that. The blind will be pretty good though, as you get into that late game, unless you get picked off. But they do have the heroes to pick them off, like Storm, Visage. I don't know if Visage will go all auras. Maybe get an Aghanims, sneaky invis, depends how late the game goes. I imagine auras. I think both teams are trying to make space for their carry. And we'll see how well Tinker can connect, because I think that's the big difference. It takes time for Tinker to teleport to different places, and especially where those fights break out in the early game when you can only teleport to structures, that could be the deciding factor, where a hero like Spirit Breaker has a much easier time, sort of pushing side lanes, not as good as Tinker, but then he can join the fight a lot easier just with charge. So that might kind of decide that early game, those early fights, and that determines which carry has more space to reach that critical mass. Because Anti-Mage, if he out-tempos the PA, can beat her. But if you're on even footing, then I would typically favor the PA.
Yeah, I agree. I am kind of excited to see how this game unfolds. I think for me, I think the mid lane is going to decide a lot. So I'm curious what the build is going to be on Invoker. I hope it's just Quas Wex into an early Vessel where he's just like playing active. Yeah. I mean, the Sunstrike into Pulverize, like you said, is a really good combo eventually. But I think right now, because you're into the Storm Spirit lane, it's like just punish the Storm Spirit pick, right? And just do your best to shut this hero down. Maybe even rotate in, right? You have a Rubik, don't you? So might see something like that. But here we go. Jumping in to game number 1 of Aurora versus 1W here. An upper bracket game, so not elimination, but either way, it's still going to be very exciting. Before we jump in, let's go and take a look at the odds here, of course, provided by 1xBet, for which team people are favoring. I feel like it's got to be 1W slightly. Yeah, just a little bit more than I thought. What do you think?
30 seconds to battle.
I think it's understandable given the recent performances of 1W. Like I said, I haven't gotten to see much of Aurora, and I know they can do it, especially when they're feeling good. This team can come in very strong. We got Death Toll on Visage as well, so that's what I'm really wondering. Like, can you get some early game kills for that Visage?
I mean, the
Actually,
omnipresent is a little bit surprising in my eyes from Ollie. Is that a misclick? Am I missing something?
Maybe trying to have a stronger lane to get the PA a good start. That's all I can think of.
Yeah, I don't know. But these early trades into Tinker are not going to be super great. You have to make sure to avoid the March damage. The first wave should be good for Lorinov. After that, not going to be great.
Especially as you keep getting blasted by these EMPs. You're going to lose all your mana.
Yeah.
That is a lot of damage. All right, maybe it's a little better than I thought. Maybe instead of the Anti-Mage, you just kill the Rubik.
I mean, not how often do you see a position 5 Rubik, you know?
Some people just like it. Respect, we've seen him play it a decent amount.
Oh my gosh, the bash.
So
the bash.
I'm sure they can do it, but it's a little bit of an awkward lane. Anti-mage Rubik versus that Visage Spirit Breaker. We see them just bullying, and there's not like Rubik can't quite do enough. Tries to Fade Bolt, just takes more damage in return.
Yeah, it's like Q's just hoping for a bash, and if he gets one, you might actually die, which is kind of wild. Yeah, here's where the mid lane is fun. Lornov just sitting on no health and mana. Does have his bottle now at least, but it's just going to be constant tornado EMP spam. And Invoker being, I think, the highest damage per level hero in the game still. I keep saying that, and I'm like, I actually haven't checked, but like, I don't think anyone is higher than 5.9 damage a level. I feel like it's got to be Invoker.
It probably is. I mean, it has to be universal hero, and they keep changing the stats, which is why I can never remember. I gotta sit down one day and just like pull out an Excel table.
Yeah, but the denies add up, and so eventually Shiro Jr. should have that level 6 advantage, and it's not like a massive deal for him to get level 6. It's more of just beating the storm there, right? Like just preventing the Storm Spirit from ball lightning out of that EMP.
And unfortunately, his supports are not the best at stacking, because that could be a recovery method. Storm has a pretty easy way to clear waves. You get 2 melee heroes. They'll do their best for you, I guess. But it's hard for them to leave their lanes, especially for Ollie. Maybe it just has to be Spirit Breaker in the triangle.
So far, I think everyone's kind of having a pretty good time. Really, the Anti-Mage is the only one that's like semi-struggling, but I don't feel like he's having the worst time.
Yeah, it's not too bad yet. We'll see how the next few minutes go.
Trying to think what the item build is going to be for the Visage. A lot of times we see like early drums into like just a pipe, right? So I'm a little bit unsure. Right, we don't really see Visage as like this Aghanim Scepter with like an Orchid and just like, you know, assassinate people type of thing, right? A lot of times it's been into just the auras from the offlane. Oh my gosh, Lord of mid lane.
Yeah, you might see that in pub games, but in the pro scene, it's usually auras into just very aggressive team play, and if they show up, then you're hoping to win some fights, get some death toll kills, and if they don't show up, you're going to use your auras to take the towers quickly.
Ooh, first blood top lane. They managed to get the Rubik, like you said, and yeah, Munkushi takes a lot of damage himself. You can't actually reflect the Soul Assumption, but if it's not timed perfectly, he can just hold the stack, which kind of rough. One thing that
I
also
think that was level
happened
2
that,
Soul Assumption.
yeah,
So you get some extra death toll gold.
I was gonna say one of the things that happened, I wanted to point out right as that was happening. Mid lane, Storm Spirit wanted to play for the bottom Wisdom Room, but Sweet and Strong on the Tinker. It's a slow hero, but he walks all the way into the mid lane, takes the Water Rune away as Chirajun takes the top one. So they end up getting themselves a really good deny onto this hero, and Chirajun is going to actually rotate top. They want jabs. They can get the telekinesis, the pull back. There's going to be the EMP, cold snap, and Chira Jr., if they can finish this kill, will get himself some very useful earn stacks. There's the tornado, 1 auto attack to finish the job. And Invoker off to a fantastic start here in this game.
Yeah, it's exactly what
Bottom
he needs to do. Oh, 1 Cloud.
Cloud just getting beat down. The dagger slow, constantly keeping him within reach, and kind of funny is like
working.
Yeah, it's like you stack the degen ore on it. It's kind of funny. And now Lorenov's still not quite level 6. Does get it finally, but just gets mana burned at the worst possible time. Ollie's going to try and throw some health his way, but a tornado to close the gap. And I just realized he got his urn delivered just now. Not for the top kill, and not even in time for the storm kill. So he's still at 0 stacks on his urn.
Suffering from success, getting kills a little too quickly. Omni will at least steal away the amplified damage rune, so Chira Jr. can't get even more done. But that is pretty painful. Storm, yeah, he's quickly fallen to that very bottom spot of the course. They're gonna need to give him some space. But fortunately, all you need is level 6, so maybe he can make a play now. And if he can get a kill, kind of get back into this. But
Or
where
at
do
least
you
find
go?
farm, right?
Yeah.
7-minute rune, and it looks like Chira Jr. wants to try and make a play for it. He's coming through under the Ghost Walk, which newly improved Ghost Walk. Sentry comes down, Tornado's out, and he just yoinks it. Chira Jr., cheeky little play here. He can cold snap as well to get a little bit of extra HP. The EMP is going to connect onto all 3, and they have no mana. Munkushi, yes, please, he says.
Only
That
had
is
mana
so
void.
much mana thirst damage. Doesn't have the void, but Tinker's coming in. 23 Savage coming in. Lorenov is here as well. You can't get away from the anti-mage quite yet. He's going to turn around. Look for maybe for Lorenov. No, they want 23 Savage. He's just all alone. Great tornado as well. Dude, the facet from
blinked for
anti-mage
the
coming in
Visage
huge
kill.
there.
Yeah, he could have blinked for that Visage kill, but that would have put him in a lot of risk. Like, he right in front of the tier 2 tower. No blink. Only level 2, so it would take forever. And instead gets to join his team, and 23 Savage joined. I actually don't know if he should have. But, I mean, when you have that many heroes over here, it feels like you should. Now they're going to get a Visage kill, too. This anti-mage... we were saying if you're on even footing, you're okay on the PA, but you are quickly falling behind this anti-mage as he picks up a bunch of kills.
Dude, there were 3 heroes in that fight with literally 0 mana. Which meant, I'm pretty sure, I think Mana Thirst stacks additively per hero nearby, right? Because he just gains extra damage as nearby heroes lose mana. So he would have been sitting at like a bonus 60 damage on the anti-mage in that fight or something. Oh wait, he doesn't even have Mana Void yet, huh? So maybe it doesn't do anything until he has Mana Void? Hold up. Yeah, maybe it doesn't do anything until he has the Mana Void. There might not be like a base part of it.
Yeah, I'm not
I
sure.
don't know. He was doing a lot of damage. I'm just making stuff up here.
Just imagine that. Now he's level 6. So whether it applied or
now
not,
he's
who
level
knows?
6.
But now it totally applies.
I mean, either way, he gets the slow off the mana burn, right? So he can just stick on heroes, which is good enough. But yeah, I hadn't really considered the combination of the EMP synergizing really well with the anti-mage until that fight, right? You can kind of see how strong it can be.
And anti-mage just took the first tower. That's not a great sign. He's at 5,000 net worth, 9.5 minutes. It's looking rough for Aurora.
Ooh.
A PA is at least at the top, but just got scouted
They're
by
coming bottom.
Respect. I believe
Yeah,
they have level
Swedish
6 on
strong.
the Primal Beast.
Your Tinker's not the best for ganking, and Respect's also not level 6. He's going to pop the blur, try and make his way into the trees. Respect's going to find him, do what damage he can, but here comes Munkushi. Here comes Chira Jr. Blood Grenade is out, the TP in from Ollie. He's going to try and buy some space, but you're eventually just going to get ran down. Tornado blocks him off, and it's just going to be a couple auto attacks for the anti-mage Munkushi with the double. Very worthwhile rotation. All 5 heroes to the bottom side of the map, but pays off big.
And they're quickly TPing out. And Tinker is level 6 now. This is when the hero really pops off. You can just apply, defend your towers. You can show up to team fights. You can go stack at the triangle.
As they finish up this tower, don't forget, everybody, you can use promo code Universe UNVRS3 and grab yourself a 100% welcome deposit bonus. You can check out the pinned message in chat to take advantage of that at the moment. Regenerate on Lorna, that's helpful for sure. So Anti-Mage has now been involved in 6 kills. He has taken 2 towers by 11 minutes and has a Battle Fury being delivered.
That's a really early Battle Fury. 11-minute Battle Fury.
Yeah, that one is on the courier. Not bad.
I wonder if he's going to end up competing with the Tinker for farm. I think Tinker has to be careful of where he goes.
True.
Usually you want to do things like TP to the outpost, tier 2, like farm the triangle, all that stuff, wherever your team isn't, but that is what Anti-Mage also wants to do. So I imagine Tinker might join the teams a little bit more to fight while Anti-Mage does more farming.
It looks like for now, he's just going to keep top. Like, he is the I'll defend top. You know, I'm going to make it really difficult for the Visage to actually get this tower. So he just keeps marching the machining the top lane. There's no one that can TP in to help the Visage anyway. As he is going to go ahead and join his team under the smoke rotation into mid. Sweden strong. Oh, Ollie. Yeah, he's going to get found real fast. And a stolen repel comes through for respect. That's going to be quite nice. Tornado. Does it connect? No, just off the mark. So Q is going to be okay. That is going to be the 3rd tower now to fall. All tier 1s by the 13-minute mark, it looks like. That's pretty dang good if you're on 1W. Just pushing the aggression here. It's not the biggest gold lead, but it is an anti-mage that is this far ahead.
Yeah, that is the scary part. And it's like, oh, can we start making plays soon? I'm not really sure you can, because you're still just trying to catch up on Lornoff. He doesn't even have his Orchid yet. Fortunately, dodges out there. If that's stun connected, I'm pretty sure he dies. So
I think
good escape
Chira,
there.
I don't know if he like misclicked the cold snap, but you can absolutely cold snap stun after the tornado to prevent the zip. So he might have just missed the, maybe he got fogged slightly on a tree when he was repositioning. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, very fortunate for Lorinov to get out of that one. This is where,
You do have
this
to
is
be a
where
little
Invoker
careful here.
shines.
Yeah, as the map opens up, you can start going around everywhere. This is where you have to be a little careful when you have the Tinker on your team, because it's getting harder to show up to fights, because you can still only teleport to these tier 1s, but you might start be fighting in the like enemy jungle. So they're going to have to be careful, but as long as Tinker joins early, it should be fine. So far, he does just seem to be defending whatever tier 1 tower Aurora is trying to push. And in that case, it's fine. He doesn't need to join his team. But yeah, you see him here with his team preemptively, because he knows he can't be teleporting around at this time.
Yeah, this is so scary. It like Aurora actually are doing a really good job at maintaining their net worth. But part of it is because lanes are just constantly being shoved in, and it's like they can pretty safely farm them. I think the biggest issue I have is 1W needs to get some, like... I don't know what their next objective is. Like, maybe it's like Roche in tier 2s, but they need some picks. That is, yeah, absolutely necessary for Lord up there.
By Roche?
Dude, he just zips into the Roshan and gets stunned. Ollie dodging out the tornado there, so that's quite nice. All right. They're struggling on 1W to connect on this with this lead. Like, Phantom Assassin is completely caught up, and they actually might turn this into a kill in the mid lane. That's the Orchid reveal from Lornov, and 23 Savage gets the kill. His Battle Fury's online. He's not that far behind this Anti-Mage, and the Invoker's lead is completely gone.
Like you said, having a bit of trouble connecting on these actual ganks. I do think you can just farm up for a moment here. Anti-Mage is still ahead of PA, and you just hold different parts of the map, try to out-farm them. Aurora does not want to let that happen.
Does
They're looking to play.
connect.
EMP connects on Storm.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to get out of here. Munkushi's actually a little bit afraid. He's already committed the Mana Void. They will get Ollie. But Munkushi wants to keep chasing. The Anti-Mage is so strong in these types of fights. They can stay on jabs, which he absolutely can. He's going to go ahead and drop the Familiars, but you're not escaping the Anti-Mage at this point. Way too easy to chase. Good Pulverize out from Cloud. 23. Or, that's right, 23. Munkushi is just going to continue to chase. Lornov, he doesn't have a lot of mana here, but does get enough to zip away. Ooh, Alacrity Catapult, nice. Yeah, they have to fortify that one for sure. So what was the difference here versus the previous fight? Because this one, 1W just had no trouble at all taking the fight. Was it just that EMP?
I think the EMP connecting was huge, but also Aurora moved up towards tower, right? So it's easy for Tinker to join in. Some of these fights towards the tier 2s are harder to orchestrate for 1W, at least until Tinker hits level 12.
Yeah.
Which I think it's kind of okay to do, like just set up deep wards. You have 3 heroes farming aggressively, Tinker and Anti-Mage just farming wherever you can. And I feel like you would out-efficiency Aurora for a period until you hit your next set of items and your next set of levels.
Yeah, I think this is the set of items they were looking for. The Manta on the Anti-Mage and the Orchid on the Invoker. And they actually don't know about this Orchid. It's so close to being done. Looking for the power rune here, bottom side. Lorna running a little low. Vessel, Cold Snap is out. Ollie's going to get found by the Anti-Mage instead. The Pulverize committed to bring him down. As Munkushi's like, I can see you, buddy. I have that vision. Dude, he's thinking about it.
Don't do it. It's too scary.
Some people are probably like, what? How does he see him? For those of you who maybe aren't super familiar with some of the facets, because Anti-Mage has not been a hero that's gotten a lot of attention since the introduction of facets. His Mana Thirst is essentially like Bloodseeker's Bloodthirst, but with mana.
Oh, this is such a good find.
What a beautiful setup here from Chira Jr. and Cloud. The BKB goes down immediately as they get himself another kill on Munkushi and Ollie. I mean, he just respawned just to come back in and die. That tornado into a perfect onslaught Pulverize. That's textbook execution, and that is 3 huge kills and a pretty rough first charge of the BKB.
I was gonna say that's the saving.
That stolen charge?
Oh, looks like
they have stolen charge for the Storm Spirit. He's gonna get orchided here in just a second if they even.
They have so much change.
They don't even need it. They just don't even need it. Dude, what an ability to get. I looked at it, I was like, why is there a charge icon on this Storm Spirit? Didn't even think about it.
Tinker getting to participate in all that stuff means he's so close to level 12 now. And you can see him creeping up on that net worth. This is what Tinker does.
Ollie.
Another kill.
He's like, I want this D ward. He's not gonna even get it. Chira Jr. nearby. All right, now we're seeing 1W start to cook here. They've got everything that they need. They can just take over the map. They hit some critical items. They're gonna look for the Tormentor.
Visage that does not win the lane. Ooh, we often feel this. Like, you're just farming to catch up. Not a lot of impact.
That tornado is perfect. They actually get vision of 23 Savage. He's going to be forced to BKB, go in for respect, and he's going to be able to maybe get the kill. The saves from the Tinker delayed just enough as that BKB expires, and now Sweet and Strong in some trouble himself, trying to get himself out of this one, but you've got to deal with way more damage coming in from Mukushi, a huge mana voids. Lorinov just going to run away as the EMP will hold Ollie down, but now they jump forward in for jabs instead. A nice heal coming through from this Omni Knight, but Cloud now has vision of everyone. And the Orchid, it's back off cooldown from Chira Jr. They just need a little bit of vision to hold Lorinov in place, but no, he's going to zip back into the base. He's going to be safe, but it's a 4-for-1 at the end of the day. And they still get the Wisdom Rune to boot. It's a big win for 1W.
The BKB from PA came out after she'd already lost like 50% of her health. But it's also awkward when the way you start the fight is just PA running in. I don't know. And all of that was into the March of the Machines too.
Yeah. While the team takes their Tormentor, you can take this time to follow Fissure Studios here, not only on Twitch, but also on YouTube. Of course, this Universe Episode 3 event is hosted by Fissure. They have done an amazing job putting this together. One of the coolest and best themed events of the year, in my opinion.
Feels like Aurora felt forced to do that. Or maybe they didn't think that many heroes were there. It might have been also they felt forced to fight around the Tormentor because they didn't want to just lose it. But in the end, they ended up getting wiped, lose the Tormentor. There's suddenly a 12k lead for 1W.
That's what we saw in the last series, right? You lose the Tormentor, you lose the Wisdom Rune, you like lose the fight, then they just TP back, get their own Wisdom Rune and their own Tormentor, and you're like, all right, 5k swing out of nowhere, right? Like, it's so quick. And Mukushi is about to have a butterfly completed in just like 300 gold, which I don't know who kills him when he has butterfly, I'll be honest.
Yeah,
that is going to be that's a really cool item pickup.
She's nowhere near an MKB.
Yeah.
She's going to need a nullifier first, too, because you can't be trying to kill anti-mage and then endless defense matrix are coming from behind.
Yeah. I mean, you have your BKB
but now you get the nullifier
and
you're just missing every other hit.
Yeah. She's going for the Desolator, which is actually pretty close. There's not a lot of armor on the side of 1W, right? Like, anti-mage has, like, decent base armor. You know, being an Agi hero. But Invoker, Rubik, and Tinker, not really great in the armor department. So, I think, generally, getting that Desolator, if he's able to find any of these, like, squishy int heroes, you can definitely blow them up in the BKB duration. But this is the main issue, though, is just Munkushi's anti-mage at this point. He is absurdly strong. Wait, did Sweden Strong get the shard? Oh, okay. Warp Flare is
one of them.
sick this game. Yeah. That root is
repel.
So good.
Yeah, you push them back, you root them. Bye.
Goodbye.
He's having such a rough game. How many times has he died?
Yeah. I mean, this is
yeah,
just
the
this is
Warp
what
Flare
makes that Invoker pick so good.
Yeah, the Warp Flare is really cool. Ooh, amplify damage. Anti-mage looking for kills. Oh, he got a Dragon Scale, so he does have some bonus armor versus that PA. Yeah. I mean, the recovery here is... almost. The recovery here is that you're hoping for... I'm going to call them lucky crits, even though he took Methodical, so it's not really lucky. But you need some big crits to delete heroes. You need the Death Toll Soul Assumptions on them as well. You need 1W to throw, and if they throw one big fight, you'll get so much gold back from Death Toll and the fact that you're behind, so you're getting a lot of extra money. And that could put you back on pace.
Itemization from 1W... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, I'm just going to say, like, that could put you back on pace because this is sort of what needs to happen for 1W because PA will have the better matchup. In the long run, she's just behind 3,000 gold and levels and all of that. So you do need to keep pushing it right now while you can. And that's why you got to be careful not to like mess up one fight and give Aurora a ton of extra time and space.
This is where the itemization from 1W makes a huge difference because they know the the PA is like the avenue back into this game. They have answers for everyone else. There's a BKB on the Storm Spirit, which is great, but they can try and just stall it out. But your Primal Beast has a Crimson Guard. You have a Butterfly on the Anti-Mage. Like, PA cannot kill these two. Like, you have to go for someone else. And unless you can find them or get vision of them, it's not going to be easy, right? Like, the Tinker is just sitting back, throwing barriers on everyone, throwing heals. The Cloud just goes in, Blink Pulverize, finds Lorinov. He's going to jump in with his BKB, find the Rubik, but there's no detection quite yet. He just gets away with the Glimmer Cape. In comes Q, really nice charge, but where's your PA? 23 Savage just doesn't go in, and you just lose your Omni Knight instead. And now they find Jabs. His mana just deleted. Actually, Guardian Greaves gets him a little bit of space, and 23's in. He finds
awkward time to pause.
That is a very awkward
Q's
time.
about to be killed by Anti-Mage.
Yeah, MOUZ apparently had some issues. Yeah, I mean, 23 Savage went in, looked for Sweden Strong, but he just popped Guardian Greaves and walked away. And now what do you do, right? You just have to run away on this PA. I mean, I guess you have Repel as like your second BKB in essence, but Pulverize is up. So if she jumps in, she's getting pulverized.
Yeah, there is... Oh, no, wait, there's not status resistance on it anymore. I'm thinking of the old one.
I don't know what you do at this point.
I don't think
Like,
you do anything.
the Tinker just keeps your team entirely topped off in these types of fights where you're just like going one lane of barracks to the next. Like, they come back even stronger, right? More reactive barriers, more healing from these March of the Machines. There is a creep wave pushing in slowly to the top lane, but if someone on Aurora can cut that wave, they actually are fine. They can hold this last lane of barracks.
Only
Looks
for
like that's
now,
exactly
though.
what they
There's
do.
still another minute on Aegis. I think you back off a little bit, see if you can get a pick off, and as soon as you do, you know you can get more. Find 23
Yep.
Savage.
That's just so dead.
Oh,
It's not
does
like
not
they
even
saw
get
him
to
go
use
for this.
BKB.
There's nothing you can do. Lorinov makes it back to the fountain, but it's just so easy for them to chase. You like your PA's dead. If they force the buyback, you're almost just buying back with even less impact, and he's gonna do it. He's gonna buy back, jump in from Lorinov. Can he find the target? They get onto the Invoker, and they blow him up. 23 Savage, a great start to the fight, but now, can you get more? If you buy back and die here, this game is certainly over. And there's the telekinesis, the root out even from the Warp Flare. That's the dieback. And Anti-Mage perfectly healthy, topped off as they find Jabs at the tier 4s, and the GG comes out. This was a beatdown from 1W.
They had a great draft. I think that Invoker pick did everything they needed.
So good.
I think once Visage falls behind, that's where a lot of their space making struggles. So like Invoker beat the Storm in the mid lane, as well as some help. The rotation, stealing water rune, stuff like that. So Storm is dealt with. Visage wasn't having a good lane. And at that point, you have Omni Knight on your team. He's not gonna do anything. Like, what's he doing, right? It's like you have no one to make plays with. You have Spirit Breakers, like, I want to charge in. Storm's behind and wants to farm. Visage is behind. Like, where do we go? We can't do anything. And that's what it felt like. But like once 1W won the lanes, it was just a matter of time to get there.
There's a lot of things that made this draft really hard for Aurora to execute outside of the Tinker, which in a vacuum causes so many problems to begin with, especially once it gets Warp Flare, because it's amazing against Storm Spirit, it's amazing against PA, it's amazing against Spirit Breaker. Like, all three of these heroes cannot afford to like be pushed away and rooted from their target. But the main issue you have is like the synergy between EMP Invoker and Anti-Mage made this game impossible. And once this Invoker is off to a good start, he has a really good timed Vessel Orchid. He's already good into the Omni Knight when you drafted the Omni Knight, and then you go for this Storm Spirit, and it's like, well, the obvious pick is going to be this Invoker mid lane, and he absolutely bodied on this. He goes 4-1 and 21, but your PA is just, or your Anti-Mage is just 13-0 and 9. Like, he had no pressure the entire game.
Yeah, I feel like the Aurora draft ended up a little bit too reactive, trying to respond to what they saw, and then you reach the end of the draft and you're looking at the synergy of your own heroes and you're like, it's not as good as it could have been. So I think in between these games, I hope they look back at that and, like, for example, the Visage Spirit Breaker lane. Like, that's not really what Visage wants. It'll work if you're already winning, but you have to get to that point first. And so, yes, on paper, it's like, oh, we have all these heroes to find the Tinker. We have the physical damage for Anti-Mage. Like, on paper, it's there. But then the actual execution and the laning stage, it's like, it's not the best hero combos we could have gotten together. So Aurora's got to, like, look to play their own game, which is what... That's usually when they have the most success. I feel like they're doing their own thing. We're like, I don't understand this draft at all. But they're like, don't worry. We do. We know what we're doing. And I didn't really get that this time. Compare that to a 1W's draft. I think it made a lot of sense. You got the Tinker. You got 3 active heroes to do things that Tinker can farm or show up with them. You have your carry who has favorable matchups, and you're just making him space. Right? It made sense against the enemy team, but also within their own team. Every like hero fit their job to fill what they needed.
Yeah, this was an exceptional game here from 1W, and I'm really looking forward to what they have in game number 2. But before we go to our break, I do want to remind everybody that you can type !1x give to give yourself a chance at winning some sweet Arcanas in a giveaway, of course, hosted by 1xBet. So make sure to do that while you still can. It's going to be going on for the duration of FISSURE Universe Episode 3. So get in there now. Keep making sure to take advantage of it every day that you possibly can. Yeah, it's awesome. It's going to be really cool to see, you know, who can take advantage of that. Like I said, we got to go to a break, everyone. So we're going to go and get ready for Game 2 here in just a moment. Enjoy some very cool highlights of Game 1. We'll see you in a little bit. everybody? Welcome back here to the FISSURE Universe Episode 3. We are into our second game of our final series here. Of course, it's going to be Aurora versus 1W. 1W is looking pretty good, which not unsurprising, but yeah, they've looked very good, man. What do you think?
Yeah. I don't even know what there is to say further. Their draft was clean. The play was good. I don't think you should give Tinker away. I think that hero's broken. I mean, just any of those could be what you target for Aurora if they want a chance here in game number 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Is this time Aurora will take first pick and 1W will grab the Radiant side. Now, how this is going to influence the draft, we'll have to see, because it was the overall first pick Tinker. I imagine 1W, after grabbing it themselves last game, they're like, it's pretty strong. Probably don't want to give that to them. Yeah, so it's banned out in first phase. They get rid of the Morphling as well, which is an Aurora classic, right? This is one of 23 Savage's absolute best heroes. You can early pick it if you want, just because it's flexible between both the carry and the support role now. So I like it. Smart drafts.
Yeah, I'm interested in these Nature Prophet bans. He's still in this like confusing area. I don't know if it's actually good or not, but it seems like some teams are respecting it. Like sometimes it's going totally ignored in the draft. Sometimes it shows up like this, either picked or banned. Very interesting to me. Now, Aurora is going to take Wind Ranger as their first pick. I think it's a solid hero overall, but it's also really good versus as like a steal pick, because 1W, they are very good at playing the Wind Ranger.
I will say, I think part of the attraction of Nature's Prophet is that it is a flex pick, right? You can go support or core depending on the team and the players. And I think people are kind of just playing it like a greedy forward position in most scenarios, where it's like, I'm just going to farm and be a core. Like, I'm going to go Gleipnir, I'm going to go Vessel, I'm going to go like Shadow Blade if I want. Like, we're just seeing like this forward position, Nature's Prophet, just try and be like a Tinker role play of farming on the opposite sides of the map where the team can't get to. And it kind of works, but I haven't seen a lot of success with it yet personally. So we'll see maybe if there's some teams that are, like having a lot of better times actually playing it, and if it squeaks through some of these drafts. But so far, teams have had a pretty good way of dealing with it, I think.
I think so. I think a lot of it comes down to the Treant, how much you can get done with the Treant, which, geez, I think Enchantress is actually pretty good dealing with it, because she just steals the Treant in the landing stage, and Nature's does not do a lot after that. He's investing all his points into that Ironwood tree, and now it's hitting him. So I think I find it interesting they banned it and then still took the Enchantress. But I mean, Enchantress is good anyways, right? Even if there's no Natures in the game, she's a strong laner. You start rotating with those creeps. We've seen it time and time again. But the way 1W is playing, I can see why they would want that kind of tempo, right? It did feel like they had a strong presence in the laning stage, and then they just started to go. So Enchantress will let you do that. They'll ban out the Nyx as well, who's been very good versus the Enchantress because of the change to your W, which just lets you one-shot creeps with mana. Why not? So it just makes the laning stage so much easier versus an Enchantress.
Yeah, I mean, you have Enchant versus the Windrun, which is always nice. So if they happen to be in the same lane, it's one of those things that we could see make a difference. But yeah, the Nyx Assassin has been very funny at being able to address the Enchantress. I'm curious where they go with it after that. We're going to see a Pangolier picked up at the beginning of Phase 2, which is really solid pick. Doesn't reveal a whole much at all. Flexible between mid and off lane. One of the better counter picks, like the Monkey King, is already removed, so you don't have to worry about it too much. You could look for an Ember Spirit, which I actually like a lot against both of these heroes. So you could see potentially an Ember mid coming out from Aurora. And then it still obviously protects the flex of your Wind Ranger. It could be carry, could still be support. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, maybe another... Usually if you see support Wind Ranger, it's usually position 4, so you could grab a position 5 without revealing too much. And that way, if you do want to run mid Wind Ranger, you could. I think that matchup is just pretty even. Like if you do Wind Ranger versus Pango in the mid lane, they both just farm, get what they need. So if they want to leave that open, I could see them doing that and just picking a strong position 5. Someone who, like you already know, Enchantress is going to start running at you with creeps. You know, Pango in the mid lane could be getting a fast blink, starting roll everywhere. Off lane, you build auras. So kind of know what 1W is already setting up for. So position 5, who can help deal with that, could be good. Someone like Jakiro, pretty strong laner. And then you have good spells to clear out creep waves, to delay those types of push. Clockwork, very annoying for Pango. Can
True.
kind of kill the creeps from Enchantress with the battery assault if you do that build. You could get something like Doom, who's been good versus Pango, eat the Enchantress creeps. We've seen them pick things like Bloodseeker, even against the Pango. Maybe they still will. They'll hold that for a little later. For now, it's the Bane, who you can just Fiend's Grip the Pango roll, and he just doesn't really do anything in the team fight.
Yeah, it's funny that we haven't seen Bane all that often, because it is one of those things it's very annoying for a Pango to deal with. You gotta roll in, you're looking for these heroes on the back line, and Bane's like, well, I'm just gonna Fiend's Grip you, and now you don't get to find us on the back line, you know? So if you have a hero that can kill the Rolling Thundered Pango, it's really strong. So Wind Ranger, of course, being one of them if you go Focus Fire. Whether it be support or carry, you know, it doesn't really matter, which is still protecting you, right? They picked the 5 here, of course, to kind of protect the flex. At this point, I think I would like an Ember Spirit, but maybe you're afraid of getting Huskard, so you kind of wait. Okay, they go Tiny. Again, still actually protecting the flex of the Wind Ranger. So this is nice. This actually works out really well. So either of these heroes can go mid-4 position. You can even run the Wind Ranger carry. I like it a lot.
Yeah, Tiny did get nerfed. We might see more position 4 Tinies. Now, as a mid, I mean, you still do what you need to. Decent laning stage, initiate, all of that. So if that's what they want, then that's fine. But you're not going to see as much just insta-kill, crash landings type Tinies. The insane burst. It's still good burst, but it's more balanced now. So we haven't seen as many Tinies because of that, but he can still do what he needs to.
I actually played a carry Tiny recently, and it still feels good. It's one of the things that, like, we kind of forget about, because, you know, Crash Landing Tiny has been, like, the Tiny build. But going insurmountable against certain heroes and playing, like, a carry Tiny role is still very viable. I'm curious if people or any team is still going to go down that route or not, but it is something to consider. And I feel like Aurora would be a team that might experiment with something like that.
I like this Rubik pick. It's really easy to steal Fiend's Grip when, I mean, you can't cast anything else. You're just standing there ulting. Really easy to steal. Avalanche Toss, great steals as well. Pretty much anything from Bane. Like, even if you take Nightmare, that's a good steal. And then everyone on 1W can play Wind Ranger, apparently. So when they can steal Wind Ranger, we see them do that too. Like Morphlings and Rubiks. Like, yeah, I'll take the Shackle Shot, and then I will never miss a Shackle Shot, because we're all excellent Wind Ranger players here. So I'm excited to see that. And then they grab themselves the Dragonite. So still keeping some flex here going into that last pick. We have seen carry Dragonites going with the red facet. Sometimes you still see mid Dragonites, and then this could be the offlane Pango. So you could grab, I'd say carry or mid. Or I guess even an offlane, right? Mid Pango, carry, Dragonite, pick a new offlaner if you want.
Yeah, they have all 3 slots available for, like, in terms of core flexibility here. So this is a cool
mid Rubik.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I mean, you could do
pick
whatever
a new
you want
support.
here. Ooh, okay. Bat
New
Rider
mid.
with
You need a new
this
mid.
draft. Yeah, I feel like that's mid lane, right?
Yeah, you're threatening it at least. Like, you also have the flex options on the side of Aurora, and it's saying, like, if you bring this Pango or this Dragonite into the mid lane, I will destroy you. So pick a new mid laner. You could run Rubik mid. I feel like Rubik mid would at least draw even with the Bat Rider, because you can keep your distance. I don't know if you actually want to do that, but I feel like you could.
Get rid of Faceless.
Actually, I
Void,
also
which is
feel like
interesting.
Invoker's not even that bad if you want to just go Invoker for 1W.
For 1W again?
Yeah, because you just
It's not
tornado the
bad.
Bat Rider every time he commits.
Or Wind Ranger, right? If she's trying to play along, like, Wind Run and stuff, like, it's another Dispel.
Yeah,
Very
Tornado's
easy
really
to
long range
cancel.
too, so you can you can throw it at the Bane if you see him fiend
Yeah,
scripting in the
exactly.
back.
Yeah, I like it. I think it has a lot of potential. I think right now, Wind Ranger carry is probably what Aurora are aiming for. I think it works well into all of these cores. Like you kind of want to have focus fire if you have something like Fiend's Grip and Lasso. Like the idea is you want to find like one specific hero, remove them from the game, and I think Wind Ranger can do that from the carry role. Now, whether or not it's going to be mid Batrider or mid Tiny, we don't know quite yet. It's still, open. I kind of like the idea of just running mid Dragon Knight into the Batrider. I think it's okay. It'll be a little rough, but I think it's doable.
You can probably get by.
Or you
I
call
will
their
say-
bluff and they put Tiny mid anyway.
That's possible. It could just be the 4 Batrider. I think at the recent patch, though, core Batrider is a little better because they nerfed the starting strength, but buffed up the strength gain a lot by 0.4, which means by level 8,
That was wild.
you are even again and now getting more strength than before, which core Batrider will hit level 8 pretty quickly and then get those further levels as well. I think you can still do support Batrider if you want. I just think it's better as a core now than it used to be. I will say there's some counter synergy. Nightmare probably going to get accidentally canceled quite a lot this game between like avalanche toss AoEs and then like the burn damage from the Batrider. We'll see if that hurts them at some point.
Puck ban. Okay, I like the puck ban too.
If you
They go for
dodge
the
something like
Invoker.
Power
I like
Shot,
this.
yeah, steal that away.
I was kind of just about to mention this after the puck ban. I was like, maybe they take the Invoker away for Lorinov, and then Chira Jr. has to play into an Invoker matchup as either Dragon Knight or Pango. It's not like the worst matchup ever. I think you could still take DK into the mid lane. Yeah, Slark. Cool. So this is nice. They know it's a support Batrider, or at least a 3 or 4 position Batrider, right? So with this, you have the Slark, which is one of the better matchups into this hero by a landslide. You can constantly remove the napalms, and it's jabs on the Batrider. So that is a even better Slark pick now.
I think they were discussing it for a little bit. They didn't pick their heroes, but I think offlane Batrider, you can't.
Offlane.
Yeah, you can't kill the Slark easily unless he messes up, but you can still kill the support. So maybe that's what they're going for with the core Batrider. You still like get kills on the Enchantress, and then if you are left alone, I feel like Tiny can get more done than the Batrider. The Batrider 4 just farms until the blink before he really joins things. Tiny could actually start stuff earlier and still eventually work towards the blink. It'll be a little slower than the Batrider, but you can participate earlier with the Avalanche Toss, whereas Batrider's like, I kind of just want to make stacks and farm him, guys. Are you okay with that? I'm just going to go jungle. So I think maybe that's some of what they wanted, because it did feel like they couldn't do much in the early game in that last time. So Tiny might give them a little bit more active playmaking. And Q is such a good Tiny player, so I'm sure he'll be able to find something to do.
I imagine we might see him try to get a little active in the mid lane, because when you're playing up against this Slark lane, like Tiny can't really do a whole lot. He's going to go like tree grab level 1 and just try and hit him from far and just put as much damage into these heroes as possible. But the Enchantress is going to make this lane really difficult, I think, the first few levels. So we'll see how it ends up going. I feel like Slark has a pretty solid game overall. It has great matchups. The only thing that he really has to worry about is just getting caught in like a big EMP and losing all of his mana, right? Like Slark without mana is a pretty rough hero. So if they manage to do that, maybe we can see him get like slip up in one of these fights and Aurora can kind of push something off of it. But this is, I mean, based off of last game's performance, when he had a free anti-mage game, I feel like for Slark, it might be similar. So Munkushi, it's up to him to see how this ends up going out.
Anything crazy happening? Doesn't look like it. What are the new odds? 1W favored a little bit more than last game.
Yeah, a little bit more.
It
I would
was a pretty
kind of
convincing
agree.
performance last game.
Yeah, it was, but I also think they have like a very similar. I don't know if it's like a direct out draft, but I feel like their lanes are going to be pretty good. Like Dragonite is going to struggle maybe a little bit against Invoker, but for the most part, Breathe Fire is a great equalizing tool against someone like Invoker because he definitely requires like last hits and denies, whereas Dragonite kind of specializes in not letting you do that.
That's true. You also have an Enchantress coming over into that lane, which will be quite annoying for Invoker.
Yeah, Cheers already got the double bracers queued up. He's like, I do not want to deal with this.
Anything crazy here? Oh, no sleepwalking this time. Everything else pretty understandable.
I've actually never seen anyone go to sleepwalking.
I think Dreamstalker just gives you a better laning stage because you can get so much harass in during Nightmare. But I really like the idea of sleepwalking, that you can reposition heroes with Nightmare slowly and do things like cliff them or make them force the wrong way and then force them out or force them towards your team. I just think the idea is funny, but I think it got buffed by like 10 more move speed in the sleepwalking. It's not that great.
I mean, they kind of buffed this facet too, though, because he can now attack Nightmare targets immediately instead of waiting. So I think this facet's also kind of cool in terms of that buff, like getting a little bit stronger of a lane, like you said. All right, I'm curious to how this bottom lane is going to end up going. Like I said, I feel like Munkushi should be mostly uncontested.
I think so. Might also depend what creeps they find on the Enchantress. Good Flame Break to make some space. Still a good amount of damage thrown into Q there. In the mid lane, there goes all the mana. Cheer Jr. is picking up some last hits and denies while he can. The Invoker will eventually gain more damage than you, but in the meantime, it's pretty good. They actually kill the Wind Ranger.
I actually don't know how this happens.
She must have messed up her Wind Run or something. Maybe Ollie nightmared her. Set her up.
He must have been like really far forward and went for a wind run into telekinesis. That's the only thing I can think of, because your wind run should be always able to get you to safety. But if you telekinesis the wind run, it's not super long duration at level 1. So, oh. That's really good for 1W. Obviously, like they doing great so far in the lanes, CSing pretty well.
I feel like 1W just has a straightforward draft plan again, right? I say that as the respect. Looking like he's going to burn down here, and Munkushi might be in a bit of trouble if they can run him down. Okay, they're not going to bother. They've already got a lot of creeps here. They're going to stick around. But it's like you said, it's very similar to that last game. You're just going to start grouping up as 4 heroes. Slark may or may not join, depending if he feels he's ready to. But you've got your Aura builder on Cloud, active heroes, Cloud/Invoker. Supports have clear things to do. I'm not sure where Aurora's lineup comes together. Like, I see the direct counters. Like, okay, we Fiend's Grip the roll. We have some, like, AoE stuff for Dark Pact. Or Shadow Dance, sorry. But I don't know, like, what they're waiting for exactly. Like, when does it all come together?
This is a rotation with a Purge Creep. Instantly
that's so
removes the
good.
Wind Run. And now 23 Savage in some trouble here. All these should get the Rubik. That's the facet coming in handy, but oh, what a shackle! And Q rotates in as well. That's the Avalanche.
Is that actually keeping him
Great
alive?
body blocks, keeping him in the towers, and he's dead as well. Dude, what a turnaround here from Aurora.
That's actually insane. I can't believe 23 Savage lived. That's such a good gank with the Purge Creep. But they just messed up a little bit. That Nightmare took the Rubik out of the fight, and then that Shackle shot was insane. Double Shackle under tower. Good rotation from Q. He's going to Twin Gate right back over. That's huge.
Yeah,
puts
that
the Wind
is
Ranger up at the
so
top.
good. Yeah. They needed that too, because there's a very good chance she dies there without the rotation from Q. Mid
I
lane.
mean, she's
great
supposed to die
tornado from
even with that
Lorna.
rotation.
Yeah.
She lived with like 5 health.
Radiant's bottom
They're going to give their
6-minute
their
range
hand
coming
at a rotation onto the Stark potentially.
They know they're
I don't
committing a
think
lot
they
mid.
have
They're
enough
not trying to
damage for
fight
the
it,
Slark.
but I don't know
Yeah.
if it's going to pay off.
Dragon Tail into the War Stomp. And with the Enchantress, the Creep, you said, you know, they're going to put a lot of pressure into the mid lane because of this, and that's exactly what they're doing. Bottom lane, they will finally show on the double supports and just try and start putting some damage into the tier 1 tower here, but I mean, this mid
You're
lane
gonna lose your
tower,
mid.
it might just be dead. Like, that
Yeah,
catapult
I mean,
is
it's a
still alive
Dragonite
for
and a
quite while.
Catapult plus an Enchantress. I feel like Aurora didn't think they could fight mid, so they sent the supports bottom to try to punish that. But they didn't get anything. Slark, Nighttime Vision, really hard to gank him. He also has Pounce and Dark Pact, so they didn't really get anything out of that exchange. That's what they
They
were
get the
going for. It's not like
tower,
they just
but-
didn't defend mid, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Like, getting safe lane tower is usually pretty good, but it's nighttime, and Slark's going to hit level 6, so Munkushi is perfectly fine sitting in this bottom lane and farming. Like, your ability to actually kill him now is going to be very minimal until, you know, daytime comes around and you're on, you know, a vision advantage.
That's true. The Arsonist facet from the Bat Rider letting them take that tower.
Oh, is that the one he went? That makes sense.
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah.
I don't know how their tower damage was so high, but now it makes sense.
Dyer's courier has been killed.
Well, 23 Savage loses his courier, but
Radiant's middle tower.
actually rotating everyone to the top side. They know the Enchantress is here. They just saw her, and they're already showing a lane
Dyer's top tower.
on the Dragon Knight and the Pango. So
One
they
W
will
is
be
reading this
backing
though.
away.
They know the mid lane got pushed in, and no one's
They
there
actually
anymore.
saw. I think they saw the Invoker like ghost walking out of the lane as well, which he's gonna get caught here. Shield rune picked up for Lorna as well, taking that away from the Dragon Knight, but he's gonna go ahead and turn it around into Ollie as the Bane. Nowhere to go. Goes for the Nightmare, buys himself a little bit of space, but Cloud will be able to finish the job. And yeah, Munkushi just continuing to farm bottom. He needs to catch up a little bit. He's definitely not off to like the same start we saw last game, but should be fairly
I think he was
safe.
approaching like 5,000 net worth at this time last game.
Yeah, he was like 5k at 9 minutes. Ooh, nice kill in the mid here. Sweden strong. Trying to pop the salve. Tries to make it into the tower. He has no stick, but should eventually be brought down. One more auto attack from the Invoker will do it. And topside 23 Savage gonna go and just commit the focus fire for respect here, but she does not go down to that type of damage. You need more burst, and Ollie Nightmare here to try and put this Pango to sleep. He needs to get this Rolling Thunder, but he's not going to be able to. Great EMP out from Lorna. Now, a lasso out as well. The supports extremely high level. getting a lot done here on the side of Aurora as they clean up 2.
The overprotective Wisps. At first, I thought it was baiting the Wind Ranger because it was just taking so long to kill the Enchantress. The rest of the team was showing up. But actually, at the same time, Aurora's heroes were also coming in. And the roll never managed to get off. So just easy kills for Aurora. That's twice now. 1W gets burned trying to make these top rotations.
Yeah, it's good
it's
first lasso
painful.
use, right?
Yeah, really good first lasso. And it's just it's painful when you have this type of lineup, like an Enchantress who wants to get active. You got the roll from Pango. It's like you're trying to make plays, and not only are they not working, you're actually on the losing end.
You just instantly give up your ward in the mid lane, just stealing a spell there from definitely outside of vision. Top lane, Shackle into the Focus Fire Cloud, does have Rolling Thunder, but Q's here. Avalanche, Taz continuing to hold him back, and he's dead. Great find again from Aurora. Enchantress sees the Invoker there. She knows she's in trouble. There's going to be the Tornado, the EMP. She's got the Wisps out to keep her alive. So she will be okay. Meanwhile, an entire army of skeletons getting to work.
There's just so many up here. I think Rubik stole a Tree Toss too, which is not what he wants. Oh, Slark's got a Midas.
That's a different build. It's not bad, but it just means
Yeah.
he's not wanting to join his team yet. Oh, now he's
I guess
still
based
power
on how
shot
the
now.
ga-
That's good.
Yeah. I guess based on how the game was going, he might have adapted. They might have decided to try their luck later on into the game. He'll focus more on farming versus joining any early fights.
You see that win probability, bro? 50-50.
Dead
Truly, one
in
team will
game.
win and the other one will not. Mid lane, Nightmare into the Fiend's Grip. There's going to be your EMP, the team trying to come in to help him. He's got mana boots and a stick, but they've absolutely executed this perfectly. Wait a minute, the heals from Enchantress? Dude, he got the stick off before the tornado damage. That is wild.
That worked
Really
out,
good
yeah.
stuff there.
Overprotective Wisps are putting in work. Keeping her alive to Focus Fire, keeping teammates alive. Okay, they just picked up the Blink on Dragonite, so maybe they can use this to start making some plays. Because it feels like they've been trying, but it just takes too long. It's too hard to actually make it happen. Maybe now with the Blink Dragonite stun, 1W can actually start getting kills. Enchantress actually misses the
Jabs?
D ward top.
He's going for Guardian Greaves, but he's about to find the entire enemy team. There's the blink reveal from Chiro Jr., but a really good tornado out from Lorna. He pops the the Shadow Dance to try and finish off this Barrow to be so dang tanky. He's out. There's that strength gain buff almost coming into effect there. Q. He's gonna be okay. I mean, I know technically he's 0.4 more strength than he did last patch, but it's making a difference eventually.
Yeah, that tornado, instant tornado from the Invis Invoker they didn't know there. Helps to buy a lot of time. Otherwise, it's a Slark and a Dragonite hitting that entire time. Bat Rider will die. We're gonna try to
Yeah,
push this
and
tower.
it forces out, like,
they do have roll.
It forced... Oh.
No mana on this
connects. Roll this time finally connecting. We've seen it miss the entire time this game. He's never had a chance to use it, and he gets Fiend's Gripped. Oh no! 23 Savage is on the backside as well. He takes down the Enchantress. A big shield crash and a huge stolen avalanche. Wait a minute. They're back in this one.
I can't believe Cloud lived
Oh my
there.
god. That
He's
shield crash
Fiend's
onto
Gripped away from his
4
whole team.
heroes. Wow, that was a wild avalanche steal. It's level 1 avalanche. That is the most value level 1 avalanche I have ever seen.
It's really good for for Rubik. Does he have Frugal Filch this game, or does he have the Arcane Accumulation? Do you have the larger Avalanche?
That's a good question. I don't remember. We'll have to see.
Well, Wind Ranger wasn't there. Otherwise, that's a dead Pango in that Fiend's grip.
Yeah, very different fight if he is, right? Lots of camp stack. This is something Aurora does exceptionally well. They love stacking, especially for their Bat Rider. So they're going to be able to get to their Guardian Greaves at a relatively quick pace here.
I feel like
He's
they've
got
moved
Arcane
away from it a
Accumulation.
little bit lately.
Yeah. So
But
bigger
maybe just
AoE
adapt
avalanche.
into the patch. Nice. Any other big cool AoEs? Maybe like Steel EMP.
Yeah. Does it make Tornado bigger? I don't know.
I don't think so.
Q top lane. Gonna get found by the Summon of Respect. A little blink over from Chira Jr. to help secure it. And I like that Munkushi is getting active now. Like, he has a lot of net worth, and some of it is tied up in just this Midas, but he is high level. His hero is strong against a lot of the matchups on Aurora. And we're going to see, but I think double Mage Slayer coming out from them. One for the Slark and one for the Dragon Knight, which it's a really good Mage Slayer game, so I'm not too surprised to see that.
He's got 3 permanent Agi stacks. Not too much, but it will keep growing throughout this game.
Ooh, they're going to find Ollie. Ugh, awkward.
That's
Pounce
okay.
to the high
He wasn't
ground,
needed up here. He
but
was looking for more.
He's like, wait a minute, I totally meant to find this guy. Chira Jr. stuck on the cliff by the flame break. Very nicely done.
Slark's going for an MKB next. It's a little bit of a greedy build. Midas,
Yeah.
Mage Slayer, MKB. If he gets caught without using his defensive spells, he'll die very, very quickly.
I'm kind of surprised. I would have thought Aghanim Scepter is like absurdly good this game, but yeah, MKB instead. There was his wards. I was wondering when Slark's gonna buy himself a couple sentries. He's walked through a couple wards this game and hasn't dewarded them, so I was like, he knows that it's there, but didn't have any sentries on him at the time. But yeah, double Mage Slayer now for the side of 1W, and again, the Mage Slayer, exceptionally good this game. It reduces a lot of Wind Ranger's outgoing damage. Invoker's entire kit takes a pretty heavy hit from this item. And just generally, magic resistance for these two is going to go a long way against Aurora's draft. And speaking of magic resistance, Cloud has a finished pipe. See, this is what I wanted to see out of the Pango previously, right? This Aura hero, right? Going at things like the pipe, the Guardian Greaves, and the Crimson Guard. It's like, it feels really strong to have that on this hero, because Pangolier can get a lot of damage just from his spells without having things like Aghanim Scepter and Echo Saber. And the longer he's in these fights, the more damage he gets.
Yeah, and you have a hero like Slark who just wants to take longer fights. Enchantress puts in a lot of damage as she starts ramping up. So I feel like you just keep your team alive versus Aurora, which is hoping for faster kills, right? Fiend's Grip is a one-time thing. If you can deal with Fiend's Grip without losing the hero, like, you're good to go. If Lasso gets used and you can handle it, you're good to go. So if you can survive through those initiations, those really strong, like, single target lockdowns, I feel like your fight, like, from there, you should be able to win the fight as 1W.
The gold lead has really started to ramp up for 1W, though. Dude, he's got such a good jungle item too. The orb on Dragon Knight plus the Mage Slayer.
I could
That's
open up
That
Roshan,
feels real good.
maybe Tormentor. You might see the play we've seen a lot. You make your way
Yeah,
over to that Wisdom Rune and Tormentor timing. There's a smoke going right now. How long do you have Dragon
I think it's really
Form?
smart.
Not that long. They need to find a fight soon, otherwise you just don't have your ult.
Aurora know this. They saw the Fade Bolt from Fog, so they know that they're smoked up at the moment. And they have some pretty good vision here to play around. It's going to pop. Flame breaks out. Look, Respect's just going to walk in. Gets tossed so deep. Does get the heals off, but I don't think he's making it out of this one. At least not for now, as Gleipnir comes out. Great shackle. The Pango still can't get a spell off. The Fiend's Grip now out. It's going to go back the other way. A toss on in. Sweden Strong's in the wrong neighborhood. 1v5 3 times in a row. Dude, that is a disaster for 1W.
Yeah, I think just feeling too strong, because I don't know, as you like look for heroes, you don't run into anyone, and you're approaching a very dangerous part, like deep in the enemy's triangle near a high ground ward. You still haven't seen anyone. Smoke breaks. I feel like you should just run away at that point, but they
Yeah.
actually chase in further, and that just means Aurora knows exactly what's happening the entire time. They get to find the exact heroes they want. Fiend's Grip on the Pango, and you can't get to the Bane. He's so far in. You don't have the tools to get there yet. You know, maybe after more items come out, Blink, Ags on Slark, like maybe he's pouncing that back line. He's doing something different. But right now, that was just a bit too deep to go.
Yeah. They're going to go for Roshan, it looks like, as Aurora will grab themselves their Tormentor, Shard for Ollie. So the thing about that fight that's really strange is like they commit so much for the kill onto the Enchantress. It's like they spent Lasso, they spent like this Blink toss back. Like, why not just sack your Enchantress, right? Walk away, but a little bit of miscommunication. In the end of the day, we'll see how it ends up affecting this. This Roshan might make a difference, but your net worth advantage has pretty much disappeared.
It might have been a little bit deceptive. I mean, she was living kind of long despite getting dragged into like the tier 2 and, you know, hit by Wind Ranger. So maybe they thought they could take that fight, but yeah, it cost them. But they are going to go for the Blink onto Pango now. So fight should be a little easier because now you don't have to get so close before rolling. You can just roll Blink in the back. Try to maybe chain stun this Bane, which... Can they get a solo
what a
kill? Oh, nice
tornado.
tornado.
If you're the Pango here, you need to get your Shard. And so I think it'd be smart for 1-win to try and get their Tormentor sooner rather than later, but they really don't want to give up map positioning when they have the Aegis. As let these teams kind of figure out what they should be doing. I know something that y'all should be doing here. If you're watching, make sure to follow Fissure here, not only on Twitch, but also on YouTube. The Universe Episode 3 is, of course, brought to you by Fissure Studios. And they've put an amazing broadcast together, so they deserve your support. Make sure you give them a follow. All right. Looks like they're going to make their way back for this Tormentor. I mean, you still got plenty of time on the Aegis. I think this is okay.
Yeah, and I think the shards are good, especially Slark Shard. I don't know if they're hoping to get it for free at some point, but you do want to start grabbing shards for your team to give yourself a chance to get a free shard later on. For now, it'll go to the Enchantress. Sproink is not too bad. We see this with Enchantress all the time, just scaling up and doing a ton of damage while your team is focusing like Slark and, oh, we got a Fiend's Grip Pango. It's like, well, I'm just going to throw impetuses from back here and do an insane amount of damage.
So this MKB on Slark is definitely paying off because of the fact that he has this Aegis. I think normally this would not really work out because like taking a fight would be very scary, but having a second life to potentially play around has absolutely paid off. Oh, they jump onto the high ground. There's going to be a nice Blink Dragon Tail. They've caught the Wind Ranger, and 23 Savage has nowhere to go. The Rolling Thunder out from Cloud. Gonna get Fiend's Grip. How many times have we seen this one? The toss back as well. He needs help. He's gonna get lassoed even. Pangolier hits the deck. Munkushi now needs to get out of the tier 4s. As he will be able to.
I guess that was still overall worth it. It was a bit of a dive from 1W, but you trade Pango for Wind Ranger. And maybe get some tier 2 damage in. Or maybe not. Maybe you're just happy. I feel like that's a bigger commitment from Aurora in terms of spell usage.
Yeah, it was what, Lasso as well as the Fiend's Grip, right? So they should be able to keep fighting. And now it's nighttime, so now you definitely want to fight on Slark. With 90 seconds left on this Aegis, Pango coming back up. This is prime time.
Pango's TPing into that mid tower. Maybe they can reconnect at that tier 2 once again. Looks like Aurora does not want to contest. Still waiting for Fiend's Grip to be back up. I do think it's a big part of their fight. It's how they deal with the roll. They're actually going to get 2 tier 2s out of this in pretty quick succession. And I think they're just going to go high ground. Just poke with the Aegis. You don't have to take the actual barracks right now, but just do what you can. Force Aurora back.
You got to be very careful of these tossbacks. Yeah, okay, they're pinging Respect. He's going to get away Munkushi with a bounce as well. I think that's smart. I honestly worry that if you stick around a little bit too far, even if a Slark gets thrown in with Aegis, he might die twice.
Yeah, you don't want the Bane to be able to sit in the back and get the nice Fiend's Grip. You want the chaotic fight where you can break the back line. And pushing high ground is just pretty much the hardest place you could possibly be to break the back line. So retreating, try to bait Aurora out.
Oh, Q loses vision for a second. They get the Rolling Thunder off. That's huge. He's going to get Fiend's Grip, though. He needs help and fast. Stolen Fiend Grip, but where is it going to go? Cloud on the run. Gets a little bit of extra barrier, but Slark is off to the races here. 23 Savage able to disengage, but the Enchantress also just dumping in damage here. They really want this Wind Ranger. The Pounce actually connects, but he gets out of range just barely. But you're not escaping for much longer. Force Staff is there. Pounce back the other way. He gets caught from that shackle. But Chira Jr. with a really nice Blink Dragon Tail, and they do manage to clean up another kill here for 1W, and now you can go high ground, exactly like you said.
That was a fast blink out by, I think, Dragonite when Q went in to go for a tossback. And because of that, it broke the formation of Aurora. They do get the grip onto Pango, but like I said, that Enchantress just started going to town. She's like, this is exactly what I wanted. Thank you for your sacrifice, Cloud. I'm going to do a lot of damage right now. And I'm pretty sure she's the one who killed
Grobo.
Yeah, I mean, she did a lot of the damage that fight.
All right, they're just going to continue to sit behind Munkushi here, who is playing a little bit of a scary game of Dota. But Focus Fire was committed for that. They really wanted that toss back as Chira Jr. will clean up that lane of barracks to finish it off. Pounce in. Munkushi staying on top. Drops the Depth Shroud. And will pounce away as Cloud. Gonna use this Rolling Thunder to try and find some sort of an opening. Ooh, or not. He just gets the blink out. He's fine.
It was a retreating roll. He's got Crimson Guard on the way. Next Roshan could start to spawn soon in about 40 seconds. So you just poke a little bit more. Don't need to commit too hard if you don't see an opportunity.
Yeah,
but by poking, you will keep Aurora stuck in their map. Or stuck in their base, so they can't get on the map.
I really like Respect being nearby to continue to throw damage into this Bat Rider, so he can't just very easily blink up there and go for the lasso. It's 23 Savage, a lot of damage coming out from this Focus Fire, but he's also in pretty deep. Great Shackle, but Slark will force them back once again, and BKB's out from a lot of heroes. Does bode well for 1W as they can just keep this going. Semi-long rush, almost 2 minutes.
Yeah, if you had the information, you could just go back, but I don't know. Without knowing more, I think they just want to like shove the lanes in and then just see, right? Slark's doing the rotations, checking for wards, checking for heroes.
I know you all out there want to grab yourself some nice shiny Arcana, so make sure to head into chat and type 1xGive to participate in their giveaway. As we're gonna go right back into this fight here. Munkushi's in, drops the Depth Shroud here once again to buy him some space, but he lost all of his mana. The EMP hits him, and that is a really rough place to get caught from the Feed's grip. He's still kind of tanky. Shield Crash into the lasso. Cloud, there's no way he survives this one. They are gonna cut and run for the rest of 1W. We have seen this happen now time and time again, where the Pango gets Fiend's gripped in no man's land.
I hope he's working on a Lotus or something. This is going to keep happening until he has a way to deal with it, which is Lotus or Lincoln's. It's up to him. That was a bit deep.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why they went in, because Focus Fire was already on Slark. I feel like just getting the cooldown is... I mean, it's not the longest cooldown, but you know if you recommit, you've already got the Focus Fire. Maybe that's why he felt comfortable going in. Thought like, oh, if I get Fiend's Grip on the Pango, I can't be Focus Fired, so I won't die. Which was kind of true. He lived through the Fiend's Grip, but then they just lassoed him afterwards. They're like, oh, we still need more time. Just lasso him.
Oh, massive sticky napalm AoE.
Oh, that is a good one. I forgot about that.
Yeah. It's
you can
one
get
of the times
insane AoEs.
I've seen Rubik's go for Aghanim Scepter when they play against a Bat Rider, because if you still sticky napalm, your other spell is enormous. But it's still kind of hard to get the correct spell because you'd really just need the Avalanche.
Imagine that. A screen-wide Avalanche and Napalm. Every Avalanche tick would do so much damage, too, if you're hitting them with so many Napalms.
Yeah.
Green Goblin mode. Second Roshan. That means you got the banner. Wind Ranger can deal with it. She has a Grow Bow and a Hurricane Pike. Pretty long range. You can't Focus Fire it, of course. I want to go top, deal with that wave. It's shoving into your tier 1 tower. You don't want to lose that for free. And you just took the Aegis, so you have lots of time to deal with this. Looks like Slark's the one to go.
Yeah.
It's a lot of farm. Yeah, you don't want to lose this for nothing.
I like the Shiva's Guard pickup here on the Bat Rider. His BKB's coming on the Slark. That's going to be very good. And he finds an Arcane Rune. That's about as good as it could be. They should have a pretty good time pushing high ground here with the banner. You got a full lane of barracks in the mid lane. I think the ranged barracks has gone bottom, right? So there's one fort here for Aurora. And the banner is going to make it pretty difficult for them to actually slow down this push. Well, Tornado, EMP, Slark able to pounce away, but will they even drop the banner yet? I'm curious. They're going to hold it maybe for the next push. Just continue to try and chip away at this.
You got 3 minutes with this banner. You might be able to wait for the catapults to get here. I think that could be good.
23 Savage gets caught on this pounce. The Avalanche toss. Slark is dead at the opening of this fight, but he will have his second set of spells. Great Fiend's Grip there from Ollie. Lasso comes out. They pulled in the Dragon Knight, but his BKB is still running. And Cloud, time for some revenge, jumps in with a Rolling Thunder. He finds a big one. It's going to be the Invoker, and now Tiny in trouble. He tried to toss him out, but they were ready. Depth Shroud to protect the whole team as the stolen Fiend's Grip this time thrown back onto the Bat Rider. He's got no way back into this fight. Munkushi dies to 23 Savage on this Focus Fire, and now Cheer Jr. running incredibly low. A really solid hold here from Aurora as they're going to find the Enchantress on the backside of this one eventually.
That might take a little bit of time because of the Untouchable, but oops,
Oh, well,
a
she walked
little
into the
too
tower,
close.
so, or in Fountain.
Yeah, the Fountain can actually reach a little further out. So this was a couple buybacks. Quite a
3
few,
buybacks for
actually.
4 heroes. Pretty worth it, I
Or
think,
is it?
defending the racks. I'm sure, right? Yeah, okay, there it goes. It's like, there's no
All
way
right.
this Rubik gets out.
Yeah, a little bit costly. Wind Ranger survives through all of it, though. It's a pretty
And
big
she
win
got
for
some of the
her.
big kills.
Yeah, we see there that as soon as roll, you could finally get the roll in because Fiend's Grip got used, Lasso got used, so the roll disrupted the entire fight, allowed Slark to just go from target to target. That part was good, but then with the buybacks coming in, you struggled. So I think for 1W, they don't have to feel too bad about that because hopefully the gold they got from that is going towards a Lincoln's or a Lotus on the Pango, and as soon as he can freely roll, even when they have those abilities, that should make the fights a lot easier for them. And they still have really good map control. 3 wards top. Actually, it's probably they were really committed to that fight.
Yeah. Tormentor will give the shard over to Shiro Jr. That one's not great. I think you would have probably rather had the Rubik shard, of course, but a little bit more, I guess, just push potential with the fireball.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, I
God,
like
I
this
remember the
blink
old
queued
like
up on
blink
Ollie.
fireball build. I think it was fun.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. The shard got nerfed since then. Don't see it as much
Yeah.
now. Until you just get it for free from the Tormentor. I like that he's going. He has Aether Lens on the Bane. He has the money for the blink, but I think he's one of the people who didn't buy back. I'm actually not. No, wait, he did buy back. It's the Bat Rider and the Wind Ranger who still have theirs.
Yeah.
So he can probably just buy it out, and then he just needs to be way in the back, wait for the Pango roll to come in, and then blink Fiend's Grip.
Yeah, Bane, Invoker, and Tiny were the 3 buybacks.
What's their plan? I think they're just looking for pickoffs on anyone who bought back. Because you lost Roche a little bit early, so there's still a while to wait. But if you can find any of
Yeah.
those diebacks, you're good to go.
Oh,
that
that's
was
a
Lincoln's.
Big Lincolns.
And they
that's
know where it was
huge.
going, so they're immediately looking. Quick TP's out from
Yeah.
Aurora. Very good call. Might have
This
been worth
is-
following that courier, but actually killing a Lincoln is also very worth it.
Yeah. I think right now, this is like 1W need to actually find a pickoff during this nighttime. Like, if you don't, it feels like you're not taking advantage of the Slark at this point. But Aurora's doing a really good job at trying to dodge this one out. They're not actually giving anything away. And if they can make it through this night without losing anything, they may be able to contest the next Roshan. So you're getting pretty scary on 23 Savage. If he gets a focus fire on that Slark like we saw before, he will kill the Slark. Which Slark's actually got a Lincoln's queued up himself. He knows, like, that is how he dies. So, amplify
Yeah, you've
damage
got-
picked up here. Uh-oh, who are they going to walk into? They actually don't have the Slark. Cheer Jr. just jumps right in instead. They got him. No Fiend's Grip available, for Cloud has to just TP on in the middle of this Rolling Thunder. He like blinked aggressively, thinking that they were going to be able to like fight, but
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
they were not close enough.
Yeah, maybe he thought 23 was on his own. He was just trying to like blink over the trees, get away, but ends up blinking straight into a Bane who just Fiends Grips him and then gets deleted by that amplified damage. Kushi got a run from Lorinov. Are they going to get themselves a tier 2 tower?
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
Win probably
Win
still
probably still-
favoring 1W.
Which I think is fair. I mean, despite that pickoff that just happened, it's still a slight lead for 1W, and more importantly, the lanes in their favor from those earlier barracks. But Aurora's close to making a comeback, and if this Wind Ranger finds the Slark, okay, his night vision will give him the advantage to get out of here. Aurora's pretty close to being able to take back this game. I mean,
This
I'd say
game's,
it's
like,
already
almost dead
quite
even.
even. Yeah,
Yeah.
but if you can win one big fight and get yourself the third Roche, or maybe get yourself your own set of barracks, at that point, I'd say you are
He has the
You're
Lotus
pretty
now,
much-
finally, on the Pango.
back in this. There you go. That'll let him roll. Although, Ollie is
He
working
almost
on
has
Zag,
Ags.
but that doesn't save you from the Lotus. Can they chain stun this Wind Ranger? Nice
Ooh,
nightmare.
really nice attempt there. 23, try to get down to the low ground. They have the damage. They do.
Power shot.
Just barely. And now Ollie will go down with him. Fortunately, Roshan is not here for Aurora, but this is absolutely necessary for 1W to try and push the high ground. If they can force the buyback, that's like best case scenario. But they might, they might just sack this melee barracks here.
I think you do, because he has no buyback. 1W knows
Yeah.
this. That's what they're going for. Even if you buy back Wind Ranger,
The Bane can.
yeah, he can't do anything. So I feel like you're just gonna give this up. The question is,
Oh, they're gonna go
never mind,
for
you
it.
get a toss back.
He gets the Shadow Dance off just in time, though, and with that,
This is
it's
all
going to
or
buy them
nothing.
plenty of space. They get nothing for this. Clean disengage here for 1W, and Roche is going to respawn with a Refresher, which Slark is one of the best Refresher carries in the game. So he gets Aegis and a Refresher. You're in a really rough spot.
Yeah, Focus Fire carries over through the Aegis, fortunately for her, but now with that Refresher, assuming they put it on Slark, he has Shadow Dance and Depth Shroud. That gives him so much time where even when he's Focus Fired, he can't be targeted.
Yeah.
They really needed to kill off that Wind Ranger buyback. They were kind of holding it, seeing like, okay, we get a toss back, we'll go for it. And if you do, that's fantastic, and that might actually get you the Roche. But yeah, if 1W just makes a clean escape like we saw, now you don't have buyback on your Wind Ranger. You also still couldn't contest Roche because you were still waiting for the Bane. So you're now really in a rough spot. The gold lead is really deceptive, where it looks close, and I mean, it kind of is, but like you just picked up so many tools because of the third Roche, and you know there's still a lot of heroes on dieback. Or actually, at this point, they're kind of back, but Wind Ranger, the most important hero, no longer has buyback.
Yeah. And you are going for what looks like a nullifier on the Dragon Knight, so that'll be quite nice at helping lock down some of these heroes. Also gives him a Lincoln's break into the Dragon Tail. But 4 minutes on the Aegis, 1 lane of barracks remaining here for 1W, and I'd have to imagine their game plan is walk right down this lane. Slark with double BKB, double, Shadow Dance, double Depth Shroud, like you said, it buys a lot of times, but the other thing is allows him to play so aggressively because you don't have to pop your BKB you can hold your BKB for so long because if worst case scenario, if you have to like shadow dance, then BKB, you can just refresh them. So you can just play off of the Depth Shroud shadow dance like pretty, I don't know, casually.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't even have to be about yourself, right? You can let one of your teammates go in, and you could still save them with the Depth Shroud.
God, Enchantress has an MKB.
Yeah, Enchantress picked up an MKB. 1W's being sneaky. They're coming into that bottom lane.
This is a good one. Who's
Can
going
they
to find
find
who?
anyone?
Both teams are actually smoked up. They see the power shot, I think. They're like, wait a minute, how'd they get over there? Avalanche toss back, will buy some space, but Jabs gets caught from the pounce again, and Munkushi just goes right
Yes,
through him,
buyback.
Ollie, with the Aghanim Scepter of the Fiend's Grip. It's going to do a little bit of work here, but it's not enough, and Sweden Strong survives 23 Savage. It's going to be a Batter that goes in again. No, he gets stunned instead. The lasso comes through. They finally finish off, but it's just a Rubik. 23 Savage, you need to get more for this. Respect is going to be his next target. He gets the kill, accelerating those cooldowns constantly, but now force that up into the high ground. Mukushi's going to pop his BKB. Dragon Knight now in trouble. Wait a minute. Aurora's cooking in this fight. Can they get another? Dragon Knight pops the cheese, trying to do what he can. 23 Savage with another focus fire is going to get a dieback on the Rubik. They've got the Dragon Knight as well. Chira Jr. cannot escape.
Aurora is so good at team fighting. How many focus? That was at least 3 focus fires in that fight.
Yeah, 3 focus fires.
That fight got really scattered because both teams were smoked, and it clearly ended up favoring Aurora, who has the vision advantage because it's their base, so it's easier for them to find the right targets. Bane lives with like a sliver of health. I think gets to join back into the fight for a little bit and waste more time of Slark. Like Slark was chasing a support while Wind Ranger was going from hero to hero, and she's already 25, I think, before that fight started. So that's how she gets so many focus fires out.
Oh,
Like
what
jabs.
a
This is a
good
dieback.
pounce there. That was a super sick pounce. They're actually bringing a lot of heroes
coming
through the
through.
gate. A deafening blast actually locks Slark in a rough spot, but Respect still finishes the kill. It's going to cost him his own life, so a dieback for dieback. But Slark, if he's actually able to find something here, wouldn't be that bad. He's still really strong. They're going to
He
scan.
still has some stacks. Yeah,
He
he's
sees
14
them.
stacks.
Yeah. They have a really good ward in the triangle as well. They can see this full retreat coming through. TP coming in from... That's Dragon Knight? That's Rubik? They know they're here. The pounce actually gets spoiled because of the TPs. Q's just going to BKB and walk away. Oh, no. Big misplay there from 1Win.
Just a little bit off on the timing. At the same time, you just got a BKB. You didn't really commit that much, so I mean, that's not too bad.
Well...
I say...
They're good. Nice Depth Shroud. And that's the BKB from 23 Savage, actually. So this is pretty good from 1W if they can actually make something off of this. Your Aegis is expiring, though.
Okay, no Aegis, but Tiny and Wind Ranger don't have BKBs. I think you can go. You have 25 seconds with no Bat Rider, too. Enchantress, I imagine, is going to try to join as quickly as she can. But there's not really... She's going through the Twin Gate. By the time she gets here, I think Bat Rider's up. It might be too risky to attempt this. They're going to poke a little bit, I think. A single poke.
They did see the ward there on the left side of the lane. They're probably going to send Respect up to grab it. Maybe no, let's have Munkushi do it. All right, we are still pretty far away from another Roshan. They have been unable to crack the Dyer's third lane of barracks here. You have 3 heroes not able to have buyback. The big one being the Wind Rangers, but hers is off cooldown in about 45 seconds. And she will have the gold for it, assuming he does not buy out.
You can't let the Wind Ranger go from target to target. with the fact that every time she gets a kill, the cooldown gets reduced. She's built so much.
Oh, they get the
damage.
toss back. Cheer Jr. gonna have to BKB immediately. 23 Savage wants to run in and try and find something here, but they can't get their hands on anything. But there's the lasso. You don't have the focus fire quite yet. He didn't get the kill, so Respect's pretty tanky. Manages to actually jump the wrong way with this point, but the Depth Shroud's gonna save him. And Cloud finally going in with a Rolling Thunder, disrupting this back line. He's just holding Ollie at bay, and they get the Tiny. That's gonna be the first dieback here as the Enchantress continuing to dump in damage. Force Staff down to the low ground. Respect's gonna be okay. A lot committed from both teams for this one, though.
This is what I thought they would do last time with the banner. They wanted the sneaky smoke play, and it just made the fight chaotic, and it didn't quite work out for them. But this is so far, it's much easier for them when you can just play behind the Slark, let him be on the front, play behind these tanky Enchantresses. There goes the banner. That was really quick.
Yeah, I was like, that banner did not last very long. That's a very aggressive plant of the banner when there's just a Wind Ranger able to hit it. So this push might just be coming to an end, honestly. It's daytime now.
That's Roche time.
Yeah. We'll see how long the spawn is going to be. But Tiny's up in 40 seconds. I feel like you want to take the most advantage you can of being no Tiny for the high ground defense. The toss back has been instrumental to them actually winning these fights. So they are smoked up. Chiro Jr. is going to walk right on in, look for his opening, the blink, the Dragon Tail. They've got 23 Savage, but can they finish him off in time? He gets saved for the moment. The Force Staff out. It's going to be enough for now, but the Pango wants to continue chasing, and he might get him. He's so dang close. 23 Savage is going to live, and now the Feeds grip out from Ollie. The Enchantress will clean him up, but Cloud is gone. Tiny's coming back in a few seconds. Batrider with an aggressive TP and a buyback from the Bane. They want more. They got the Mega Creeps from 1W, and that was the big objective. Can they get out? Jabs, you went maybe a little too far. Nightmare's not going to save him. Well, actually, it might. Great avalanche from Q, but a stolen Feeds grip and caught 23. He's going to have to buy back into this game as Respect continues to just throw out impetus after impetus, but it's not enough. They finally bring down the Enchantress as he tries to TP on out, but they scout him out. There's the blink, the avalanche, everything to hold down Sweet and Strong. Another technical hold from Aurora, but they finally got the Mega Creeps.
Roche is going to be up before 1W Heroes respawn. You have to take it. You're entering this stage where you're just stuck in the base. You need to steal away the gold. That now the fourth Roche on. It's got so many items on it. Aurora needs it. They're entering into the long con here. You gotta hang on for another like 20 minutes. Play for those tier 5 items. That roll so close to getting the Wind Ranger, but even if you didn't get it, you bought the space for the Megas, which is what 1W has been fighting for this whole time. You do have some like boots of travels on like Invoker can be like a good way to deal with it, but I don't know. It's gonna be so hard to leave your base. You don't have the best heroes.
I cannot believe Aurora is getting the Roche on here. It seemed impossible that this would happen, but they're gonna get Aegis, Cheese, Refresher, and a banner up onto the high ground. Ollie in some trouble here. Cloud's gonna go for the Rolling Thunder. They want, oh, that is an awkward jump, but does manage to just blink into the pit, and that will finish the job. All right, that's a dieback on the Bane. That is quite good, but you have to kill 23 twice now.
If you get any other kill, I don't think there's a lot of buybacks.
Yeah. You have no buyback on Tiny.
Batrider and Invoker have them.
Yeah, it's just Batrider and Invoker.
He doesn't have a shard yet. Is this just for money? This is just for money.
Just for money, yeah. Aurora smoked inside their base here. Do not want to get pounced on by the side of 1W. As Munkushi Actually gonna get caught from a shackle. Focus fires in, gets force staffed aggressively into the lasso. Munkushi needs help. He's gonna get it. Shadow Dance into the pounce away. He's okay. Respect doing a ton of damage here to 23 as Chira goes in. Gets him on the nullifier. They've got him. That's the BKB committed as well. And it's just the Enchantress who's been making an eternity of space. 1v3 versus Aurora on the backside as 23 Savage has to pop the refresher, and Respect's going to buy back into this game. The focus fire going to still do some work, but that BKB's come to an end, and now they might look for more. Dude, the Enchantress is doing so much work in this game. Need to be careful. That's the last Shadow Dance. All right, I think they might have to wait. No Shadow Dance available.
Creeps are working on your tier 4s. It's going to force Aurora back. Okay, you got the Aegis out of the Wind Ranger.
And Refresher, I think, too.
Breather. You know Bane and Wind Ranger don't have buybacks. If you can focus one of those heroes, you're in a good spot. You have to protect the Enchantress a little bit. I think part of the reason that last fight worked is because of how much space she made. But she did buy back, so if you lose her, that's a big deal. She now needs to be in the back just like attacking for free rather than being in the front as a tanky hero drawing attention.
They have a ward that's scouting. They actually see the Enchantress. That's the target you were saying. You need to protect her, but the focus fire's there. It's going to be the Death Shroud immediately from Munkushi to keep him alive, and 23 Savage needs to run. The Dragon Tail, the Nullifier, the Nightmare trying to keep him in this one, but 23 goes down. That's the dieback. And now Munkushi continuing to go from target to target. Nullifier out, another Depth Shroud as Jabs is in trouble. They've caught Lornov as well. He's going to make his way out into the fountain here. A buyback from Jabs, but the tier 4s have fallen. The throne's vulnerable. You have one fortification to try and keep yourself in this, but they're focusing on the throne, and 1W is going to force that fort out. Toss in. That's the Enchantress. Fiend's Grip as well, but the damage is going to take a while to do it, and they might be able to just end the game, and they do. 1W take the series 2-0 over Aurora. And they will advance that upper bracket final.
Yeah, Aurora's not out. You're going to drop to the lower bracket. They brought some fun stuff, though. That was a close game. They really did a great job of holding on. I don't know how they do it, man. They're pretty good at finding fights. Like, when they're behind, they somehow find these fights that keep them in it. And it got pretty close. I think that last attempt made sense. The Enchantress was a good target to go for. But Depth Shroud was a good save. Like they reacted really quickly to get the Enchantress out of there. At that point, you just focus fired an Enchantress who's now halfway across the world from you because she like sproinged, hurricane piked everything, and you just don't have the damage. Like you need the focus fire to connect and kill whatever you do, because if you don't get that refresh, you just don't have the damage to kill these other heroes, and that's kind of what got them there in the end. So good from 1W. Quick reactions to protect the right heroes. Took him a while to close that one out, but I mean, Aurora's a tough opponent.
Yeah, it was pretty sick how they played this one out. I was a little bit worried for a bit, just because it looked like OneWin was really struggling to go high ground, but eventually, with the buyback advantage, it kind of pays off. And another amazing performance from the carry, right? Munkushi going 13-5-12. We saw, obviously, his last game was kind of a Rockstar game. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong hero. He went 6-1-16. So very good performance from him. Only one death on the Slark here.
Yeah, I don't know. We definitely got to see a better performance from Aurora this second time around. I still feel that 1W had the better draft. It just felt like it made more sense together while also responding to their opponents. So Aurora's not out. They're just in that lower bracket, but that's something they can look to address, which the patch is still pretty new, right? So you have ideas. Turns out like, okay, this hero's not as good as we thought, or like we thought this synergy would be good. It's not as good as we thought, right? Pretty understandable if the drafts are not looking like perfect right now, but that is of course something like you want to keep going in this because Now that you're down in that lower bracket, you're out the next time you lose. They're going to have to make some quick improvements, get their way back up here. They can still take another shot at 1W. I mean, that was a pretty close series. They could do it with some adjustments.
I agree, 100%. Aurora, really solid team. Really hoping to see them step up, tomorrow and keep themselves in this. But let's take a look at the bracket in terms of where we are for today. Obviously, we still have the other upper bracket series going on mainstream. As for now, we'll see for tomorrow. We've got Aurora versus Team Waska, and then Nouns will be taking on the loser of either PSG Quest or G2IG. And of course, 1W will be in that upper bracket finals, fighting directly for qualification to the main event. Oh, it looks like G2IG actually just took it.
Literally, live updates here.
Live
All
updates.
right.
So there we go. Yeah, Aurora will be in the lower bracket up against Nouns, or maybe not Aurora, PSG Quest. But either way, you know what we're saying. You see the whole bracket, everything's coming into fruition here. So it will be G2IG versus 1W for that first qualifying spot tomorrow. And then, of course, we have that lower bracket run for both of those teams for one other qualifier to the main event.
Yeah, those are some hype series. I mean,
Yeah.
like, this is, the playing stage, but like all these teams are good. And then they're going to go play with 6 other amazing teams. So I'm really excited. I mean, tomorrow's going to be cool. But actually, it goes on for like the whole week. So lots of great Dota coming.
Yeah. Speaking of tomorrow, I want to take a look at the schedule here in a moment. But I'm trying to think. I don't know exactly which games are going to be on this stream. It's hard to say, but we'll get there in a moment, I'm sure. I'm trying to hold on. Who does Nouns play? PSG Quest now? Okay, that should be a good game. I want to watch that one for sure. The lower bracket elimination is going to be sick.
Yeah, that'll be a fun one.
But yeah, any final thoughts for the day? Where are you at in terms of, was this like expected? Like, I don't know, because we had 2 2-0s. Did you expect 2-0s coming into this?
You never know. But if you think you know, you should join 1xBet. You guys just saw that pop up. If you think you know better than us, feel free to prove it over there. You get the promotional bonus for that first deposit. For me, I don't know, man. Dota is so close at the top level right now, especially with a new patch thrown into chaos, right? You think you're the top team. Suddenly you got brand new heroes, brand new. Actually, we didn't really get many item changes this time around, but some heroes buffed and nerfed. So it is so hard to predict these top teams because like sometimes you just have an off day, sometimes you have a good day, sometimes you realize a hero is really good, another team doesn't. Tinker, for example, at the start of this, I think they thought, we have Tinker answers. You got nerfed. It's not gonna be too bad. Oh, that was not it. Tinker did Tinker things. So sometimes you just have the wrong read on it.
Yeah, I will say I think I want to see what like is going to happen if we're going to see more Tinker or not. I think there are definitely some heroes that most likely going to be like permanently banned through the rest of this event.
He's up there.
I think Tinker is going to be up there, for sure. But maybe not. We'll see. Maybe someone's going to sneak it through and maybe they have an idea for it. But the hero seems pretty dang strong.
There's a couple heroes that I think are really good and can deal with him. But if you see that hero banned out, you need to ban Tinker. Like Shadow Demon, for example. I think Shadow Demon's a really good response to Tinker. And if you can't get Shadow Demon, you have to ban Tinker like really quickly. And that's something, we'll see if teams agree with that. There's other heroes that are good versus Tinker. Aurora just tried a handful in game 1, didn't quite work. That doesn't mean they were totally wrong, right? There's other issues that could have come up. Dota's very complicated, but you're going to need to come up with answers to Tinker if you're going to let him through. He's a real menace.
Absolutely. It's been a fun day. I'm trying to think if we have anything else that we need to take care of before we finish it off, but it's going to be coming to an end here soon. But before we do, everyone, make sure to follow here, of course, on Twitch as well as on the YouTube. FISSURE has put together a pretty sick event, honestly. So big shout out to them for doing this. It's been fun so far. First day off to a pretty solid start. Some teams may be hoping for a better start, but we got they got some second chances. There's double a limb for a reason. As we head into tomorrow, it'll be interesting to see where the teams end up. But we'll see our first qualifier, and then we've got some stuff after that. But As always, we got to say thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been a wonderful day. We want to say a big shout out to FISSURE and 1xBet for putting this tournament together. But as always, we're going to say have a wonderful evening, everyone. Enjoy some highlights. We'll see you tomorrow.